Welcome to the Product Design Career Series and Certifications course offered by UTF. In this program, we will be covering brand design, graphic design, UI design, and UX design, all augmented with AI integration. Throughout the series, we will be using Figma as our primary design tool. So if you are a UI designer just starting out, this course is for you. And if you are a graphic designer looking to explore Figma, this course is also for you. In this video, we'll be starting with an introduction to Figma as a design tool. You will realize that after installing the Figma software and logging in with your email address, this is the first interface you will see when you launch the Figma application. This interface is called the file browser or Figma dashboard. Now, this file browser or Figma dashboard is very similar to the history tab we have on Google, which simply means that the file browser or Figma dashboard is meant to display a history of every design file that you've ever worked with since the installation of your Figma application. Now, when I come over to the left, I'm going to see my name there. Okay, depending on the email address which I used to log into Figma. You can click on that little drop down there and you can see, in your case, you are going to see your name and your email address. Now, here on the file browser, when I scroll, I have a history of previously opened design files. In your case, you might not have this history here since you are just using Figma for the very first time. It is important for you to know that you can work with Figma as a desktop app or as a web application. In my case here, I am working with the web application version of Figma on a Google Chrome browser. I can decide to leave the web application version and go to the desktop version of Figma. So I will come over here to the desktop application version of Figma, which I have previously installed. Click on it, and this is me going or using the Figma desktop application. Okay. Now you would notice that when I transition from the web application to the desktop application, there is actually a change of theme or interface display. Over here on the desktop application, you can see I have a light theme, and when I go back to the web application, I have a dark theme, which simply means that when using Figma, you can decide to work in either light theme or dark theme. Now, in order for you to make that decision, you can come over to this region that has your name, click on that drop down, come to this label that says theme, and you are going to see light or dark, and you have the ability to choose between light theme or dark theme. Now, throughout this bootcamp, we are going to be working with dark theme. All right. Now, if you come back to this context menu here, where you have your theme, you will also realize that if you scroll down or just move your mouse down, there is this label that says Get Desktop App, which simply means that while working with the web application, and if you want to get the desktop app, you can simply click on this, and you have the ability to actually download the Figma setup and install it as a desktop application. If you want to make a design here in Figma, you are going to need what is called a design file, because you want to make your designs inside a design file. So before you make any design here in Figma, the first thing you want to do is that you want to create a design file. Now, to create a design file, you can come over here to this button that says design and then click on it. The moment I click on it, it is going to create a design file where I can make a design. So now I'm quickly going to click on that, and you are going to see that it has actually created a design file and has brought me to a canvas where I can make my design. Now, what I have here is referred to as the Figma canvas. Okay. Now, the moment you create this design file, one of the first things you want to do is that you want to actually name that design file. So I can come over to the left, and you can see that by default, Figma gives it a label that says Untitled. So you want to name that design file with any other label that you want. In this case, I'm going to click on it, and I'm going to change that title to UTF Bootcamps. You can decide to actually give it any label name that you want to give it. But in this case, I'm going to change it to UTF bootcamps, and then I'm going to click on the enter key, and automatically I have actually named this design file. If I want to go back to the Figma dashboard from the web application of Figma, I can come over to this region where I have this Figma logo here. Okay, there's a drop down there. I can click on the drop down and I'll click on back to files. That is when working with the web version. If you are working with the desktop version and after creating your design file, you want to go back to the Figma dashboard. For the desktop version, you can just click on this home icon here, and it will take you back towards to the Figma dashboard. But when you are working with the web version, we don't have that home icon here. So what you can simply do is click on this drop down arrow and click on back to files, and it's going to take you to the file browser or Figma dashboard. You can see it has now brought me back to the file browser or Figma dashboard. Now when it brings me back here, you are going to realize that by default I have recent selected here, which simply means this is actually highlighting every recent file that I've actually worked with. Now we just opened a new design file, and you can see that the most recent design file that we worked with is this one that would actually give a label that says UTF bootcamps. Okay, you can see it here where it says UTF bootcamps. So if I want to go back to that design file, I don't have to come over here and create a new one. No, I can simply hover on this design file that I've already created, right click on it, and you are going to have a context menu come up, and then click on open, and you are going to go back to that particular design file which you have created, which is this design file that I now have here. Okay, now on this design file, you are going to realize that we have a region where you can make your design, which is this very dark region here. That dark region is referred to as the Figma canvas. Okay, you can decide to change the color of this Figma canvas, whether you are working with light theme or you are working with dark theme. So in my own case, if I want to change the color of this canvas, I'll come over here to this region that says page, because this is actually a page. As I come to this region with a label that says page, I'm going to go down here. You can see a little dark box here. Click on it, and you are going to realize that a color picker comes up. You can hold this little handle and move it around and change the background color of the canvas. Or if you are very used to color codes, you can decide to give a color code in that little input field that we have there. And then you have a background color that you can actually work with. Okay, whether you are working with light theme or dark theme. I am still in dark theme now, and that's why even if my Figma canvas is actually lighted up, you can see that the layers panel, this panel here, which is referred to as the layers panel, and this panel here, which is referred to as the properties panel, they are still dark. This simply means that this is dark theme. Okay, now when you actually change the color of your canvas, if you right click on the canvas, you are going to see a context menu come up where you can actually paste any item that you want to paste, all right, and perform other actions. Now that we have created a new design file, there are different parts of this design file. There is a panel to the left, there's a panel to the right, and there's a region in between where you're actually making your designs. Like we said, this region in between that is actually lighted up now, it is referred to as the Figma canvas. So this is where we are going to be making all our designs. Now to the left of it, I have a panel here, and this panel is referred to as the layers panel or the assets panel. You can see that there's a label here that says layers. So this is called the layers panel, or you can also call it the assets panel, because there's a label here that says assets. So you can call it the what? Assets panel. Now, on the right hand side, I have another panel here, and this panel is referred to as the properties panel, because whatever design or whatever shape or object that I draw inside the Figma canvas, all the properties of that shape or design will be displayed here on this panel, where I will be able to make edits to them and actually change the properties like the width, the length, or any other change that I want to make to the objects which I have drawn on the canvas. So in summary, we have this region as the Figma canvas, we have this region as the layers panel or the assets panel, and then we have this region as the what? Properties panel. My name is Omugeli Prince, and I'm going to be the instructor for this bootcamp throughout the Product Design Career Series and Certifications course. Okay, Now we've talked about Figma for desktop and web, all right? So we now know that we can use Figma on the desktop app or we can use it as a web application. We've talked about the Figma dashboard, which is also referred to as a file browser. We've talked about creating a new design file, which we have actually created now, all right? Now let's look at naming your design file. We've also talked about naming your design file because we actually rename this design file here by changing the default label that Figma gave to it. Okay, so now we've also seen that we have the Figma canvas, which is this region here. We have the layers panel, which is actually to the left. We have the properties panel, which is actually to the right. Now there are times when you've made designs and then you want to actually make fresh designs, let's say for two different products, and in that case you want to use different pages in order for you to actually separate the first product from the second product. In that case, you can decide to actually come over here to the properties panel and create what is called a new page. Okay, if I come over here to the layers panel, you can see where it says pages, and there is actually this plus icon there. When I hover on it, it says add new page. I can click on that and you can see I have page 2 here. I can click on this and I have page 3 here, right? So you can decide to work in either any of the pages while you are still in the same design file. Now you can see that even when I start moving from one page to the other, I am still on the same design file because this design file is still named as UTF bootcamps. Okay, so now I have different pages inside the same design file. So that's what we mean by opening new pages when working inside a design file. We've already seen that after opening a design file, it is very possible for us to change the color of the canvas, which is this Figma canvas, whether we are working in light theme or in dark theme. Now, there are times where you may want to actually extend these panels that you have here in order for you to have a proper view of the labels or names of objects that are written here on the layers panel. Now, what you can do is that you can simply take your mouse to this edge here, hold and drag it, and you see you have the ability to increase the length of this panel. Now, the same applies to that of the properties panel. You can increase the length in order for you to view the properties of objects that have been drawn on the Figma canvas, and you can also reduce it back to its default length. Also, close to these panels, the layers panel is a ruler, as you can see here. It's referred to as the Figma ruler. Okay, now from the Figma ruler you can get guides. I can come over here, over on the ruler, hold and drag, and you can see there's a straight line, okay, now on my canvas. Now this is referred to as a guide, or you can just say it's a Figma guide. All right, it is used when you are actually trying to get precision during the alignment of objects. So you can have a vertical guide, and I can also come over here, hold and drag, and I have a horizontal guide. Okay, now in order to take the guides out, you can simply select the guide and click on the delete key on your computer, and then I'm going to take this out. Or you can hold and drag and return it to the rulers, just like I am actually doing now, holding and dragging and returning these guides to their rulers. So that is it for working with rulers and guides. Now there are also times where you want to zoom in or zoom out of objects that are actually drawn or placed on your Figma canvas. Now what you can do is you can hold your control key, all right, then take your mouse and then scroll on the knob of your mouse, and then you can easily zoom in and zoom out of any object that has actually been placed on that Figma canvas. Also, there are times when working with the canvas, you want more spacing, more canvas spacing for you to actually work on your designs. In that case, you actually want to take out this properties panel, which is this on the right, and this layers panel, which is this on the left. Now what you can do is that you can come over to this icon here, okay, over on it, and you can see it says minimize UI. The moment I click on it, it minimizes both panels, both the layers panel and the properties panel, giving me more space for me to actually work on the canvas and make designs. Okay, if I want to actually toggle it back on or bring it back, I can click on this icon, and then I have my panels being displayed here. Now you can also use hotkeys, okay, to actually bring in these panels or remove them. You can use hotkeys to collapse the panels or toggle them on and off. Now, if I want to actually use the hotkeys or shortcuts, I can click on Control and / on my computer. I'll just click on Control and /. Now you can see the panels have toggled off, they've been removed. I can click on Control and / again to bring them back. Alternatively, if I just want to collapse them like I did before, I can click on Shift and / and you can see the panels have been collapsed. Or I click on Shift and / again, and automatically the panels have now been expanded. Okay, you can use Control if you are actually using a Windows, or you can use Command if you are using a MacBook. Now, this is going to be the checklist that we are going to be using for this class in order for us to actually know what we are going to cover in this introductory class. Now, we've talked about the Figma canvas, the layers panel, the properties panel, and also creating different pages within the same design file. And the next thing that I want us to talk about is the Figma toolbar. In order for you to make any design in Figma, you will need to actually use tools. And those tools are all stored within what is called the Figma toolbar. Now, if you look here on the Figma canvas, you can see that at the bottom here, we have a bar. And inside that bar, we have different tools that we can actually use to make a design. Now, this bar is what is referred to as the Figma toolbar. Now, it is actually now referred to as the dynamic toolbar because we now have two modes in which we can work with. Okay, we have what is referred to as the design mode. If I hover on this icon here, you can see it says design. And then we have what is referred to as the draw mode. All right. So right now, by default, it's set to design mode. Now, I can decide to click on this icon that says draw. Once I click on it, you are going to realize that toolbar expands, giving me or revealing more tools that I can actually use to make a design. And in this case, it is said to be in Figma Draw mode. So we are going to begin by, first of all, looking at it in design mode. So I'll click on this icon again in order for me to actually collapse the bar. So now I have this as my Figma toolbar, and I have all the tools which I'm going to be using to make my design inside my Figma toolbar. Now, by default, when you create a new design file, Figma by default sets your mouse cursor to a tool which is referred to as the move tool. So this here is actually the move tool, and that is what we have been using to move objects, okay, inside what? Inside the Figma canvas. So that is referred to as the move tool. And once you check the toolbar, you are going to realize that the move tool is already highlighted here. So by default, Figma has already highlighted the move tool, and that is what we have here. Now, in order for us to see other tools, we can come to this region that is already highlighted. You can see that there is a drop down very close to it. Click on that drop down, and then you are going to see that we have the move tool, we have the hand tool, and then we have the scale tool. So these are three different tools, okay, from that particular drop down that we just clicked on. So right now it is set to the move tool, and that's why you see a tick here, and we have this move tool selected. I can click on the next tool there, and then automatically I have what is referred to as the hand tool. Now with the hand tool, I can actually hold on the canvas and move the canvas around. While the move tool actually moves objects that are placed on the canvas, if I come over here and click on the move tool, this is used to move objects placed on the canvas. Now you can see I can move this text object here. That is what the move tool does. But the hand tool doesn't just move objects placed on the canvas, it also moves the canvas. If I come back here and select the hand tool, you see I have the ability to move the canvas and also move anything that is placed on the canvas. So that is for the hand tool. After that, we also have what is referred to as the scale tool. The scale tool is actually used for scaling objects either to a bigger size or a smaller size. So if I click on that, automatically you are going to realize that over here we have a change in the properties that have been displayed here. Now I'm going to actually cancel this and then try to click on the scale tool again. Come over here, click on that drop down, and then click on the scale tool. If I click on the scale tool, you are going to realize that the properties here are actually going to change. Okay, so let me come here and click on the scale tool. And you can see the properties have now changed, and I am now in scaling mode. Now what can I do in scaling mode? You can simply go to any object. I will come over here to this particular layer that I have, click on it, and then decide to scale it by reducing the size or scale it by increasing the size. Just click on it, hold and drag, and you have the ability to actually scale it to a smaller size or scale it to a larger size. Now, while you are scaling, you realize that the properties here, such as the width for scaling and the height, are actually changing. All right. So if I scale it to a smaller size, you can see that the values of the width and height are getting smaller. And then if I scale it to a larger size, the values have gotten bigger. So you can scale it by holding and dragging, or you can also come over here and then put in a random value for the width. Let's say I want it to be scaled to a value of 1000 for the width. Automatically, you can see it just got a bit bigger, right? So that is for using the scale tool. Whenever you are working with the scale tool and you use it to actually scale an object, either by reducing or increasing it, when you are done, you are actually still in scale mode. Okay, so you can see that I still have these scale properties here. Now, if you are done with your scaling and you want to exit the scale mode, you have to then click on the escape key on your keyboard. So in order for me to edit the scale mode, now that I am done scaling, I'll click on escape key on my keyboard. Automatically, I have now left the scale mode and I'm now in the move mode as well, because I have the move tool now selected. Now, the same thing applies to every other tool that you have here. Okay, if you select the hand tool, for example, and then you are moving the canvas, when you are done, in order for you to go back to the move tool, in order for you to exit this hand tool mode and go back to the default move tool, click on escape on your keyboard, and you can see now that I have come back to the move tool that will enable me select and move objects on the Figma canvas. So now we've talked about the move tool, talked about the hand tool, and we've talked about the scale tool. You would also realize that while we were selecting each of these tools, selecting the move tool, hand tool, and the shape tool, we actually have a shortcut to each of them placed as hotkeys beside them. So you can see over here, I have the letter V, letter K, and letter H and letter K. Now, this also applies to every other tool that we are going to be checking out. Now, what this simply means is that if you want to actually select any of these tools and you don't want to come to this Figma toolbar, you can simply go to your Figma canvas. Right now, I have the move tool selected. So if I want to select the hand tool, I'll just click on letter H on my keyboard. Automatically, you see, and I have the hand tool, and I can use it to perform its functions. If I want to select the scale tool, I can click on letter K on my keyboard. Automatically, you see, I am now in scale mode. So instead of coming to this toolbar to select each of the tools, you can also use these hotkeys that I have here. If you want to select the move tool, you can click on letter V. If you want to select the hand tool, you can click on letter H. If you want to select the scale tool, you can click on letter K. But remember that even after selecting any of those tools, you always want to actually move or go back to the default move tool by clicking on the escape key. So let's say I click on the hand tool by clicking on letter H. I can now move the canvas around. When you are done with whatever action that you are carrying out, you need to actually go back to the default move tool by clicking on the escape key. So always remember to click on the escape key to go back to the default move tool whenever you are done with using any of these tools that we have here. The same thing applies to many other tools which we are actually going to be checking out in this dynamic toolbar. At this particular point, I want us to look at Introduction to Shape Tools. Let us look at Introduction to Shape Tools. Now, here in Figma, shape tools are actually 2D or two-dimensional tools that we actually design or use in most designs in Figma. In order for us to see the shape tools, I'll come over to this particular toolbar. Okay, and once I come to the toolbar, I'll hover on this shape that I'm seeing there. You see, it says rectangle. Okay, because right now the shape tool that is displayed there is actually a rectangle. But beside it, there's actually a drop down. So let me hover on the drop down. And when you hover on the drop down, you can see that label that comes up and that says shape tools. I'll click on the drop down. The moment I click on the drop down, all the shape tools that I have here in Figma are going to be displayed for me. So I have the rectangle tool, which I can click on and draw a rectangle, or use the hotkey or shortcut, which is letter R. I have the line tool with the hotkey or shortcut, which is letter L. I have the arrow tool, and like I said, the hotkey or shortcut for each of the tools will always be written at the right hand side here. So after that, I have the ellipse tool for drawing an ellipse. I have the polygon tool. I have the star tool, and I have this region that gives me the ability to bring an image or a video into Figma. So we are going to be looking at these tools one after the other and checking their properties here on the properties panel. So if I want to actually draw a rectangle, all I need to do is come over here, select rectangle. Now the moment I select it, something happens. I'm going to click on my escape key and perform that action again. I'll come over here to shape tools, click on my drop down. You can see that at this point, I still have my mouse cursor set to the move tool by default because the move tool is actually highlighted here. Now, once I click on this rectangle tool, what's going to happen is that I'm going to actually have a change from the move to a plus sign, letting me know that I am now ready to make a shape or the rectangle shape on the Figma canvas. So the moment I click on rectangle here, you can now see that I have actually left the move tool and I am now having the rectangle shape tool selected, and the symbol I now have here is a plus or cross sign. Okay, so now that I have the rectangle tool selected, I can simply come over to this Figma canvas, hold and drag on any region of the Figma canvas, and automatically I have a rectangle created for me. Now, in order for us to be able to see this clearly, I want to actually toggle off the fill color or the color of this particular canvas right now, because it's possible for you to change the color. Like I said, I can come over here, change the color of the canvas. Okay, I can also decide that I don't want any color on this canvas, so I'll come over here to this eye icon here. Now, to change the color of the canvas, of course, you need to use this little box here. Click on it. When you click on it, a color picker comes up. Okay, so this is the color picker. So you can use this color picker to change the color of the canvas, like we've seen. Or if you don't want to give the canvas any color at all, you can go to the right here and you are going to see this little toggle visibility icon there. Once I click on it, automatically I now see that the color of the canvas has now been removed. So let us work in this particular mode with the color toggled off. So like I said, if you want to create a rectangle or any shape tool, you have to come over here to the dynamic toolbar, click on that drop down and then select the shape tool. So if I create a rectangle, hold and drag on the canvas, automatically we have what? We have a rectangle created. So if you want to create any other shape tool, you do the same thing. Click on the drop down. You want to create, let's say, an ellipse. Select the ellipse, then hold and drag, and then you have an ellipse created, just like we have it here right now. Now, the moment you create a particular shape tool like this, automatically you are going to realize that we have properties here on the properties panel, and we have the name of the shape tool written here on the layers panel. So let's take this out and let's create this shape tool again. I can go to the dynamic toolbar, select the tool and create it, or since I want to create just a rectangle, I can click on the arrow key on my keyboard and I am now ready to actually create the rectangle because I now have the plus sign here, right, or the cross symbol letting me know that I can now hold and drag on the canvas. Once I hold and drag, automatically I have created a rectangle. Now, when we create a particular shape tool, automatically the shape tool will be selected, and you can see that in this case, this shape tool is selected. How do I know that it's selected? You can see that there's a bounding line around it. Okay? There's a line around this particular object now, a blue bounding line around it, letting me know that this object is selected. And even after the bounding lines around it, I can see that I have little boxes at the edge. There's a little box here at every vertex of this particular rectangle, also letting me know that this rectangle is selected. And like I said, while the rectangle or shape tool is selected, the name is going to be displayed here as a label. Now you can see it says rectangle 2, which simply means I already drew a rectangle before, which was rectangle 1, as you can see here. But right now I have rectangle 2 selected. And then the properties of that rectangle are going to be displayed here on the properties panel. Okay, you can see over here we have the width of the rectangle, we have the height of the rectangle, we also have the color of the rectangle. So you can decide to edit or design this rectangle by changing or adjusting the properties of this particular rectangle or shape tool here on the properties panel. So if I decide that I want a wider rectangle, I can come over here. Right now I can see that the width of this particular rectangle is 601. I can decide to change that width from 601 to, let's say, 800. Automatically I have a rectangle with more width or a longer width, right? I can decide to come over here as well and change the height of that rectangle from 459, which I now have, to, let's say, 600, and you can see that I have a taller rectangle, which simply means I can change the properties of this particular shape tool by just changing the width and height here on the properties panel. And that is why this panel is actually called the properties panel, because it is used to edit the properties of any particular object or shape tool which is actually drawn or designed here on the Figma canvas. Right now, it's not very compulsory that if I want to edit the width and the height, I have to come here and manually input values into this little box for the width and the height in order for me to change them. I can simply select my shape tool while it is still on the canvas, okay, and take my mouse to the edge of the shape tool and then hold and drag on that edge and increase the width manually, or take it to this region, hold and drag on it and increase the height manually. You can see that while I'm changing the height, automatically this value here is also adjusting to the change or property of the rectangle in terms of its height. So once I change the height of this particular rectangle, you can now see that the values here are also adjusting as I either reduce the height or increase the height of the rectangle. So that is how you can use the properties panel to adjust the height or width of any particular shape tool that is actually drawn on the Figma canvas. Now take note of the fact that just as we can use the width and height here to adjust these properties, the same is going to apply to every other shape tool that we are going to be looking at. Okay, be it a line, an arrow, ellipse, polygon, or star, which we are going to be looking at in a couple of minutes. Now, aside from changing the dimensions of this particular rectangle in terms of its width and its height, okay, we can also decide to change the color of this particular object that we've actually drawn here. Change the color, make sure that you have the rectangle selected, because you can actually select an object and deselect an object here on the canvas. Right now I have this object selected. If I want to deselect it, all I need to do is I will take my mouse cursor and then click on the empty canvas. Automatically I have the object deselected, and you can see that there are no boundary lines around this object anymore at the perimeter of the object. Okay, so in this state, this object is deselected. To select it, take your mouse over it and then click on it. Automatically you have it selected, and then you have these properties coming up, and then you have the rectangle name written here. Now this default name that Figma gives to us on the layers panel can actually be changed. I can decide to select this, okay, and change that name there to something like main rectangle. So you have the ability to edit the name of any object that you've drawn here in Figma. Now what we want to do now is that we want to actually try to see how we can change the fill color of this rectangle. So for that reason, I will have the rectangle selected and come over to the properties panel. You can see a region that says fill. Okay, there's a label here that says fill, and under this label you are going to see a little box, okay, with a color code. Now this code here simply refers to the hexadecimal code of this particular color that this object has at this particular moment. Okay, so if I want to change this color, if I know the code or if I know any other color code, I can simply click on this region and then simply put in a different color code in order for me to have a different color here on this object. So let's say I want to change it with the code, right? I can decide to select it and then click on any color code that I know. Click on enter. Automatically you see I've changed this particular color of this object from that gray to pure white. So that's for that. Alternatively, if you don't know any color code, you can come over to this little box that is here. Click on it. When you click on it, you can see that a color picker comes up, which is this. Okay, and the color picker comes up with properties that give you the ability to actually adjust the colors of this particular object. So there's a handle here. If I click on that handle and drag it, you can see I have automatically changed color of that particular object using the color picker. All right, now when I drag it here, you can see that I have just a region of red here. Okay, so I can change the color to red, change it to pure white, which is this, change it to gray, or even change it to black. All right, now if you want other colors on this object, you can put it in any of this saturated region here. Come over to this other slider, okay, which is the color wheel. Hold and drag on it, and you have the ability to change the color of that object to any other color that you want. Right, so that is how you can change the color of an object that is placed here in Figma. Now take note of the fact that anytime you create something here in Figma, let's say I click on that rectangle shape tool and then I create a rectangle. Okay, so by default, this is what I've created. The moment you actually start changing the properties of this object or this rectangle in this case, the moment you start changing things like the width of the object, the moment you start changing things like the height, that is you already designing the object. Okay, so if I come over here and change the width of that particular object to, let's say, 200, automatically that is me already designing the object. The same thing occurs whenever you change any other property here, be it the fill color of the object or the width or height of this particular object. Okay, so that is us already designing that particular object. So I'm going to select that object now, and I will come over to this properties panel. We've talked about the width and the height. So let's see if there are other properties that we want to talk about. Now, if I come here to this region, I can see that when I hover on this, there's a label there that comes up. The label says corner radius. right now the corner radius of this particular object is set to 0. Okay, and that's why by default there's a 0 value here. So I can click on that particular value that is there, okay, and then edit it. So let's say I want to give this object a particular corner radius. Now what we are going to do is that we are going to copy this object. We are going to actually create a copy of this. First of all, let me change the color of this object to white, okay, or some form of gray so we can clearly see it. Then I'll make a copy of this object and place it here at the bottom. All right, so we can compare the original with the final one that we are going to get whenever we put a corner radius. So now I have this copy selected, and I will come back to this corner radius property, click on that, and then give this a corner radius of, let's say, 60. Automatically, you can now see that we have a corner radius applied to the former vertex points of this particular object, and then we have it looking like this. Okay, so this was the original one, and this is a rectangle with a corner radius value that is added to it. Now, beside that icon, if you go to the right, you are going to see a little box, and when you hover on it, you can see that a label comes up that says individual corners. All right, so I will click on that. And when I click on that, I have an expanded version of corner radius. Now, originally, when I changed the corner radius value here, automatically I had a corner radius of 60 applied to this object on all corners. Okay, so I had it applied at this point, this point, this point, and this point here, automatically by just changing one value. Now, there are times where you want to actually change the corner radius of an object, okay, on, let's say, at one of the ends and not at every end of the object. So for example, let's say I want to change the corner radius at this top left corner here. I can simply come to this region now and then click on it and put a corner radius value that is different from every other value that I have there for every other point. So I can come over here, put a corner radius value of, let's say, 100. Okay, I should have selected this now. So I'm going to select this, put a corner radius value of, let's say, 100 there. And automatically, you can see that we have a corner radius applied only to this end here. I can still select it, go to any other region, put in a corner radius value of, let's say, 200 there. Automatically, I have a different corner radius applied here. Now that I have two different values of the corner radius applied at this point and this point, once you come over here, you are going to see that for this area that talks about the corner radius, you can see that there's a label there now that says mixed, which simply means that I have different corner radius values for this particular object. Unlike the former one where I came here to the corner radius property and put in a corner radius of, let's say, 60. Automatically, every region has the same corner radius. So I have top left having a corner radius of 60. All right, I have the top right corner having a corner radius of 60. I have the bottom left having a corner radius of 60. And then I have the bottom right corner having a corner radius of 60. So I have the corner radius of 60 applied to every region of this object at the vertex point. All right, so in this case, we just have a corner radius of 60 applied to all regions, and for that reason, we are going to see corner radius value here because it is uniform. Now, but for this other case now, I have the corner radius value of 100 applied at the top left, and over here at the bottom right corner, I have a corner radius of 200. So it is now mixed. So you can now see that over here, I have a mixed corner radius. Okay, so this icon here, which is now selected, gives me the ability to apply a corner radius to each of the individual points. Okay, so if I actually want to collapse this region after applying a different corner radius to this point and this point, I'll come over here, click on the icon again, and you can see it is now collapsed. Okay, to expand it again, I'll hover on it, and then label comes up that says individual corners. Okay, so I have this as an individual corner, I have this as an individual corner, I have this as an individual corner. So once I select it, it brings up each of the individual corners, giving me the ability to actually apply a corner radius to those corners one after the other. All right, so in my case now, I'm going to just select this and give all the corners a uniform corner radius of, let's say, 100. So now I have this. Also, after giving this a corner radius of 100 in this case, you can see that to the right here, there's also another icon there that talks about corner smoothing. So when I hover on it, I can see a label that comes up or a tooltip that comes up that says corner smoothing. So what's going to happen? Let me click on that, and you can see that I have another menu coming up, giving me the ability to apply corner smoothing to this particular rectangle. Now, what is corner smoothing? In order for us to explain that, I'm going to zoom this in and then I'm going to bring in those Figma guides from the rulers. So I'll bring this in and I'll place it here. Let's zoom in on that object. All right, I'll place it somewhere here. And then bring this in. Take a ruler from the top, a horizontal ruler. Take a guide from the ruler and then bring it somewhere here. All right. Now you realize that anytime a corner radius is applied to an object, there's actually a curve at that point. Okay. Now that object, like in this case, we have a corner radius applied to this, and then we have a curve from here to here. Now that curve is actually joining this straight part of this object and this straight part of this object at an intersection point. Okay. And the intersection point is where I have now placed this guide. You can see that this curve joins this straight part of this object at this intersection point. So this is the point where this curvy part joins this straight part. So I'll take my guide and place it there. All right. Also, for this region, I have this curve joining this straight part at a region around here. Now I'm not being pixel perfect right now, but I'm just trying to take the points that are visible enough for me. Okay. So let me zoom out a bit. So now I have that this is the region where I have applied. Okay, I think somewhere here is the best point. Now this is the region where I have actually applied corner radius. Okay, now you can see that since this curve joins this straight line at this particular point, this point is still looking like a corner or a point of intersection. It's as if there's a particular little edge there. If I take this out, you can see the point where this curve actually joins this line at this particular point here. Let's zoom in a bit. So it's as if there's also something like a little curve or a little intersection point at this point where this curve joins this straight line, which I'm going to now place my Figma guide. All right. Now the same thing here. Unlike the former case that we had, where we had no particular corner radius applied to it. Let me make this a corner radius value of 0. Now I have this. In this case, I have a vertex, right? But for this rectangle where I have a corner radius value applied to it, I can see that there's an intersection point between this curve and this straight line, and that's this point here, where this guide is actually intersecting the rectangle. Also, there's an intersection point between this corner radius and this point here, and that's this area here, right? Now, there are times where you want to make this point actually look more curvy than it is. Okay, you actually want to remove that intersection that you are seeing, that you want to actually make it more curvy in such a way that it will be difficult to see where this curve actually meets this straight line part of this particular object. In that case, we are going to smoothen the curve in such a way that I will have a more smoothened area around here and around here, and that's where you are going to apply what's called corner smoothing. So what we are going to do now is that I'm going to select this rectangle. Now let's use this opportunity to talk about some quick shortcuts. Okay, if you want to actually undo a particular action that you've done, you can just click on Ctrl+C, just like you have on most other softwares. Let's say, for example, I make a copy of this, hold and drag it here. Okay, and then I want to actually undo this. I can click on Ctrl+Z. Automatically, it takes me back to the previous state. Okay, so now I want to make a copy of this. So what I will do is I will just select it, hold my Alt key, and then hold and drag. Okay, and I've simply made a copy of this rectangle. So now I want to apply this corner smoothing property to one of these rectangles. So I'll select this and then come over to that icon there that says corner smoothing. Click on it and then take this slider from left to right. Now you are going to realize that. Let's take it back. Okay, like I said, in as much as there's a curve at this point, there's an intersection point between this curve and this one and this straight part of this object. And this is the intersection point. Now you are going to realize that if I select it and then I start increasing the corner smoothing value, you see that when I take it from left to right, automatically I have that area looking rounder, okay, making it more difficult for you to actually see these intersection points between this straight part and this curve that I have here, right? So once I take it to the right, automatically it's now looking rounder. So I now have a rounder looking corner at this particular point and at every other point. Now you can see that if I remove the Figma guides, you can see that this object is actually looking more rounded compared to this object, all right? Because I have now applied corner smoothing property to it. So I have more corner smoothing at this point okay, making it more difficult for you to actually see the intersection points between this curvy area and the straight line. Okay, so I have a more smoothing curve at each of the ends, the left here, the right here, and also left and right at the bottom. So that's what the corner smoothing property actually does. It helps you to smoothing your corners. So I can select this as well and then come over to this icon that talks about corner smoothing. Okay, let's zoom in a bit so we can see what happens whenever I move the slider from left to right. So I'll hold this and then I'll start moving it. Automatically, you realize that we have more smoothing corners around this point and around those intersection points that we talked about. Okay, you can see I have more smoothing corners. Now you can see the effect as I move towards the slider. So those intersection points are actually becoming more and more smoothed. That's what the corner smoothing property actually does for the corner radius of any object that you actually apply it to. So now we've talked about the width of the object, we've talked about the height of the object, okay, and then we've talked about the corner smoothing and corner radius property of the object. I'm going to select this. I'm going to deselect this icon now in order for me to collapse that area. Okay, we've also talked about the fill property of an object, which simply means adding a fill color to an object, where we brought up the color picker and then move the handle around in order for us to change the color of the object. Now we have other properties here, which are stroke property, effects property, and we also have a label that talks about exports. Now we are going to be looking into this as we proceed in the bootcamp. Now before we talk about other properties of this object, because if you notice, ever since when we want to talk about the measurement values, for example, for the width, I'll be like, okay, let me come over here and change the value of the width to, let's say, 1,000, okay? And then click on enter, and I have a longer looking object. However, you should know that each of these values that are here actually have a measurement unit, okay? And that's what we are going to talk about, the measurement units that are usually used here in Figma. Now, in Figma, the measurement units that are usually used are pixels, percentages, and degrees, okay? So we have pixels, percentages, and degrees. Let me change the color of this to white. The measurement values that are used here in Figma are pixels, percentages, and degrees. Now, how do you know if we have an object in a measurement value of pixels? If I select this rectangle and I come to the properties panel, you are going to realize that there are some values here that are giving no measurement unit. Let's say, for example, I hover on this. You can see that there's no measurement unit on this, right? I just have 255. I hover on this. There's no measurement unit here. I just have 1436, which is just a value. Now, but if I come to this region here, this rotation property, you can see that in this case, this has a measurement unit. Now, this is 0 degrees, right? If I come to the width and the height, I also have no measurement units there, okay? Now, anytime you are working with an object here in Figma and you realize that the width properties or height properties or any values here have no measurement units, automatically those measurement units are already in pixels, right? So if I select this rectangle, this is a width of 368 pixels, or px for short. This is a height of 293 pixels, or px for short, right? Now for the corner radius property, you can see that over here the value is 0. So if I change this to 20, this is me giving this object a corner radius of what? Of 20 pixels. So in summary, any particular value that you see here on this properties panel that has no measurement unit attached to it, automatically that value is in pixels. Now, if the value is actually in percentages or degrees, you are going to see percentages or degrees attached to the value property of that object. For example, now that we have this rectangle selected, if I come over here, you can see that over here I have a value here. Once I hover on it, it says opacity. Then we have a measurement unit of what? Of percentage around it. So this is an opacity of what? 100%. If I come over here and I hover on this, it talks about rotation. Okay, so this is a 0 degree rotation, because you can see that we have a degree value there. So to summarize, just know that for the measurement units here in Figma, we have pixels, we have percentages, we have degrees. Okay, any measurement value that is in percentages, we are going to have the percentage symbol close to it, just as we saw while we are looking at what? The opacity. Any measurement value that is measured in degrees, we are going to see the degree symbol close to it, just as we saw while we're looking at the rotation of that particular object. Aside from these two in percentages or degrees, any other value that you see here on the properties panel that has no measurement units attached to it is automatically in pixels, which is given as px for short. Okay, so take note of that. Now let's come back to shape tools. We are still talking about shape tools. So let's say I click on this rectangle again, and then I make a simple drawing of it on the Figma canvas. Now, when the rectangle is selected, like we said, we are going to see a lot of properties here. So we've looked at the width and the height. And for every object that you are going to be drawing in Figma, we are always going to have the width here first before the height, okay? Because that actually gives you the ability to calculate the aspect ratio of an object, which is actually the ratio of width to height. And that is why even here in Figma, we have the width first before we have what? We have the height. Now, there are times when you want to actually create an object, and then let's say I want to change the width and height value, or I want to give the width and height an equal value. So I will come over here, for example, and make this, let's say 100 pixels. Okay, and then I have something like this. Or let's change that to 1000 pixels. And I have something like this. All right. And then if I want to change the height value, I can come over here and make this 2000 pixels. I have something like this. Or I can decide to give them equal height values by making this 1000 pixels as well. I have something like this. So this is me changing the width and height value individually. So let's say I have this rectangle here. Let me make a copy, and then let's say I want to increase the value of this rectangle or the size of this rectangle. And then I come over here and I change this from 1000 pixels to 2000 pixels. I have something like this. Fine. And I come over to the height and change it, let's say by an equal amount, 2000 pixels. I have something like this. Now, there's a way you can actually change the width and height of a particular object, okay, by just changing one of them instead of changing both of them all the time. Now, in that case, that's why we are going to look at this icon here, which is referred to as the lock aspect ratio icon or the constraint proportions icon. So that's what it's called. Now, this can be used to lock the width and height of this particular rectangle. So I can come over here, select the rectangle, and then lock this particular icon there. Now, once you lock it up, you can see that by clicking on it, you've locked it up and it is now highlighted. Okay, which simply means that this lock aspect ratio icon is now highlighted and functioning. So any change I make to the width, automatically the height will increase by the same proportion. Okay, it doesn't mean that doesn't mean that if this is 1000, this must also be 1000, or if this is 2000 pixels, this must also be 2000 pixels. They just increase proportionally. For example, let's say before locking the icon, I had a width of, let's say, 2000 pixels here, and I had a height of 1000 pixels here. Now, if I click on that icon, now it is now locked, which simply means if I change the width, the height is going to be changing. Now, they are going to be changing by an equal proportion or by the same aspect ratio. If I come over here, this is 2000 pixels and this is 1000 pixels. If I make this 1000 pixels, for example, automatically you can now see that this has reduced to what? To 500 pixels. Okay, if I change this to, let's say, 4000 pixels, this has increased to what? To 2000 pixels. Now, what that simply means is that any value that I have here, there's always a relation of the width to the height. And like I told you, the ratio of width to height is referred to as what? As the aspect ratio. Okay, so by locking this icon, you are going to have a constant aspect ratio such that the moment you change the value of the width, automatically the height is going to increase proportionally to that change in value. So using the lock aspect ratio icon doesn't necessarily mean that the width and height must be equal. Okay, I can decide to give them equal values. Let's say before locking it up, I can come over here, give them equal values. Let's say I make this 2000 pixels, just the way I have a height of 2000 pixels. So in this case, my aspect ratio is 2000 to 2000, which simply is 1:1. Okay, so if I lock it up and I change this to 4000 pixels, automatically this will also change to what? 4000 pixels. So for example, I put in 4000, that becomes 4000 pixels. Okay, still giving me the same constant aspect ratio of 1:1. Now, if I decide that, okay, I want to make this 4000 pixels and I want to make this 8000 pixels. All right, and then I come back and I lock up that icon, automatically I have a particular aspect ratio now, 4000 to 8000, which is an aspect ratio of 1 to 2. Now, what that simply means is that if I increase this to, let's say, 8,000 pixels, automatically this is going to increase towards 16,000 pixels when I click on my enter key. Okay, so I have 8,000 pixels and 16,000 pixels. So locking up this icon gives me the ability to have a constant aspect ratio, okay, with which I can simply increase the width or height of any shape that I have here in what? Here in Figma. So that is it for the constraint proportions icon and for actually changing or adjusting the aspect ratio of an object that I have here in Figma. Now, if I have this object selected, we've talked about the width, the height, and the lock aspect ratio icon. Okay, and we've talked about corner radius as well as the giving it a fill color from the color picker. Now, if you check the properties panel at the top here, you realize that there are other properties that we could also talk about. For every object that is selected, or for every object that is created here in the Figma canvas, if I come over here, select the rectangle and create it, every object has what's referred to as coordinate points, represented by these x and y values that we have here. So if I hover on this, it says the x position, that's the x coordinate point. And if I hover on this, it says the y position, which is the y coordinate point. And that talks about the position of this object relative to the canvas. Okay, so that's just it. I can decide to adjust this object or the position of this object by adjusting these values as well. And that's why if I click on it and I move, you can see that those values are actually what? They are actually moving. Now we are going to look into these coordinate points later on when we'll talk about frames, and then you understand it better. Figma has an infinite canvas, so for that reason, it's very difficult for us to get an origin whenever we are working with Figma. These coordinate points are not really something that you bother yourself about at this particular point, but in order for us to properly explain it, I'm just going to give a display of this by using frames. Okay, now this is not me really introducing you to frames, but I just want to use it to explain these coordinate points and why I would consider Figma to be an infinite canvas. Okay, now a frame is like a limited canvas. If I come to my toolbar, you can see that there's this hash symbol here. Now over on it, you can see label that comes up says frame. So I want to click on that and then hold and drag on my keyboard. Okay, I'm going to see frame. Now this looks like the rectangle which we have been talking about, but there's actually a difference because if we come over here to the properties, so the layers panel, you can see that over here I have frame written here, frame height. Okay, and then when I hover on this icon here, a label comes up that says frame. Now you can see that the symbol for a frame is this hash symbol here. Okay, but if I select a rectangle, you can see the symbol of a rectangle is a rectangle. Okay, so take note of that. One of the major ways you can differentiate a frame from a rectangle is by looking at their symbol. And not just the labels on the names, because I can select this particular frame that I've created, okay, and then change the name to rectangle if I want to. So the labels or the names are not really sufficient. You can change this name now to, let's say, rectangle. And that's it. But that doesn't make it a rectangle. It is still a frame. So using the labels or names is not really sufficient for you to actually identify or differentiate a frame from rectangle. We'll go into this much later. But just know that if you want to identify a rectangle, the most effective way is to look at the symbol, not just the name. The name is a good way to identify it. Of course, the name is always a good way to identify any object on the Figma canvas. But one of the most effective ways is to actually look at the symbol of the object that you have drawn. And then look at, as you can see here, the symbol here is a rectangular symbol, right? And when I hover on it, a label comes up that says rectangle. But for a frame, if I select it and I come over here and over on it, the label that comes up says frame, and you can see the symbol is the hash symbol. All right, so that's for that. So this is a frame. Now, if I have a frame, you know that when you want to make designs here in Figma, you actually make your designs inside the canvas. Okay, so you make your designs here in the Figma canvas. However, there are times where you want to make your designs in a limited canvas, and then you can use a frame. Now, what do I mean? I can come over here, just draw any rectangular object, draw a rectangle. Okay, let me give the rectangle any other color. Let's say I give it this blue color. Then hold the rectangle and put it inside this frame. Right, and I have the frame carrying the rectangle. For example, if I select the frame and move it around, you can see it's carrying the rectangle. In order for us to understand those coordinate points, realize that if I should select this rectangle, for example, bring it out, I want to copy. I'll copy that rectangle, select this frame. Then while the frame is selected, I'll right click and then paste that rectangle. Just click on paste here. Automatically, I have the rectangle inside what? Inside this frame, right? Now, if I hold this rectangle and I take it to this very top here, let's say I align it to this top, you can see that the X value here for the coordinate point is 0 and the Y value here is 0. Now that simply means that this rectangle is at the origin of this particular canvas. Now the moment I begin to move this rectangle, if I select it and I start moving it to the right, automatically you can see the X value changing, which simply means that I am now positioning this rectangle somewhere else within this particular limited what? Canvas. Okay, so at this particular point, that's the origin. At the point where we have the top section of the rectangle aligning with the top of the frame, and then the left section aligning with the left side of the frame, have the object at the what? At the origin. I can decide to hold and drag and move it to the right, or I can come to these coordinate points and also use them to move the object. For example, if I give that a value of 20 pixels, see, it has actually moved, but since the value is very little, that's why the motion was not very visible. So I'm going to select it now. I'll give it a value of, let's say, 500 pixels. You can see, right? So this is us actually adjusting the position of this particular object using the coordinate point. So the coordinate points actually just describe the position of an object. Now at this point, the Y coordinate point here is 0. I can come over here, make that, let's say, 2000. And let's see. You can see this is the position of this particular object right now. Okay, inside what? Inside this frame. Now, just as an object inside a frame has coordinate points that actually give or that actually indicate the location of the object inside the frame, which is actually now a finite canvas. This object outside the frame equally has a coordinate point. So this object that is inside this Figma canvas equally has its own coordinate points. Those are the values that are represented here. The only difference is that for a frame, you can actually just easily locate the origin. Okay, because you can just take the object here and place it at the origin. And then you have X value of 0 and a Y value of 0, because a frame is a finite canvas. Okay, but this Figma canvas here is an infinite canvas, and so for that reason, getting to the origin, getting this object to the origin might not be something that's very feasible for you, right? So that's for that. So now you now understand what these values are and what coordinate points are. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to select everything that I have here. Okay, let me select everything that we've drawn so far, and I'm going to take everything out by clicking on my delete key. Okay, I'll select this, click on my delete key, take it out. Now I'm going to zoom in now on this particular canvas. Now, when you want to zoom in, like I said, hold your control key, then scroll your knob, right? Automatically, you have the ability to zoom in into the what? Into the canvas. Now, that is for you using the hotkey. Now, you can also zoom in using this particular or changing this particular percentage value that I have here. Let's say, for example, I draw an object here on the Figma canvas, and then I give it a particular color. Okay, I can zoom out of the object by holding Control and then scrolling my knob, right? Or I can come over here and change the zoom percentage values of this particular object now. I can change this from 130% to, let's say, 90%. Let's say I have zoomed out of it. Okay, if I want to zoom in, I can increase the value. I can change it from 90 to, let's say, 200. I have zoomed in on that object now. So this is how you can zoom out and zoom in while you are working here in Figma. Now, another thing you want to know is that, because when we're actually using these zoom values, what we are zooming in and out of is actually the objects on the canvas. Okay, we are zooming out of the objects on the canvas, and then we are zooming into the canvas right now. It's also possible for you to actually zoom in on the panels, okay, on these particular panels that you have here. Now, this might happen accidentally, so it's very, very important that we'll talk about it, because it happens more often than not. Now, if I want to zoom in, because there are two ways to zoom in Figma, okay? First of all, or better still, I should say that there are two types of zoom methods in Figma. You can zoom in on the canvas, or you can zoom in on the panels. We already know how to zoom in and out of the canvas, so let's see how to zoom in and out of these panels that I have here. Now, if you want to do that, what you can do is, I will select this object and then bring up something like a plugin. But since we've not started talking about plugins, let's just bring up the color picker. I'll select this object, okay, and then I'll come over here to this section that says fill. Look for that little box there. Click it and then bring up color picker. And once I bring up the color picker now, I'm going to hold my control key and then scroll my knob on this color picker, and you are going to realize that the interface of these panels will start actually zooming in. Okay, so I will hold my control key and scroll my knob. Automatically, you can see the assets panel or the layers panel and the properties panel actually zooming in right now. And then I can also scroll on my knob to zoom out of it. Okay. So in this particular display, I have a much bigger layers and properties panel. All right, I can also zoom out to get tinier layers and properties panel, just in case you don't want to actually completely toggle off your layers panel and your properties panel, but you want more space inside your Figma canvas. You can use this option to actually zoom in or zoom out of object. Now, if I want to set this back to what I had before, while you are zooming in and out of the picker, you are going to realize that there is a little box here, okay, like a little menu item comes up here, right, that says reset. So if you want to reset these zoom values for the panels back to the original zoom value that we had, or back to the default state, you can just click on reset. Okay, I will zoom in and then go there quickly and click on reset. Automatically, I have everything back to its normal state, which now with this being the normal size of the layers panel and this being the normal size of the properties panel. So those are the two ways to actually zoom in and out of an object in Figma. You can zoom in and out of the canvas, which is fine. Also, you can zoom in and out of the panels. And also recall that we talked about another way of toggling off the panels using this icon here. Okay, that will just collapse it. Or using Control and / just toggle it off. Alright, so that's for that. Now I'm going to select this rectangle. As I select it now, let's look at other properties that we have here. We've talked about these x and y values being the coordinates values that indicate the position of this rectangle on this infinite canvas. Okay, so that's for that. If you come to this next region here, you can see that when I hover on it, it says rotation. Now, what's going to happen if I put in a different value there, aside from the default value of 0 that I'm seeing there? Let's actually put in a value and let's see the effect. I'm going to change that now from 0 to 100 degrees. You can see now that it's in degrees, and that's why we have the degree units written there. Okay, so I can change this from 0 to 100 degrees, and you can see I have the ability to rotate this object using the rotation values that I have here. I can rotate that to 200 degrees. Then I have this. Now, in order for me to undo this, let me simply click on Ctrl Z to go back to what we had before. To undo a particular action, you can use Ctrl Z. Okay, then to actually bring back the action, you can use Ctrl Y. All right, so if I want to undo this, I'll click on Ctrl Z and it's actually taking me back now to the original state. Now, if I want to take it forward, I'll click on Ctrl Y. Then I have this. All right, so that's for that. Now, aside from using these rotation values here, there are also other ways we could rotate this object. Okay, the moment you actually draw an object on the Figma canvas, if you take your cursor while it's in the move state or while the move tool is selected, let me bring it close to the edge. Automatically, you see that it changes from this move icon here into another icon here that looks like a rotation icon, right? So I can click on that point, hold and drag, and automatically rotate objects, okay, around a particular anchor point, which is this anchor point here. Now you can also select the anchor point and then you position it wherever you want to position it. Let's position it here. Then let me take my mouse close to the edge and then rotate it, and it's going to be rotated around this new anchor point that I have here. So that is how you can actually rotate an object here in Figma. So you can use the rotation property here, or you can just come over here and actually just rotate it manually. Now we have other icons here that this talks about rotate 90-degree right. So this is actually to rotate an object at an angle of 90 degrees. So if I click on it, automatically it rotates by 90 degrees. If I click on it again, it rotates again by another 90 degrees, just like that. Okay. And aside from that, we have two other icons here. So if I hover on this, it says flip horizontal, and if I hover on this, it says flip vertical. Now these are actually used to flip an object horizontally and vertically. Now in this case, even if we flip this object, we may not notice the flip action. For example, now that I have it selected, let me come over here and click on flip horizontal. See, it has actually flipped, but we are not noticing the flip action. So what we are going to do is that later on we are going to bring an image into the Figma canvas, and then we are going to come back to look into these flip properties that has to do with flipping horizontally and flipping vertically. I've talked about all the properties or most of the properties of this particular shape tool that we've drawn here. Okay, starting from the coordinate points to the rotation properties down to the width, which also talks about the aspect ratio. We talked about locking the width, okay, in order for us to be able to increase the size of this object proportionally, right? We've talked about this corner radius property that gives us the ability to apply a corner radius to it, and also there's corner smoothing that makes us or gives us the ability to smoothen the corners that we've created. And we've also talked about giving the object a fill color. Now, when you give an object a fill color, to the right of this particular box here that we use to actually bring up the color picker, to the right of it, you are going to see that there is a percentage symbol there, and when I hover, it says opacity. So this is used to change the opacity of this particular object. Now, changing the opacity simply talks about adjusting the transparency of the object. Okay, so if I want to make this object very transparent, I can select that value and give its value of, let's say, 10%. Okay, you can see right now it's so transparent, it's almost like there's no fill color there, but there's still a fill color. Alternatively, let's change this from 10% to, let's say, 40%. You can now see that I have a transparent looking rectangular shape where I can see through the color and I can see the background of the canvas through the color of this object. So this is used to either increase or reduce the opacity of the object. When the opacity is 100%, simply means that the object is completely opaque, and for that reason you cannot see through the object. Now, other properties like the stroke effects, and effect, are properties that we are going to talk about as we move on in the bootcamp. So with that, we are done with this shape tool, okay, and we are done with trying to edit properties of shape tool as it relates to a rectangle. So at this point, I'm going to select everything and then click on my delete key, take all that out. The next thing I want us to do is let's look at other shape tools and see their properties. I will come over here to my dynamic toolbar, okay, and then click on this drop down. Because if you click on this rectangle here and you if I click on the rectangle and I try to create a shape tool, it's also going to create a rectangle because I selected a rectangle. So in order for you to actually select other shape tools, you go close to the rectangle and then you are going to see this particular drop down there. Click on that drop down. Then you are going to see that you have the ability to actually select other shape tools. And the next shape today is the line, but I want us to treat that lastly. So I'll come over here. The line and the arrow are things we are going to treat lastly. So I'll come over here to this shape tool that says ellipse. I'll click on it. And once I click on it, I am now ready to draw ellipse on my canvas. So I'll hold and drag on anywhere on the canvas, and then I have an ellipse. Now I can also get a circle from this ellipse. Now for the ellipse, you can see that, let's check the properties panel. The width and height of an ellipse are not equal, right? So you can see in this case, this ellipse has a longer width and a shorter height, right? So that is for an ellipse. Anytime the width and height of any circular object drawn here are not equal, what you've drawn is an ellipse. If I want to get a circle, what you can do is that you can get a circle from the ellipse, but what you will do is make a copy like I've done, and then come here to the properties panel. For a circle, we all know that the width and height are equal, okay, and that's why they are called the diameter. So I'll come over here. For the width, I'm going to put in a value of 400, for example. For the height, I'll put in a value of 400, for example. And what I have now is it's a perfect circle with the same width and height acting as as the diameter of the circle. Now I can also come to this icon here, this lock aspect ratio icon, lock it up, and then I can adjust the size of this circle by just changing now either the width or the height, because we know that anytime we lock up that icon, we just need to change either the width or the height, and then the other property is automatically going to change. So if I change the width, the height will change with it proportionally, or if I change the height, the width will change with it proportionally. So I can come over here. Now that the width is 400, I can give that a width of 200. So automatically I have this circle. With this lock aspect ratio icon, you have the ability to actually adjust the aspect ratio in terms of the width or height of an object, okay, simultaneously by just editing one of them. So that's for that. Now if I should select my ellipse, let's see if I have other properties here that I can talk about for the ellipse. I still have just the width and the height, okay. I have a field, I have the opacity, of course I have the coordinate point. I still have the ability to simply come close to the edge there and it, right? So the properties here are more like the same, or the properties here are very similar to what I have for the rectangle, right? So the properties I have here very similar to what I had for the rectangle. Now, what I'm going to do is that I will take all this out, and then let's select and draw that ellipse again. So in this case, I'll just click on hold and drag, and then select, or I'll click on hold and drag and then draw the word ellipse. Now, when you draw an object like this here in Figma, you are going to realize that there is a little handle, okay, that actually comes with the object. Now, this also applies to the rectangular object that we drew. So I'll come over here, select it, hold and drag, and then draw that rectangle, okay, and then I'll click on it. And once I click on it, you can see that I don't have those little handles when I select it and then take my cursor outside the rectangle. But the moment I move my cursor into the rectangle, you can see I have 4 little handles here, which also gives me the ability to edit this rectangle. So let's see what happens when I hold and drag on any of the rectangles. So I'll come over here, hold and drag on this. Automatically, I am changing the corner radius property of this rectangle. See, at this point, I already have a circular looking shape. Right, so with that, I can simply adjust the corner radius, and you can see that this corner radius value changes as I am moving this. And now the same thing applies if I hold any of the handles, if I hold and drag on any of the handles. So that's what I have. Now for this ellipse, let me take this out. So that's for a rectangle. Now we just created an ellipse here, and when I hover on the ellipse, I can see this little handle here. Okay, so let's see what happens when I hold and drag on that handle. If I hold and drag on that handle, automatically I have 2 extra handles coming up, okay, making it 3 different handles with which I can use to edit this ellipse. So once I hover on this little handle here, a label comes up that says sweep. So this is actually the sweep property of the ellipse, or the sweep property of the circle, depending on whether you drew an ellipse or the circle. You can see this is actually the sweep property of this particular circle. Let me hover on the next one here, which is labeled here as the ratio, and hold and drag on it and see what happens. As I hold and drag, you can see what it's doing right now. It gives me the ability to create something like concentric rings. Okay, it's more like I have a ratio of this bigger curve to this smaller curve there, right? So that's why it's called a ratio. So that's what I have, and this is the effect that I have when I try to increase or reduce it. Now the third handle there is the start handle. Let me click on it, hold and drag, and see the effects. Once you click hold and drag, you can see it gives you the ability to actually decide where this point is actually going to start. So I can place or start from this point here, then go to the sweep, increase sweep percentage, okay, and come over here, adjust the ratio to have something like this. Now these 3 handles are represented here also with these 3 properties that I have here. However, on this it says start, okay, however on this it says sweep, and if I hover on this it says ratio. So as you are adjusting these properties here, automatically they are being adjusted here also on the properties panel. So that is it for working with the shape tool for the circle at this particular point. Now I could use this to actually create, let me try and use this to create something that looks like a progress indicator. Now I will simply come over here, select the ellipse, and then hold and drag on the canvas. I have this. I want to make this ellipse a circle. So what do? I'll need to actually give the width and the height the same value. So I'll come over here and make this 200. Right? Okay, that's too small for me. Now I'll make it 800. I have this. So for the height, I'm going to make it 800 as well. I have this. Right? So I'm going to zoom out a bit. And then I'm going to click on this handle now, and then try to sweep it a bit. Let's say we sweep it to this particular point there. Now hold the ratio, and then I'll have something like this, which is fine. Now what I want to do now is I want to apply a corner radius to these sharp edges that are here. So I'll go to where it says corner radius, right? And then put in corner radius of, let's try a corner radius of 40 pixels, and let's see what we have. We have something like this. I still want it to be more curvy, so I'll put in a corner radius of 100. And then I have this. Okay, so I can select the object, select the sweep handle, and then adjust the percentage sweep to whatever value that I need. Now I want to select this now, and then I want to give it a fill color. So I'll come over here. Let me give this a fill color of yellow. Okay, and you can see that by adjusting this slider here, color of the object is not changing. That's because this little handle is at the neutral section of the color picker. So the only way the color will change is if I take this handle and I place it around the saturated section of the color picker. So now when I adjust or rotate the hue here, automatically the color of the object changes. So I want to give this, let's say, a yellow color. Now I have something. Okay. Now what I can do is I can just create a duplicate of this. Let me hold my Alt key, hold and drag. Then I have it. Okay, I'm going to rotate this now by. Now this is also just using the properties that we just learned about. I'm going to rotate this now by, let's say, 90 degrees. I'll rotate it again. Now I have something like this. I want to change the color of this to, let's change it to any other color. So they'll be different. I will hold and drag on this slider. I have this color. Then I'll hold it and try to position it on top of this one. Okay, perfectly. Okay, now Figma gives me a guide. So with that, I have created something like this, right? I can select any of them now, because right now I'm trying to select this one under it, and you can see that over here I have the ability to select them using their name. So this is ellipse 1, this is for this ellipse, this is ellipse 2, which is one of them here, and this is ellipse 3, which is also one of them here, since I have 2 here now. Now it's possible for me to actually select one and then send it to the back. So let's say, for example, I select this. Let's hold and drag and let's say, okay, I have it selected, and I'm going to right click. When this menu comes up, this menu is called a context menu. You can see I have the ability to bring an object to the front. In this case, it's already at the front, or I can send it to back. Let me send that to the back and let's see what we have. Then we have something like this. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to actually change the color of that. So I don't know if I should use something like a lighter green. Okay, that's for that. I'm going to change this to, let's say, any shade of blue. And that's for this. So with that, I've been able to create something like this, which is similar to the progress indicator. So these are ways that you can actually simply just adjust what, or change or design some of these shape tools. So now that we've talked about ellipse as a shape tool, let's look at other shape tools that we have here. I'll click on this icon and I'll go to, so I've talked about the ellipse. Let's go to a polygon. So I'll click on that. Now that I've clicked on that, I now have the ability to hold and drag on the canvas to draw that polygon that I've selected. So I'll hold and drag, and you see the first polygon that is created is a simple triangle. Now a polygon is any closed shape with 3 or more straight sides. Okay, so the simplest polygon here is triangle, as we have here. Now just like we have for other shape tools, where I select the shape tool and then I hover on it and I see handles that will enable me edit it, I also have the same situation. So I can come to this handle here. In this case, it says, because each of the handles we have different labels depending on the shape tool. So in this case, this handle here is used for adjusting the radius. So if I click on it and then hold and drag, automatically I am adjusting the radius of this particular polygon. Okay, so that's for that. Now we have another handle here that talks about count. Now this is used to increase the number of sides of the polygon. So if I click on it, hold and drag, I can decide to actually get quadrilateral, a pentagon, a hexagon, and every other number size or polygon that I need. All right. Now, in a similar way, we also have those handles represented here. So you can be making your adjustments from here. Like this handle now, which I was using for counts, you can see over here. Right. If I hover on this, it says count. Okay, so I can select that and just put in, let's say, a count of, let's try 12. Then I've changed the polygon to this polygon with this number of sides. Okay, so that's for that working with a polygon. So I'm going to go now and let's look at other shape tools that we have. After the polygon shape tool, we also have the star shape tool. So I'll click on that. Simply I'll hold and drag on the canvas and automatically I have a star. Okay, I can also go to the handles, hold and drag. This is going to actually change the corner radius. You can see corner radius value here changes anytime I am editing this particular handle. Right, I have another handle for ratio, just like I had for circle. Now when you hold and drag on this, this is the effect that you have. I have another handle for count. Right, I can decide to change count of that particular shape that I have there. Okay, so with that, these are also the 3 editing options of this particular shape. So let's go back and see if we have other shape tools. So we've talked about the rectangular shape tool, we've talked about the ellipse shape tool, we've talked about the polygon shape tool, we've talked about the star shape tool. So in this case, now let's look at other shape tools like the line and what an arrow shape tool. So I'm going to start by talking about the line shape tool. So I'll click on that and then zoom in a bit. Click on any point here, hold and drag. Created in the same way as we are creating other shape tools. So as you hold and drag, you can let go, and then you have this. You have a line created, right? You can select the line and then also rotate it by 90 degrees, just like I did for the other shape tool. And then you can also increase thickness of that line by coming here, because the moment I create a line, I am now interacting with a new property which is referred to as the stroke. Okay, because a line is actually a stroke. So if you come over here, you can see that we have a property here that says stroke. Now under it, I will be able to change the color of the line. Okay, I'll change it to any color that I want to. Let's leave it as a white color. I can also come over here and change the thickness of the line. So if I hover on this icon, let's see if any label comes up. No label comes up. So I'm just going to select that value there and change the thickness of this line by putting in a value of, let's say, 20 pixels. Automatically, you see we have a much thicker line. Okay, so that's for that. Now, aside from this, or let's just give this line a thickness of, say, 8 pixels. Then we have something like this. Now, aside from this, we have other properties here that we could also look at. This is opacity. We did that already. So let's look at what happens when we hover on this icon here. It says advanced stroke settings. So if I click on it, let's see what happens. When I click on it, I get this menu here, okay, where I have basic, dynamic, and brush. So let's look at them one after the other. Now, for the basic settings, I can use it to change the style of this particular line. So I will come over here, click on this icon, and then change it from a solid state to a dash state, or from a solid style to a dash style, and I have something like this. Okay, so those advanced stroke settings just give me the ability to just edit properties of the line better. Okay, you can use this now to increase the number of dashes that you have. I can make that 30. Have this, all right, and also you can use this to control the gap between the dashes. Let's see if we have any value here. Let's try to put in a gap of 20. You can see I am changing the gap or distance between the dashes. Or let me put in a gap of 100. I have more gap between the dashes. So these are just used to edit those dashes. Now what I can do is, instead of having a dash style, I want to go back to a solid style. And then I have something like this. Now for the solid style, of course, we've talked about the dashed and solid. So let's see other properties that are here before we go to dynamic. Okay, other properties here. This one here talks about the width profile. So let me click on that drop down, and then let me hover on each of these width profiles and see the effects that I have. So if you hover on this, you have this effect. Okay, you have your line here looking like a spear. You have that. Let me go back to settings now, and then look at other possible profiles that you could give to this line. If I select this, I have my line shape looking like this. Okay, I can select it and give it any particular profile that I want. All right, now there is a label here that talks about, okay, I think for the line we have this, we don't have this activated. We are going to look into this later on when we actually apply the stroke property to, let's say, any other shape to like a rectangle. That's when we are going to look to this. Okay, that's for that. So that's for the basic settings. Now also, when we actually selected the dash style, we had other options here. So let's come over here. See, of course, these are just more editing options for the dash style. You can see a dash cap. If I select the first one, okay, let me select this here and let's see what happens to these dashes. Now when I select this, I have rounded ends here, as you can see. If I select this, I have rectangular ends. So this gives me rounded ends, this gives me rectangular ends, and when I hover on it, it says no dash cap. Okay, so let's see what happens when I select this. I have dash cap square and dash cap round. This simply means that this is just used to give it a round dash cap, or square dash cap, or you can select to no dash cap, and then you have this. Like I said, these are just sets that actually bring up more editing options for this shape tool, which is a line in this case. Now I'm trying to look at other properties, but for this line shape tool, other properties here are not they're actually disabled right now. As we continue in the bootcamp, we are going to see situations where these other properties are actually enabled. So that is it for actually editing this particular line shape to using the basic settings. So now we are going to look at what happens when we go to the dynamic settings. Now let's see what happens when I set stroke settings to dynamic. Now if I click on dynamic, automatically you can see the effect that I have here on my original stroke. Now with this, I increase the frequency of this wiggle that we have here, because right now we have a wiggle. As you can see over here, there's a little bit that says wiggle. I can decide to select this and increase the wiggle, or instead of selecting that label, I can hover on the icon, then click, hold and drag on that icon. Automatically, I have increasing the wiggle value of this particular line that I've drawn. Right, so let's give it this a value of 74%, and then can increase or reduce the frequency of the wiggle. So if I click on this, hold and drag as well, you can see this is me increasing or reducing the frequency of the wiggle. And also that corner smoothing property that we talked about before, you can also apply it to this particular point, and that's what I mean by smoothing here. I decide to smoothen the curve. So if I hold and drag on it, automatically you can see the effect on the curvy part. Okay, so I have them getting more smoothed or less smoothed depending on whether I'm increasing or reducing. So that's for that. Now we have another editing property here that talks about endpoints. So let me click on that drop down. Now I have the ability to give this a round endpoint. If I click on round, you can see I now have this point at round. I can come back here, click on square. I have a square end here. I can come back here. Okay, give the line any particular arrow at the end. Right, if I click on that, I have given the line arrows at both ends. Right, so I come over here, just give the line a triangular arrow, then I have something like this. Okay, with that, you can actually give the line any particular property that you want to give it. I can give it a circular arrow, I have something like this. Or you can give it a diamond arrow, then you have something like this. So these properties here are just for more editing options. Okay, these stroke properties here are just for more editing options for your line shape. Now anything that applies to this line shape is going to apply to the arrow shape, because remember that we started by talking about the line shape, okay, which is what we've drawn here now. We also have the arrow shape, so the same properties apply to it, which we are going to still look at though, very briefly. So I'll come back now, click on that. So I've seen what happens with the basic settings. I've seen what happens with the dynamic settings. The dynamic setting just gives it a wiggle where you can increase or reduce the frequency, and then smoothing the corners of the wiggle. Okay, so I'll click on this next type settings here that says brush. If I click on that, automatically I have my line turned into a brush. I can decide to choose the type of brush that I want. Okay, so there are different types of brush here. Okay, you see as I hover on it, because the line is changing into different types of brushes depending on the one that I actually select, right? So that's the effect that I have here. Now as we proceed, of course, we are going to look at brushes, especially when we start looking at Figma Draw. So I'm going to take that out, and then I'm going to come over here, talk about, okay, we have a little bit here that says direction. So let's see what happens. Right now it's set forward. Let's see what happens when I take it backward. Automatically, you see this ticker hand that I have here just changes. All right, so if I take it to the right, it stays at the right. Take it to the left, it stays at the left. Okay, so that's for that. Now I have another section where I talks about width profile. Let me click on that drop down and let's see what we have. Okay, this is actually disabled here. Now we are going to try to apply this same stroke property to a rectangle. I will check for every disabled property that we cannot actually check for this line here. So with that, I have seen the editing options that I have whenever I'm working with the line shape tool. So take note of that. Now, let me take this out. And then let's actually, we just created a line. Okay, hold and drag and you create a line. We just created a line by selecting the line tool. Then come into the Figma canvas, hold and drag. Then I have a line. And by creating a line, I realize that I now have the ability to talk about the stroke properties that we could not talk about while we're treating rectangles. In order for us to be able to apply or talk about some of the editing options here, I will now apply these stroke properties to a rectangle. But before I do that, I can see that I have other options here that gives me the ability to also edit this particular line. So let's give this line a thickness of 5 first of all, so we can see whatever properties we're applying to it. Over here, I can see a little bit that says start point, but right now it's set to none. So I'm going to scroll down and then, okay, I think we've treated this by giving it an arrow at the end or giving it a round and square end. Okay, so you can apply it to just a start point, or you can apply it to just the end point here. So the first point is the start point, which is the last point here is the end point, which is I'm going to select all this now and then take them out and then try to create that rectangular shape 2 again, so we can explain some properties that we could not explain with line 2. So let's say I create this. I'm going to select my empty canvas. I'll give this canvas now a color by toggling on this icon here. I'm going to give it, let's say, let's make it white. Then let's make our rectangle with grayish color. I'll give it this particular color, or let me select the rectangle and then give it. Okay, I don't think I have. Let me select the rectangle and give it, let's say a blue color. Right, let's give the rectangle blue color so we can see it properly. So now I have this. Now I'm going to select this shape and then come over to the stroke properties here, because initially we didn't talk about applying the stroke. Okay, I wanted us to get to the line section first of all. So I'm going to come over here, click on that icon, and once I click on it, automatically I have a stroke applied to this line. Right, you can see that. Let me highlight it. Then let me take out the stroke by clicking on this minus icon there. If I click on that, the stroke is gone. Now, if you can't see the stroke, I think we should change this again. Let's try to create. Okay, let's create a lighter red rectangle on a darker background. Then let me select it. Let me make it white. Let me make it pure white. This is fine. Then I'll come over to stroke, add the stroke property, right? And then what I will do now is I will increase the thickness of the stroke so it can be seen. So I'll come over to this point here. Thickness is 1 by default. I'm going to give it a stroke of 12. Automatically, you now see that we have a stroke inside what? Inside this rectangle now. Now, when you apply a stroke to an object, it's very possible for you to decide if the stroke should be inside the object, if it should be outside the object, or if it should be at the center of the object. Now, when the stroke is inside the object, what simply happens is that, as you can see for this rectangle now, I have that the rectangle is selected. And how do you know it's selected? The bounding blue line around it shows that it's selected. Okay, so that is it for the rectangle. Now, we now know that it's selected. You can see that the entire stroke, the entire dark stroke that we're giving to this rectangle is actually staying within the boundary of that line that shows that it's selected. So in this case now, the stroke is said to be set to inside. Right? So if I set to outside, you're going to realize that, okay, I think I set that to center. Let me set it to outside. You're going to realize that we still have the rectangle selected, but you can see the blue line indicating that the rectangle is selected. But now we have the stroke outside the what? Outside that blue line. Now, if I set it to center, what's going to happen is that part of that stroke, or half of that stroke, will be inside the rectangle, then the other half will be outside the rectangle. So that is it with setting it to center, setting it inside, or setting it outside. So that is it for that. Now I can come over here. You can see that there's an icon here now. When I apply this particular stroke to this rectangle, okay, there's this icon here that says individual strokes. So I can select it and decide to put a stroke only at the top. By clicking on top, I have the stroke only at the top now, right? Or I can select it, put the stroke only at the bottom, or any area that I want to put stroke. Okay, or you can decide to set to custom and click on that, and setting to custom gives you the ability to give different stroke values to different sides of this particular shape. Now you can see that over here I have the left stroke. Okay, let's see if I can hold and drag and increase that value. If by holding and dragging, you can increase the value. You can see I can now give this area this side is on stroke value of 12. I come over here, over on this. If this side is stroke value of 17, so this is me just applying individual stroke values, just like we did while we were treating individual corner radius. Okay, so that's for that. You can come over here also, hold and drag, increase the stroke value, that region, hold and drag, and now I have different stroke values applied to the same object. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to set the stroke values to all, and then I'll give every area a stroke of 17 pixels like I have here. Now, while the rectangle is selected, I'll come to this icon again, advanced stroke settings. Now remember that we treated this while we're treating line just now, while we're treating the line shape, just that there were some features with the line shape that were not very active that we couldn't use. So let's see if we can use them here. If I click on this, okay, we've already talked about basic, dynamic, and brush, but I think for the stroke, because that line shape was actually a very thin shape, okay, so but in this case now I have a rectangle, and then I have the the stroke inside the rectangle, and for that reason I have more active regions that I can work with here. You can see that this join label now is now very active, and I can use it to actually display what happens when I click on this option or this option or this option. Now before we do that, let's talk about this region that talks about what? Mitre angle. Now, while we're working with the stroke, there was nothing like a mitre angle. Okay, what that means, while we're working with the ordinary line, we didn't see a mitre angle, and that's why I decided to apply the stroke to this rectangle. So now I have a label that says mitre angle. Whenever a stroke is formed, like in this case now, you can see that the stroke is formed at an angle. Okay, I have this vertical stroke line here, and I have this horizontal stroke line meeting here. So we have an angle of what? Of 90 degrees. This is more like a 90-degree stroke. Okay. So now, the mitre angle simply talks about your ability to bevel the stroke. Okay. Now, what it means is that I can decide that instead of having a stroke with a sharp vertex like this, I want it to look like it is cut with the scissors. Now, in that case, it's said to be beveled. So I'll come over here, and then I can create the bevel with the mitre angle, or I can just come over to this region that says join. Now, in this case, you can see that I have this is selected for the mitre, right? I can come over here and click on bevel. Automatically, I have this bevel right now. But why is it that I cannot see the bevel effect? That simply depends on whether your stroke is inside, outside, or centered. So let's take the stroke inside. Automatically, you can now see the what? You can now see the bevel effect. So I'll go back to those settings, bring them here, okay? Then I'll select for this join value. Let's take this out. Let's go back to this icon that says advanced stroke settings. Okay, let me select it. And then bring it here automatically, and I have this for the mitre angle. If I select this, it goes back to what? The vertex state. If I select this, I see that my shape is now beveled. If I select this, automatically I have what? A round edge here. So these are the effects that it gives to me. Now for the angle, you should know that the mitre angle of any particular shape automatically becomes beveled when the mitre angle is equal to the angle that actually forms that particular stroke. In this case, we have a horizontal line and a vertical line. So this is a 90-degree point here. So if I should change this mitre angle to 90 degrees, automatically it becomes beveled. Okay, so any angle equal to or above 90, forming the object, like in this case, automatically gives us a bevel. So that is it for the advanced stroke settings when working with what? When working with lines and strokes as well. So that's for that. Now after that, I want us to look at, we are going to look into this later on in the next section of the course. Okay, we'll talk about this again briefly in the next section of the course, and we're going to see some other properties or some use cases of what we are doing now. Now let's look into the next shape tool. So we've talked about the rectangle tool. Now remember that they always have hotkeys, right? As you can see, we talked about the rectangle tool, we talked about the line tool, okay, we talked about the ellipse tool, the polygon shape tool, and the star shape tool. Okay, so I'm going to come over here and let's click on final one here, which is the arrow shape tool. So I'll click on that. As I click on it, I am now ready to draw the arrow. So I'll hold and drag my canvas, and then let go at any point. Automatically, what I have is the arrow shape. Just like the line shape, you can come to the region that talks about increasing the thickness of the line or arrow. So in this case, I have an arrow. So I want to come to this region that talks about increasing the thickness. I'll select it and then change that thickness to, let's say, 10 pixels. Automatically, I have this. And I have the same properties that I have here and the same type settings as when I treated an ordinary line shape, because of course the arrow shape is just like the line shape. The only difference is that we have an arrow at one end. So you can simply come over to the advanced settings and check, and you're going to see all those properties being applied to this particular shape. Now in this case, you see it says the endpoints are mixed. Okay, so I can click on this drop down and then set this to none, and I've changed it back to a line shape. So like I said, the type settings and everything, they are the same for an arrow shape and a line shape. So we are not going to go into those settings. I can simply select this now and then take it out. So with that, we've been able to talk about the different shape tools that we have here. So we've talked about the rectangle tool, line tool, arrow tool, ellipse tool, the polygon tool, and the star tool. Now over here, this section here gives us the ability to bring an image into Figma. So let's say, for example, I have a shape tool, like let me draw a simple rectangle here now. I'll draw a simple rectangle here, and then I have the ability to bring an image into this particular rectangle by coming here. Okay, let's say I come here and then clicking on what? Clicking on image. And once I click on that, I can come over to my file now on my computer and look for, I don't know if I have any image now that I could probably use. Let's say, okay, let's look for this portrait image. I'll select it. Once I select it, I'll click on open. Automatically, you now see we have an image that is attached to us, attached to this our cursor now. Now you have two options. You can decide to click on the empty canvas and the image is going to be pasted there in the canvas, or I can select the object again, go back, click on image, okay, and then try to bring the image or the portrait and put it directly into the rectangular object. So I'll click on portrait, click on open. Then let's see if I can actually drag and put this inside this rectangle. So if I click on this, you now see that I have the image inside what? Inside the rectangle. You can see over here it says rectangle, which simply means I have the image inside the what? Inside this rectangle. So now let's see what happens if I try to bring in a video into the Figma canvas from my local video folder. So I'm going to come back to this icon that says shape tools. I'll click on that drop down there, and then in the same way I was trying to bring in an image, I'll try to bring in a video because this says image/video. Okay, so I'll click on it now. When I click on it, it's going to take me now to my computer and I'm going to go to my desktop. I'm trying to locate where exactly I have my videos here. So I'll click on desktop and then I have a lot of videos inside this folder that says OBS videos. Okay, so if I click on that, you can see that despite the fact that I have a lot of videos in here, in trying to select it, it has opened up and there is no video here. Now, this is because it is not very possible to actually import a video from the local folder that I have here on my computer into what? Into Figma. Okay. Now, since you are just starting out in design, you will most likely be using the Figma starter plan, which is the free plan or unpaid plan. Now, if I come over here, you can see it says free. Now, this is the free plan or the unpaid plan. Now, if I click on it, you can see I have other plans that I could possibly use. We have a starter plan, okay, which we are now using now since you are just starting out in design. We have the education plan. We have the what? Professional plan. Now, in this case now, what we have here is the starter plan. Okay. Now, since you are just starting out in design, you will most likely be using the what? Starter plan. So, embedding a playable local video file directly into your Figma canvas won't be very possible. However, you can embed video links that open externally. And now, what do we mean by embedding video links that open externally? Now, there are two ways to actually embed video links that open externally. Now, the first way is to come over to this particular icon here that says actions. When I hover on it, click on it, and then I have this open here. Go to the region that says plugins and widgets. Click on it. Once you click on it, go to the search region and put in YouTube and Vimeo video. So I'll put in YouTube and Vimeo video. You can see I have it here, YouTube and Vimeo video. So I'm going to click on that. Now, once I click on it, a widget is going to be imported into the Figma canvas, which I now have here. Now, what you can do is that I'm going to actually make a copy of this into 3 places. So I'll copy this, put a copy here, and then take this, select it, and put another copy here. Now, in using this or in trying to embed links into this, you should understand that the only links that are actually going to show a preview or a thumbnail or work with this are actually links from YouTube or Vimeo. So if I bring in an external link, I don't know if I have an external link copied. Okay, if I bring in an external link, let's say from a Google Drive, it is not actually going to be working here. So the only links that will be working here are YouTube or Vimeo video link. So I will go to YouTube and then copy a link to any particular video that I have here. So I'm going to copy a link to this video, and then I'm going to go back and I'll try to put this link inside this input field. Now, the moment I put the link inside the input field, I can come over here and click on that play button that I have there. So when I click on the play button, now you can see that I have video, the thumbnail to that video is playing here. Okay, now that doesn't mean that this video will actually play here. Now what this does is that it gives you the ability to actually make a video simulation in your designs. Okay, you can come over here, click on that drop down and change the color of the play button. All right, I have this. You can also change the size of this particular widget here. I can make it large, okay, and then I can make it small as well, or I can even make it just a play icon, as you can see here. So in our case now, I want to just set it to medium. Now what happens when I try to click on the play button? Now if I should click on the play button by clicking on it now, you can see that it says video unavailable, watch on YouTube. So the only way I'll be able to watch this video is to what? Is to click on this link that is going to take me to YouTube. Okay, so that's what I mean by external links. Now I have left Figma and I am now here on YouTube, and that is the only way I'll be able to watch this particular video here. So it is not possible for you to actually watch the video using this method, but you can use this to simulate a video interface that you can actually embed or put inside your designs. Okay, so this is one way to actually use an external link to actually simulate a video design for your designs. All right, now that we are here, you should know that aside from this method, there's also another method of actually putting or embedding external links or links to videos inside Figma. And we are going to do that by looking at the text tool in a couple of minutes. Okay, we are going to have an introduction to text, and we are going to create a text and convert it into into a link. So now I have that. Now everything that I've just explained will be explained to you when you actually bring in this particular widget with the default link that it came with. You know, when we brought this into Figma, it came with a default link, right? Now this is the default link that it actually came with, which is this link here. Now if I click on this play icon with this link that it came with, if I click on that play icon, I'm actually going to see a thumbnail to a video. Now this video only explains everything that I've explained here now. So if I click on that, that video is going to actually play here in Figma. So I'm going to click on that play icon now, and you can see the video playing here in here in Figma. Okay, now this video only explains all that I've explained here. Even if you decide to put in any link into this particular input field, the only result you are going to get is that you are going to get a thumbnail showing up here. Okay, so any external link that you put in is just going to actually be displayed as a thumbnail that you can use for a simulation, for a video simulation in your designs. You try to play that external link, is going to take you to either YouTube or Vimeo, depending on where you have gotten that particular link from. So that is for that. Now, after putting in an image inside this frame, now if you remember correctly, we talked about these icons here, which are the flip horizontal icon and the flip vertical icon. So now that I have an image here, let me flip this and let me see what the result is going to be. With the image selected, I can come over here and click on flip horizontal, and you can see it has flipped this image, okay, horizontally. I can click on flip vertical, and you can see it has flipped the image vertically. Okay, so that these are the functions of these two icons, which we actually said we're going to return to later on. So now at this point, we are going to look at creating text in Figma, and in looking at creating text in Figma, we are going to be looking at the text tool. Okay, we are going to be looking at the text tool. I can decide to remove these rulers that I have here in order for me to have just a little more space. Now to remove those rulers, you can click on Shift and R on your keyboard, and you can see it says rulers hidden. Also bring them back, also Shift and R on your keyboard. It brings them back. I want to remove them now, so I have this. Now how do we create text in Figma? Now to create text in Figma, you can simply come to the dynamic toolbar and then look for what is referred to as the text tool. So I'll come over here now and I'll look for what is referred to as the text tool. Now, if I hover on this, you can see it says text. There's a label there that says text. That means this is actually the text tool. Now, to create text in Figma, I'm going to click on this. And then when I click on it, I can come to my empty canvas, and you can see I now have this plus sign, okay, that shows that I am now ready to actually create a text. Now, to create a text, I'll click on the empty canvas. Now, the moment I click on the empty canvas, I'm going to see a caret or a blinking cursor like I have here, which simply means that I am now in typing mode. Okay, I'm going to type in any random dummy text there. This is me typing in a random dummy text. Now, when I am done, you can see that caret is still blinking, letting me know that I am still in typing mode. To get out of typing mode and to have your text ready, you can just click on the empty canvas, and I have my text ready. Now I can hold this and move it around, and this is my text. Now this is one way to create text in Figma. All right. So another way to create text in Figma is to click on the text tool, hold and drag on the empty canvas, and then create what is called a text box first. Now this is a text box. You can then type in whatever you want to type in inside the text box. Now when you are done, you can click on the empty canvas and you have your text ready. But if you look at this text, you can see that this bounding box here is actually hogging the content. But for this one, I have a redundant spacing here. So what you can do is you can come over to this properties panel while this text is selected. Come over to the properties panel, and under this label that says layout, we are going to see auto height and auto width properties for your text. I can click on auto width, and you can see that automatically I have the bounding box already hugging the content within it, which is the text, and I have this text looking like this. Now we want to bring in or want to embed a video link here in Figma using text. So what I can do is I can go to YouTube or any place where I want to copy the link from. Okay, I'll copy this link and then I'll come back to Figma. Now that I have the link copied and I have my text ready, I want to change this text into what is called a link. So select the text. While it's selected, come over to your properties panel. You can see when I hover on this icon, it says create link. So I'll click on that. Now after clicking on that, I have an input field here where I can put in my link. Okay, so I'm going to paste my copied link there. As I paste my copied link there, you can see the link here, and then I'll click on enter. Automatically, I have converted that text to a link, and you can see that when it's selected, I have this link icon being highlighted here, letting me know that this text is a link. Unlike this one that I have here, you can see that the link icon is not highlighted. But if I should select this, automatically I will have the link icon highlighted. Now, let's select that and let's see what we have. Okay, let me select that. Now that it's selected, you see I have the link icon selected. Now, if I should click on this text, automatically it's going to take me to that link which I have attached to it. I can click on it and automatically it takes me to that link on YouTube which I have attached to it. So it loads up and automatically I have the video playing now in an external source, which is actually YouTube. So this is it loading up. Okay, so when it loads up, the video is, you can see we have the video playing or trying to play right now. So those are the two ways to actually embed a video link here in Figma. Now the first method allows you to actually use the thumbnail that is created, okay, to use it as, let's say, a placeholder in your design. And the second method just creates the link in a text, okay, so that once you click on it, you go to your external source, and from there the video begins to play. So that is it for text at this particular stage. As we move forward in the bootcamp, we are going to have a separate series for typography where we are going to talk about the different types of text, okay, the properties of text. We are going to talk about serif and sans-serif fonts, font families, and a lot of other characteristics of text. Okay, so that will be reserved for a different series in the bootcamp. Now we are going to move into the next section of this course, which talks about vectors and the pen tool. Here we are going to actually look at each of these shape tools that we've created in vector editing mode, so as to give us more editing options. So in the next course in this series is going to be talking about vectors or introduction to vectors and pen tool applications. In our last class, we equally talked about and treated this section here, which is the Figma canvas. Okay, so these were some of the things we talked about in our last class. The properties panel that contains the properties of any objects that is drawn on the canvas. We talked about the access panel, okay, that contains things like the file name, okay, of any object that you have on the canvas. And then we talked about the Figma canvas, which is where you actually make all your designs, right, on the Figma interface. Now, today's class, we are going to be covering what we have here. Okay, we have Figma toolbars. So in today's class, we are going to be looking at the three major sets of toolbars that you'll be using consistently in design, okay, using Figma. And
in those toolbars, we'll be talking about the dynamic toolbar, which is the general toolbar, which is the one that you have at the bottom here, as you can see, right? We'll be talking about the vector editing toolbar, okay? And for that reason, we are going to be talking about shape tools in vector editing mode. And then we'll be talking about the Boolean operations, otherwise known as the shape builder toolbar, okay? So what we are going to be covering today will actually encompass these three major toolbars. But before we continue, there are a couple of things we should know about the Figma canvas. Now, the first thing you should know is that even while your theme is selected, be it light or dark theme, okay, you can actually change what the canvas color, irrespective of whatever theme that you have, okay, whether you are using light theme or what, or dark theme. So let's say you are in your Figma canvas, and then you want to change the color of the canvas. Now, what you can do is, now by default, once you come to the canvas, you already know that your cursor is set to the move tool. And as you can see in the toolbar here, you see that the move tool is already highlighted and is selected there, which simply means that your cursor is set to the move tool by default. So if you want to change your canvas color, click on the empty canvas. Once you click on the empty canvas, you are going to see on the properties panel, right, a label that says page. Okay, it's talking about what? This Figma canvas. Under the label, you are going to see a little rectangle with a color. You could have whatever color depending on the color of the canvas, right? And then to the right of that little rectangle, you are going to see this eye icon there, okay? Now, you can decide to toggle off the color of the canvas. You can toggle it on or off using this eye icon that I have here. So right now, it's toggled off. Okay, if I click on it, you see, it has given the canvas a color. So initially, mine had no color. I toggled it off, right? But now it now has a color. I can decide to now come to this little rectangle that I have here, right? Click on that rectangle, and then when this color picker comes up, I can click on the little handle there and move it around, okay? And change the color of the canvas to whatever color that I deem fit, right? You can see I am now changing color to any color that I want, right? Now, more often than not, you would want either something close to white or something close to what? Close to dark, for purposes of accessibility and contrast, like I said, okay? So just remember that. So with that, you can change your color. Now, if you don't want any color at all, you can simply come over here, right? And just click on that eye icon like I just did, and you've toggled off the color. So I believe that is actually clear. So we've talked about the canvas color. Now let's look at canvas grid. Now, if you zoom in on your Figma canvas, how do you zoom in on your Figma canvas? You click on the canvas, right? And then you hold your control key and you move the knob on your mouse, okay? Now, if you move it forward, you zoom in. If you move it backwards, you zoom out. Now, if you move it forward enough, you are going to zoom into a point where you are going to be seeing some little boxes. These are called the canvas grid boxes, right? Now, what are the functions of these little boxes? Now, the thing is, anytime you are moving an object on the canvas, you are actually moving from one box to the other, or you are moving in units of 1, 2, or more boxes. Now that I have zoomed into this level, right? You zoom into a particular percentage, which is 25,600 here, and you realize that you will not be able to zoom in anymore, okay? Now that I've zoomed into this level, if I want to draw a shape tool, and I come over here and I select the rectangle, for example, and then I hold and drag on my canvas, you see, a rectangle has been created, right? Now, I selected the rectangle too, but you can see that the rectangle is created inside what? Inside one of the grid boxes, okay? Now, if I decide to move this rectangle that I've drawn around, you see, I'm actually moving from what? From one grid box to the other. So whether I'm moving it slowly or I'm moving it at a fast pace, it's actually moving from one grid box to what? To the other. So your motion on the canvas is actually in units of what? Of grid boxes. Now, these grid boxes have dimensions as well. Now, what are their dimensions? To know their dimensions, right, you can look at the dimension of this particular rectangle that you've drawn. Okay, the rectangle is selected. So if you come over here to this section that says layout on the properties panel, you can see that the width of the rectangle is 1 pixel. The height is what? 1 pixel, which simply means that the dimension of this particular grid box is also 1 pixel by 1 pixel, which makes it a square, right? Because both sides are equal. So automatically, this rectangle shape that I selected and created is actually now a square because it is fitted within the what? Within the grid box, right? So take note of that. So as I am moving it now, you see that I am moving what? from one grid box to the other. Now you can also toggle on or toggle off what these grid boxes. How do you do that? Click on the canvas, right? Once you click on the canvas on your computer keyboard, you can click on Control and the apostrophe sign. You see, I just toggled it off. Okay, and then a little caption comes at the bottom that says, right now it says pixel grid visible, right? You can see it here. I toggle it on. Okay, let me select it. I toggle that, you see, it says pixel grid hidden. Okay, I toggle it again. It says pixel grid what visible, right? So that's how you can toggle it on and off. Okay, so that's for the what? That's for the canvas or the canvas what grid line, and toggling on and off the what? The canvas what grid lines, right? Now the next thing we are going to look at now is that we are going to look at what? Introduction to vectors. We are going to look at introduction to vector selection mode, vector nodes, and what? Flattened vector paths. Now what I want to do is, remember we've treated shape tools, right? What we talked about: the rectangle tool, the line tool, the arrow tool, ellipse tool, polygon tool, star tool, and also how to bring in an image or a video into a particular frame or shape tool in Figma, right? Now, if I decide to select a shape tool and I come over here and I select a rectangle, and let's say I draw a rectangle on this canvas right now. A rectangle has been drawn, right? Now, if I'm moving this rectangle around, you already know that I'm actually moving what? In units of grid boxes, okay? Because there are grid boxes on the what? On the canvas, right? That's fine. Now, there are three modes that I want us to look at, okay, for introduction to vectors. I want us to look at the shape tool in three modes. The first mode is normal selection mode. The second mode is the flattened vector paths, and the third mode is vector selection and editing mode. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to actually write them down here so we can actually get to see the differences between them. So I'm going to be having three modes. The first one is normal selection mode. Normal selection. So the first one will be the normal selection mode, right? Now, the second mode I want to look at here is, let me take this panels out. So the second mode I want to look at will be described as the flattened vector paths. Okay, flattened vector path. Okay, and the third mode I want us to look at is referred to as vector selection and editing mode. Vector selection and editing mode. All right. Now, in order for us to differentiate between these three modes, right, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to actually make a copy of those rectangles and put each under a specific mode. So I'll bring this rectangle here, right, hold my Alt key, and then make a copy and put it here. Now, while we are making copies, of course, you may want to know other shortcuts for making copies, right? Now, another way to make a copy is you can just duplicate the shape that you already have there. For example, I can just click on Ctrl D on my computer, right? So I'll click on Ctrl D now. Now a duplicate has been formed, but by default, the first duplicate stays on the original object. So I have a duplicate. Now, how do I know that? Just come over here, click, hold, and drag. You can see that there's a duplicate, right? So what Figma does is, if you are duplicating an object using the Ctrl D command, right, what it does is that the first duplicate that it creates it on top of the original object. So take note of that. Also, if you are using the Ctrl D feature, you don't have to actually start moving the copies around. For example, if I want to create the next copy here, I'll just click on Ctrl D again. See, it just goes there. Why is it like that? The thing is that when making a copy with the Ctrl D option, right, Figma stores the memory of your motion or your direction from the first copy that you made. For example, if I come over here now and I click on this rectangle and then I make a copy and I put it here, right? Now, from this copy that I made, if I click on Ctrl D, the next copy is going to be under it. You can see the next copy is under it. So Figma stores the direction in which you moved the first copy that you made. Okay. So if you are making a copy and then you move it to the right, if you click on Ctrl D, every other object that you will be getting as copies will be moving to the right. Then if you move it to any other direction, the same thing happens, right? So I'm going to take all this out. So now I have my three shapes here. Okay, this is in normal selection mode. Right now, all my rectangles, 1, 2, 3, they are all in normal selection mode. Now, how do we convert a shape in normal selection mode to a vector? Now, if you want to convert it to a vector, there are two ways, or better still, there are two directions that you can look at that from. Okay, you can actually convert first of all to a vector, to a flattened vector path, and then you can convert to vector selection and editing mode. Okay, now you can move from here to here and then from here to here, or you can move from this first point to this third point directly. Now, what do I mean? In order to explain that, I'll make a copy and I'll put it here, right? Now, this is a normal selection mode. If you want to convert a shape in normal selection mode to a vector path, otherwise known as a flattened vector path, what you can do is select the shape and then click on Ctrl E on your computer, right? Now, what happens? The moment you click on Ctrl E, you see what we have here is now says vector path. I'm going to move back by clicking Ctrl Z to see what we had there before. If I click on Ctrl Z, originally it was just a rectangle, right? You see rectangle. But the moment I click on Ctrl E, we now have a vector path. What's the difference between this vector path and this shape tool in normal selection mode? You can see that this one is flattened right now. So it's more like flattened in one sense. It's more like a picture right now. So for that reason, it is going to have less editing features. If I click on this one in normal selection mode, you can see that I have these handles here, right? That I can use to edit the corner radius of the rectangle, right? But with this one that is flattened, that is not a flattened vector path, if I click on it, those handles are not there, right? The only thing I can do here is I can simply just increase or reduce the width. But you see, those editing handles are out. Okay, so that's the difference between a shape in normal selection mode and a shape that exists as a flattened vector path. So that's for that. Now, however, the reason why vector modes exist is actually to make you have more editing options, right? So you want to actually be able to edit your shape to much more than you could do in normal selection mode. So it simply means that if I want more editing options, a flattened vector path doesn't really give me more editing options, as you can see here. Instead, it's looking like it has reduced my editing options, right? So in order for us to have more editing options, that's why we can now move from a flattened vector path to vector selection and editing mode. Now, this third case here is us converting a shape from normal selection mode to vector selection and editing mode. How do you do that? All you can simply do is that you can use any of these two, right, and convert them to a shape in vector selection and editing mode. How do you do that? We are using this one first now, which is normal selection mode. That's the copy we have here. Okay, all you simply need to do is select it. Once you select it and you have it highlighted, click on the Enter key on your keyboard. Okay, I'm going to click on Enter now. See, the moment I click on Enter, over here it says vector, right? So see the difference between the three. Okay, this is a normal selection mode. Okay, what we selected is initially, it said rectangle. When we selected this one, it said vector path. But when we are now doing this one, it says vector. Okay, so that's the difference between them. Normal selection mode, flattened vector path, and vector selection and editing mode. Now, a shape tool in vector selection and editing mode gives you more editing options. Now, what do I mean? If I decide to want to get more complex shapes from my shape tool, I can do that while the shape is in vector selection and editing mode. I can simply come to any of these points here. Now, the moment you click or you convert a shape in normal selection mode to vector selection and editing mode, what happens is that you are going to have circles at different points or around the perimeter of the shape. Okay, you can see that there are circles around the perimeter of the shape. Those circles are called nodes, N-O-D-E-S. Okay, so I have 1 node, 2 node, 3, 4. So I have 4 different nodes there. Now, while your cursor is actually on the move to state, you can decide to select each of these nodes and edit the shape from those node points. So I can come over here and select this node. Okay, now before we edit it, if you want to select the next node, of course, you have to come over here, select it, right? But there's also a way you can actually move around or traverse around the perimeter of the shape, moving from one node to another. Now, if I want to come up to this node, and I don't want to select it with the move tool, I can click on my tab key on my computer, right? If I click on tab, you see it has now moved to this node. If I click on tab again, it has moved to this node. If I click on tab, so I have different nodes selected, right? So it's going in this clockwise direction, right? So that is one way to actually move your what or move around the node points of your object. Now let's go over to editing the object. Now if I click on this node here and then I drag on it, you can see I can now create a different shape, right? Giving me more editing options than I had in normal selection mode and vector selection mode. Now, creating a shape like this will not be possible in normal selection mode, nor in flattened vector path, right? But as a vector selection and editing mode, I can actually do this editing. That's why it's called vector selection and editing editing mode. It gives you more editing options, right? So you can decide to actually create, I'll select the node now. You can decide to actually create any kind of shape, right? More complex shape using vector selection and editing mode. And of course, you can decide to edit any of the nodes that you have. Okay, so take note of that. That's what it does. Now I'm going to Ctrl Z, so we'll get back to the way we had it before, right? Now, if you are moving your cursor, right, round, or you're trying to move your cursor along the perimeter of the shape, you are going to realize that there's another node here. That node is like the node at the midpoint. It only comes up when you move your cursor close to the perimeter. So that node actually denotes the midpoint of the shape 2, right? So this is the midpoint of the shape 2. You can also select that node and do your editing from that point. I can select it and do my editing there, right? So take note of that, please. Okay, the same for every other side that you have. Okay, when you move around, you are going to be seeing an extra node showing the midpoint of the object. So that's how you put a shape in normal selection mode, convert it to flattened vector path, and then put it in vector selection and editing mode. If that's clear, let me just get a reaction before we move over and talk about more properties of shapes in vector states. That's fine. So going back to the session, we have now completed 3 modes in which a shape can exist, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all these out. Okay, before I take them out, how do you get out of vector selection and editing mode? That is another question that you want to ask. Now, this shape is now in vector selection and editing mode. How do I get out of it and go back to normal selection mode? So let's say, for example, you've actually edited your shape like I have here. I'm just doing something random now. Let's say this is the shape that I want, okay? Let's say I'm done and, okay? Let's say this is the shape that I want to create, right? After creating this shape, how do I get out of this and have this shape as my final result? Just like these 3 steps, because there's a reason I gave you these 3 steps, okay? We are also going to live in those 3 steps. Now, right now, it's in vector selection and editing mode, but what you are going to see over here is just vector. So anytime you see vector, just know that you are in vector selection and editing mode. Now, if you want to if you've drawn your actual shape and you've gotten your final result and you want to get out of it so that you can see the object that you've created, all you can do is go to your escape key and you are going to click it twice, but you click it in order. So if I click it once, right, you see I am now in vector path. So now it's in stage 2, which is this stage, which is a vector path. So it is still a vector. Okay, in order for me to go to the normal mode, I have to click the escape key again. Now is in normal mode, right? So in essence, if you're in vector selection and editing mode, for example, if I go back to that by clicking on enter, in order for me to go back to normal mode, I have to click twice. Okay, I'll click the escape key once and then click again. If you click once, it will take you to this part, which is a vector part. Then you click again, it will take you to normal mode. So now I have my shape in normal mode, and you can see that those nodes, they are no longer there, right? So this is just the final results that I have created. Now, how do you what are the things you can do in normal mode? You can just reduce the width or increase or reduce the height. Okay, so just as we have 3 modes existing, right? If you are at this final stage and you want to go back to the original mode, you have to then click on the escape key twice. The first one will take you back to this state, and the second click on the escape key is going to take you back to normal selection and editing mode. Okay, so that's for that. So we are done with that. Now I'm going to take all this out. Check your keyboard, right? On the far left, you are going to see a key with an abbreviation ESC. That's the escape key. Okay, That's for that. Let's take all these out. Now, before we take them out, there's something I should talk about too. Let's say I put this in vector mode, right? Vector selection and editing mode. Now, without clicking on the escape key, let me see if clicking on my canvas twice is going to actually take it back to the normal mode. Okay, if I click on it once, nothing happens. Once again, nothing happens. Okay, twice. See, by clicking on it twice, I've gone to normal selection and editing mode. So that's another way you can actually get out of vector selection mode. Okay, once your shape is in vector selection and editing mode, just come over to your empty canvas and then left click on it twice, right? And you are back. So that's for that. Also, if your shape tool is in vector selection and editing mode, right? There are times where you want to, let's say you are editing 3 shapes, you want to go to the next shape. Okay, but you know that you also want to edit, maybe you have 3 shapes and you want to edit them in vector selection and editing mode. So if I want to go to the next shape, but I want it to also be in this state, what I will just do that if I come over here and just click on it, I'm going to exit vector mode, and I don't want that. So what do? If I want to stay in vector mode, right, and I want to select the next shape, I'll just click on Control on my computer and then click on the next object. You see, it is still in vector mode. Okay, if you want to go to the next shape, I also want it to be in vector mode. Click on Control before you select the next object, right? And then you can be moving from one object to another while they are all in vector modes, right? So I think that's something I really wanted to talk about. Okay, that's something I really wanted to talk about. All right. So I want to select all this and take all this out, right? Because we are done with these 3 parts now. So I'm going to delete all that. Now, the next thing I want us to take note of is, we've actually talked about this toolbar, which is the dynamic toolbar. Okay, that was what we treated in our first class, the dynamic toolbar. Okay, in our class today, we are going to be looking at the vector selection and editing toolbar, or you can just call it the vector editing toolbar. Now, if I should take a shape, okay, now remember that all the properties we just explained, right, in terms of vectors apply to every other shape tool that you have here. They apply to lines, arrows, ellipses, polygons, stars, any shape tool at all. Okay, so the fact that I'm using a rectangle to explain it doesn't necessarily mean that it applies to only rectangles. So if I should take a shape now and draw a rectangle here, which is a shape tool, you realize that we have only one toolbar at the bottom, which is the general dynamic toolbar, right? Now, if I should convert this shape to a vector shape, we are going to see another toolbar here. So how do I convert it to a vector shape? Click on Enter. Automatically, it's now in vector, and I can see another toolbar here. Now, this toolbar comes with some extra properties, right? So I can see extra tools. Now, the first one is the move tool. We've treated that. Okay, we are used to the move tool. Now, there are some other tools here. I can see this tool, which is a lasso tool. I can see this tool, which is a shape builder tool. I can see this tool, which is the paint tool, otherwise, or sometimes called the paint bucket tool. I can see this tool, which is the bend tool. I can see this tool, which is the variable width tool. So we are going to be looking at these tools one after the other, okay? Because there are times where you are making designs, because as we are moving forward in the bootcamp, we'll go from branding, we'll have a touch of graphic design, so that you can also do graphic design on Figma. Then we'll go to UI design, and then we'll go to UX design, okay? So there are situations where you may just want any of these tools, so it's actually very important that you are very familiar with them. So in order for us to explain this, we are going to look at or talk about the first tool, which is the lasso tool, okay? So to explain that, I want to take this out, right? So we'll talk about the lasso tool. Let me make that a bit bigger. If you come over to, let's say you draw a shape tool, right? And you click on it twice, of course, it still takes you towards vector selection and editing mode. Just in the same way, if you click on the canvas twice, it takes you out of it. Okay, so there are different ways you can actually do the same thing in Figma, right? There are a lot of ways. So that's why most times when we're having a bootcamp, I'll start with option A and then go to option B. And if there is an option C that I can remember at that particular point, of course. So this is another way to go into vector selection and editing mode, right? You just create your object, click on it twice, then to get out of it, go to the empty canvas, click on it twice, and you're out. Okay, that's faster with the mouse. Okay, we're trying to talk about the lasso tool. Okay, now what does the lasso tool do? Now that becomes the question: what's the function of the Lasso tool? Now the Lasso tool is a freehand node selection tool. Now what do I mean by a freehand node selection tool? You can just see the Lasso tool is a selection tool. Now let's say I'll come over here. I draw this. Fine. And then now if I want to draw another rectangle, because what I did just now was I wanted to draw a shape too, so I had to select the tool first. Now if you want to draw another rectangle, you have to come over here, select it again, right? And then you draw the next one. So let's say I have two rectangles here, or you can just copy first one. And let me highlight the whole thing and put the whole thing in vector selection mode. Okay. Highlighted there, click on enter, and everything is in vector selection mode. Now there are times when you may want to select more than one node in order for you to carry out an action, right, simultaneously on two shapes in vector mode. You can use the Lasso tool. For example, if I want to select these nodes that are at the bottom, instead of selecting them one after the other, right, so selecting this and then holding my shift key, and then I come to the next one and I select this. You see that's time consuming, and then I come over here while I am holding my shift key. I select this. This means selecting them one by one. You can select everything once using the Lasso tool. So I'll just come over here, click on the Lasso tool. Then all you need to do is click on the empty canvas and try to hover on those particular nodes that you want selected. So I've hovered on them. They are now selected, right? Now what you want to do is that any action I take, right, on this node point, is going to also be taken on this node point on this shape. So if, for example, I want to actually hold and drag this, what I'll simply do is, now this is me wanting to hold and drag, and I'm noticing that I'm still my Lasso tool is still selected. So if I want to hold and drag, that will be done with a move tool, right? So I'll need to come back here and select the move tool first, right? So I've selected the move tool, so now I can now hold and drag. So if I come over here, hold and drag, you see what happens, right? So the Lasso tool enables us to more like just select more than one node point, okay, so that we can be having identical editing or identical properties occurring on a particular shape. So that's what the Lasso tool does. Okay, so that's why I say it's just a selection tool, right? So take note of that. Now after the Lasso tool, we have another tool here, which is the shape builder tool. Okay, so this is me taking this out now. Now if you want to take this out, you need to first of all go out of vector mode, right? So I'll click on escape twice, and then I'm out of vector mode. So I can down select everything and delete them. Now the next thing I want to do is to talk about the shape builder tool. I'm going to create an ellipse. Let me just make the ellipse a circle. I can actually use an ellipse for it, but I want to make it a circle. Okay, so we can just refresh our brains. To make it a circle, to make an ellipse a circle, what do? You make sure that the height and the width are the same, right? And then you can lock it. Now why are you locking the aspect ratio? So that if I come over here and I change it to 100, automatically the width also changes to 100. So that's for that. Now I'm going to take this circle and I'm going to give it, let me just give it another fill color. Let me give it red. Okay. Now I'll hold my Alt key, make a copy. Sorry for that. Hold my Alt key, make a copy, right? Let me change the color of that copy to something else. Don't worry about how we are changing colors. We'll come to a section where we'll talk about colors extensively. So that's me. I've made another copy. Now, if you notice, when I made this copy, you see that this copy is actually in front of this, right? Now, if I want to make another copy, I'll just click on my Alt key, hold and drag. I've made another copy. Let me try to put it on top, and this is what we have. Let me change the color also so that we can differentiate the three from each other. Let's give this color. Now, while I'm duplicating my circles, right, you can see now that I have 3 circles here, but the second one is on the first one, and the third one is both on the second and on the first one. Now you can decide to actually reposition them. If I want to bring this to the front of this circle here, this blue circle, if I want to bring it to the front, I'll just select it. While it's selected, on my mouse, I'll right click, and then a menu comes up. This is called a context menu, okay? And the moment it comes up, you can see there are 2 options here that says bring to front, send to back, okay? Now that's at the back. I want to bring to the front. Just click on bring to front. And you see it's not the front, okay? So take note of that. Now let's see what happens if I want to send to back. If I send to back, you see it will go to the back of every object that you have there. Can you see it now? So it has gone to the back. If I want to bring this to the front, the same way, just bring to front. Okay, and just like that, you can edit your shape tools and reposition them. Now, what I want to do is I want to have, let's say, because this is me trying to explain the shape builder tool, right? So the shape builder tool usually works when you have a combination of shape tools interacting with one another. Okay, so that's why we are actually doing something. We want to create an interaction between shape tools. Okay, let me leave this at the back. Let me bring this to the front, right? Okay, let me have something like this. Okay. Let's just have something like this. Now, let me select everything that I have here. Hold and drag it here and then quickly make a copy of this. Now, if you actually put this in vector selection mode, select everything and then click on enter. We have 3 shapes interacting with one another here. We have 1, 2, 3, 3 circles, right? Now, sometimes when the shape tools combine, you can see other shape within the shapes that are interacting with one another. Like in this case, now this combination, I can see that I can have, there's a shape here. There's a shape here in this section. Okay, if I should combine this section with this section and this section, I'm going to have another shape. Okay, now you may not be seeing it now. So what we usually do is, there are 2 ways you can actually see this, because in using the shape builder tool, right? In using this tool here, it is actually important that you see the shape you want to create up front. Okay, so you actually expect it before you actually use it. That shows that you know what you are doing. So what we are going to do is that sometimes seeing the shape requires reducing the opacity of the shape. So I'll select this. Okay, I'll select this now, right? And I'll come over here and I'll just reduce this opacity to say 28. Okay, I think that's too light. Let's take 35. All right, I'll come over here, select this shape. Now in selecting the shape, you see I am still in vector editing mode. So how do I select the shapes? I'll click on Control before I click on the shape. I select the shape, make this say the same opacity. Right, select this shape, make this the same opacity. Let's say 35. I think I changed the color code instead. 35. Now I have this, right? And what you can simply do is, let me highlight it all and then click on the enter key. Now you can see that you can see the shape that will come out of this combination better than you could see it here. Why? Because even without these bounding lines here, without these bounding lines that I have here, you can see that there's more like, I don't know what I'm going to describe or what name or designation I'll give to this shape. I can see a shape here like this. Now if I want to get the shape out, what I can do is, while in vector selection and editing mode, I can use the shape builder tool. So I've just come up to this tool, which is the shape builder tool. Click on it. Okay. And then what it's going to do now is, if I hover, you can see it's selecting different sections, right? Because now that the shapes have intersected, they have created different sections, just like the way you have it in Venn diagram or sets for those that did mathematics, right? Just like the way you have it there. So there are different sections. So this section is not different from this. This is not different from this. This is not different from this, right? So you have different sections there. So if I want to bring a shape out of this, right, the first thing I could do is, so while I have the shape builder tool selected, right, I can come over here, click on this. Okay. Now you see when I clicked on it and I left, it didn't select it anymore. So what you do is click on it, hold and drag. So I've clicked on it now. So I'll hold my mouse and drag. See, it has selected the next section. Okay, hold and drag. It has selected this, hold and drag. So this other section, it has selected this. So now this is the shape that is going to come out from this combination. Okay, now that I'm done, I'll let it go. Now, in order for me to actually bring this shape out from here, you don't just come and just try to drag it out. It's not going to work. Why is it not going to work? Because right now, you still have the shape builder tool selected, right? So you want to move, what you can simply do is, let's try and go to the move tool and let's see what happens. I've gone to the move tool, right? Now I can hold and drag. Now take note of what I just did. When you are using these tools and you have them selected and then you want to move an object, you should know that you need to go back to the move tool remember that this way, when you're doing your practice, you don't have any issues. Okay, as you're moving from one step to another and you're trying to use one or two tools, you know where to go to. Now, when we selected these three shapes using the shape builder tool, right? Which was 1, 2, and 3. And of course, I left. I wanted to move this. You don't just come and just drag. Okay, let's see what happens. You see, I just drag now. You see what happens. It is still giving me the command based on the fact that what I have, what I have selected is still the shape builder tool. Okay, in order for you to drag, you need to now exit the shape builder tool and go back to the move tool, right? So let's Ctrl Z to take us back to what we had. Okay, so just take note of that of what I just explained now. So what you can do is select the shape builder tool, right? Then get your shape out of it, hold and drag, and get them out. Now, in order for you to drag this out, you need to go back now to the move tool because you want to move this new shape out of here. So select the move tool and then come over here, highlight it, hold and drag. And you see I have created a whole new shape, okay, from that interaction or combination of shapes that I had there. I can click on the escape key now to see what new shape that I've selected. There are actually two shapes now, which are 1 and then 2, right? And you can give this shape any color that you want, that you deem fits. You can decide to give that shape any color that you want. Okay, so this is me creating another shape out of a combination of interacting shapes. Okay, and this is also another shape on its own. Okay, so take note of that, please. So that's for that. Now, another way we can do this is let's highlight this and let's try to repeat what we just did with the shape builder tool there. So I'll come over here, select the shape builder tool, right? Now you can see that over here it's actually more difficult for you to see the shape you are going to build. The only way you can see it is by using the outlines, which are these outlines here. That's how you can see that, okay, I have to hold and drag from here to this section, and then down to this section, right? So something like this. Now, if you have selected a section, it doesn't matter whether you circle, like, when you're using the shape builder tool, there are these dotted lines that come up. It doesn't matter whether you circle around, it doesn't matter. Okay, as long as you've selected it, it is selected. So even if you circle around, it is still the same selection, right? So I can go and circle around, it's still the same selection, it doesn't matter anymore. Okay, so if I want to move this, I have to now select the move tool and then hold and drag, right? So take note of that. Now I want to go back to the way it was and then click on enter. Now, what if I want to actually select the outside section? I can come to the shape builder tool, right? Click on it and then come over here, select this. Now, like I said, now that I have this selected, even if I move it around 100 times, it doesn't matter anymore. Okay, the first click has already selected it. So I'll come over here, select this. Let's say go out, come over here, select this. Okay, now this is me trying to actually get another shape. I'm trying to see if I can get another shape out of this combination. So I have all three selected, right? So what I can simply do is go back to the move tool and then hold and drag. See, that just created the same two shapes that I have here, right? Using two different parts. Okay, so for this first one, it created this out, and for this second one, it created this out, but they actually gave me the same result. So these are some of the applications of the shape builder tool, right? These are some of the applications of shape builder tool. Okay, now let's get back to what we have. Now, what if I decide to, let's say, let me draw another circle instead of taking this out. Take another, okay, let me make this a circle. It mustn't apply to a circle. You can actually use an ellipse to actually get these results too, right? But I'm using a circle because I want us to be talking about some of the properties that we talked about before, which is the aspect ratio icon, which is this log icon here, okay? So that's why we're actually just converting the ellipse to a circle. So it's not compulsory, you must convert it. Okay, I'm using this method to actually just remind you of some of the things we explained before in our previous class. So let me make a copy of this circle and then put it here. Let me just give this, what color should I give it now? Let's make that blue. Okay, let me take this out. I want to duplicate this, so I'll just click on Alt and then hold and drag. I have a duplicate. Now, instead of clicking on Alt and then holding and dragging again, you can just click on Ctrl D now, right? You see, because it has stored the direction that you want to go, right? So take note of that. Let's say I have this combination here, right? And then let's say I have another combination. If you want to actually increase that combination, you can click on Ctrl D again and it will give you exactly the same thing. Okay, so That's just for that. So let me put them close to each other, right? Like this. Okay. Now I want to select everything. Or should I change those colors to white so that I can have more contrast? Okay, I think this is fine. It's easier to see, right? Now I want to select everything and then convert everything to a vector state by clicking on enter. Now once I do that, I want to now select the shape builder tool and see what I can get from here. Okay, I'll select this and then come over here. Now you can see that there's no there is an intersection of 1, 2, 3, 4 here. But you can see when I try to actually select this, you see nothing is highlighted here. Nothing is highlighted here, right? What if I hold and drag? Nothing is highlighted here, which simply means that it's possible that these circles are not actually properly touching each other. Okay, so which is actually a common mistake that could be made. So what I can do is just come over here and really check. Okay, let's try to take these ones out and let's make sure that they're actually touching each other, right? Let me just take this here, bring this here. Fine. Let me just Ctrl D. I don't think I have to create so much. Let me just create those 3. Let me delete this. From that circle, they're not touching, right? Of course, you can see that with the Figma guide. Okay, let me hold and drag. Bring this here, then Ctrl D. Okay, now let me select everything I have there. Click on enter, then go to the shape builder to select it. And then can you see what happened? And now remember that previously, when we hovered on this section, there was no selection, right? Now you can see that there's a selection. The reason why there was no selection was because those circles were not actually properly touching each other. Do you understand? That was why there was no selection. So if there's as little as a space in between these points of intersection, you won't have the selection. You will have a selection when there is actual intersection, either when they touch each other or when they cross each other perfectly, right? So take note of that. So now I can decide that I want to use the shape builder tool and click on this. I will get a shape out of that, right? Now, if I want to see the shape that I have created, you can click on it and then drag. It doesn't really matter. It's still the same shape like I explained before. Now, if I want to drag this out, just come over here, select the move tool. I've created that shape, right? So take note of that. Alternatively, I can decide that, okay, let me see if I can get something else out of this. I can click on the shape builder tool, right? Come over here, hold and drag, right? Come over here, hold and drag, come over here, hold and drag, and then let it go. You see, I've created another shape. Now, to get it out, you need to actually go back and select the move tool so that you can move it out. Okay? And then you can click on escape twice to get out of vector selection and editing mode. So this is just what the shape builder tool does. It just gives you the ability to actually bring out new shapes from a combination of 1, 2, or 3 or more shape tools, right? So you can decide to combine circles with squares, with polygon, combine it in whatever way, and then try to bring out new shapes using the shape builder tool. So we've talked about the second tool for vector selection. Now that we've talked about the second tool, which is the shape builder tool, let's move over to the paint tool, sometimes referred to as the paint bucket tool. Okay. Okay, thank God we already have objects here in vector selection and editing mode, right? All right, now let's talk about the paint tool. Now, in order for us to talk about the paint tool, of course, to see the tool, you need to be in vector mode because it's a tool that is applied to vectors, right? Now, the paint tool is also sometimes called the paint bucket tool. This is used to give colors to different sections of your shape, right? A better way to explain this would be, let's try something. Let's take this out. Let's copy this and bring it here. Now that I have all these shapes selected, if I come to the fill section, because the fill section is used to give selected items a color. If I come to the fill section and I want to give it a color, you see over here it says there's supposed to be a little box here representing a color, right? Now, this fill section doesn't give you the option to actually automatically give each of these shapes individual colors here, because right now you can only give one shape a color at a time. Do you understand? So now that I have 3 selected, it can't give all the 3 separate shapes directly from this fill section. So if I want to give it a color and I click on the plus sign, automatically everything goes to one color. Do you understand? So when I change, you are seeing that everything is actually just one color, right? Everything is just moving. See, everything is changing. They are changing color, but it's just the same color all through. Okay, now what the paint bucket tool does is that it gives you the ability to actually give each of these shapes a color while they are all selected. Do you understand? Unlike what we have now with fill tool, where it just gives everything one color. So we are going to go back now to vector selection mode for this and see how the paint bucket tool does that. If I click on enter, now this is the paint bucket tool, right? Or you might just see paint if you hover on it. Now if I select it and I come over here, you see you can select this independently, you can select this independently, and you can select this independently. Now if I click on it now, automatically the color that was there before has left, right? If I click on this, the color that was there before has left. If I click on this, the color there before has left, right? Now if you want to give it a color, you can simply just select this. When you select it, you can now come here, give this part a separate color. Okay. Then now take note of this. The moment I click on this, right? The moment I clicked on this fill section, I have now gone back to the move tool. Okay. Now if I want to select this section, because the move tool cannot select it, it's only the paint tool that can select it. So if I want to select this section, I have two options. I can come back and click on the paint bucket tool, or I can use my tab key to move around, because for my tab key, anytime you have an object selected, your tab key can always move that selection around, whether you are working with a node, whether you are working with the paint bucket tool, or even when you are inside the website. Okay, I don't know if any of you have tried to like navigate or use, or maybe let's say go to a button component in a website without a mouse. If you click on your tab key, it will actually take you down. Then you can click on enter to actually activate the button. But since we are not talking about website now, let's focus on what we have here. So the tab key enables us to move selections around. As long as we already have one selection, we can move it around. So if I want to select this and then the move to can't do it for me, the tab key can simply help me. Instead of me coming back to select the paint bucket tool. So I'll just on my computer click on tab. See, it has now come to this section, and I can now give it its own fill color. Okay, now that's for that. Okay, I can cancel this, click on tab again. It has gone towards the next section. Alternatively, you can come back and click on paint tool and then highlight it and then change the color. Okay, so either way is fine. So that's just what the paint bucket tool does, right? When you are in vector selection and editing mode, if you want to change the color of individual items, right, you use the paint bucket tool. So that's for that. So that's me clicking on escape to actually get out of vector mode, right? Then you can go back into it and then look at next tool, which is the bend tool. The bend tool. Now for us to explain the bend tool, I don't want to use these curves here. Let me just simply draw a simple rectangle, right? Okay. Now that I have this vector mode. Now what the bend tool does is simply apply a Bézier bend to an edge, right? That's what the bend tool does. They are called Bézier. I think it's a French word or so. I think so. They are referred to as Bézier bends. Okay, so if I should select this shape and then click on enter, and then I click on the bend tool. Okay, if I hover on any of the nodes here and I click on it, see what happens? I have a bend, right? So that's for that. Now this bend is referred to as a Bézier bend, while the bend comes with two handles, left and right. These are both Bézier handles. Okay, so take note of that. The point that is attached to the Bézier handle is called the anchor point. So this node here is the anchor point. So take note of that, please. Okay, so this is a node. That's the anchor point because it's the only node now that's attached to this Bézier handle and this Bézier bend. So take note of that. So that's what the bend tool does. It applies bends to nodes, right? Or to the corners of shape tools. Now the corners of shape tools will always have nodes. So let's just say it applies bends to nodes. So I can come over here, click on the bend tool again. Then click on this. Okay, click on the bend tool again. Okay, I still have it selected, so no need to click on it again. Click on this and then click on this. Okay, now I have a circle, right? No, I think I have an ellipse. This doesn't look like a circle. This is more like an ellipse. Okay, now if you want to, let's say, use this to create a circle, what you can simply do is, for a circle, for you to have a circle, first of all, you are going to have a perfect circle from a square, right? Because for a circle, the diameters are equal. So the distances in terms of diameters or diagonals, they'll always be equal. So what you want to do is you want to get a perfect circle, you need to convert your rectangle to a square, right? So I will just come over here, give them the same width, 900. I can use any value, just make sure that they are equal, 900. Okay, so I think this is a square now. You can decide to lock it if you want to. Now, if I make this a vector and come over to apply the bend tool, I should be having what? The perfect circle, right? So take note of that. So that's for that. So that's just what the bend tool does. Okay, that's what the bend tool does. Now I'm going to take all these out and then I'm going to try to explain more on those Bézier angles and those that I talked about, and then the anchor points, right? So let me select this. Let me take this off. Okay. Now, just forget about the name of the tool I'm using. Now we'll go into, this is called the pen tool. We'll go into it later on. I just want to explain more about this pen tool. Now, if let's say I have, let me just exit. Okay. I want to give this, let me give it a white color so it can easily be seen. And let me increase the stroke of that. We'll come to all this later on. 5. Okay. I have this. Now, if I apply the bend tool to a shape like this, right? If I click on the bend tool and then I select the node, automatically, you see, this is now what I have. And I have what? A Bézier curve, right? From what? An anchor point with what? Bézier handles. Now, when you have the bend tool applied to any particular node, now what happens is that it changes that node to an anchor point, right? For a curve, okay? Now, there are two handles that come with it, okay? A left handle and a right handle. And when these handles come up, if you look at the properties panel, yeah, that's why it's called the properties panel, because it's going to bring out the properties of whatever you are doing on the Figma canvas, right? So if you look at the properties panel, you're going to realize that we have 3 states here. Now this first state says no mirroring, the next state says mirror angle, and the third one says mirror angle and length. So I'm going to start with the simplest of them, right? And by default, it's already selected. What we have selected here is mirror angle and length. Now, what does that mean? Now, for us to know what that means, this is what we are going to do. We are going to come over here and try to drag this, okay? Now, take notes. If I want to drag this, I need to go back to the move tool. I need to make sure that my move tool is selected. That is why I'm always emphasizing checking the state that you are in, okay? So I want to drag this now, okay? Which simply means I expect it to go to the right. Is that not so? Now that I have my bend tool still selected, if I click on this and drag it, I may not see it moving to the right. I may see something else. So anytime you want to like click on something and drag it, you have to make sure that your move tool is selected. Okay, so I'll come over here, click on the move tool. I'm now sure that my move tool is selected. So I'll come to the end of this handle, click on it, and then drag. Now, while I'm dragging this, you see, it's even difficult for me to actually drag it along a straight path. What you can simply do is, you want to drag it along a horizontal straight path. While you're dragging, hold your shift key, and you can get a perfect straight line path for your dragging. Okay, so that's for that. Now, notice what happens when I am moving this right handle here. Now, you can see that the left handle is moving simultaneously by an equal length. Okay, so it is mirroring the length of the right handle. Okay, so it's moving at an equal length. Also, the angle of the curve, because there's a curve here, right? You can see that the angle of this curve on the right and that on the left are changing by the same amount. Okay, so in essence, at this anchor points, right? This anchor point here, this part of the curve is symmetrical to this other part of the curve. So in essence, anything that happens on this side happens on this side. Okay, that is what we're actually experiencing now, moving this handle. Now, in that case, you are in what state? You are in this mirror angle and length state, okay, where you have perfect symmetry. Whatever happens on the left hand side happens on the right hand side. Okay, so that's for that. Now, when you are in that state, okay, I decided to explain. I was supposed to explain from no mirroring to mirror image and the mirror angle and length, but I decided to explain this first because this is easier to understand. So let's go back to the very first state. If I come over here and I click on no mirroring, okay, and then I come back and I select this handle and then I move it. See what happens? only one side is actually moving, right? So take note of that. Only one side is moving. Now, if you notice also, I can decide to move this hand around, while this one on the left is stationary, it doesn't move. Okay, so this is what no mirroring does. It gives you the ability to actually edit one handle and move it around. Okay, I can decide to move it here. You see now the two handles are now at a 90-degree point. Okay, I can decide to move it here. I can decide to cross it. Okay, that's what no mirroring does. It gives you independence on the selected side. The same thing will happen to the left hand side if you select it and try to move it. Okay, it moves independently, right? So that's what no mirroring does. So I believe that's clear. Now, after this no mirroring state, there's another state that says mirror angle. Now, if I select it, what this does automatically is that it makes sure that the handles are always 180-degree apart. Okay, now you know that for a straight line, let me just draw a straight line here. If you have a straight line like this, right? I don't know if that's actually a straight line. I think I made. Okay, like I said, if you want to create a perfect straight line, you must hold the shift key. Anytime you are trying to create a shape tool and you want to get a perfect straight line of parts, you must hold the shift key. So that's for that. Now remember mathematics, right? Angles on a straight line equals 180 degrees. That also. So the angle at the top and at the bottom is 180, 180. So a combination of everything gives you 360 forming a circle, right? Now the same kind of principle is applied to these handles that we have here. Okay. Now the moment you click on, remember we just move from this no mirroring towards mirror angle. The moment you select mirror angle, what you've done is that you have given it a setting or a type setting such that the angle between this handle and this handle will always be 180 degree. You understand? In other words, both handles will always be 180 degrees apart. Unlike when you select no mirroring and then you can just select this handle and then move it around and the other one does not move. So you can select it and put it here and you have 90 degrees but between them. If you select mirror angle, which is this second option here, and you move this, they will always be 180 degrees apart. Do you understand? So when this one is to the right, the other handle will be to the left. Okay. When this is to the south, the other one will be to the north. That's just what this mirror angle does. Okay. Then I started by explaining this. Okay, so take note of that. Now, what this one does is that it mirrors both the length of the handle and the angle of the curve. Now, this one is named mirror angle. It doesn't mean that if I move this to the right and I have this angle, and then I move this, let's say by the same length to the left, I'm going to have this angle. That's not what it means, right? What it simply means is that the two handles, this and this, will always be 180 degree apart. It simply means they'll always be on opposite sides. So that's actually what happens once you apply the bend to an anchor point. You get Bézier handles, right? That leads to the formation of Bézier curves that you can actually start editing using these type settings. Now, this may be looking so plain and the rest, but by the end of the class, we are going to look at some practical applications of all what we've done, and you're going to see that combining all what you've just learned today can actually make you create a lot of things. Now, if I have a straight line here, right, of course, which is still in vector state. Now, there are times when, let's just see what variable we do. Let me select variable width and let me go to any node. Let me select this point. Okay, let me select these points. Okay, let me select this point. I just created the shape using the variable width principle. Just like the name implies, it gives you the ability to edit the width of different node points along a path. Do you understand? So if you have, like, there was a straight line path there, right? So the variable width has given me the ability to actually edit the width of different node points and thereby creating this simple shape. That's what it does. If you have to apply it to this, and just click on variable width and then come over here, just hold and drag it. See, we have something like this. Okay. It's not compulsory that you must select an existing node. You can select any point along and it becomes a node automatically. And while you are dragging it, you can decide to just put in a value for the width that you want. Okay, I can make that's 72 pieces. Now I can make that 90. Okay, and I have that. Now I can also move this path along the what. I can also move that point along the path that I have. Okay, I also move it along. So that's just what variable width does. If I come back and I select this, let me click on escape. I couldn't select that just now. And then I click on variable width. I can decide to hold this and then drag it along. And of course, you'll be getting, see, this is me getting different shapes now, right? So that's just what variable width property does. Okay, so we've actually looked at all the properties here, from the lasso tool to shape builder tool to the paint bucket tool to the bend tool and to the variable width tool. So this will be all for the vector editing toolbar. So this will be all for the vector editing toolbar. Now I want to take everything here out. Let me just click on escape, right? Highlight whole thing, and then now we are going to go into a new tool which is referred to as pen tool. Since I decided to treat vector states first before coming into the pen tool, so let's look at the pen tool. For this dynamic toolbar that we have here, right, you can see that after shape tools, which we've treated, there's another tool here, right? If I click on this drop down, it says pen tool, and then it says pen and pencil. So we have two tools here, pen tool and pencil tool. So we are going to actually start with the pen tool. If you hover on it, it's just a creation tools, which simply means that those tools are actually used to just create, right? So if I click on the pen tool and I come to my Figma canvas, right? Now what's going to happen? I want this to be practical. So how do I make it practical? So you see the need for the pen tool. Okay, what I'll do is I'll simply come over here, take a shape tool. Let's just take a rectangle. Take another shape tool. Let's take a polygon. Okay, let's just use this tool. Now there are times when you want to create, because you know that this shape tool drop down here only gives us the option of a rectangle, a line, an arrow, an ellipse, a polygon, and a star, right? There are times when you want to create other custom shape tools. In order for you to create other custom shape tools, of course, you can edit these shape tools using vector editing mode to get other custom shape tools. But there are still times where you want to also create some really special shapes that are not part of what we have here. Shapes that are not, let's say, they are not a rectangle. Okay, they're not a line, not an arrow, not an ellipse, not any of these shape tools that you have here. Now, those custom shape tools can be created using the pen tool. So, if you're using the pen tool, automatically you are in vector selection and editing mode. So, if I come over here now, for example, we are going to start by using the pen tool to create some shape tools. If I select this, automatically you now see that and I have the pen tool icon there, and it's looking for a point, right, where you can actually put in a node. If I select that and then I click on the points, once I click on it, right, let's go of the click and then move your mouse. Okay, a point has been created, which is the starting point, right? So if I want to draw just a line, what I'll just do is I'll just go to any other points, select it, and I've drawn a line. Now I am done with my what I want to draw. So you can see now that I still have the pen tool attached to the last point. Click on escape once. Okay, I have what? I have a line. Now I'm still in a state where I can still use the pen tool. Okay, if you want to actually just go to the normal selection mode, click on escape again, and of course you have your you have your line created, right? So that's how to use the pen tool to simply create a simple line. Okay, so let's just Ctrl+C to take that out. Now, if I click on the pen tool again and I want to create a rectangle, for example, now remember that anytime you are in vector mode and you want to create a straight path, a perfectly straight path, you apply the shift key, right? So I'll click on a point. This means wanted to create a rectangle, and then move the pen tool downwards. Okay. Now, when you click, don't hold and drag. Just click on it. Let go of the click and then move your mouse. Okay. Now, it may be difficult for you to get a perfect straight line. So in order for you to be 100% certain and confident, hold the shift key. So even if I'm somewhere here, now look at what happens when I click on the shift key and I hold it down. Once I hold it down, you see, it shifts a bit. It takes me to a straight path. So if I'm somewhere here and I click on it, see, it takes me to a straight line, right? So that's what the shift key does in using the pen tool. It gives you the ability to have a straight path. So that's for that. So now I can actually select my other point for the rectangle I want to create. So I'll select this, right? Just click on it. Once you click on it, take your mouse, take your hands off the click. Just move your mouse. Click on it, take your hands off. Then come over here. Of course, the Figma guide is going to tell you like like the alignment point, okay? So if I'm moving upward, you see the Figma guide has told me that this is my alignment point. Click on that. Come over here and then click on this, okay? Now I have created what? I have created a simple rectangle, okay, just like this, using the what? Using the pen tool. Then decide to come over here and give the rectangle a fill color. Okay, it's called a fill color because it fills the intersection. Okay, I can click on this plus sign and I've given the rectangle what? A fill color, which you can see now. Now, before we continue with the pen tool, there are some properties I want us to look at that are going to help us in understanding the pen tool better. I've drawn a rectangle, right? So let's look at some other property here, which is more like the stroke property. Now, for this rectangle that is drawn, if you come to your properties panel, you are going to be seeing, that's why it's called a properties panel. It contains the properties of the shape too. You're going to be seeing like a fill, that is to give it a fill color, which we have done. There's stroke to give it a stroke. There's effects. So these are the three properties you'll be seeing now. Now, effects talks about putting in shadow effects and some other things. We won't look into effects now, right? So let's just look into stroke. We'll look into that later on. Now, in order for you to give your shape a stroke, come over here, click on this plus icon. The plus icon says, see, once I over, it says add stroke. So I click on it. I've added what? I've added a stroke to what? To this shape. Now, where is the stroke? The stroke will be along the boundary of the shape, right? So in order for us to explain this, what I'm going to do now is, because you may not see the stroke with this background, so I'm going to change the background of Figma. I'm going to make this white. Okay, I think I like this background. Okay, I'm going to select this object. Don't worry, we are going to go back to the pen tool. Let's explain some things first. Okay, we'll go back to the pen tool, right? So let's just use this opportunity to explain some things first. So I want to select that shape and I want to take out, let me take out the stroke again. Let me just remove the stroke. Okay, this is me just trying to like restart the whole process. Okay, so I'll go back. Now this is my what? This is my shape. Now you can see that at the boundary there's no stroke. Okay, let me zoom in. Now if I select it and I come to the stroke property, click on that add sign there. You are going to see now that a stroke has been added. Now what are the properties of the stroke? Right now, the stroke comes with a color. Okay. Now this is the code of the color 00 into 6 places hexadecimal, right? Now the code for a perfect black, right? Code for a perfect black is just 0 into 6 places. Okay. So if I come over here and I change this, you see that this code is changing right now. As you can see, the code is changing. Okay. So if you want to get a perfect black, you can just put it at this end, or come over here and just put 0 into 6 places. I have that. So that's for that. Now, aside from this is for its opacity. We're not touching that now. Now, this is the eye icon for letting me know that should I actually hide the stroke or actually what show it. Now, how do you see the stroke, or have you even seen the stroke? Let's see what we have. By putting a stroke, we are now seeing that we have what? We have a boundary, by a dark line at the boundary. Okay, that this is what we mean by stroke. You can increase the thickness of the line if you can't see it now. Come over to this section that talks about thickness, right? You can see now that it's set to 1. I want to set it to 5. Now you can see that I can now see my stroke better, right? So take note of that. So this is just to increase the thickness of the stroke. Okay. Now if you want to hide the stroke, you can click on this icon here and automatically hides it, or you click on it again, brings it out. Now there are 3 states that your stroke can exist in. You can have your stroke, right, set to center. You can have your stroke set to inside. You can have your stroke set to outside. You can see as I'm moving around, the shape is actually changing. Now, what's the difference between them? Well, let's take this out and let's zoom in a bit. Right now, my stroke is set to center. Now, what does that mean? What it means is that I gave it a value of 5, right? Okay. Now, by giving it a value of 5, let's look at what we have here. What it simply means is that, if I select an object, ordinarily there's a bounding line around the object, which is this blue line. Now, by giving this shape a stroke value of 5, it simply means that 5 will be shared above and below the blue line on the condition that the stroke property I click on or I select is set to center. Okay, because over here now we know that the stroke is set to center. So any value I put in here will be shared above and below this blue line equally. So this blue line is a selection line. Okay, the stroke now has a value of 5. So above it is 2.5, below it is 2.5, giving us 5. You understand? That's what happens when it's set to center. I should set the value now to, let's say, 10, see, the stroke thickness has increased, right? So above it is 5, below it is 5. Altogether, we have a stroke of 10. This happens all around the perimeter or the boundary of the object. Okay, so take note of that. So that's what center means. Now, if I should come over here and change this setting or this type setting from center to outside, look at what happens when I select the shape. You can see that line that shows selection, which is the blue line showing selection, is now what? It's now below the what? It's just below the stroke. There's no dark section below the blue line. Everything is now outside the what? Outside the shape, right? That's what outside, setting it to outside means. It simply means that the stroke of 10 is just what? Extending outside the shape. Do you understand? So that's the difference. Now, if I set it to inside, you can understand the blue line is now outside. So the stroke is now inside the what? Inside the shape. So in essence, you can put in a stroke or add a stroke to a shape tool and have it inside the shape, or have it outside the shape, or have it shared between inside and outside the shape by clicking on what? Center. So that's for that. I don't know if that's clear. Now, in order for us to explain more stroke properties, I'm also going to draw a line. Okay, let me just come over here. Let me draw a line. Hold and drag. Draw a line. Okay, and can decide to give the line a thickness to, let's say, 5, so it can be seen. Or let's make it 10. Alright. Now, other stroke properties that we could actually talk about here, because we've talked about the color and the code, we know what opacity means, like trying to measure the transparency. We use opacity while we're treating those circles just now, right? Then we know what this center here means now for the stroke. So by default, if you actually draw a shape, right, it automatically is set to center by default. Alright. So we've talked about this center property, okay? Talked about increasing the thickness of the stroke, right? So let's say I draw a line. Okay, there are some properties here, right? This one says none, this one says none. Now there are two properties here, because if you hover on it, we have a start point, definitely, and then if you hover on the next one, we have an end point. Okay, because a line, remember when we wanted to draw the line, we start from a point and then we ended at a point, right? So you can actually decide to change the properties of the start or end points by just looking at the properties. If I click on that, you can see it gives the line an arrow right on the left. The arrow is now looking like a triangle, okay? Gives it a reverse triangle, gives it a circular arrow, diamond arrow, okay? Then you can also change like the end property from, because automatically when you actually create this shape, say I have like sharp or box ends, right? 90-degree ends. So with this, you can actually give it a round end. It's not round. Or you can take it back to the square end. So that's just what these properties are for. If you select this other one, it will actually give the same properties, but this time to the right hand side. So we can actually have something like this created, right? So that's for that. So that's what these ones are for. However, if I click on, there's one icon there, right, that says advanced stroke settings, right? So if I click on that, let's see what happens. You can actually, this context menu that come up, you can hold them and drag them, put them wherever you want to put them. Okay, I have 3 states here: basic states, dynamic, and then brush states. But I didn't want us to talk about brushes until we go into Figma Draw. So we may not talk about brushes for now, right? Because part of this class today, I'm hoping that we can go into Figma Draw. Let me see if I can be faster. Now, for the states under basic, let's see. These are just more editing options for your shape tools, right? Or for your lines or your vector creations. These are just more editing options, especially for a line. So if I come over here and click on this, you can have a solid line or you can have a dashed line. Now the same thing applies to not just this. If I come to the rectangle, right, and I go to that same context menu, and then for the line, this is solid right now. Now I have it dashed. Okay, so like I said, anything that is applying on one applies to the other. So that's just it. Now, so after that, if I come over here and then look at more advanced settings, so I want a solid line, right? So I don't want that. I think there's also an option for custom here. Okay, when you select custom, this is what you have. And then you can put in different values to get a custom one. So these values are editable to get custom dashes or the rest. So that custom state is for creating your custom dash lines. Okay, so that's for that. Okay, let's go back to solid. I want it solid. So this is it. Okay, now this talks about width profile. Okay, which simply means how you want the profile of your line to look like. So right now it's set to what? A straight line, right? If I click on this, you see I have something like this, right? So these are very simple simple editing options. You click on any of, if you select any of the other ones, you are going to be seeing different profiles. Okay, so take note of that. Now this is endpoint setting. So we just treated this now as part of the properties that we have here, or you can make the endpoint round or square. So we won't talk about that anymore. Now I want to talk about mitre angles here. This is why I actually came to this context menu. There's something that's called mitre angles. Now, if you, I don't know, I can apply it to this, right? But in order for us to understand it better, let's apply it to this rectangle that I have here. Come over here and then let me take this back to solid. And then go to why I came here. Okay, we have mitre angles. Now, there are times when, you know, this stroke property that you're giving to this particular rectangle now. It has a vertex where this vertical line and this horizontal line meets, right? Now, we can decide to actually bevel that vertex. It's more like using a scissors to cut the edge. You are no longer going to have one vertex. So you're going to be having two vertices, but it's going to be beveled and there's going to be a slant line connecting them, right? What do I mean? Come over here and then click on this option that says bevel. And this is what I mean, right? It's more like cutting the edge of a vertex, and this is what you have. Now you have two vertices, 1, 2, right? Now if I select this next option, it gives me what? A round edge. Okay, so this just gives me different edges, whether I need a vertex or I need it round or I need it beveled. Okay, let me go back to the first one here. So if I select this one, it goes back to its original state. Okay, this angle that says mitre angle, well, what does that really do? If, like for this rectangle that we have here, we know that this vertex, how was it formed? It is formed when by the combination of a vertical line and a horizontal line meeting at an angle of 90 degrees, right? Because this is a 90 degree what? 90 degree vertex. Is that not so? So what this angle does is that it converts it from like a vertex point to a bevel point, depending on the angle that you put in here. If this is a 90 degree vertex, right? Any angle, any mitre angle that you have below 90 degrees is going to be a vertex. So even if I change here to maybe 89, let's change that to 89. That's what we have. 89 and click on enter. See, I still have a vertex. Nothing has changed. Okay. But if you change the mitre angle to the angle of the vertex, right? Or to because the angle of this vertex or the angle of this joint is 90 degrees. So if the mitre angle is equal to or above the angle of the vertex, you are going to get a bevel. For example, if I change this to 90, automatically I have a bevel point. If you change it to 100, it doesn't really matter. You also have a bevel point. Okay. So that's just what the mitre angles mean. You don't really need it. Like I said, you can use these properties here to do what you want to do. So that's for that. I believe that's clear so far. So I needed to explain these properties before we continue our explanation of what of the pen tool, right? Because as we are using the pen tool, we are going to be noticing that we need some of those properties already explained. So let me take all these out. Further explaining the pen tool, right? So we've seen how to use the pen tool to create a line, to create other shapes. So you can also use the pen tool to create a circle if you want to. How can you do that? You can, let me select the points. Okay. Okay. Right. I want to use the pen tool to create a curved path. Now I've done that. Okay. Now if I want to apply other vector tools, I'll just click on escape once. I'm still in vector mode. You can come to the bend and just do the same thing, right? Like we did before. Okay, just the same thing. So that's not why we want to talk about the pen tool now. What else can you use the pen tool to do? Okay, I want to talk about open paths and closed paths, right? If you're using the pen tool, sometimes you can create open paths, sometimes you can create closed paths. I think that's one very important thing. So if you select the pen tool, come over here. Remember, the pen tool is in the main Figma toolbar, which is the dynamic toolbar. If I select the pen tool, okay, and then let's say I click on the points, hold my shift key, click on that point, hold my shift key. My shift key is still held. I didn't remove my hand. Click on that point. I have a path. If I'm done with this, all I simply do is click on escape. Now, this is something you should note. If I click on escape, I am still in vector mode. Do you understand? So this shape will have some connection to any other thing that I draw. For example, if I come over here and click on this point, and then draw something like this, right? Now, if I finally want to leave the vector mode, you are going to realize that these two shapes I've created will be in the same selection. What do I mean? Click on escape. Are you seeing that? They are selected as one vector. If you want them to be separate vectors, what you do is once you click on the pen tool and then you create this. If you know that you are done with this, right? And you don't want any other shape or vector to be combined with this, click on escape twice. Okay, just like the way we did in the initial state where we're looking at normal selection, flattened vector path selection, and vector selection, right? It's the same thing here. Okay, so now if I click on escape twice, I now have what? I now have only one shape created. Okay, so if you want to create another shape like this, you now have to start creating it on its own again. Okay, so a common mistake people usually make when they are using the pen tool is that they go into vector selection and editing mode and then they create a shape, right? And they are done with the shape, they want to exit, they only click on escape once. And because it's no longer connected, right? So you feel like, okay, that shape is now on its own, and then you create another shape. And you'll be surprised that when you eventually leave, you have both of them will be selected as one vector. Okay, both of them will be selected as one vector. And you can see it here, right? On the asset panel, it says vector 4. So both of them are vector 4, right? So what you can do is after creating the first shape, you know that you are done with creation, just click on the escape key twice, okay? Before you start creating the second shape. So make sure that you click on the escape key twice if you are done. So take note of that. I wanted to talk about closed parts and open parts, right? So if I create a shape, okay, let's say I'm done with that shape, click on escape twice, and then come over here. Let's make the thickness, let's say 30. I just want us to be seeing it very clearly. Fine. Now that's one shape. Now let me create another shape, but this time I want to make sure that it's closed, right? Let me just put it here. Let me just pick on any points. Come over here. Click on this. Okay. Now, see what we have. I just created a triangle. Now, these two shapes were created using the pen tool, right? Now, this is an open part, okay? While this is a closed part. Now, this is an open part because obviously you can see that this point here, this section is not closed, while this is a closed part. Now, what's the difference between an open part, which is this, and a closed part, which is this? Let's see. For this open part, let's try to give it a feel. Let's see what happens. See, we're trying to give the open part a feel, but we're not seeing any color, no changes, because there's nothing to fill, right? This section cannot be filled because it's not closed. Now let's take the closed part and try to give it a fill, and let's see what happens. If I click on this, automatically you see now we have a fill, right? So that's the difference between an open part and a closed part. A closed part can be filled, an open part cannot be filled. Okay, now let me use the pen to create something. Okay, let's say I create something like this, right? Okay, trying to get points. Let me just, why is it leaving? Okay, let me select the pen tool again. Select that point. Okay. Just trying to create one random shape. All right. Let me make this a bit thicker, right? Let me give it thickness of 100. So we have something like this. Now, I have different sections here. Now, let's say I want to apply a fill property to this. If I select it and I come to fill, automatically all sections get the same color, right? See, all the intersected sections get the same color. So what if I want this part of this shape now to have a separate color? I want this part to have a separate color. I want this part to have a separate color. What can I use? That's where you now go back to that tool we talked about, the paint bucket tool, right? So while this is selected, if I click on enter, come over here, select, because if you use that fill property, it's just going to give the whole shape just one color, as you saw. Okay, so if you want to give them individual colors, put it in the vector state, go and select the paint bucket tool, which is this, which we've treated before. Now, you see, it has come to this section. It has removed that color. It will first of all remove the color, okay? as you can see. Now you can select the section that you want to give a color. I can select this and then come over here, give it this color, red. Select this. Okay, if I select this next one, it's just be giving it red because I'm still on this color picker, right? So what you can do is click on the paint bucket tool again, select this, come over here, just change it to something else. Okay, select this. I think I made a mistake there. Let's change this, see what we have. Let's give it this color, right? Then while the tool is selected, come over here, select this, give it a fill color. It's not selected. And instead of coming down to actually click on this paint bucket, to just use your tab, like I said. Okay, just has gone to the next one. You can simply just, it's easier and faster this way, right? Click on your tab. When the section is selected, you are going to be seeing these parallel lines around it. That's when it's selected, and that's where you can change the color. If you don't see the parallel lines are like on top of it, it is not selected. Okay, so now that one is selected, so you can just come over and then click on the tab key, and I have here selected. If I want to change this, I can change this. Click on the tab key, and I have here just like that. So with that, I've been able to give this shape different colors. So that's for using the pen tool to create open parts and close parts, and using the paint bucket tool to actually give those parts colors. Okay, so that's for that. Now you can also use the pen tool to add nodes to a shape in vector editing mode. But to add nodes in what sense? Let me just take a rectangle, right? All right, let's quickly put this in vector editing mode. Now remember that the only nodes we had here originally were just 1, 2, 3, 4. Then when I hover on the perimeter, I see an extra node representing the midpoints, right? Now you can create more nodes. How can you create it? Using the pen tool. I can come over here, click on this pen tool, right? And then come to this point here. Click on it. As I click on it, I've given it a node point. I'll click on escape to detach it. See, and now I have a new node point. Come to any section, click on it. Okay, you see it will still be attached to the pen. Click on detach. Come to any point, click on it. Click on escape. Sorry, you click on escape once. Come to here, click on it. Want to detach this? Click on escape. And this is me creating multiple node points, so I can have more editing options, right? So take note of that. Now, just as you can put in more node points, you can also remove those node points. How? Still click on the pen tool. Now, you know that if you click on a point, it's going to create a node point, right? Now, to remove a node point, what you simply do is, while you have the pen tool selected, click on the Alt key, then go to those node points that you created. Like there's one here now. If I click on it and I select it, make sure that it actually stays on top of it before you select it. Okay. Once I select it, you see it's gone. I come over here, select it, it's gone. Come over here, select it, it's gone. Just like that. Come over here, I select it, it's gone. Right? So take note of that. Now, what if I have let me take this out. So that's how to actually put in new node points. Now remember, everything here applies to other shape tools. Now what if I have my rectangle, and let's say, remember when we're trying to create node points, we're clicking on points without a node. Now let's see what happens if I click on a point with a node. Let me select the pen tool. If I want to create a new node point like I just did, I clicked on a point without a node, right? Now what's going to happen if I click on a point where I already have a node, like somewhere here? Let's see, if I click on this, sorry, nothing really happens, right? Click on it again, because there's already a node there. So that's for that. Now, the next question is, what's going to happen if I try to remove a node? Like, because these nodes are actually, these 4 nodes, 1, 2, 3, 4, they have to be here in order for this shape to be a closed part, right? But without these 4 nodes, now this shape, these are the 4 nodes that close the shape. So these are the primary nodes that are here. Now the middle ones are just additions. So what's going to happen if I try to remove this node? By selecting or by holding down the Alt key and then clicking on this. So what happens? It gives me it has removed that node point now. But now it gives me another shape with another closed part using the 3 remaining nodes. And let's see, if I hold my Alt key and I try to remove this node, let's see what happens. See what just happened? I hold my Alt key, then come over here. Okay, you see the shape has now vanished towards a straight line, because 2 nodes cannot give me a closed part. Now for me to have a closed part, I need at least 3 nodes. Okay, So that's for using the pen tool. I think that's all you should know about the pen tool at this point. I'm trying to remember if there are other things in terms of just straight paths and closed paths I should do for the pen tool. But we are going to use it to do tracing very soon. Now you can also use the pen tool to create a curved path. Now remember, we're treating this, we're going step by step, right? We started with straight paths, then we talked about Bézier curves, right? Using the pen tool. Now, the pen tool is a tool that gives you more flexibility to create more shape tools, right? You can use them to create straight paths, right? Closed paths, custom paths. And you can also use the pen tool to create a curved path, which are those Bézier handles and angles. And how can I do that? Very simple. Select the pen tool. Okay, we'll talk about that. Let me just actually go back to these questions, right? I like answering questions faster. I didn't get on how to remove the primary nodes. If you want to remove a node, right? If you want to add a node, you need to actually click on the pen tool and then go to any points and click on it to add. If you want to remove a node, that means you need to add something in order for you to remove now, because if you just click on any point, you just add. So to remove a node, click on the Alt key first. Hold the Alt key down and then click on any points. So just know that to remove a node, you need the Alt key and the pen tool together. So that's for that. Okay, that means clicking the pen tool takes us straight to vector exactly. And that's why we had to treat vector selection mode before we talked about the pen tool. The reason we've been treating vector is simply because of the pen tool. Because the moment you click on the pen tool, you're already in vector selection mode automatically, right? And the pen tool gives you nodes. So the only time you're working on nodes in Figma is when you're in the vector selection and editing mode. Okay, next question. I've tried to use the pen tool, but my lines keep bending exactly, which is exactly what we want to talk about right now. So after this, you'll know why your lines are bending, and then you'll be able to correct it. If you are using the pen tool, like I said, if you click on it, right, you want to create a straight line, click on a point. Once you click on a point, remove your hand from that particular mouse that you've just clicked on. Remove your hand, right? And when you are clicking on the point, don't move your mouse. Do you understand? If I want to click on a point, when I want to click on a point, make sure that your mouse is not moving. Just click on it. Now you can move your mouse. Click on it. Now you can move your mouse. Click on it. Very simple. Now something happens if you actually try to use the pen tool and you are moving your mouse while you're trying to use the pen tool. You are going to be creating curved paths, right? You are going to be creating curved paths. Now, if I want to create a curved path here in Figma, if I click on the pen tool, now this is what's going to happen. I click on a point and I just move it around. I still create a straight line. 1, 2, right? Now, what happens if, let's say I click on a point and I drag and I move around and then I let go? What you've created now is not actually a line, right? What you've created, let me explain this. Okay, let's do this like this. Click a point. Now I've taken my hands off my mouse, right? Now I want to place my hand on my mouse again, but now what I want to do is I just want to move the mouse. So I'm moving it. Now what you can do now is I've taken my hands off the mouse again. Now click on that point. You created a line. Okay, now place your hand on the mouse again. Move it. Remove your hand. Then click on another point. You created a line. That's how to create a straight path. Very simple. Now, sometimes, like the question the person just asked now, when you click on the pen tool, right, and then you click on the points, sometimes by instinct, you just leave your hands on that particular mouse. After clicking on it, now I'm not taking my hands off it, right? So I'm still having that left click held down. And then you move. When you move, you still see a preview of something and you let go. The moment you let go, now notice something. For the other case, the moment we actually click on the second point, what happens is that we see a dark line showing a path. But in this case, what happens is that when you click on a point and you don't remove your hands from that click, and then you hold and drag, what you are creating is a Bézier handle. You are creating an handle, right? You're not creating a path yet. It's an handle. Now look at what happens. If I let go, okay, and then I move my mouse, automatically what you're going to be seeing is a curve. Now this curve is trying to form a path. Okay, what you have there already created, that faint line you have with 2 points, is an handle, right? It is now when I click on a point, I now have a path. which is in this case a curved path. If I select it, you are going to see that my handle is here. Okay, I think I need to change the color of this to something. I don't know if I should try something darker. I just want everything to be really clear, right? So if I turn this off, can I see my handles? Oh, it's even worse now. I can't see the handles, right? So let me just turn it back on. Okay, sorry. I think I should have put that in vector selection mode. If I click on this, then put this in vector mode. Can I see my handles? Let me click on this point and see. Yeah. So let's do it this way. And let's change the color of this to white. So what am I saying? If you select your pen tool, click on a point, but you don't remove your hand from the click, right? Your hand is still on the click, and then you drag your mouse. This first thing that you are creating is not a path. It's just an handle. So if I let go now, I have just created an handle. Now if I move my mouse, it is now that I want to create a path. Okay, so by clicking your mouse down and moving it, right, you create an handle, and you know that a Bézier handle leads to a Bézier curve, right? So automatically, once you move it, what you will be getting will be a curve. So if I click on any point, I have a curve created, right? Now, if I'm done with this, I can just click on escape twice, and I'm out, and I've gotten what? I've gotten what? The shape. Okay. Now let's take it back into vector mode and let's see what happens. Now select these points. When you select these points, like I told you, this first one is not a path, it's an handle. Just like the way we're treating handles, and it is the handle that you'll be using to actually edit the curvature of of the curve. Can you see it now? So if you click on this, like we did in our, if you want to create a straight path, click on it, right? Click on a point, let go of the mouse, remove your hands from the mouse, then move it. In this case, what you are creating is a path. Do you understand? Because if I click on the next point, I've created a path. Simple. However, if I select my pen tool and I click on the first point and I don't remove my hand from the mouse and I move, that first line I'm creating is not a path, it's an handle. Do you understand? So if I let go, I have an handle. An handle will lead to a curve. So these are the two differences. Do you understand? So if I click on this now and I have a curved path. Now that curved path is going to be having two handles. Now that first point I used to create it is the anchor part, is the anchor point, right? Like we treated before. Okay, so you can use this to actually edit this shape anyhow you want, right? Then this other endpoint has its own handle that you can use to edit this shape. And this is how to actually create curved paths. Okay, this is how to create curved paths using the pen tool, right? So with those handles now, if I click on the anchor point, you're going to see the handle which I can move around. And those handles are going to come with these properties, like I said. This no mirroring property, mirror angle property, and then this mirror angle and length property. Okay, those handles are going to be coming with them, as you can see now, right? So let me put it down here and create something like this. Okay. Now there are times when you want to actually move this handle. Like if I click on it now, for example, see, I'm just moving. Now this is me using the move tool to move it. I don't want to make any change to this curve. I just want to move it. You can go back and select the move tool, and then I just want to move it downwards. Move that node, move it here, right? And then remember that if you want to actually drag on the handles, you have to use the move tool, right? So this is me dragging on the handles and creating something like an S shape. Okay, let me click on this point, this handle here, and see if I can actually create perfect. All right. Let me see if I can escape and rotate it. Okay, let me flip it. I have. So let's assume that I want to create the icon for Silverbird, right? I think it should be something like this. That channel back in the days. Okay, now what you can do is go back to vector mode, right? Vector selection mode. Now I want to apply this variable width 2 to it. So I'll come over here, select any point at the middle, extend, right? I'll come over here, make this, should I make it a bit wider now? And this I can just leave it like this if I want to. So you can, like, just like the other case, you can move it around. Okay, so just treated this before, so no problem. Now I want to use the pen tool to create just curved paths. I've selected it now, so look at what I want to do. I'll hold the first point, hold and drag. Click on it, hold and drag. I've not let go of my click. Now what I've created is what is an handle, right? Let's go. It's now I want to create a path. So I'll just come over here, maybe create something like this. Okay. Now, when I wanted to create this, I just clicked once and I let go of my mouse. So now if I move my mouse, it is going to go back to a straight path. Why is it going back to a straight path? Because when I clicked on this, I did not stay on the click and move my mouse, right? If I want it to actually give me continuous straight path, what I can do is when I click on the next point, I will hold on it on that click and then I'll move my mouse. I'll create another handle first, right? Let go. So the curve continues. If I click on this point and I want to continue creating curve paths, right? Click on it, hold and drag. So it will create an handle first. It is the handle that will create the curve paths. Do you understand? So the first point that you are clicking on and then holding and dragging is you are just creating an anchor point. Okay? So once you hold and drag, this is the first point that will actually click on now, right? So once you click on it, that's an anchor point. Once you hold and drag, it's going to create an handle. It's after you've created the handle, because the curve cannot exist without the handle. After you created the handle, when you let go, you can now create what? A curve path, right? And just let it go like that. So what we are going to do then is that we are going to mix the paths. We are going to create straight paths, curve paths, just like that. So I'll click on the pen tool. I want to create a straight path. Click on it. Let go of the mouse. Then I'll move my mouse. Click on the point. I've created a straight path. Okay. Now, let go of it. Now, for this, after this third point, I want to create a curve path. After this first point now, after this straight line, I want to create a curve path. If I come over here, click here, I will keep my hands on that click and then move till I see my handle. So as I see my handle and I have a curve, right? Let go. Okay. Then if I click on this next point, if I still want to create a curve path, I will hold and drag and I have my handle. Let's go. It's a curve. Now, if I'm tired of creating curve paths, all I will simply do, I'll just come over here, click on this, then continue. In this case, I'm not holding it down. I'll just let it go. Click on the point, let it go. Are you seeing it? I'm back to straight lines. Click on the point, let go. If I want to create a curve path, if I click on it, I must hold the click down, hold and drag. Are you seeing it? So those are just two ways that you actually you use the word pen tool to either create a curve, right? Or a straight path. Okay, so I can decide that, okay, I want to do something here. Or what do I want to do now? Let me see. Okay. Now remember the direction of your what? Of your Bézier handle, which is this handle, determines where the curve goes. Okay. Now if I want to create this curve downwards, I'll just put the direction here, right? I want the curve to come down, right? So let me leave the handle in a horizontal state like this. Now hold your shift key, right? Okay, let's go. See, I have curve coming down now. Okay, that's just how to create a simple what? A simple curved path, right? That's how to create a simple curved path. If you want to continue with that, okay, after you create this, hold your shift key to make this easier. See, this is me creating something like a sine graph, right? So once you click on this, don't let go, hold and drag, then put in the direction of the what? Of the handle. Then just like that, right? And then you are created more like what? A simple wave shape. Okay. So I don't know if the distinction between creating straight paths and curved paths is clear. You will get this more when you practice it. Okay. Now in yesterday's class, we were introduced to a tool called the pen tool. After looking at vectors and different editing vector properties, right? Now, in today's class, we are going to be having a continuation of the pen tool, and we hope to finish it up today, right? Now, what I'm going to do first of all is, this is my Figma canvas. I'm going to zoom into, let's say, 10,000%, right? Why am I doing that? When I want to use the pen tool, I want to be able to actually see everything that I'm drawing on the canvas, even when I give them small measurements or px values. What I'll do is, first of all, I want to zoom into 10,000%. So I'll come over here. I'm zoomed into 43% right now. I'll change that to 10,000. Right. Now, the reason why I'm zooming into 10,000 is because I need precision when I'm using the pen tool. Okay. So if I'm moving my pen along the interface, I could decide to stop at a node or at an intersection point of this Figma grid. So that's why I've done that. Okay, the next thing I'm going to do now is I'm going to put in here a list of all what we are going to be covering. So this is a list of all what we'll be doing today, right? All right, so let's take them one after the other. We're going to take this and we're going to drag it down. And then we are going to look at what we have there. Okay, we are treating the Figma toolbars, okay? Now, we've talked about dynamic toolbar, which is the very first one that we've been using. In our class yesterday, we talked about the vector editing toolbar, which contained all the vector tools, okay, used for editing while an object or a shape tool is a vector state. Now, after we talk about the pen tool today, we are going to look at another toolbar, which is referred to as the Boolean operations toolbar, also known as the shape builder toolbar, right? So that's for that. Now let's go over to the pen tool and its applications. The pen tool and its applications. Let's go back to that and let's see what we have. Now in yesterday's class, we were introduced to the pen tool. Now we saw that if you actually want to create a shape tool using the pen tool, you have to first of all come over to the dynamic toolbar and select the pen tool, right? So let's say I want to create a straight line. I'll come over here, I'll click on that. So I have it selected. Now once I click on it, I can come to my canvas and then click a point. Once I click a point, what do? I let go of my mouse. Okay? Now what I want to do is I want to take a hold of my mouse again, but this time I won't click anything, I'll just move it around. So this is me moving it around, right? Now, from the interface, I've seen that I've moved it to a new point. Okay, I want to actually click on that point and see what it creates. I click on it, I see it creates a straight line. Then also, fine. I am still in vector state because the moment you click on the pen tool and then you click on a node, you automatically go into vector state. And that is why we have connected points, as you can see. So I've drawn a straight line. Now, if I want to continue with the straight line part, I can get to any other point on the canvas, click on it. Okay, now I have another line. I can get to another point. Let's say, okay, let me not close this. Let me click on this. Now I have another line. Okay, you can see that while I am actually making this path, the edges are curving. Now, why are they curving? Because I have curved edges here, edges here. Let us take a moment to check the angle property of this particular creation that I've made. First of all, I'm going to click on my escape key, assuming that I'm done with the object, okay? Click on it twice, and I have this. Fine. Now, if you come over here, the corner radius, you see, by default, it is set to 0.5. So Figma remembered the last corner radius that I used in a design, and that is why I'm having these curves at this point here. Otherwise, I'm supposed to be having vertices. Okay, so if you want to actually have vertices, you can just click on this corner radius and change it back to a value of 0. And there you have it. So now I'm going to go back into the pen tool, select the pen tool, click on the points. Okay, like I said, once you click, you let go, move your mouse to any direction, click on another point, move your mouse to any direction, click on another, and then you have this, right? Then click, if you are done with this design, click on the escape key twice. Okay, see, as a matter of fact, you should continue clicking on the escape key until this vector label here leaves. Do you understand? So, because sometimes when you click it twice, you may just be too fast and the command may not actually go through. Do you understand? Like what just happened now when I click twice. So what you should do is click on the escape key until that vector label leaves. You see, it has left now, and all I'm seeing here is page. Okay, so I'm done with this design. Using this pen tool like this will make you create straight paths and open paths. Okay, so these are all open paths. Okay, this is one straight path, this is another straight path, this is one straight path, this another, and this another. So I have 3 straight paths here, but these 2 paths are open paths. Why? Because the end points are not closed. Now this is my start point. Remember, I started from somewhere, right? The first node is my start point, and this is my last node. I'm supposed to close them up in order for me to create a closed path. So what I have here is just what? It's just an open path. Okay. So take note of that. So today we are going to be looking at open parts and closed parts. So I'm going to simply draw this again. And that's an open part. Now, if you want to draw a closed part, you have to first of all exit this vector creation by clicking on the escape key. Right till this vector here leaves. Okay, so you have to exit completely. I have now created an open part. Okay, now if I want to create a closed part, like I said, when you want to create something else, you have to first of all exit the first part that you were creating, right? And you continue to click on the escape key until this vector leaves. Okay, so I'll click on it and now the vector has left, right? Fine, so I can select it and I have my creation. Okay, so that's for that. Now, if I want to create a closed part, I'll click on the pen tool again. Okay, that is the straight part. This is the second part. And then go over to the beginning and close it up. And now have a closed part. So what should you do? Click on your escape key till that vector label leaves. Okay, so now I have two objects. 1, 2. Right? You can see now that they are separate from each other, right? They're very separate from each other. Now, if by chance you wanted to create these two parts and then you created the first one, and then you clicked on your escape key only once, and then you create the second one, it's still going to create it, but you are going to have a problem. Now, when you are done, if you click on the escape key and then you escape, you are going to realize that it will take both of them as one vector. You see, it is both of them that are selected. You can't select one, right? So none of them is independent right now. They are the same vector. Do you understand? So that is why once you are done with one, click on the escape key twice until that vector label here leaves before you actually create the other one. This is settled. Okay, so with this we've talked about closed part and open part. So this is an open part and this is a closed part. Now the major difference between them is that you can actually give a fill color to a closed part. You can't give a fill color to an open part, right? We talked about this yesterday too. So while this is selected, if I come over here to this section that says fill and I click on the plus symbol there, you can see that no color is being added to this shape because there is nothing to fill. In order for you to have a fill, you must have a closed part, like a boundary around the fill. So you can't fill this, but you can fill this. If I select this and I come over here, click on this plus sign, see automatically I have a fill color that I can change to whatever I want to change it to, right? So that is for looking at closed parts or open parts. There are times when you want to create a vector part, right? Sometimes when you want to create a vector part, you forget to actually close the part. There are times when you want to create a vector part and you forget to actually close the part. What do I mean? Let's say I select my pen tool, click on this first point, click on the second, click on the third. And let's say I just want to create a closed part. I click on the fourth, click on the fifth. Let's say by chance I just exit. Go back and select the node and connect it. Or you can just click on Ctrl J on your keyboard, right? Ctrl and J. And you can see it just closed up. Okay, so that's just, you may not really need that, but that's just something that happens. All right. So please take note of that. So now we've talked about an open part and a closed part and how to give a fill to an open part and a fill to a closed part. Now, when you are trying to create a part, especially a straight line part, using the pen tool, like I said, we are just reiterating some things we did yesterday. We're just having a recap. When you are trying to create a straight line part using the pen tool, you click on a point, you let go of your mouse, and then you move it, right? Now, there are times when you may want to create a straight line, and a straight line doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be horizontal, right? You may want to keep your hands steady along a particular path as you are moving. You can see that I want to keep my hands along this angle, but it's actually shaking, right? Now, what you can do is that in order for you to have precision and stability, while you are moving it, you hold your shift key down. So I'll hold my shift key now. And the moment I click on my shift key, you can see that it has gone towards, it has taken a defined part, okay? And the color changes from blue to red. Can you see that? Now, what happens now is I can now easily move my path along any straight line that I want. Can you see it now? Sorry for that. Click on the pen tool again. Select the line, then after you select the first point, hold your shift key and you see that you can easily move along a straight line path in such a way that it's no longer shaky, right? So this is what the shift key does, okay? Shift key gives you stability whenever you are creating a straight line path. So if I still want to create this same triangle, I can just come over here, click on the point. While still holding the shift key, click on another point and then click on the third point. But sometimes something happens. You can see that while I'm holding the shift key, I'm trying to get to this particular point now. And it's impossible because if you hold down your shift key, you'll actually be moving in snaps of 15 degrees. So it's difficult for me now to get to this start point while I'm holding my shift key. So what you can do at this particular point is, if you want to end it at this point, let go of your shift key. And then you can manually just bring the last node and place it on top of the first node and have a closed path. Okay, so that's explained. Now I'm going to take this out. There's something you should know. If you are trying to create a perfect straight path, a stable path, right, by holding the shift key, there's something that usually happens. If I click on the pen tool, I click on the points, and you can see I can move freely, right, along any angle that I want, okay? But the moment I hold my shift key, first of all, the color changes to red, which simply means that I can only move along a stable path, fine, but now I cannot move along the angles freely. I can only move along defined angles. Now, what are the defined angles? Let's assume that this is here. Now, look at what's going to happen. If I try to shift this to the right, you see, it moves along a particular angle. If I shift it again, it moves along the same angle again, the same angle, the same angle, the same angle, the same angle, till it gets to this point. Now, I just moved along a 90-degree path. From here, from this point down to this point is what is a quadrant, which is 90 degrees, right? So I have 1 movement, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which simply means that I've moved along 6 angles to form a 90-degree path. Now that simply means that each angle should be what, 15 degrees, because 15 into 6 places will give you 90 degrees, right? So in essence, whenever you are using the shift key in creating a path, you can actually snap that path along 15 degrees, okay? So when I move, this is me snapping it along a 50 degree angle. I move again, this is me snapping it along a 15-degree angle, just like that. Okay, so take note of that. Take note of that. So that happens with straight paths. So for straight paths, just know that if you are snapping your straight paths, you are snapping along 15-degree angles. Okay? Now, we've talked about creating straight paths. Let's look at creating curved paths. Before we look at creating curved paths, there's something I want us to do. Let me Ctrl Z to take that out. Let me create something here. Now remember that the moment you select your pen tool, okay, you are like, now I'm not yet in vector mode. As you can see, there's no vector here. But the moment I click, you see vector. So now I'm not in vector mode, okay? So if I should draw an open path like this, let's say I'm done with this, and I click on the escape key twice. I'm still not out because I can still see vector here. So click on it till that leaves. Okay, now I'm out. I should draw something like this. And then now I'm no longer in vector selection and editing mode. So if I want to go back, click on enter. I can now see vector here and I can see the nodes. Fine. Now remember that anytime you're in vector mode, there's this extra vector toolbar that comes up, right? And there are properties that come up with it. So these nodes, as you can see, they are just nodes. Now, what's going to happen if I decide to bend a point? Or better still, what's going to happen if I apply the bend tool? We talked about the bend tool yesterday, because these are just nodes right now. They are just ordinary nodes, right? Now, but in yesterday's class, we saw some similar nodes like this that had handles that were called Bézier handles, right? And those Bézier handles are created when you apply the bend tool to an existing node, as you can see. So if I click on the bend tool and I come over here and I click on this point, it's going to, first of all, since it's the bend tool, it's going to bend this vertex here. That is number 1. Then 2, it's going to come up with Bézier handles with which I can now edit my bend. So if I click on it once, see what just happened now. Okay, I have that this point is now bent, and I have Bézier handles. Just as the bend tool has actually bent that vertex, if I want to go back to the former state, while the bend tool is still selected. If I click on it again, it will take me back to the former state. Okay, so the bend tool can make a vertex point bends, and it can also remove the bend. Okay, so take note of that. So if I click on it and I have my Bézier curve, now I can decide that, okay, I just want to take this curve part to its original form. What do? The bend tool is still selected, right? Come over here, click this once. It becomes a straight line. Okay, now to take it back, Ctrl Z. I can decide that I want to bend just this point. Click it once, it becomes a straight line. That's because the bend tool is still selected, and I already have a curve here. Because this curve is controlled by what? By this handle. So anything, if I click on it now, since I already have a curve, it won't create another curve. Instead, it's going to go back to a straight line. So if I click on it once, it goes back to a straight line, right? So take note of that, please. So you can use this anchor point here to make it a curve, take it back. Also, once you make it a curve, you can come to each of the handles. The right handle controls the right hand curve, right? So if I click on that, that becomes a straight line. If I click on this, this becomes a straight line. Let me just click on this again, and I have this. Now, there's something you should know. It is actually important that when you are trying to use the pen tool, you should be able to predict your actions, okay? You should predict what's going to happen before it happens. So if you want to take an action, if for example, I click on this handle now, what's going to happen? You are supposed to know. Okay, that is the only way you have control of the design that you are doing. Okay, so if the pen tool is selected, we've seen that if I click on this curve disappears, right? Now, what if I want to hold this handle and then drag it? What do? Now, you can see that right now, it's as if the move tool is what I have. But if I take it close to this point, there's another symbol that comes under the tool, which is the bend tool, right? Which simply means that if I click on this, what's going to be happening is that the bend tool is just going to be applied continually to anything I click on now. So if I want to hold and drag anything, I must first go back and select the move tool. Now take note, there are now two move tools on my interface. I have this one that says move, and I have this one that says move, okay? Since we are in vector selection and editing mode, I'm going to use the move tool inside the vector editing toolbar, which is this one here. So if I want to hold a point and drag it, or hold a point and move it, I'll come and select this. When I select this, you can see it is still in vector mode. So I can click here, hold and drag. But if you come and select this one here, it's just going to leave vector selection and editing mode, and it's going to go to normal selection mode. You can try that out later and you are going to see that. But since we are focusing on vectors, let's focus on what we have here. Now, I want to hold this and drag it, right? Which simply means I have to come back and select the move tool in this new toolbar. So now that I've selected it, I can simply come here, hold and drag. Now, while I'm dragging, you can see my drag is unstable, right? It's difficult for me to go along a straight line. So let me Ctrl Z. In the same way, if you want to go along a straight line, go there, click on it. Just click on it and hold it down. Then hold the Shift key. So the moment I hold the Shift key, that red color has come up again, which simply means it is now along a straight path. That's the first thing you should know. Also, I can decide that, okay, I want to move this around, right? Now, let's see what happens when I move it around. I want to know in what angles is this moving. Okay, this is also moving in 15 degrees, as you can see, right? So this is also moving in snaps of 15 degrees. So take note of that. So what have you learned? You've learned that if you are using the Shift key to actually align or draw a straight path, the path will be stable, but it will be moving in snaps of 15 degrees. The same thing happens when you're applying it to a handle, the Bézier handle. Alright, that's for that. Now, let's Ctrl Z to get to what we had before. Now, for this handle, we talked about some properties of this handle yesterday. Anytime the handle is selected, you have two options, or better still, you have three options. The first option, which is actually the easiest one, is you can hold on this handle, drag it, and whatever is happening on the right hand side will be happening on the left hand side. That's symmetry. You understand? In that case, this anchor point here is a symmetrical anchor point, which simply means your right and your left they are exactly the same. So no problem. So how do you achieve that? While you have the anchor point selected, come over here and click on this button that says mirror angle and length. Click on it. The moment you click on it, come back to this particular handle hold and drag. You can see what happens on the right happens on the left. That's fine. Okay. Now, there are times when this is desirable, but there are times when you don't need this. Now, instead of coming here all the time and you keep changing it here, now what's a faster way that you can work? Since both of them are moving right now, let me assume that I want to just move these points. Okay, this handle without this handle. Now, to do that, you can come here and just click on this symbol that says no mirroring, right? Click on it. And then you see this one becomes independent. You can move it as much as you want to move it. Fine. Now, what if I have them symmetrical, like moving together, but I want to move this independently? Is there a shortcut? Yes. What's the shortcut? Hold it down. After you've held it down, hold the Alt key on your keyboard, Alt. There's a key on your keyboard labeled Alt. Hold it. Now, this is what happens. If I hold the point down, right, you see all I have there is just the move to symbol. But the moment I hold the Alt key, there will be a little dot behind that move symbol. So I want to hold it now. See, there's now a little dot, and the symbol of the move tool has changed, which simply means that this is both a move state and there's something added to it. Okay, so I've held down my Alt key. Now that I've added the Alt key, I can simply move this independent of the other, right? So this is a faster way to, and we are going to be using this a lot today. So just know that if you want to move one handle independent of the other, if I want to move this independent of the first, I can hold the Alt key too and do the same thing. So if you want to move one handle independent of the other, you need the Alt key. Now, another thing you need to know is, what if I want to move this independent of this, and I also want to move this handle along a straight path or along snaps of 15 degrees? Because if I hold the Alt key and I select it, you see what happens now. I hold the Alt key and I select it. You can decide to select it first before you hold the Alt key, or you hold the Alt key before you select it. Alright, the same thing happens. Now, if I'm moving, you can see it's not really moving in snaps of 15 degrees, right? It's not moving, it's just moving freely. Now, if you want it to still move in snaps, right, what you can do simply is still select the Shift key in addition to the Alt key. So while I have the Alt key that makes this independent, I also select the Shift key. So when I select the Shift key in addition to it, there's the symbol, that little circle at the back changes. I don't know if I should zoom this in. Okay, this is me holding this point and then click on Alt, right? There's a little dot at the back of the move tool, as you can see there. Now, if I also hold the Shift key, that dot changes to something else. Okay, when I hold the Shift key, see what happens now. And I have what? Can you see that there's another symbol there? So now I have both the Alt key and the Shift key held. When I move, you see it moves in snaps, right? It moves in snaps. And also I can go along a straight path, which simply means that I can combine the Alt key and the Shift key to give me this effect where I can move an handle independent of the other, and also move the handle snaps of 15 degrees, and also move the handle along a stable straight path. So I believe that this explanation is actually clear, right? So you've learned two shortcuts when you're working with a Bézier handle. You've learned how to, first of all, make one handle independent of the other. You've learned how to move the handle along a straight stable path. You've also learned how to make the handle move in snaps of 15 degrees. Now, if I come over here and I draw a rectangle, right? And what do I mean by snaps? If I select this and I bring out my handles, okay, and then I hold the handle down and I hold my Shift key, I want to move up. Now, without the Shift key, if I want to move up, you see, it's very free, right? The motion is free, okay? But if I hold the Shift key down and I move, it's not free. It has not moved. It just moves once, like a snap. You know, it just snapped. Are you seeing it? It snaps again, it snaps again, it snaps again. Unlike when I remove my hand from the Shift key and I can just move within short distances. Can you see, this is just a short distance. So without the Shift key, I can just move it along. You see, I'm moving it now within this little box here. Let me zoom in. Without the Shift key, see, I can move it. How many times can I move it here? 1, 2. So within this little square box, I can move it twice. And what if I hold the Shift key? You see what happens? from this point, it has gone to this point at the top here. So it didn't move like little by little. Okay, that's what I mean by snap. All right. Now, if you come back to, let's come back to this rectangle that we have. If you have a rectangle and I select it, remember we in our first class, we meant to understand that if you actually want to rotate like a shape tool, just bring your cursor close to it and then you can easily rotate it, right? Because the cursor is going to change to this symbol that will enable you easily rotate. Now, what if I hold my shift key while I'm rotating? What's going to happen? Let's see. Now, for us to see that, let's first of all set the angle to 0. Fine. And then let me bring the move tool close to it and then hold my shift key. Now, when I move, look at what's going to be happening here. Okay, I've moved once, 15 degrees. I moved again, 30 degrees. I moved again. Are you seeing this? This is what I mean by snaps. Okay, it's moving in what? It's moving in snaps of 15 degrees, as you can see now, right? So that's that. So I believe that that's actually clear now. I believe that's actually clear now. Okay, let's look at something else. Let's draw a line. Let's go for the line tool. All right, let's draw a line. Let's draw a line. After I've drawn the line, I'll click on my escape key and then select the line and try to also move it, and let's see what happens. If I hold my shift key, let's see what happens. Also what? Snaps of 15 degrees. Okay, so this happens not just with the handles, but also with regular what? Regular shape tools. So that's no longer a problem, right? I'm going to take all these out. Now, in our previous class, we talked about something, adding node points, new node points. We talked about adding new node points to a shape. Okay, let's look at that briefly. If I should have a shape tool, for example, a rectangle. Now, this rectangle majorly exists, and let me put it in vector selection and editing mode. This rectangle majorly exists because of 4 major points. This point, this point, this point, and this point. And that's why in this selected state, those are the 4 points that are visible, right? Because if this point doesn't exist, or if there's no intersection at this point, this rectangle will not exist. So for this rectangle to exist, it must intersect here, 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 and here. In other words, the rectangle must have 4 vertices. Is that not so? Good. The anchor or the node points at the center are just additional node points. They don't have to be there for this rectangle to exist. As long as we have 1, 2, 3, 4, the rectangle can exist. Now, what will happen if I remove one of these nodes? And how do I actually remove one node? In order for us to know how to remove one node, well, first of all, need to know how you can add a node. To add a node, right? Let's say I have 1, 2, 3. To add a node, I told you yesterday, click on the pen tool. Come to any area where there's no node, click on it, and then click on escape once I have a node added. Come to any area without a node, click on it, click on escape once I have a node added. Simple. Now to remove the node, right? To remove the node, let's see. To remove the node, what you can do is, now one thing about the Alt key, enough for you to remember, I think there's a way we can actually do this. No, while we're treating these handles just now, okay, let me use the pen. We've got to realize that ordinarily these two move together, right? So they always move together if we select the mirror angle and lens property. Okay, so how do I get an opposite of that? And what will be the opposite of them moving together? The opposite of them moving together will be them moving alone. I needed to use the Alt key, then select for it to move alone. Which simply means that the Alt key is actually used to get an opposite of an action. So if they were moving together before and I need the opposite, which is moving alone, I will click on the Alt key. Okay, so you click on it and then see it's now moving alone. So you can just think of the Alt key as a key that does the opposite of an action. Okay, so let's come over here now. I've added node points to this by clicking on the pen tool and just clicking, or an empty point without a node, and then click on escape. How do I remove it? You want to do the opposite, right? You click on the Alt key. Okay, and then go back to that node that you added, select it, it leaves. With the same Alt key, go back to that node you added, select it, it leaves. With the same Alt key. So to add it, you can add it without the Alt key. Okay, you add it ordinarily, but to do the opposite action of adding, which is removal, you have to actually use the Alt key. Okay, so take note of that. Now, let's assume that no node was actually added. And we know that for us to have a field in the shape must be closed, right? So, and I told you that this rectangle only exists because we have 4 nodes here, which are the nodes are the what are the vertices. Know that this vertex, and any other vertex that we have. Now, what happens if I remove a node? How do I remove the node? Hold the Alt key while the pen tool is selected and click on that node. Now, what's going to happen is that once I remove this node, right, this shape is going to readjust itself with the other 3 nodes that we have in such a way that I will still have a closed path, but I will have a closed path based on 3 nodes, right? So if I click on the Alt key and then I select this point, now, see what just happened? That node has gone, but the shape has rearranged itself in such a way that the 3 nodes that are left also what connect together to give me what a closed path. Now, what happens if I remove this? Now, I'm going to be left with 2 nodes. 2 nodes cannot give you a closed path. So what you should be expecting if you remove this should be a straight line. So let's see. If I click on the Alt key and I come over here and I select it, you see what I have is a straight line. Because 2 nodes cannot give me what a closed path. So it's important for you to understand the behavior of the vectors as you're adding these properties and why they are behaving the way they are behaving. Okay. Now, and I have 2 nodes. So since this cannot give me a closed path, it will only give me a straight line. Okay. So let's see what happens if I click on, I try to remove this node. Also, if I click on the Alt key, come over here and I click on this. Of course, one node cannot exist on its own because one node cannot give you a path. So what happens? Everything vanishes. I don't know if that is clear. So that's what happens when you remove the nodes of a shape one after the other. Like I said, you should be able to predict the behavior. You being able to predict the behavior shows your understanding of what you are actually doing. Okay, so that is for that. So we've talked about straight paths, we've talked about handles and their snaps, talked about node addition and deletion, right? Okay, let's see what else we can talk about. Let's talk about creating curved paths. Let's talk about creating curved paths. So I'm going to create curved path now. Now the question becomes, creating a straight path is easy, right? Anybody can create a straight path, but creating a curved path requires you to pay attention. Okay, that's the only way you can create a curved path and control the curved path. Because if you want to create curved paths, you are working with Bézier, Bézier tools, Bézier handles, Bézier curves, anchor points. Okay. Now, if I want to create a curved path, I'll say go click on this pen tool, right? And then, unlike a straight path where I will actually click, let go, and then move. In this case, I will click and won't let go. I will click and I'll hold it down. So I've clicked on that point and I've held it down. Now, while I'm holding it down, I will move my mouse. Okay. Now, as I move my mouse, there's a very big difference between what's happening here and what happened in case of a straight path. What's the difference? Let me quickly explain it. For a straight path, just click on the point and then you move. The moment you move, right, what you are seeing here is already a preview of the straight line path. So you can see that the color is blue. So if I click, I have a straight line path. Okay, so if you are creating a straight path, once you click on a point and then you move, automatically you see a preview of the path that you want to create. So I know that this path will go from here to here automatically, right? If I move again, I know that the next path is coming from here to here automatically. Okay? So if I move again, you see the blue line. This blue line shows you a preview of the path, the actual path. That's what the blue line does. So the blue line is the preview line. So let me take all these out. What if I want to create a curved path? If you want to create a curved path, what happens is that the first thing you create is not actually a path. It's the handle. Right? The path will not exist without the handle. It is the handle that will exist before the path for a curved path. So to create a curved path, click on a point, right? Click on it, then hold your click down. Then while your click is being held down, just drag your mouse. you can see the difference between this and what we just treated. You can see that this line that is coming up is not blue. Unlike the previous one we had, it was blue, okay? Which is the preview of the path must be blue. It simply means that if I'm having this line and it's not blue, that means this is not a path. This must be something else. So in this case, this is the handle, okay? This is the Bézier handle, all right? So when I get over here and I let go, what happens is that the handle is still there. Now, the moment I move my mouse, you can now see the path. So this is now a preview of the path. It's now showing me the path that wants to be created. Do you understand? Which simply means that the first one I did was not a path here. It was just the handle. Now, this is what a path. So if I click on any point, this is the path I'm going to get. Very simple, very easy, right? So just take note of that. Now, after clicking on that point, if I move my mouse, you can now see that the preview is now blue, which simply means that right now, I am creating a straight line path. So this is a path, right? So it's a straight line path. If I click on it, I have a straight line. Okay? If I move again, I'm seeing a blue line, which simply means it's a straight line path. Now, what I want to do now is, I want to click on it, but I don't want to let go. I will click on it, then hold and drag it down. So I'll click on this point, hold and drag. When I hold and drag, you can see that something is coming up. It's not blue, right? So this preview is a preview of the handle. Okay, if I let go, that is when the path comes up. Okay, so take notes of the difference. All right, let's take all this out. Now I'm going to create a straight path and then combine it with a curved path because we now know how to create straight paths, right? Click on the empty canvas, hold and drag. You create the handle first, let it go. Then you can now create your curved path. Okay, you can click on any point that you have to create your curved path and then click on the escape key twice. Okay, once you've done that, you now have two nodes for your curved path. You have the first one with the handles and the second with the handles. Let me take this out. So you can now use these handles. Like I said, it is the handles that determines the curvature and direction of the path. You can see as I'm moving the handles, curved path changes, right? So take note of it. Is the handles that you will be using to actually determine the direction of the path and also the shape of the path. All right. So please take note of it. Now, if I click on the pen tool, now my toolbar is not here, but if I want to click on the pen tool, I'll just click on P on my computer and I have my pen tool ready to work. If I click on the empty canvas now, I want to create a curved path. Initially I went up, right, and then I let go and see the path that was created. Now what I want to do is I want to click on the pen tool, hold and drag, and then bring it down instead of going up. I'll bring it down, then let go, and then click on any empty space. You can see that this is the path that's created. So I have two paths created now in opposite directions. So when I click on the first one, right? When I did the first one, I clicked on it and I went up. Since this Bézier handle is going up, it's going to give me a different path, as opposed to when the Bézier handle is coming down. That's why I say it is the handle that determines the curved path. It is the direction of the handle that determines the curved path. Similarly, if you select a point and you create an angular handle, right, you are also going to have a path in a different direction. Can you see it now? So it is the handle that determines the path that you create, and it is the handle that you use to edit the shape of the path. Okay, so over here, this is me using the handles to edit the shape of the path. All right, I believe that's clear. Now take note of the fact that each of these points is an anchor point, right? So this path controls this side of this curve. This one controls this side of this curve, right? So take note of that, please. Let me bring back my tools. And then let me see if I can put this in vector mode. Let me click on the pen tool. Let me select this and let's see what happens. Okay, that has happened. So let's see. Let me go back to the move tool and then click on this end. All right. Now what just happened now? Remember that we already had a curved path here, right? And the bend tool is supposed to actually bend a point. So since there's already a bend, if you click on it, the bend disappears, just like we explained from the beginning. Okay, click on. There's already a bend here for this handle. Like I told you, that handle controls this handle here. Controls this bend. So if any change to the handle affects this bend. If I click on this other handle, You see, now I now have a straight line. Both are what they are gone, right? So we've explained this. So I believe there's no question up to these particular points. So let me actually just select everything, right? I can't select this now. Why can't I select it? Because this is a vector mode. In order for you to select it, you can click on escape twice and you select it. Alternatively, if you want to leave the vector mode, just come over here, click on this move tool for the general toolbar. If I click on it, you see I've left. I can now come and select. Okay, so take note of that. Now I want to combine a straight path and a curved path. I want to combine a straight path and a curved path. So I'll click on the pen tool, right? And then let's say I click on this point. Now I want to go in a perfect straight line. So I'll hold the shift key. Come over here. Click on this point. Okay. Then come over here. Click on this point. But from this point, after this point, I want to create curve. So what will I do? If I click on it, I won't let go of the click here. I'll hold it down. And then while it is being held down, I will drag my mouse. Okay. Fine. So the handle is created. So if I let go, you can now see what? You can now see the parts, right? So I'll come over here, click on this point. If I want this point to also be a curve, once you click on it, don't let go. Okay? Hold it down and then drag your mouse. You can see what I have, right? Let me just drag it this way. Or let's just curve it a bit. Okay? Then I'll come over here and then if I want it to end here, I'll just click here and just end it, right? So now I have this. Okay, now I have this. Now, this is a combination of a straight line part and a curved part. Now, if I want to select each of the nodes, I want to see what's happening at this node and at this node. First of all, look at the state in which your cursor is in. My cursor is in the pen 2 state, so I can't select the nodes with the pen 2 state. If I want to select the nodes, I'll go and I'll have to first of all go and choose a different state of my cursor, which is I'll choose the move tool first. Come back, choose the move tool. Then you select this point. Now remember that you are going to see that this node and this node behaves differently from this node and this node. Why? Because these nodes were created, right? Or better, yeah, these nodes were created together with what? Bézier handles, these two. And that's why we have a curve part. Why these two were just used to create straight line parts. So if I click on this node, and you see that these two are different from these two. You can see handles here. Because these are used to create curve parts. You can't see the handles here, they don't exist here. Take note of that. Now, if I want to delete a node from this point, right? If I select this node and I click on delete, I have an open path because that node is deleted. Now, if we delete a node, the path that comes with the node is deleted. Now, this shape is closed because I have this node here, right? And this node here. So if I delete any of them, the path becomes open. If I select it, where is the path that's connected to this? This is this part, right? So since this node is selected, this part goes away if I delete that node, as you can see. Okay, what if I want to delete a node, but I still want to have a closed path? Okay, in that case, it is referred to as delete and heal. In other words, you're not just deleting the node. Okay, because if you just delete it, you have an open path, but you want it to be closed. So you want the deleted path to also be healed, right? In that case, you can click on Shift and then click on Delete. Let's see. If I select this node, I'll click on the Shift key and then click on Delete on my keyboard. See, it has deleted the point, but the path that it has given me is still closed. Okay, it deleted it and it also healed the path because I still have 3 nodes. 1, 2, 3. Remember. And 3 nodes can create a closed path. So I believe that this is clear, right? I have taken time to explain open path and closed path. I also looked briefly at mirroring with Bézier handles, right? Mirroring with Bézier handles, where I talked about turning off the mirroring effect. What is the mirroring effect? Because now that I have this Bézier handle, if you come over here, you're going to see the mirroring effect. This one says no mirroring, right? Now, what does that simply mean? It simply means that this and this are independent. If I select it now and then hold it, you see it is independent. That's what no mirroring means. Okay, so just take note of that. Just like when you hold the Alt key and then you move it. Okay, so this one says mirror angle. I explained this one in our first class, right? So this one says mirror angle and length. I explained this in our first class and in this class. So that is done. So we've treated mirroring with Bézier handles, right? We'll also talk about the shortcut, which includes using the Alt key, okay? And then before actually using the move tool to select the handle in order to make it move independently. Now, let's look at some practice examples that we can do with all what we've learned. Okay, because in today's class, we are going to be looking at you having more ability to control the outcome of the pen tool, because you should be able to control the outcome of the pen tool, right? As you are dragging the tool around, you should be able to actually control the outcome. See, how do you bring back the deleted part just now? To bring back anything, you can undo. Just click on Ctrl Z, Ctrl and Z. That's all. Just like you have in other softwares, just Ctrl and Z. That's all. Okay, I think we should even talk about that. Let's take this out. If you create something, I thought I selected the pen tool. I click on PL. Okay, let's say you create something. I click on a point. Click here, and then click here. If you want to undo your action, if you want to go back to the last action, Ctrl Z. It has taken me back. If you want to come forward, Ctrl Y. Okay, so to go back, Ctrl Z. If I keep pressing Ctrl Z, I'll be going back to my previous actions. I've gone back to the very beginning. If I want to move forward, just click on Ctrl and Y. I'll be moving forward, right? To the last action that I took. So Ctrl Z and Ctrl Y to move forward and move backwards. That's for that. Taking that out. So we want to look at everything that we've learned, right? How are we going to use everything that we've learned to actually create something? Okay, all the Bézier handles, the straight paths, the curve paths, the shortcuts, using shifts, using alts. What are we going to do with them? Actually, that becomes the next question, right? So in some of the applications, we are going to look at creating a shape. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to come over here, select the pen tool. Select the pen tool, right? I want to create the shape of a heart. Now, I'll click on one point and then move. Now, when I move my cursor, I can select any angle, right? So let me say I want to actually create it in a 45 degree path. What do I need to do? First of all, let's take it to the vertical first, and let me hold my shift key down. Okay, so that when I move, I can move in snaps of 15 degrees. Okay, so I've held my shift key down. So if I move it once, it has snapped 15 degrees. It has snapped 30 degrees. It has snapped 45 degrees, right? If you zoom in and you don't see the grid lines, right, click on Control and apostrophe. I said this yesterday, and the grid lines will appear. Control and apostrophe, and it will appear. So as I was saying here now, I want to create like a heart shape, right? So I want to first of all create a straight line, but I want to have absolute control over the line. So I'll hold my my shift key, okay, so that I can move in a stable path, right? I can move on a stable path, and I can also move in snaps. So if I want to move along the 45 degree path, what I will simply do is, now that I'm here, right, this is the base path. Now you see just the northern direction, okay? If I snap once, that's me, I've moved 15 degrees, snap again, 30 degrees, because I'm moving 15, 15. Snap again, now 45 degrees. So I can come over here and just be like, okay, now where do I end this? I don't want to end it at any empty point here. So I want to end it at the intersection of a node, okay, or using the Figma grid lines. So I can come here and end it here. Click on that, right? So what do? My hand is still on the shift key. I'll come over here, okay. Let's see. I'll click on this. Now you see how this node helped me now. There's a way this node helped me just now. How did it help me? When I wanted to, okay, 15, 30, 45, right? I could stop anyway, but I decided to go and look for what? Intersecting node points, okay, of the grid, of the canvas grid. Click on that point. Now for this second point that I want to get, because my hand is still on my shift key. Now it may be impossible for me to actually know like exactly where to place it in such a way that this length and this length will be equal, okay? Now what you can do is follow the intersection points. If you check over here, this started from an intersection point. So in order for them to be equal, this part should also end at an intersection point on the node. So if I come over here, I can see that they are along the same base now, but this is not ending at any intersecting point, which simply means that this length and this length are not the same. So let me move it forward to get, okay, now I can see that, okay, it's stopping at an intersection point, which simply means that the lengths are now the same. I'll click on this. Hope you guys saw what I just did now. So my hand is still on my shift key, right? Moving in 45-degree snaps, okay? So I can simply come over here, see, another intersecting points. Click on it. Click on this. Now I've created what? A perfect square, which is actually what? Tilted, okay? I've created a square, which is tilted at this particular what? Angle right now. Now that I've done this, look at what I'm going to do. I want to, like I said, I want to create a heart shape, right? Because we have to apply all the principles that we were talking about. So I want here to have a bend. I will simply come over here. I don't need to exit the mode because I'm in vector mode and I can make my editing in vector mode because I have what? I have a toolbar. I have a vector editing toolbar. So I'll come over here, click on the bend tool, and then come over here and click on this once. So the moment I click on it, you see what I have, right? Fine. So now I want to come over here, right? And then adjust these handles, okay, to give me my heart shape. You know the way the shape of a heart is at the top, or like an apple at the top. They usually have both sides as if they are actually converging in a curved manner. Okay, so what I can do simply now is I want to select this handle and adjust it, right? So what can I do? To select this handle right now, I can't select it with the bend tool selected. I have to go and select the move tool first. So you have to be very careful because if you click on this right now, that curve will vanish. It's not a straight line because you have the bend tool selected. So I'll Ctrl Z to go back, which is why you need to know what you're doing and you should be able to predict what happens when you take an action. So I'll come over here, click on this. Okay, so now I have the move tool. Now, but it's moving together. I don't want that. Let me go Ctrl Z to take it to the way it was. I want it to move alone. What we are going to do is select it first. So select it. Now press the Alt key, fine, and then press the Shift key and then move. Okay, so that's just the difference. You know, the Alt key ordinarily is used to also make a copy. Like if I want to make a copy of this, I'll click on the Alt key first and then hold and drag. Right? I just made a copy of one side. Okay, so if you select the Alt key first, that's what's going to happen. So select the handle first. While you have the handle selected, now hold on the Alt key. Okay, which simply means it is now independent. Hold on the Shift key so you can move independently and it snaps. So I want to also move this, let's say 45 degrees. Hold on it, Alt key, Shift key selected. Then let's go. But that's 15 degrees, 30, 45. There you go. Right? Now come over here, select this one. Select this, right? Select it and hold it down. Hold your Alt key, hold your Shift key and move 15, 30, 45, right? Now, you want to make them equal. Is that also so? That is touching the node point. So I can simply take this one here. And now they are actually equal, as you can see. So are you seeing these are some of the uses of this canvas grid? So now I know that this curve and this curve are exactly they're exactly the same, right? So what you can do now is I want to go and select my bend tool. Okay, so I'll bring back my toolbar here. Now I can come over here and then click on the bend tool and be like, okay, I want to select these parts. I have this, select these parts. I have this, right? Let me move this a little bit. To move anything, click on the move tool. Okay, it's not looking very fine. I'll Ctrl Z. So what can I do? Let me see if I extend this, if that's going to make any difference. I'll hold the Shift key down. Now I don't want to bend it again, so I didn't bother holding the Alt key. I just want to extend it. So I need a straight line path. So I'll hold the Shift key down. Hold it down first before you hold the Shift key and then fine. Let me take it to the next node. I'll do the same thing here. Take it to the next node intersection points, right? Fine. Now what I can do, I can come over and select this. Let me hold this and see if, because in this case now you want that symmetry property. So if this curve is changing here, it should also be changing here, right? Now what you can do is you can actually move it first to see if it is symmetrical. Yeah, it's moving together, so no problem. So I'll simply select it and maybe hold my Shift key to move along the straight path and then move it once. So something like this, right? Select this, then select it. You can select any of them now, any of the handles. Hold my Shift key down and then move it just once is enough. Okay. See the curve is getting better now. So you can come over here, select your move tool. Select something like this, right? I can take it down and create something like this. And when I'm done, I'll just click on Escape twice. and I've simply created this simple shape, right? So that's for that. Now there are other applications of the pen tool, right? Let's see if we can get something from here. Some of the applications of the pen tool, there are times where you want to create a navigation bar, because there are some navigation bars that are actually curved. They are simple practical applications of the pen tool. I'll select this from here now, right? I'll copy it out and then go back to page 1. I explained these pages in our first class, right? Let me paste this here. Very simple, right? Now see what just happened. When I place this object here, it changed what? It changed the percentage zoom that I have. Okay. So what you can do, if you are zooming in and it's getting too big, what you can do, click on K. No, K is for scaling, right? And then scale the object and reduce it. So sorry, I think I made a mistake there. I'll now scale the object and reduce it. So I can zoom back until I see my grid lines, because I want to be working with my grid lines. So scale it again, reduce it. Zoom in. All right, I'm now closer to my grid lines. Fine. Now the pen tool is also used to create shapes like this. Okay, pen tool is also used. Let me see scale this a bit, please. In creating the shape, I want to be seeing all of my grid lines. Fine. So the pen tool can be used to create. There are some curved bars that we are going to be seeing. Later we'll go into mobile application design. Although you will not be required to design all these because they've already been designed, a lot of them. But at least when you see them, you should understand that, okay, this is how they did this. This is how they created this pattern, just like that. So there are different nav bars that you can actually create, right? If I want to create something similar to this, if I want to create this or something similar, I can just come over here, click on the pen tool. Okay. Now, can you see what I'm doing right now? I'm using the start point of this particular nav bar. So that's why we are zooming in. But we need them. So I can come over and click on this. See, I now know where to end, right? I know exactly where to end because I'm using these lines as a guide. Click on this, right? Okay, let's say click on this. See, I now know the midpoint, which is this. So let's say I don't want to use that midpoint. I want to use 2 boxes before the midpoint. I can use 1, 2. Click on this. Then come over here to the midpoints. Now look at what's happening here, because I'm trying to actually click on this intersection points of those 2 lines there, right? But since I'm moving my shift key, it's impossible for me to actually do that because my shift key will be moving it in snaps, right? It won't get to this point. It will just be moving it in snaps for me. So what you do now is let's go for your shift key and do it manually. Click on this, right? Then when you want to go back, or hold your shift key again, okay? And then now you can go back in any of the boxes, but you should be smart enough to know that the distance you took here and here must be the same if you are to have a symmetrical shape. So what I will simply do is, I have 1, 2 boxes, so I'll simply go 1, 2 here. Now you see it's difficult for me to actually now get, with the shift key selected, it's difficult for me to actually get that intersection point. So let's go to the shift key, click on this. Okay, then you can hold the shift key again now that you are on a straight path. Click on this, then click on this. Okay, so I have something similar to this. So what I can simply do is very simple. I want here to be a curve, right? Now, but before I make that a curve, let's see what I can do. I'm going to actually exit this state now. Click on the escape key till, okay. I'm now in normal selection mode. Now in normal selection mode, I want to put in a corner radius here. A corner radius here because I have corner radius at each of the vertices, right? So look at the vertices now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In my own case, I still have a vertex here, which is 7. So let's see. If I come to the corner radius property and I change that to say 20, let's see what happens. Automatically, this is what I have, right? So 20 is too curved. Let me use 5. That's still too curved. What if I try 1? Okay. Or 0.5. The reason why these values are too curved is because I have zoomed in a lot. So that's for that. Okay. Then if I can come over here, select this, click on enter key, right? Because I've put in little curves now, and then make this part really curvy using what? Using the bend tool. I'll come here, select the bend tool, and select this point here. Okay. And I have what? And I have Bézier handles there. Now, if I want to increase the depth, all I can simply do is escape. Let me increase the height So to increase the height, go to normal selection mode, hold and drag. Simple. Now to increase the depth, I'll simply click on enter vector selection mode. Then I want to drag this down. Okay, so to drag it down, make sure that your move tool is selected. Come over here. I want to drag it down. So let me just, because there's a way I will drag it and it will go slant. I don't want that, right? So that's why you need to select the point, hold shift, and then bring it down. Okay. Now, if you feel like this curve is still looking like it's a V shape, right? You can make this endpoint here curvy. How this is where you now have to now adjust what the Bézier handle. And in adjusting this one, you need to make sure that it is symmetrical. So what you can do is select the node, come over here, ensure that mirror angle and length is selected, right? Which simply means it's symmetrical. So come to any of the handle, hold and drag. Hold your shift key while you're holding and dragging, right? They have something like this. Okay, so these have created something similar to this, right? So take note of that. If you want to create this one that has slants, right? Simply click on your pen tool. Okay, let's quickly just do something similar. Okay, I just want to click these points. Okay, I didn't click a node, right? So it's better for you to end your points at intersection. Okay, and decide that, all right, I want to go. Okay, let's do this. I want to know if I should go up in snaps, but that's too high. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take it below the snap, right? I'm going to take it here, but I don't want to go to the central point. So I'm using this path here now to create this. Okay, so I'll go below that snap, create this, fine, and then I'll come here. So I create this, right? Go back here, create this, come back here, put it there. Okay. Did I make any mistake here? I think I made a little error with the angle, right? But then let's just click on enter and just give it a curve, right? And give it any curve. Let's say 1. Okay, sorry. That is me changing the stroke instead of giving it a curve. So curve it, you need to go back to normal selection mode. Click on this. Let's say I want to increase the curvature. Let me make it 1. Yeah, something like this. Click on enter. Okay, then come to your move tool, hold and drag. Sorry, Ctrl Z. Hold, drag it. Hold your shift, select it, hold your shift key, and then drag it down. Right? And then you can use the Bézier handles to actually, you see, there are no handles now because I've not applied the bend tool yet. So click on the bend tool, click on it. You have something like this. Go back to your, you see where I'm moving from one tool to the other quickly, right? Very quickly. So go back, hold and drag. Right? You have something like this. Okay. So when you're doing your practice, just try to ensure that these slants and these slants are equal, right? So that's just that. This is just the display. So you have to make sure that the slant and you can do that using the canvas or the canvas grids. Right. So later when we get to buttons, we are going to look at how to actually put in all these other icons and create this whole thing from scratch. Okay, so this is one very cool application of the pen tool creating a nav bar, right? So take note, and you've seen that you can apply rounded corners. We are using all properties now to edit this. Both vector selection properties, right? Using all these tools here. And also, what we clicked on escape, we went to normal selection properties. I came over to the corner radius property. Okay, so take note of that. Now, even after you've applied the corner radius, you can also smoothen it as well, right? If I click on this symbol there, to corner smoothing, I see you get more but don't smoothen it too much, otherwise, as you can see. All right, so that's for that. So these are practical applications of the pen tool, right? The pen tool can also be used for icon creations. You are creating icons, okay, in similar way that we are creating this, okay. Now the pen tool is also used for, let's say, icon creation, like I said, bottom nav bars, okay. And also the pen tool is used for one very important application of the pen tool is when you are doing illustration design and you are doing object tracing. You are tracing objects. And what do I mean by tracing objects? Let's look at something. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Okay. Now let's say I want to use the pen tool now to draw, because now I have a shape here. okay, that I'll be using as a standard, and I want to use the pen tool to create this. Okay, let's bring back our tools. What we can simply do is click on the pen tool and then come over here. You see there are actually what node points, intersection points there, right? So I can select this. In this case, we have grid lines inside a separate frame. This is not the canvas grid lines. I'll show you how to do this as time goes on. So let me click on that point. Okay. If I want to move forward and get a perfect straight line, hold your shift key, click on this point, right? And then just let me remove these panels. Click on this, click on this. See how easy this is, right? And then click on escape. Very simple. And why is it not filling? Why is it not filling this section? In order for you to fill, you can simply go and, okay, it's still in what? Okay, you can simply come here and increase the stroke. So the stroke is set to 1. Let me set to 2 and see what happens. Still not filling this top section. Let me set to 4 and see what happens. Alright. So now I have this and this exactly the same, right? So let's see. You are going to be giving a file to this will be sent to you so you can be doing your practice. So if I want to create this, right, object tracing. Okay, this is me just tracing this object. Click on this, hold your shift key down, click on this one. Okay, you see with my shift key now it's difficult for me to get this exact point. So let's go for your shift key and just do it normally, right? Click on this. While you are going, hold your shift key again, click on this. My shift key won't give me the ability to click on this, so let it go. Click on this. And then click on escape twice. Escape, escape. Okay, I clicked on it twice and it's still showing vector, right? So click on escape again until that leaves, and then you have these properties here. Now you have this as a shape. Now you see I made a little error here, right? So sometimes when you are, if I want to go back, just Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z. Okay, I think I made the error from the very beginning. So Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z. So you can actually zoom in if you want to be pixel perfect, right? You can zoom in if you want to be pixel perfect, and then click on this point here. I don't know if that point is actually the exact point. It's supposed to be this point, so I don't think I made the mistake, but it can still be corrected, right? So click on the pen tool. Let me attach that. Click on the pen tool. Come over here. Click on this. Okay. I really made the mistake, right? Click on this. Again. Click on that. Then. Okay, I can't use that. Click on this. The Figma guide tells you when you are at the exact point, right? You can see that there are red lights showing that, okay, you are actually at the exact point. Click on this and then you have it exactly, right? So that's for that. So if you can't see the point, you can zoom in so that you can have a pixel perfect or stuff. So come over here. I want to actually create this that I have here. So how do I do that? Well, you can click on the pen tool. Click on this. Hold your shift key. Come over here. Click on this. Then with my shift key held, I'm still holding my shift key, okay? I can see that this is actually more like, I think this is a 45-degree snap or so. But with my shift key, I can get that exact point. So what do? I'm actually getting the exact point. Yes, I am. Click on it. Okay, hold your shift key down. Click on it. See, my shift key now enters this bend. So it makes it very easy for me. Click on this. Didn't get to the point. Click on this. So you can actually wait till you see the guide. Okay, if I'm going forward, and now I've now seen the guide, letting me know that, okay, I'm at the exact point that I want to be. So I've seen the guide, click on it. I think that's the best thing to do. I'm making a mistake here, sorry. Click on it. I've seen the guide, click on it. Seen the guide, click on it. So I have this, okay? Now, but I have curvy areas here. So what do? Just select the bend tool. Come to the notes, click on 1, click on 2, click on 3, click on 4, click on 5, click on 6. Okay, almost there, right? But I have this section out here, right? There's this part of it that is not fully covered. So what you can simply do is go to normal selection mode, right? Select the objects, come over to these properties that say it. Let's try to round the corners and see. Okay. If I click on this one, the corners, automatically I have it filled up, right? So now I have this exact shape here. Now, if you want to create this or you want to trace this object out, click on the pen tool, straight line path, click on this, hold your shift key, hold and drag, click on this, And the advantage of holding the shift key is that there are sometimes when you are going to have a 45-degree 45-degree angle bend or line bend, right? That you may not actually know that it's 45 degrees, but with the shift key, it will just fit into it. So while holding my shift key, let's test this to see if it enters perfectly. Well, it didn't enter perfectly. Unlike this one entered perfectly, right? So in this case, since the shift key is not entering perfectly, let's go with the shift key. Then I won't get to the point. Okay, it's not entering perfectly, so just let's go with the shift key and just click on this point, right? Click on it ordinarily, okay? Fine. So I have this. So the next thing is there are curves right at the side. So definitely you now know that you need your bend tool. So come over here, select the bend tool, click on this, and then click on this, right? So I have the bottom, now remaining the top. I have a straight line, just remaining this section. So what do I do now? Well, even with the bend tool, I've not been able to get this, right? Now what if I hold and drag my Bézier handles, because my Bézier handles will actually determine the shape and direction of the code, right? So I'll go over to where I have the move tool, select the move tool, right? Select the handle and then try to see if I can get that shape. But you can see that as I'm moving this, okay, let me go over to mirror angle and length and let's see. Okay, I'm trying to get it, but I'm trying to get this one. You see that this one is being distorted, right? So what do? That simply tells me that this is not the way to go. I've already gotten this. So since in trying to move this one gets distorted. Let me see if I'm trying to move this one also, the other one gets distorted, right? So what you do is move the handles independently. Now select this handle, hold your Alt key, and then see if you can move it on its own, right? I have that. Come over here, select this, select the handle, hold your Alt key, and I have this, right? So with that, I now have everything done. Okay, so these are some of the applications of the pen tool. Now let me show you some actual graphic design applications of the pen tool. Because I was supposed to give you guys a task today, but no task will be given. The task I'll be giving today will be a personal task. Your first task will be actually to design something like this, and that task can only come after we've treated colors and a lot of other things. So these are practical designs of the pen tool. You've seen this flyer, right? Most of you who are in this boot camp probably saw this flyer, right? Now, this is just a simple pen tool application. Now, this was created with the pen tool. I believe that you can now create this, right? Now, this here, what you are seeing here also, right, was created with the pen tool. Let me select that and bring it over to our design. Okay, I think that's selected. Let me copy that and bring it over to, let's go back to page 1 where we have our grid lines, right? Let me paste this here. So now when you paste it, of course, like I said, it has changed it has changed the percentage zoom. So what you want to do is that you want to scale it down. Click on K and scale everything down, because you are not supposed to scale it down if you're actually doing other actual designs, right? But since we are working with the pen tool, right, you want to make sure that we need the grid lines. So just scale it down. My mouse keeps giving me some issues. So as you scale down, you zoom down. Scale down, you zoom in, right? So I say you zoom down. You zoom in. And instead of this, you can just come over here and just change the scale value from, let's say, 135 to 120. Instead of just, okay, still not small enough. Let me take 90. Okay, that's another way to actually, okay, 90 is cool. Let me just take 50. So this is me zooming it down to where I can see my grid lines. Now, if you want to actually create this, right, what you can simply do is click on P to select the pen tool. This is a very simple creation, I believe. I'll just come to this edge, come over here, click on this. Okay. Now remember that when you are creating this for the first time, you won't be using this, you won't be seeing this as a guide, right? But since this is just our a tracing class, that's why we are doing this. To get to a point, you have to create it yourself, right? And then you have to know how to work with the grid lines to get symmetrical shapes. But this is actually going to help. Okay, I didn't start with a node point there. I'll Ctrl Z. I want to actually start with a node point, right? So let me click on escape. All right. I think I should zoom in. Zoom in some more. Zoom in some more. Okay, this is selected. Click. This is selected. Click on key, and then just come to the edge here. Just hold and drag it. I'm not bothered about the items inside distorting right now. I'm just want to show you how we did what the pen tool application here. So click on the pen tool, come over here. See, now it's pixel perfect and I can easily see an intersection point, right? So click on it. Okay, let me just take it down a bit. Click on this, right? Click on this. Now you can see that it's coming with a curve. Remember, we were actually showing some applications and we'll put in a curve. So what you can quickly do is you can continue, or alternatively you can simply just click on the escape key and get out of it and come over here, change this curve to change that corner radius to 0. And then you have a vertex as you want it, right? Then select the shape, click on enter again to continue. Now, so I have removed my bar. So if I want to go into the pen tool, I just click on P. And that's it. You come to this point you stopped and then click on it and continue from there. So I have this, fine. So when I get here, I can decide to just click on this. Okay. And then I can click on this. Fine. When I get here, click on this. Okay. Click on this. Fine. Click on this. But I haven't closed it up. So what can I do? Very simple. Now, there are sometimes when you bring the pen to and it's connected to the last point, right? You just click on, you have to click on escape once so that it will break that connection. But right now it's not connected, so I can just come here, click on this. Click on this. Click on this. Click on this. So that way you have what? You have a symmetrical shape. So that's an example. Then other examples of the pen tool that you should be seeing. Other examples. So all these flyers here, because we are going to be doing a brief graphic design session where everybody's going to design what we are going to design some marketing, social flyers, and different flyer designs. Okay. So you have seen that this is just a simple application of the pen tool, right? You can see this graphic design here. Okay? Everything here can just be achieved with the pen tool. So this beautiful design is just a simple pen tool application. This design you are seeing here is a simple pen tool application. Now there's something you should know. Sometimes you may be wondering if you already have polygons like this. If you already have polygons, let's increase the count to, let's say, 6. Let's use the hexagon. If you already have polygons like this, let me make this 5. 5 will be too much now. For the corner radius, let me make it 1. 1 isn't showing. 5 dead. 2 isn't showing. Okay. Okay, this is a different background, right? Let me make it 100. This is not my, right? Or 80. Okay. If you can create polygons like this simply with shape tools, right? Because I just use the shape tool. Now, why should you use a pen tool to ever create something like this when you can simply create the shape tool? Now, the reason will be seen here. Let's say I want to put an image inside this. Okay, before I do that, let me copy it. Bring it here. If I want to put an image, I'll select it. Come to this section here. Click on this arrow. Click on image, right? And then go and select, let's say, portrait image. Click open. Fine. Then come over here, select it and put it inside. Now, very simple, right? Now, what if I don't want this shape to be like this? What if I want to have a flat at the base here? Just because over here, in these portrait images, you see, this section here is a flat, right? It's not a vertex like this, it's a flat. And it makes this hexagon looks better, right? So what if I want to do that? If I want to do that, let me assume that I take this shape tool and then I rotate it. I come over here, I just rotate it 1. Now I have a flat here, unlike this vertex here, right? Let me go and take the image now. Let me see what's going to happen. You are going to realize that the image is going to enter in exactly the same way because it recognizes that as a shape tool. And put it in. See what happens now. So it's impossible for me to put this image inside while I have a flat here, and the image is going to come out well using the shape tool. But you can achieve that now with a pen tool. I can simply come over here and be like, okay, let me create this hexagon myself. Okay, just click on the points, click on the next one, move in snaps of 1. Should I move in 30 degrees now? 15, okay, 15, okay, 15, 30, Let me move in 60 degrees, right? You can move in any degree you want. As a matter of fact, let's just do a random one. So you don't feel like you must move in a particular degree. All right, so I'll just create something like this. I'm not using grid lines right now. I'm just doing something quick. Okay, you can use your grid lines to do whatever you want to do later. I'm just using the Figma guide. Okay, I've created this, right? So now that I've created this, I can simply come over here and then let's say I increase the thickness to maybe 6, which is the stroke property. I come over here, let's say I put in 20? Forgotten what value I put for the other one. Let's try 50. We have something like this, right? Okay, I can select it, reduce it. Alright. Now I've created something like this. So even if I put the image, it's still going to come out like just the way the former one did. And that's not what I want. So let's assume that I made a mistake. Sorry. Select the objects before you do that. Okay, portraits. Supposed to price not entry now. Let me have I actually left the vector editing tool. Let's see if I can give it a feel. Okay. Go back and select this. Yeah. Alright, it's now in. Okay. Now you can see I still have a vertex here, but that's not what I want. Okay, so what you want to do now is I actually did this on purpose. Okay, when you want to create it, you have to now know that you need to start with a flat. Okay, not start with a vertex. So I can come over here, click on this. Click on this. Now that's me starting with a flat, right? So I have what I want. Click on this. Okay, just come over. I'm looking for the Figma guide here to get this point. Click on this. You can see that automatically I'm having curved edges because I already have my corner radius set. Okay, so in this case you can just leave it like this, or you can, if you feel like you want to actually go back and take out the corner radius so you can be having vertices first, still okay. I'm not using grid lines now, so I may not get something very uniform, but I just want to prove a point. Okay, now that I have this, I can simply select it, take it a bit in, right? Let me even scale it, make it a bit bigger. Alright, so I can select this now and then come to put in that image, right? Portraits, open, and let's see. If it doesn't enter, that means we actually need to give it a fill first. But let's see. Did it enter? Fine. No problem. Click on escape, select it, come over here, give it a fill. Okay. So now select it again, go back, try to put in your portrait. And it's in. Okay, so now you've seen that if you are creating them using pen tool, you have to first of all give it a fill before you can put in your portrait. Okay, now like I said, I didn't use the grid lines, otherwise you would have gotten something very symmetrical. I used the grid lines when I was creating this, right? I think about last year or so. So can you see the difference now? So with this one, I can get the image in the portrait, okay, such a way that the portrait, I can get the image inside the vector in such a way that the portrait is facing a flat at the bottom, just where I want it. But if you are using shape tools, sorry, you can't actually achieve that. Okay, you'll be having a vertex at the bottom always. That's for that. Now, if you remember, we actually created something like this in our last class, right? So nothing you created is a waste. You can see we created something like this in our last class. You can see how it was just used to make a simple design flyer. Okay, so nothing you are creating is wasted. Okay, so we're actually doing this because we are going to look briefly to graphic design before we move into what we have for UI and UX design, right? So the pen tool is you see, these are just simple applications of the pen tool. Simple applications of the pen tool. Simple designs. The only thing is that it might take some of your time or even a lot of your time. But you see, these are just simple applications of the pen tool. Very simple applications of the pen tool. So these are flyers that are being created using everything here was created by the pen tool. All these curves, they were created by the pen tool. If you want to create something like this, just go over. Let's say I want to create something like this, right? You can just select the pen tool. Okay, come over here. Okay, come over here. Okay. In this case, let me remove the curve. Right, just escape, click on escape. Select what I already have. Come over here, change that to 0. Alright, then click on enter to go back to vector mode. Then click on P to go back to the pen tool. Then select this point, right? Alright, I can simply do something like this now. But I'm trying to create this section here now. Right, you first of all create the vertex style first. So let me see, create this, then come over here and lock it up. Okay, and once I've done this, very simple. All you need to do is just come over here and give it any particular corner radius. Let me give it 100. Okay, now you can see that these vertices here are sharp. Only this and this are actually changing, right? So you can put it in vector mode. Select that node. Hold your shift key. Select the next node. And then come over here. Let's see what we have here. Corner radius, right? Fine. So change that corner radius now to 20. Okay, let's say 20 is not curvy enough. 100. Okay, let's say that's still not curvy enough. 200. So you see, maybe something like so. You can simply click on your move tool and then drag it to have whatever you want to have. Okay, and drag it to have whatever you want to have. So that's for that. Alternatively, I can simply I can make a copy of this. Sorry. I can make a copy of this. Bring it here, right? And let's say I put this back in, reduce the corner radius to 0. Then let me try and put in the move tool. Let's see what I have. Can you see this? Okay, so now you can click on, the bend tool. I just applied the bend tool. Click on the move tool and adjust those independently. I can decide to take this one down. I decide to bring this one out. Okay, so and then give it a fill color. Give it any fill color of your choice. Just come to fill on the plus sign. Automatically, I have a color. I can make it blue, or give it any color you want to give it. Okay, so that's how they created this. So all these here, they are simple pen tool applications. Very, very simple pen tool application. You see how I created this now. Initially to come as a vertex, right? So just go from left to right, straight line, here to here, straight line. From here to here is a curve. Well, you can also decide to actually just, instead of using the vertex, you can decide to use the Bézier handles and create the curve directly though. Now that way you can do that, since we have treated Bézier handles, right? Click on the pen tool. Okay, straight. Or should I do that now? Let me do it here. Okay. Then when you come here, right, click, hold and drag. You have what you want, right? Something like this. Okay. Then you come here, click, hold and drag, and adjust the handle till you have what you want, right? Something like this. Then come over here, click on this. And then you can simply increase it a bit, or put it in vector mode, come over to move to, right? And then click on this and move it down a bit. Click on this, you can even take it to the left if you want to, move it down a bit. Okay, you can adjust the handle to get another kind of curve that you want, right? So very, very, very simple. So these are just some of the applications of, see, these are under applications. So these are just polygons created with the pen tool easily, right? So you can see that we have a lot of design flyers here, right? That just pen tool applications. So you guys are going to be designing one of these, but only where we treated color, typography, and things like that, right? So just take note of that. So we've done that. Now in object tracing, right? There's something you want to know. What you want to know is, let me come here and let me go to selection, normal selection mode. Let me select a rectangle. Okay. Let me go back to page 1, please. Okay. hold and drag and draw a rectangle. Now, once you have a rectangle, right, let's give this rectangle a corner radius of 3. Oh, you can see that the corner radius of 3 here has a lot of effects because we are very zoomed in. Unlike the other one, we needed to use corner radius of like 200 before we saw an effect because in that case we zoomed out. Do you understand? So it's just like that. So in this case now, let me give the corner radius of 1. Better still, let me use something smaller first of all. Let me use the corner radius 0.5. Cool. I have this. Before I explain this, let's come over to this. This is what everybody is going to be going to this site, which of course will be sent in the Discord server, right? Bézier.method.ac, right? And you're going to be using this to just do some little practice. So I can click on this point, okay? Hold my shift key, click on this point, and then if you are clicking, look at the cursor here. Make sure that the top of this cursor is what is touching the point, okay? Because I will make sure that it is the top that is touching where I want to click. And here I want to click is actually what's centralized, the center. Click on this, and I've gotten that, right? You can come over here, click on this point, hold your shift key, come over, click on this. Okay, it's just for the site is just for practicing your knowledge of the pen tool, right? Done that. Now you've come to circles. Look at how this one is made. They'll actually give you a preview of how to create it before you create it. But there's something I want us to do. So let's quickly just click on this. In this case, this is where you actually need that shift key. So hold your shift key so that the handle you create is a straight handle and it fits on top of the handle that is there. Then let's go. Come over here. Make sure that the top, like your cursor, is touching with the midpoint, the intersection point. Click on it. Hold and drag. My hand is still on my shift key. Let go of your mouse. Come over here. My hand is on my shift key all through. I didn't let go of the shift key. Okay. Click on this. Hold and drag. Let go of my mouse. Come over here. Click on this. Hold and drag till it fits into, because there's a preview there, right? It must fit into it. I don't think this one is fitting into it, but they still accepted it. Okay, come over here. For the last point, just select it, and that's it, and you're done. Okay. Now, if you want to create this, you can simply click on this, right, and then drag it till it makes the preview. Right? There are sometimes if you hold your shift key, right, if you make a mistake, you can Ctrl+Z and to go back, just like in Figma. Sometimes if you hold your shift key, it may not actually get, like say, I'm trying to actually overlap it on that preview there, but it's not working. Okay, in that case, let's go for your shift key, right, and just do it ordinarily. So have I gotten it yet? Now look at what I'm going to do. In order for me to get the point at the top, I'll now hold my Alt key, because if I'm moving this handle, right, both sides are moving, and I've gotten this section already. So I just want to move this last handle. So I'll hold my Alt key and move this one independent. Are you seeing it? Fine. And the moment I let go, there's already a curve based on this handle. So I'll come over here, click on this one. Okay. And then hold and drag till it fits into the what? Into the handle. Now that's fit into that. Now I want to move only this handle. Hold your Alt key. Move. Right? Then let go. Now you have what? A final curve. Just come to this point and then click on it. And then you have this. Okay? Just like that. Now, if you want to actually do this tracing, right? But sometimes the question you may want to be asking yourself is, now let's say you want to trace this. Now this is a long curve. This is a very long curve. Where do I start from? Okay? Let's say, of course, this part are just straight lines, so no problem. Now, if you want to create the way you trace a curve when it is lengthy and the way you trace a curve when it is short, okay? They are different. Now, this is a very long curve, right? And it's not as curvy as this. Okay, so for this curve, it will be easier to draw compared to this. If I want to draw this curve, look at what I'm going to do. I'll click on this point. Sorry, Ctrl+Z to take that out. And when you are clicking on points, click on the middle, right? I'll click on this middle point, right? And then let's say you can hold your shift key or you can do it ordinarily, but hold my shift key, click on this point. Okay. Now when you are coming here, if I want to create this curve now, I'll come over here, click on this point, hold and drag. Okay. Fine. And then when I'm coming here, you see the curve is already there, so I'll just click on this point and it has accepted it. Then to move forward, hold and drag your shift key, click on this point. If I want to select here again, I can decide to use my shift key or I can decide to use freehand. Click on this point. Then when you want to hold and drag, you must hold your shift key down so that you can have what? You can have a straight handle. Otherwise, your handle will just be moving in a crazy way. So hold and drag till it fits in. Let go. Now the moment it creates this curve, the other points will be curved, right? Because of the Bézier handle. Click on this point. Come over here, click on this straight line, click on this straight line. Then I have to click on this point also. Now, how do I know that I have to click on this point also? Why didn't I just be like, okay, from here, I should just come here? Okay, how did I know that I have to click on this point? These are things that we are going to talk about. Fine. And then, see, I'm trying to actually get that point. It's not working. So let's go to the shift key. Click on this point. Now, hold your shift key down because you want to create the handle, right? Now, in creating the handle, the shift key is not still helping. Forget about the shift key. Just do it ordinarily. To just adjust the Bézier handle till you get it. Okay, I've gotten that, but there's a straight line here, so I'm going to hold my hotkey and come so that I can bring this one back. Let go. That accepted. Click on this. That accepted this, and it looks easy, but here's what you need to know because you guys are going to be doing this. When you are done, you get the next one, right? Now, here's what you need. There are some functions that work in Figma that won't be working here very, very well, right? So take note of that. Okay, because this is not Figma. Okay, so I was trying to actually press the escape key in order for me to let go of this handle, but it's not working here. So while you are going, you need to make sure that every point is just connected. So your first move needs to be fine. Otherwise, you have to Ctrl Z and go to a previous point and then start again, right? So this is for perfection of your parts, your straight parts and your curved parts. That's what this one is for. Let me quickly explain something before the end of the class. Now to explain that, let me go back to this section, how to create curves, right? Now, if I have this particular rectangle and I have this curve here, okay? Now you can see that this point is curved and this point is curved, is that not so? However, if you select this rectangle and you come over here and you select, and you come over here and you select that icon, you still see an option that says corner smoothing, which simply means that even if you create a curve on a shape, right? That curve still has a corner. A normal rectangle has 4 corners or vertices, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Which are the sharp edges. But now I have changed this vertex here to a curve. And there's still an option that is telling me that I need to smoothen the corners. Here are the corners. That becomes the next question. Now, to see the corners, now you need to know or apply the principle of tangency, okay? A curve like this is created, okay, when a curved line intersects with 2 straight lines, because you can see that from here to here is curved, but this is a straight line and this is a straight line. This straight line means this curve at a particular point, okay? The point where this curve and this line meet is a corner. The point where this curve and this line meet is a corner. So I have 2 corners. Now, even if there's a curve, I have this corner and this corner. How do I see those corners? All you can simply do is, I'm going to bring in the Figma rulers. Okay, I want to bring in the I want to know if I can put it here. I can't. Okay, let me zoom out. See, moving like this. The Figma rulers is just moving along. Okay, what we can simply do is, let's zoom out. See, because the Figma rulers they are just moving now along the little grid lines. So let's zoom out. Okay, and let's create a rectangle, and let's give it that same curve. Let's give it a curve of, let's say, 20. It's bigger now since we've zoomed out. See, the effect is almost not seen. Let me Ctrl Z. Let's give it a curve of 100. Now, let's see, we'll see the effect, right? So this for this. Should I make it, let's increase it a bit. 170. Fine. So now, in order for us to see the corners, I'll bring the Figma rulers and I'll place it somewhere here. See, now I can now place it, okay? So, which is the intersection of this curve and the straight line. So that's the intersection point. This point here, okay, where this Figma ruler hits this rectangle is the intersection point, and that's the corner. Okay, I'll also bring in the vertical Figma ruler. If you don't have your Figma ruler, just click on, I think, Shift and arrow. So now, this curve is formed, okay, because this straight line intersects with this curve at this point. And also, this other straight line intersects with this curve at this point, giving me what? Giving me 2 corners, 1, 2. In doing or in playing or in practicing with this your Bézier game, right, you need to understand how to create small curves and how to create large curves, because the way you create small curves and the way you create large curves, they are not exactly the same. Okay, so the question becomes, how do you create a small curve and how do you create a large curve? Now, for a small curve like this, let's try to create this and let's see what we have. So let me draw a line. Select that point, on my shift key, select this point, and then try to create this curve. I think this will be best done with grid lines. Sorry, this will be best described with grid lines. Okay, I want you guys to see something. So let me see if I can actually zoom in and use these Figma rulers for the grid lines. Okay, or even if the rulers are not there, I think now that you now know where the corners are, right? So without the rulers, I can actually get my corners. So let's just zoom in a lot now. Let's zoom in a lot. Okay, and let's create any rectangle. So now you can identify where the corners are on the shape, right? So I'm going to give it, let's say 2. Now 2 is too much now. 0.3. That's too small for me. For what I want to explain, 0.6. What about 1? Okay, 1 is fine. Now, if you want to create this curve shape, especially when you're practicing with this Bézier game, right? Now look at what we can do. If you want to create a small curve shape and you want to create a large curve shape, there are two different ways of creating them. Generally, there are two different ways to create a curve path using the pen tool. If I click on this and I come over to this point, click on it, hold my shift key, come over here, click on this, right? Sorry. Okay. Escape and then go to, this is too much, let me reduce the thickness to 1. Okay, this is because we zoomed it, that's why it's very big now. Let's take 0.1. Fine. All right, now if I want to create this, right, you can see that this curve is within what is within this little square here, from here to here, right? So if I want to create this, all I can simply do is, let me take this line out and let's draw that again. I'll click on my pen tool. Since the curve is within this, what the curve is more like touching this edge and this edge in this little box. Trying to create this, I'll click on the pen tool, come over here, click on this, and then in trying to create this, right, the first method to create a curve is after you clicked on the second point, right, for the third point, what you should do is go to, because now this is where the curve starts, this point, and ends at this point. So if this is where the curve starts, go to where the curve ended, which is here. Select it and start creating your curve from there, your Bézier curve from there. You can see, and I have my what? And I have a curve there, right? And then I can continue and I can create this. Okay. Now with that, I've created the curve. Which simply means that if I want to create a curve like this, okay, once you get to the end of this straight line, right? From here, you need to, there's no need choosing any point along the curve. It's a waste of time. Just go to where the curve started and note where it ended. It started here and ended here. So go to where the curve ended from the start point. Once you have gotten the start point, go to the end point, click on it, then hold and drag. Okay, and I've created the curve. Then you can continue your motion along that line and click on this. So this is the first way to draw a curve using what? The first point and the last point, right? Now this method is actually effective if the curve is large like this. Okay, for a large curve like this, it's effective. But if the curve is small, right, let's say if this curve here is smaller than this, you're not going to use the start and end points. You are going to do something else. So let me reduce this curvature to maybe 0.2. What was there before? 1. Let me take 0.5. Okay, this is better. Now, if I want to create this same thing using this method, right, I'll just click on the pen tool, take a point, come over here. So let's assume that this is the end point, right? That's the start point of the curve. This is the end point. Click on the end point, hold and drag. And you can see I'm trying to create that small curve. It's not working. But the curve that it's creating is what is way bigger. It's in between the full box. Which simply means that this method will not work for small curves, right? So what do you do in that case? Once you get here, okay, click on any point. Click on the midpoint of the curve. Okay, the curve is supposed to be somewhere around here, for example, right? Click on the midpoint, right? Hold and drag. Then let go. And when you let go, you are going to realize that the other point that is coming out is also a curve. You can now see that I have what? I have this small curve that is here. Okay, so for smaller curves, right, from the start point, go to the center, click on it. That's where you apply the Bézier principle, and then you get your smaller curve. But for bigger curves, right, use the start and end point. Okay, this is a guide. Okay, it is not a law. Sometimes both works for some curves, but this is a guide. Now for you to understand it better, I'm going to look at what I just explained. This is a smaller curve, right? So this is me trying to practice with this. If I click on this, I come over here, right? Click on this point. Good. When I get here, okay, this is the start point of the curve and this is the end. I won't just come here and click on this part. It's not going to work because this is a small curve. So what do? Go to the midpoint of the curve. Come here, hold and drag. Okay, and now I have what? I have that curve part. Let me go back. All right, let's take one. Like I said, you need to be careful as you get to the midpoint. 2. Okay, come over here. Since it's a small curve, start from the center. 3, hold and drag. It gets in exactly. Fine, let go. Come over here. You can see that the other point, there's no need for me to hold and drag again. As long as I create a first curve, the second point will also be a curve. Click on this, just the way this one is. The moment you created the first curve for the small circle, the second one was also a curve. Right? So you have that. Okay, come here. Click on this central point. Remember, I think I clicked on a point behind now. Click on this central point. Come here. Okay, now it's going to work. Hold and drag to the fitting. See? Then come to click on the central point. You see? Hold your shift key now here. So if you are coming here, you may decide to hold your shift key or leave it. But just make sure that if you are clicking this point, click on the intersection of this curve and this line, which is the midpoint. The intersection of this curve and this line, which is the midpoint. Very important. If you miss that, it may not work. So over here, I'm going to click on the intersection of this and this horizontal and this vertical line. They intersected here at the center. Hold your shift key here. Click on that. Come over intersection. Hold your shift key here. Click on that. Okay. Come over here. There's another straight line. Hold your shift key here. Click on that. Now, this is actually what a long part, which simply means I'll just have to take the first part and the end part, right? So if I hold my shift key, I won't be able to select the end part, which is here, right? So this is the first corner of this curve now. And this is the last corner. Remember, we're talking about how curves are formed. 2 corners. This corner and this corner. Start and end corners, right? So this is the start corner of this curve. This is the end corner. So I'll come over to the end corner. The same center part. Click on it. Hold and drag. Until it gets in, right? Fine. Now that it has gotten in, see what's going to happen in this case, okay? Like I said, this is not Figma. Okay, so if you let go now, what's going to happen is that you are going to be having a curved part. And you don't want that, you want a straight line here. So instead of letting go, after you've gotten this kind of this curve, right, at this ends, just hold it down and then hold your Alt key. So right now I have to Ctrl Z and go back before I can do anything. Okay, so once you click on this part, right, hold and drag till you get it. Once you have gotten it, right, all you need to do now is hold your Alt key. I've gotten it, right? Now I want to move that handle independently without letting go of the handle. Because if I let go, the next part is going to be a curve. But I'm seeing a straight line next. So I need a straight line. So hold your Alt key. Come over. See, I've moved this. Come over here. Let it go here. And then now you can click on this. Okay? Very simple. You see? Then this is also a curve. Start points, end point. So you can come here. Right? Hold and drag it. Okay, then hold your shift key, come over here and do something like this. So from there you see another shape and just keep applying the same principle, and you'll be able to actually get more and more of the pen tool experience. Now in our recent class, we have been looking at the pen tool. Okay, we have been looking at the pen tool in our recent class, and we've seen how to use the pen tool to create vector networks or vector paths. And we're actually looking at 2 paths. We looked at creating straight paths, and also we looked at creating curved paths. Okay, so those are the things that we've actually looked at. And for practice, we decided to also check what we've learned using the Bézier game, okay, for creating both straight and curved paths. Now, so far so good. We had no issues creating straight paths, okay? Now, in our last class, I was trying to throw more light on techniques for creating curved paths. Okay, good techniques or tips for creating a curved path, especially because we are going to be doing vector tracing, straight line tracing, in order for us to be able to create illustrations. So, in order for you to produce curved paths with perfect tracing techniques, you need to know quite a few tips. Okay, so let's quickly just get to it now. Now, recall that if we have something, say a shape tool, let me come over here and select any shape tool there. So let's say I have this rectangle here. Now, by default, now the rectangle comes with four vertices, right? 1, 2, 3, and 4 at the intersection points. Okay. Now, if I decide to give that a corner radius, I'll need to go to the corner radius property there. Let's give the corner radius of 20. Let's see. Okay, that's too much now. What about the corner radius of 1? Okay, that's fine. All right, I'm going to take two of this, or let's just give it a corner radius of 2. Okay, to have a better curved object. Now, in order for us to be able to do curved path tracing, okay, if we want to actually trace a curved path, you need to apply the tangency principle, okay, the principle of tangency. Now, the principle makes us understand that you have a curved path, right? In as much as the curved path has ends that are looking all curvy, as you can see, that curved path equally has corners. The only difference between the corners of a curved path and that of a vertex is that for the curved path, the corners are smooth, right? They are smooth or curved paths, and therefore they might be looking invincible. Now, if I zoom in a bit, you'll get to realize that this curve is actually formed right within this path. So from this node point here of that particular canvas grid, so this node point here is the only area where the curve exists. Beyond those points, if I come down, I have a straight line. And if I go beyond here to the left, I have a straight line. So the only reason why this area is also just looking this curve is because we have more like a good blend at this point and at this point. Okay. So for these curved parts, we actually have corners as well. Even if it is looking curved, the corners are looking curvy or the corners are looking smooth because of the perfect blend. The corners are the points where the curved parts or the curved section joins the straight line, which are this corner and also this corner here. So in other words, we have two corners here. Okay. Now the two corners are the anchor points for the curve. Okay? Without these two corners, this curve will not exist. So we have the start anchor point and we have the end anchor point. Now, if you are doing vector tracing, especially while you are practicing with the Bézier game, you get to realize that there are times when you have let's just complete this game and move on to the next section that we can actually use to make this explanation more practical. Okay, let's also just quickly complete this. I think what I need should be in the next. All right. Let's quickly complete this as well. Not really what I need, right? Okay. Okay. So now I want us to work with this particular example here for the class. Okay. So if I have a curved path, right? And I'm doing my vector tracing because part of the task we are going to be giving today will actually include you trying to create an illustration by vector tracing. So if I have a curved part and I'm doing my vector tracing, you realize that there are two kinds of curved parts here, right? We have those that go over a wide area, okay, the longer curves, okay, which are, for example, this curve and this curve. And we have those that actually contain within just a very small region, which are the shorter curves. And you get to realize that shorter ones are actually what? A lot more curvy as compared to the what? Compared to the longer ones, right? So in essence, we can decide to actually divide this into long curves and what? And short curves. Now the tracing pattern for these curves are actually what's different, and that's something we're about to talk about. So let's say this is actually a lengthy curve or a long curve, right? If you are trying to do vector tracing using the pen tool and you want to create this curve, all you simply do is click on the pen tool. Let me start from a node, move along that path, okay? And then you go and actually locate the start point. Remember, this point where it touches the circle is the start point. So I'm assuming that here right now is the start point for the curve I want to create. So I've clicked on it. Now that I've clicked on it, you can see that the part that is created is black. Okay, I want it to be white for purpose of contrast. So you can simply come here, change it. And it's actually too thick. So you can reduce the thickness. That's one. Let's use 0.2. Okay, that's also too thick. Let's use 0.09. That'll be allowed. All right, fine. So this I have created now, right? Now, if I want to create this curve, since this curve is actually a long curve, right, and it extends over an area, to create a curve like this, what you can do is, first of all, locate the start point, which is start point. Okay, after you've located it, the next thing is take your pen tool and go and click on the end point. Now for this curve, this is the end point here, right? So I can simply come over here and let's say if I want this curve to be, I'll click on this point here. Okay. Now, once you click on it, you know that of course we want to create a curve. So in this case, I'll click, hold and drag, right? So I'll click on it, hold and drag. And then I have something like this. Okay. And then if I want to continue the path, I can simply move along the straight line and draw something like this. Fine. Now you can see that in that very easy way, we've created this particular curve that actually formed this rectangle, right? So this is how you create curves that are that extend over over an area or over a large area, or this is how you create large curves, okay, which are curves like this, these longer curves. Okay, that's how you create them. You simply click on the start point. So in this case, you click on this start point, and then you click on these endpoints, and then you extend your Bézier handle till you actually get within the trace part. All right. And the same thing for this curve that's here also. You click on this start point and then you click on this endpoint to get your Bézier handle, because they are longer curves, right? Now, what about situations where we have shorter curves, like curves that are actually within a smaller area as compared to this? So in that case, I'm going to take a copy of this rectangle. I'll bring it down and I'll reduce the curve. Okay. This is in 2 square boxes. Let's see if we can get one with a corner radius in just, okay, let's say 1. Okay, something like this, a smaller curve. All right. Or should we make it smaller? Let's make it, let's say 0.5. Okay, something as small as this. Fine. Now, if you want to actually trace along a curve, okay, which is actually formed within a smaller area, because as you can see now, the smaller curves, right, they are within a smaller region, and they're actually more curvy than these other longer ones here. Now, what you do in that case is that you don't just click on the start and end point and try to adjust it from there, because in that case you might easily get a distorted curve, right? So let's try the same method we tried for the first one, for the longer curve, and let's see what it actually gives us. Okay, let me go select the pen tool and then come over here, right? Click on this, move here, click on this. And now I want to put that curve. You see where the curve ends, right? I want to put it somewhere here, right? Somewhere here. Now, if I click on this point and I hold and drag, you can see that
it is very difficult, right, for me to actually get this curve, okay, using these start and end points. If I want to actually represent this endpoint, I can just come here, use the Figma rulers, and bring in the Figma ruler. But you can see that the ruler is moving within what? Within the square boxes. Now you can zoom out a bit. But if you zoom out, you will no longer see the rectangle. Okay, so let's just zoom in and let's take that out. So if I want to create this little curve here, and then let's say I click on this point and I go to the end point, which is somewhere around here. Okay, let's just assume somewhere around here. If I click hold and drag, you realize that it is difficult for this curve to actually stay within this little region here, using just the start and end points. Okay, unlike how we easily got it here, right? Because this curve had a wider region, okay, or a wider area. Now, in such cases, what you do is that you actually click on the midpoint. Okay, what you are going to do is that you are going to click on the midpoint of the curve. So instead of clicking on this point, which is the start point, and clicking on this point, which is the end point, what you do is that you click on this start point, and then you click on the midpoint of the curve, which is somewhere along here, so that you create a little section first, okay, before you create the other section. Now this method is more effective for smaller curves, all right? This method is more effective for smaller curves. Okay, so what you do is, let's assume that the curve is actually within this region. The smaller curve is within this region, right? So instead of you coming here, and now I'm assuming that this smaller curve is within this region because I want to use the grid boxes to actually explain the effect. So if the smaller curve is within this region, okay, instead of coming to the end points and then you click hold and drag, what you can do is you can go to the central point. Click on that central point, okay? Just form a little curve first, okay? Then let go of your mouse. The moment you let go of your mouse, you are going to realize that the preview of the next part, which is coming, is also a curve. As you can see here, you see this is the preview of the next part, which is also a curve. So if I click on it, I have what? I have this curve created. Now this is a better way for creating curves within smaller regions. But I think you actually get the idea. I don't want us going over it over and over again. You get the idea, right? For longer curves, you use start and end point. For shorter curves, you use the midpoints. Okay, that's for actually tracing curves or curve paths using the pen tool. Okay, for tracing large curves and small curves. Now in the pen tool session yesterday, or was it yesterday now? I think 2 days back, we're trying to use the pen tool to master curve creation, right? Now, if you recall, when we're trying to draw that heart shape, we simply selected the pen tool, came to, let's say, any random node here, right? And then maybe took, when I take that point now, should I just take a random one too? Okay, I can simply take this, come over here. Fine, take this, come here, take this, take this. Okay. All right. We're trying to create a heart shape and we did something like this, and then we made this a vector. And then we selected the bend tool, came over here, clicked on it once, and then we had something like this, right? And we decided to extend this up. Okay, I'll go now, hold my move tool, come over here, select and hold it down, then hold the hotkey, extend it to any node point that I want. Fine. Come over here, hold this down, hold the hotkey, extend it to any node point that I want, which is fine. Then selected my bend tool again, came to a point, clicked on it once, and then clicked on it again, and decided that okay, I should adjust the base to give us something like this, right? So that was our first class, and we just had to do things in a manual way. That was how we created this. Now, a better way to create this shape that you have here is you can decide that okay, there are 2 ways, beginner level ways. You can decide that okay, I want to select the pen tool. Let me get out of this mode first. If I select the pen tool, come to a node point here. Select this, then maybe hold my shift key. Okay, select this point and then come over here. Where is the okay? I think that's it. I don't think those are actually properly aligned.
All right, this is it. So what you can simply do is you can create something like this first, right? Now, you should realize that, let me select this object and let's see something. This node here, you can see it controls what? It controls the behavior of this section of the curve. This simply means that if I have a handle in this direction, the curve that is coming from it will be coming in this direction. So I should draw a handle, because this is not a handle now. This is just like this representation here is just to show us these parts. Okay, like these antennas that we have here. So if I have something like a part here and I want to like put in a handle. Now what the handle is going to do is that if I should put in a handle here, the handle is going to give me a curve in this direction, right? So what I can simply do is I'll click on my pen tool, come over here, click on this point, hold and drag. Let me take it to the other direction. Okay, hold and drag. Let's just take it till it touches a node point, which is that. Then let go. See, I have this part, which is what I was trying to explain here. So I'm just trying to show you another way to create this same thing that we created before, right? And what you can do is, now that you've gotten this part, you can come over here, get to the midpoint, anywhere along it, click on it. But remember that now that I have this curve part, it's already showing me a preview of the kind of part it's going to create. So if I come over here and click on this is the exact curve I'm going to have. Okay, so if I click on it, you see that's the exact curve that I have. Now, what if I don't want this exact curve? What if I still want to edit the curve? Now what you can do is that don't just click and let go, because if you click and let go, you have this exact part. And that's why it's showing you as a preview. It's showing you this part now as a preview of what you're going to have. So if you click on it, this is what you have. But if you still want to edit the curve further, because what this handle does is that it actually controls the top part of the curve, okay? And it has given me this curve part now, which is at the top. Now, at the bottom, you may be like you also want to edit the curve further. So what you should do is, once you get to, let's say, the points or the node points that you want to select, what you can do there is click, hold and drag. Okay, you can now see that holding and dragging gives me the ability to edit the curve again, even from the bottom, because I've created a new handle, right? So I can extend this handle till it gets to any node point, let's say there, okay? And then now that I've gotten this, if I want to move like this handle on the left, independent of the one on the right, hold your Alt key. Now you can move this around, right? Then you can use these node points to actually get your symmetry. Okay, you can now see that the handle on the right and left, they're exactly equal. Now at this point, you do not let go of anytime you hold the Alt key like this, don't let go of it. Why? If I let go of this Alt key now, the old system will be distorted. How? You see what happens, right? Now everything is distorted. And then you then have to come back and start the process from here again. So what you should do is, let me get a node point first. And I'm not holding the shift key now, I'm just drawing it without the shift key, right? Okay. Now hold your Alt key and then bring it to an equivalent point. I think this should be equivalent, right? Yeah. So what you should do now is, my Alt key now is still being held, right? Before you let go of your Alt key at any point, anytime you're actually trying to adjust one handle independent of the other and you hold your Alt key, before you let go of your Alt key, make sure that you see the path first. Make sure that you see the path first. Okay, now this is the path showing. So if I let go of my Alt key, nothing is distorted because I've already seen the path. Do you understand? So you can now come here, click, hold and drag, and you have this shape like this, right? Because the handle here and the handle here and that on the right needs to be the same. You have this shape like this. This distortion is because I made a little mistake here. Okay, so once you've created this, you can, if you decide to actually click on the escape key, you realize that you created this shape, right, which is looking better than this. However, you have some antennas here, so you can actually just put everything back in vector editing mode. Click enter, then select the move tool, come over here, select this one, right? You can just hold this point and drag it back here, and it's gone. Hold this point and drag it back here. Okay, just try to get one central point there. Then click on the escape key and you have the shape that you want to have. All right. Now, when we wanted to draw this one, I actually created a path in order for me to be able to explain what the handles do. Okay. Now, like I said, beginner level, we treated a method to actually create it yesterday. Today we are treating another method. Now, if you've actually now understood like the behavior of the handles and the curve, what you can simply do is you don't need any preview anymore. You can just come over here, zoom in a bit so you can see your what? You can see your grid lines, right? Click on the pen tool. Once you click on the pen tool, pick any point. Let me pick this point. Click, hold and drag. Okay. Let's say I hold and I drag it to this point, right? Let's go. You already have this curve. Okay. Next thing you want to do is select your bottom point, hold and drag. Okay, I think the reason why it's behaving like that is probably because of the amount of zoom that we had. But you can still continue drawing, it will still come out fine. Okay, I'm trying to get a node. So let's say I get this node, hold my hotkey. Then let's see. Have this. Let's go. Click, hold and drag. Till the nodes have to hit the handles have to hit the same point, right? And you have something like this. Okay. So you see, this is a faster way to actually create it, okay, without using those previews, right? Now, if you will get to a certain point, you will no longer need the grid lines. You can just come to an empty canvas without the grid lines. But in this case, you just have to use some approximations, right? And just click on any point. You see, my grid lines are no longer here now. Okay, my grid lines are no longer here, but if I actually want to just get my exact shape, I can just click on the pen tool. Pick any point you like. Pick this point, right? Then come over here. Figma guide is there. Hold and drag till I have any particular circle. Then click on your Alt key. But since you don't have the grid lines, this is if you are just using a rough sketch. Since you no longer have the grid lines, you just have to try to balance the handles with your eyes, right? Okay, I think that's fine. Come over here, click, hold and drag. You have, okay, like I said, I'm trying to balance the top of the handle, okay, so that it balances with the one on the right. I think something like this will be fine. And automatically you've drawn your shape. You can still decide to, let's say, combine these two parts if you want to. When you click on the escape key, this is what you have. Sorry. This is what you have. Let me increase the thickness of this one to maybe 10. Okay, and I don't know what's the color right now. Why can't I see it? Okay, there. I think the thickness is still thin now. Remember that we just zoomed out. Let me increase it to 20. Or better still, maybe from 100 we start seeing it. Alright. So that's for that. Then you can use the pin bucket to back to vector mode. Take the pin bucket to, which is this, right? And maybe color any section that you want. That part is now selected. I can change the color to something like this. Select this part, change the color to maybe, okay. Alright. Change color to say, let's take this. Which part is selected now? Okay. So let's change that color to say something like, is it the fill color I'm changing now? Now you can see that I'm trying to change the color, but nothing is actually happening. Now the reason is because for the color selection, instead of going to select the fill, I mistakenly selected the stroke, right? So what's actually changing is the stroke color at the edge, which you can't see until you zoom in. So in order for me to select the fill, I will come back to this section now. Select that fill color, then select a section here. Maybe this section. Hold and drag. Come over here, select the next one. Then maybe give it a different color. Okay. Select this one, maybe give it a different color here. Let's select this. Let's click on the tab key. Now this is selected. Let me change that color to something like this. Alright, click on the tab key again. Click on the tab key, the next one is selected. Just like that, okay, you'll be able to create whatever shape that you have. And the most important thing, like I said, is understanding your handles. So understanding the handles is the most important thing. You should know that if you select a point like this, come here and you draw the shape. You see, once the shape is horizontal, you can see the direction of the handle right now. If I change the direction of the handle, you can see that the curve has also changed direction, right? So it is the direction of the handle that determines the direction of the curve. Okay, the direction of the handle that determines the direction of the curve. So that's just something that you should know. So this is for most of what you should know as regards creating straight line paths and creating curved paths. It's more of what you should know. All right, in our previous classes, we've talked about Figma as a design tool, and in talking about Figma as a design tool, talked about the toolbars that we actually need in order for us to get the design tools that we are going to be using, right? And for some of those toolbars, we've got to realize that majorly we'll be using 3 toolbars, okay? And these 3 toolbars are called the Figma toolbars. So we've talked about the vector editing toolbar, which we did in our last session. And we've talked about, to an extent, the general Figma toolbar, which is called the dynamic toolbar. And we looked at some of the tools, okay, that we have here. Now, today's class is going to begin with an introduction to the other toolbar I want to talk about, which is the Boolean operations toolbar. And then later on, we are going to start looking into a new session of the training program, which talks about designing text in Figma. So without wasting much time, we know that there are 3 toolbars, right? The dynamic toolbar, which is the general toolbar, which is the one we have here, okay? With the vector editing toolbar, I've talked about that. And now today we want to look at something else, which is the Boolean operations toolbar. Now, in order for us to look at that, we need to now, first of all, come down here to the dynamic toolbar. Now, this is called a dynamic toolbar because just as the name implies, it is dynamic, which simply means it changes, right? So we have 2 modes in which we can actually carry out our design, okay, using the Figma software. We have design mode, which we have been acting on and using since, and then we have the Figma Draw mode. All right. So in today's class, we are going to be looking at Figma Draw mode. Now, if you come to this dynamic toolbar here, this dynamic toolbar right now is in its contracted form. Okay, so you can expand and contract. Now, what you want to do is that if I hover on this icon here, it says Draw. Okay, if you hover on the next icon there, it says Design, and if you hover on the third icon there, it says Dev mode. Now, between those 3 icons that we have there, we can see that the middle one is the one that is actually selected, which is design. So we've been on design mode ever since, right? So today we are going to look at something else, which is the Figma Draw mode. So I'm going to click on this now. Now, I've clicked on that, and after clicking on it, you can see that this toolbar has just expanded. Now, the expansion of this toolbar leads to the introduction of a little more design tools that we actually need to look at. Okay, so right now the tools that are come up are tools that are used for what? For Figma Draw, because right now it's in the Figma Draw state, and that is why we have these other tools coming up here. Now, if you want to go back to the contracted form, which is the design mode, you can click on this middle icon again that says design, and then you're back to the normal mode. So let's go over to the Figma Draw mode by clicking on this draw icon there, and let's expand the toolbar. Now, with the expansion of the toolbar, we can see that we have quite a few tools. Okay, if I hover on the first one, it says pen. Now, this is the same as the pen tool that we've been using before. Okay, so we're not going to treat that again. We've treated the pen tool from start to finish. So after the pen tool, let's look at the next tool that we have there, which is the brush tool. Okay, if I hover on it, it says brush. So let's see what happens and how we can use that tool. If I come over here and I click on this, okay, I now have it selected. You can see that, okay, this little bar comes up. Now over here, this slider here enables you to change the thickness of whatever you want to actually draw on the surface here. Okay, so, and if you come over here, you can see that there is actually a drop down there enabling you to choose like the brush tool in different states. Okay, this is Heist, Blockbuster, Grid House, and a lot of other particular states that you can use the brush tool. So if I should click on this first one, and I come over here and I try to draw something, you see that's actually the effect that I get when I do that. Right, so that's the effect I get. Now you can select any of these brush tools, okay, and actually just try to practice with to see what effect you are going to get. If I should click on this one here and then I draw a line, you see, this effect is what I get. So that's just it for the brush tool. Now the brush tool is actually going to create these designs as what, as vectors. So in summary, these other tools here, these three tools here that come with the design draw mode are actually what are vector tools. Because you know the pen tool is a vector tool. So we have the brush tool now. We can see that the drawing I've made with this brush tool here. If I come to the layers panel, it says vector, so that's a vector tool. So after that, we also have another tool here, which is the pencil tool. So 1, 2, 3, three of them are actually what? They're actually vector tools. So like I said, if I click on the brush and maybe let's say I draw something here, okay, I can come over here and increase the slider. Let me draw something else. You can see what happened now. If I increasing the slider, this new drawing that I made here is thicker than the previous. So this is just used to control the thickness of the words, the thickness of whatever drawing you are making with what, with the brush tool. So you can make it thin or make it thick to get your effect. Now let's say I have a text, for example. Let me click on my escape key and let me put in a text that says Figma. Okay, let's spell that correctly now. And let me make that text. Let me increase the size to say 40 so we can see. Let me make it a bit bold. Set the style to bold. Now, it's also possible for you to create custom brushes using the brush tool, aside from these particular options that I'll be giving to you here. Okay, it's possible for you to create custom brushes using the brush tool. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to select this text while the text is in normal mode. I'm going to right click. And when I right click and this context menu comes up, I'm trying to look for where it says create brush or add brush. Okay, and you can see that from the list that we have here, from the list items that we have here, there's no option like that. Now, what if I decide to remove this text from normal selection mode and I take this text into, let's say, vector selection mode? Let me put the text on the vector part by selecting it and clicking on Ctrl E. Okay. So by clicking on Ctrl E now, you can now see it says vector part, which simply means the text is now a vector. Now, if you right click on this and then you scroll down, you can see a section where it says create brush. Okay, so let's actually click on that. Let's click on stretch brush. And over here it says stretch brush was created. So let's come over here, click on the brush tool. Then click on the drop down for the options to see what we're going to have. Then scroll down to the very last part. You can now see that an extra brush has been created here. Okay, an extra one has been created here, which is the brush that we just created using that text. Now if I click on this and I try to draw something, you see what happens now. It has converted that text into what? Into one of these brush tool forms that I have here, right? So that's for that. That's how you actually create an extra brush. You can create a brush using the text. You can create a brush using, let's say, an icon or any other thing, right? So that's for the brush tool. Let's see if I try to. So with that, you can actually create text that's actually in this slanted form, as you can see now, right? So that's just it for the brush tool. So the brush tool is just used to create brushes on your interface or for you to actually make custom brushes. Now, after that tool, we have the next tool, which is the pencil tool. Sorry. So the moment I click on it, you can see that this extra bar comes up, right? And for this extra bar that comes up, of course, the slider is to increase the thickness of whatever you actually want to create. Okay, you know that when we're treating the pen tool under the regular toolbar, you have to first of all select the pen tool, then make your drawing on the interface, and then you then have to come over to the properties panel and increase the thickness. Okay, but what these features here, what they help us do is that the moment you select the tool, right, you can automatically increase the thickness first before you make your drawing. Okay, so if I select the pencil tool and let's say I put in a thickness of 53, as you can see. Let's see what happens if I try to draw something. Let me try to draw a rectangle. Let's do that again. Selected the pencil tool and I want to draw a rectangle. So I have this. Let me make that a little bit. This, right? So the pencil tool is more like the pen tool. Just that in this case, the tool you are using here is a pencil, right? And it's also used to create shape tools. As you've seen now, I've used it to create a simple rectangle there. But the major difference between the pencil tool and the pen tool, which you are seeing obviously, is that for the pen tool, you get more precise points. That is number one. So you get better looking straight paths, okay? Unlike the pencil tool that we have there. In trying to draw this now, I have to be careful to try to keep my hands along a straight path, okay? Or I could actually get something like this. Now, this pencil tool will mostly be used when you are creating layout blocks, or let's say you are trying to make illustrations by creating layout blocks in low fidelity designs. Okay, like when you are drafting, let's say you want to make a design for a website, for example, and then you are doing your initial draft, okay, you can actually use that pencil tool to create shapes much quickly than you can use the pen tool, because it's actually the pencil tool is actually free. It's actually a free hand tool, right? You can easily just select it and just move around the canvas freely. Unlike the pen tool where you have to start choosing points and then you are trying to create a straight path. Okay, so that's for the pencil tool. But in essence, the final result of using these tools is that they will all create vector shapes. Okay, so everything you are creating with these two, this or this are all are all vectors. Okay, so that's for that. Let me take all this out. Let's take all this out. Now let's say I come over. Okay, let me select this and take it out. Let's say I come to my Figma canvas and then I create a line. Okay, let me come over here and then create a line. All right, let's zoom in a bit. Let's make that line. I want to give this line a thickness now. Now remember that while we're in design mode, if you create a line and then you come to the properties panel, you are going to just see like a little box setting there where you can actually change the thickness of the line, okay, or thickness of the vector or whatever you have drawn. Now, Figma Draw gives you the option of a slider in addition to that, right? You can see that there's a slider here. The purpose of this slider is to easily change the thickness of of the line. Okay, so you can actually make a particular. Let's go back to normal design mode by clicking on this icon right there. Let's say I have this normal design mode, and in normal design mode, I want to create a line. I'll just come over here, click on line, right, and then come over here and just draw the line. Okay, then what do? You are going to see properties here, like the stroke properties, where you can just put in your value forward for the thickness, right? But while it's in this state, if I just switch to Figma Draw, you realize that instead of just that little box for typesettings, I also have a slider in addition to it now. Okay, as you can see, and of course you can also set the thickness of the line or do other things manually here. So what Figma Draw, the introduction that it brings is that it actually makes some of the editing properties. It puts them on the panel so you can see them at a glance, right? Now remember we treated how to bevel the points of a shape tool, right? You can see the beveling options here. Okay, now if you come over here, let's look at this icon, these properties here. These are more editing options. If you want to have a rounded edge, if you want to have a box end, just like the way we treated in the normal design mode. Just as in this case, instead of going into type settings first before seeing them, you can actually see these properties that are here. So let's say I draw a line and I go into type settings, and let me see what I'm going to have. You can see you have for basic, you have the same properties that we had before. I come over to dynamic, you have extra properties here since you are now in Figma Draw mode. So under dynamic, you can see we can change now the moment I click, so let's go back to basic. You see basic, we have a straight line. But the moment I click on dynamic, we now have we now have this curvy points on the line here, right? And we have extra properties like frequency, wiggle, and of course corner smoothing properties. So let's say if I should increase the frequency, you can see these are just more editing options that you have with Figma Draw. Okay, you can also increase or reduce the wiggle and you have this particular effects, right? All right. Now this smoothing here is the same thing like we had it in normal design mode, where you can decide to increase or reduce to smoothing the curve. So when I take it to the end, I have sharp ends on this particular shape here. So if I increase it, becomes what? It becomes curvy, just like that. Now if I should click on brush, see it has now changed that straight line into a what? Into a brush, right? And then you can choose different profiles for that brush, just like we could do in normal normal mode. Okay, so these are just, you can just play around with this and get to see the editing options that it gives to you. Right, you can play around with this and see the editing options that it gives to you. This just changes the direction. Okay, over here we have the sharp or the pointy points at the top. Okay, if I click on this, on the next one there, you're going to see that it's going to be at the bottom, just some little extra editing properties. So that's what Figma Draw is actually introducing to us. So if I should, like I said, create a line, I think I made a mistake there now. Let's select that again. Let's hold and drag, and then let's create a line. If I should create a line, and then let's say I increase the thickness of the line. Okay, you can see now that it's easier using the slider. And let's say I give the end, what should I give the end now? The width profile style. I want to give the end of the line an arrow, right? So let's see. Let's click on this and see if we have other options there. Okay, no options there. Okay, I'm looking for how to make if one of these ends and make them an arrow end, right? So if I should click on these properties now, if I should click on dynamic, I can't find it here, right? Click on brush, I still can't find it here. So what do I do? Go back to design mode. You see, I'm looking for something now and I can't find it while Figma Draw is what is selected. So what do? I can go back to design mode quickly, clicking on that icon there, and then come back to these settings. If I click on it, let's see what we are going to have. I think we are now in design mode, right? So let me click on this. Let's click on basic. Okay, still can't find it. Dynamic and then brush. Okay, I think what's happening here is that since I created this line while I was in Figma Draw, I still have the same properties here. So what I'm going to do is I'll take this out, and then while I'm in design mode, let me try to create that line again. All right, and now I can see my options here. So you can see that the properties panel is actually changing based on whether I am designing or I'm making my drawings in Figma Draw or in what? Or in design mode. Okay, so what I wanted to do was put in an arrow here. So I'll simply come over here for the endpoints. Let's see. Now I can't see that line very well. So let me just increase the thickness to say 40. That's too much for me. Let's try 20. And then let me now look for a way to keep it. Okay, I think I prefer it to be on this other side here. Right now, remember that I was trying to look for these options now while I was in Figma Draw, but I couldn't see it. But coming back to design mode, I can now see them. So we have some extra features while you're in Figma Draw, and there are some things that you may not actually find while you're in Figma Draw. So take note of that. So now that I've drawn this line, right, let's go back to Figma Draw. Let's see what we could have. If I click on that now and I select this line, okay, you are going to see this little icon here. Okay, you're going to see this little icon that I have here. And let's click on that drop down close to the icon. It says radial repeat and linear repeat. Well, let's click on radial repeat and let's see what we have. If I select radial repeat, now it just simply duplicates this particular arrow now in a radial form, like as if they are coming from a central point or pointing towards a central point, as you can see here, right? Now this happens under Figma Draw, okay, under what we call the transform properties. Okay, you can see now that there's a label here that says transform, right? So this happens under Figma Draw under the transform properties. So now what we are going to do is that we are going to try to see how we can edit this and the different features that could actually come out under under Figma Draw. What you can simply do is, let's say once you create a vector like this, and then you come over here and you select, let's say, radial repeat, this is what you have. If you put the shape tools, any of the shape tools in the radial repeat option here, like I said, what happens is that you have the vector duplicated in such a way that right now it's as if they are pointing towards a central point, or they are coming out of a central point. Okay. Now what's going to happen is that over here, remember that the original line that we had was actually just this one here. Okay. And right now it is in radial repeats. It simply means that all these other lines, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, are just duplicates, right? So the only line that I can actually select at this point, is this line here, because this is actually the real line that I have. So if I try to select this, nothing happens. It's impossible to select this. If I try to select this now, it's impossible. If I try to select any of these other ones, it's actually what? Impossible. So if I want to make any editing to any of these lines here, it simply means that I have to do it on this major one that I had before, right? Since this is the real or actual line. So let's say, for example, this is in vector selection and editing mode, right? I want to select it. Select the line. And let's say I want to actually edit points on this line. Let's see what happens. If I select the move tool and I come to a particular node and I hold and drag, you can see that any editing I do on this first one here, what affects every other one that I have here. Okay, now this applies to all shape tools, not just lines. Like I said, this will apply to all shape tools. Okay, so under that, you can see that if I select, okay, let's edit the vector editing mode. I've edited it. Now I want to select this shape again. Now under that, let's see if we have other options that we could actually look at. Okay, so this is radial. Now let's assume that I select this whole thing, but this first one has been created now, right? Let me zoom out a bit. Let me select that whole thing, come over here and click on radial repeat again. You can see what I have. Okay, so you can just keep doing that and you'll be creating different radial repeat effects. Okay, in this case now, I selected the entire result that I had before, and you can see that I now have another radial repeat effect here. So let me Ctrl Z to get that back to where we were before. Now, what you can do is, if you've selected radial repeats, for example, now to the left hand side there, you can see a little icon, like a setting icon, right? Click on it. As you click on it, this context menu comes up, and then you have more editing options. Like what we clicked on radial repeats, we add an extra of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus the initial one. We had 6 lines altogether, right? Or a count of 6. So you can actually come over here and increase it to whatever number you want to increase it to. Okay, so that's, like I said, Figma Draw just gives you more editing options for you to do more with what you already know. Okay, you can use this to actually edit the gap between them, right? And this is me increasing the gap between them. You can see that the gap between each of the lines is actually increasing. Okay, so that's for that. Now increasing the gap can be done in any of these units here. Okay, like this now is happening in just 2.9 units. If you want to actually edit the gap in px, just press the px value there. Just that what's going to happen is that the edit is going to be happening a lot more slower. See, gaps are also increasing now, but it's increasing in a very slow manner. So in a faster manner, just select the units option there, and then you can be seeing your results as much as you want to see it, right? So that's for that. I think the line is too small for me to use. Let me use a simple rectangle now. All right. If you select the rectangle, you come over here and choose, let's say, radial repeats. Okay, I have this effect, right? Okay, I'm going to make a copy of this. Bring it here. I'm going to make a copy of that. Bring it here. Linear repeats, and see the effect that we're going to have. So now I'm going to take this rectangle again. I'm going to select that rectangle again. Let me draw the rectangle again. And let's see what happens with linear repeats. All right, I think this is what we have. So initially I think we had an issue with that line. So for linear repeats, it goes along a straight line, right? For radial repeat, it goes as if it's coming from a central point, which is a circle. Okay. Now, after we created the first effect, as you can see over here now, you can actually select it again. You can select the entire result that you have and put this entire result on linear repeat, and it's going to repeat this whole thing as one unit but in 3 places. Okay. Now, in order for us to see that, I think I'm going to take everything I have out and actually zoom in a lot to see, so we can see the effect. I think I will zoom out actually. I'm too zoomed in. So let me zoom out a bit. Let me change the zoom value to, let's say, 600. Alright. So with this, if I draw a shape here, make a copy of that. I draw the same shape here. Okay, I select this, put this on radial repeats. I have that effect. If I select this one, I put this on linear repeats, I have what? I have this effect. Okay, now in both cases, you can decide to actually use this type setting property here. Like I said, you can use this to change the count, and then you can use this to change the distance between the items, right? Now you can decide for linear repeats if you want it to be going horizontally with this, or if I click on this now, you can see that the repeat action is happening vertically. Now what you can do again is that you can select this whole thing and put this whole thing on linear repeats. So I want to select that whole thing, come over here, click on this and put everything on linear repeats, and let's see what I have. See what I have, right? So like I said, it's just for more editing options. So this just gives you better or more editing options. So that's for that. Now remember that while you are using either radial or linear repeat, you can actually only select and edit the first shape that you created. So whatever I do to this shape happens to the rest, right? You can see I've actually created a different shape now with this particular, using radial repeat and increasing the width. Whatever I do to this first shape happens all across. So let's say you actually want an effect and then you want something, should I say something like this, for example, but you want to actually select any of the other ones and actually edit them independent of this. And what you can do is simple. You can select that shape, okay, which is the original one. Come over here and then switch off that transform property. So I'll select this. Come over here. You can see that under transform, there is actually a box that is ticked here. What I can do is click on that, untick the box. So once I untick the box, you can see that for this shape that is created, each of them has now been created as a vector on the layers panel as a separate one. So you can see I can now highlight each and every one of them, right? So if you want to edit this particular one independent of the others, you can simply come here, edit this on its own, or you can select any other one just because you've actually switched off the transform property there. Okay, so we've actually switched off that transform property there, and for that reason we can edit the shape independent of the others. So just take note of that. While the transform property is actually on, you can only edit the major shape. Okay, so while this box is ticked, you can only edit this first shape here from which you created the others. Okay, if you want to edit any of them independently, you have to actually switch this off, right? So that's basically few of the introductions. These are actually just recent changes that Figma just introduced. Okay, the brush tool and the pencil tool, the recent changes Figma introduced this year. Okay, so I just felt like we talked about them a little before we look into other things. Now, if you are in normal design mode, for example, let's go back to design mode by clicking on this icon here. If you're in normal design mode and then let's say we'll draw an ellipse, something like this. Okay, and then we'll make a copy of it. Draw another one. Let's just give this any random color. Now I have 2 ellipses here overlapping. Now if I should select everything, you can see that the both shapes are now selected, right? But then nothing happens. They're like, no, there's no extra toolbar at this particular point, right? Now let me go to the Figma Draw mode. If I click on the draw icon there, and then this same ellipse, I select them. And the moment I select them, you can see that we now have a new toolbar here while we are in Figma Draw. Okay, so for normal for design mode, there was no extra toolbar that came up, right? But now that we are in Figma Draw and we selected the same item, we now have what? We now have a new toolbar over here. Now, this toolbar that we have over here is the Boolean operations toolbar, okay? And the function, like I said, is more editing what options. So let's see what happens while I have this circle overlapping this and both of them are selected. Let's see how to use this toolbar. So the first tool here is the mask tool. Okay, we are going to talk about the mask tool last. So let's start by talking about any other one here. So this is a flattening tool. These two are the terminals, the flatten and the mask tool. We'll talk about them lastly, okay? So let's talk about these other ones here in between. And this first tool here is the union tool. Now, what does the union tool? What does it do? And the truth of the matter is that this toolbar here is referred to as the Boolean operations toolbar or the shape builder toolbar. Okay, so it's actually used for shape building. So now that I have these two particular shape tools overlapping each other, if I should click on this, what's going to happen is that it's going to give me a combination that is comprised of this ellipse and this ellipse as a whole new shape. And before I click on that, I'm going to make a copy of this and I'll bring it to the right. Okay, and then let me select this whole shape again and then click on this union tool and see what happens. If I click on that, now you can see what I have, and I have a new shape, okay, which I can actually, of course, change the color to whatever I want. Now, what happened is that with the union tool, it actually combines the first ellipse and the second ellipse at the intersection point, which is this point and this point, okay, enough for you to create a new shape, which is what I have here, right? So that's for the union tool. Let me take a copy of this and then bring it here, and let's try the next two. Now with the union tool, it doesn't matter which one is at the top or at the bottom, okay? It's just going to look at the points of intersection, which is this top and bottom points here, okay? And then it's going to combine them at that particular point to bring out a new shape, like you have seen here. So it doesn't matter which shape is at the top or which shape is at the bottom, it just combines both of them. Now let me come over here and highlight this. Now, something happens when you've actually applied a tool to a particular shape. For example, we've applied the union tool to this. So if I should select it now, you can see that what I have here, let's see, mask tool, and okay, there's union again. Let me click on this. You can now see the other tools here. Since I've actually applied the tool to this, you can see that if I hover on it, I can only see two tools here, while the others are actually compressed in this drop down. Okay, so take note of that. Meanwhile, if I've not applied the tool at all, if I hover on this, you can actually see all these tools here, right? So we've worked with the union tool. The next one I want to look at now is the subtract tool. So let's look at what happens when I have two items overlapping. It could be more than two though. I'm just using this as an illustration to just describe what they actually do. Okay, so you can use it for more than two shapes. Like I said, it's a shape building toolbar, so it's used for building different kind of shapes. Just like we had the shape builder tool that we treated before. So this is more options for shape building. So if I should click on this next tool here, which is the subtract tool, let's see what happens. If I click on that, you can see the effect that we just had, right? Let's Ctrl Z. Now there's an intersection point between this circle or between this ellipse and this ellipse, okay? And that intersection point is this point here. Now what the subtract tool does is that it's going to look at which shape is at the front, okay? And it's going to cut that shape out, including the intersecting area of that shape on the other one. Okay, so this is the ellipse you have at the front now, right? And it's intersecting this other ellipse, okay, at this particular point here. Okay, this is the intersecting area. So what it's going to do is that it's going to remove the shape, and it's going to remove any part of this shape that overlaps on this. Okay, so that's what we actually saw when we selected and we clicked on subtract. Okay, so the subtract tool is more like the opposite of the union tool. While the union tool will combine them together, the subtract tool is going to take away. Okay, so the union combines, subtract does what? It takes away. That's for the subtract tool. We're not going to use these tools like much in the class. We're just introducing them so you have an idea that okay, things like this exist. These are majorly used when you are working with, let's say, some shape building designs, like let's say you are designing logos, right? These tools are actually useful in logo design a lot. So after the subtract tool, the next tool there is the intersect tool. Now what does the intersect tool, what does it do? It only focuses on the area of the shapes that are intersecting. Like I said, it could be more than 2 shapes. Okay, we are just using 2 for purpose of illustration and for the class. So if I hover on these 2 shapes here, you can see that there's an intersecting area here, okay, which is this. For this second, if I select it, you can see that the area of this particular ellipse that's intersecting, you can see it here with this outline, right? If I select this one, okay, this is in front, but you know that it is this area that is intersecting. So in other words, the intersecting area is somewhere around here. So if I should select all shapes and then come over here, click on intersect, you can see that the only region that comes out is that intersecting region there. Okay, let me Ctrl Z to have that back. Let me make a copy. Let me reduce the, let's see if I can reduce the opacity of these to about, let's say 30. Right? So you can see that I have this particular ellipse on top of this shape right now, and the intersecting section is just this section within it. So what the intersection tool does is that it just cuts out the intersection, which is this shape in between. Okay, so that's what happened when we hovered on this and then clicked on the on the intersect tool. You can see it's bringing out the shape here. Okay, so like I told you, they are just shape building tools, nothing really new. They're just extra options for you to make your designs. Okay, after that, the next tool we have there is the exclude tool. Okay, is the exclude tool. Now what will the exclude tool do? Now the exclude tool is the opposite of the intersect tool, just the way the union tool is the opposite of what the subtract tool. If the intersect tool is actually taking the intersection area, the exclude tool is going to take the area which is not the intersection area, which is the area that is outside it, which is this area and this area here. I don't know if that's clear, but let's actually give this, or let's make a copy of this so we know what we had originally. And then when we apply the exclude tool, we can know what to expect from it. Okay, so let me make this, give it an opacity of 100 again, since I no longer want to see through it. All right. So the intersect tool, like I said, the exclude tool is the opposite of the intersect tool. So the intersect tool is taking out the section that intersects, which is just this section, okay, which is how we got this shape here. Now what the exclude tool is going to do is that it's going to take every other area that is not in this section. Okay, so it's going to take this section and exclude them from the intersect section. So if I should apply the exclude tool to this shape, that's what we are going to have. If I click on exclude, okay, you can see what happens here. Okay, it's taking every other area aside from the intersecting area, and that's created a new shape, okay, without including the intersecting area. So that's what the exclude tool does. Now if I should draw a shape tool here, which is, let's say, let's draw a rectangle, okay, and then this bar comes up and I come over here to apply any of the tools here. But since it's just one, let's make it 2 first of all. Let me use that to explain. Okay, then let's have another copy where we have just one rectangle. So with this rectangle, if I come over here and I choose on flatten, okay, now remember that right now the rectangle is in normal selection mode and I have all my handles for editing that particular shape today. So if I come over here and I flatten it, let's see what's going to happen. Now that I flattened it, automatically it has become a vector part. So it's just like selecting a rectangle and clicking on Ctrl E to make it a vector part. So that's just what that flatten tool does. Okay, that's what the flatten tool does. It does the same thing, just like when you select a normal rectangle and then click on Ctrl E. Okay, so it just puts it in a vector part where you no longer have those editing handles there. Now, what is the advantage of this in any sense? Why should you put something like that? Let's say I have a rectangle here. We are going to be looking at this practically later once we enter graphic design. I think there we are going to understand what the flattening property actually does. Let's say I have another here. Let's give this a different shape. It's a different color, sorry. Let's just give it this color. Okay. Now, if you select both items and then you come over here and you click on flatten, what's going to do, just like the name implies, it's going to flatten the image in such a way that you can no longer separate them. They're just together now. Okay. You can't click on one and separate it. You understand? So you can't take this rectangle away from the other one anymore. Okay, they have been flattened and they have been made just one vector. So if you select it, over here you just see vector, which simply means both of them are vectors. Now, there are times when you make designs and before you export your designs, either as PDF or as whatever format you want to export it, let's say your design has write-up on it. Okay, if you click on the flatten tool and you flatten that particular design, what's going to happen is that nothing on that design will be editable anymore. You will not be able to edit anything. It is going to convert it from like a regular editable design to something like a picture, okay, that can no longer be edited. You understand? That's what the flattening tool does. Okay, so that's in addition to what I just showed you now. Now let's come over and draw those circles again. Let's see if there are other tools that we can talk about. Let's see if there are other tools that we can actually talk about. Let's give this any color just to differentiate it. So I have these two here. Let me over on them. So we've talked about the what? The union tool, the subtract tool. These two are opposites of each other, which is why they are placed side by side. Okay, and then we talked about the intersect tool and the exclude tool, which are also opposite of each other, which is why they are placed side by side. Let's see if I click on this. Okay, we'll talk about components later, so let's leave this for now. Now the last icon there is the let's see what the last icon is for. The last icon there is the flattened icon, which you just explained now. Okay, so just know that for Figma, what Figma Draw does that it just introduces new features, okay, giving you more design flexibility because it brings in more tools that you can actually use. Okay, so just take note of that. And with Figma Draw, you can easily bring in your Boolean operations toolbar here. Okay, let's go into design mode and let's see if we can actually have this same Boolean operations toolbar, because you can actually get the Boolean operation tools both in Figma Draw and in design mode. There's only a difference. The only difference is that for Figma Draw, it's going to bring out that toolbar there, but for design mode, it won't bring out the toolbar. The property might just be somewhere here. Let me highlight this and let's come over here. Let's see if we are going to find it. If you come over here with these two items selected, this is in normal design mode. You can see there's an icon here, right? Click on it and you have those same options that we had while we were in Figma Draw. Okay, so that's just it. So you can actually apply these shape building tools: union, subtract, intersect, exclude, and flatten inputs in normal design mode and also in Figma Draw. The only difference is that for Figma Draw, the bar comes up there so that you can easily just reference any of them. Then for normal selection mode, you have to come to the what? You have to come to the properties panel. So in order for us to explain that very first tool, which was the mask, which is this one here, okay, that's actually used for masking. I want to explain that using a picture. So let's go to plugin for picture, which is Unsplash. Okay, so right click, go to plugins, and then go to Unsplash or pixels. Let's bring in an image here so we can explain what the masking does quickly. Okay, let's take any image at all. All right, let me use a portrait instead. Let's use this guy here. Okay, I don't want it there. I want it on the canvas here. All right. So let's say I have this. Okay, let's go back to Figma Draw because I want to explain what the mask. I told you the masking will be the last thing we explain for this shape builder tools. Let's say I have this, and let's say I have a rectangle on top of this, something or a circle, whatever. Let's say I have this on top of this.
Understanding the mask tool is very similar to you wearing a mask. Now, if you visualize, you get to realize that if you are to put on a mask, the mask is what's going to determine the part of your face that will be visible through the mask. Okay, so the mask is what determines what parts of your actual face people are going to see. Now, the same thing applies here. In this case, the rectangle or any shape tool which I place on top of this image is going to be acting as the mask. So it is a rectangle that is going to determine what part of this image is going to be showing. So automatically, this is the mask over here. So it is a rectangle that wants to mask this image. So the rectangle is the mask and the image is what is being masked. So I can select the rectangle and then take it to the region where I want the image to be visible inside of it. Okay, so let's take it here. Then I'll right click on it and then send it to the back, which I have done. Now with this I can now select what part of this image should be visible inside this rectangle or inside the shape tool by moving it around. So if I have decided that this is the region that I want to be visible inside that shape tool, all I need to do is highlight the entire group. Now that I have everything highlighted, the next thing you want to do is that you want to now mask the group. So I'll come over here and then click on Use as Mask. The moment I click on this, automatically I have now used this rectangle as a mask for the image. Now, the moment you actually apply a mask effect to that group, you come over to your layers panel, you can see that a mask group has been created. Okay, now this is the mask group. Now, that mask group is comprised of a rectangle, which is the mask, and then the image, which is being masked. Okay, so I can select that mask group and then try to move this around. So anytime you want to move this entire group around, you need to make sure that the entire mask group here is selected. Now, if I select the image, I can move it around and decide what part of it is actually showing or visible inside the what? Inside the mask. So this is exactly how masking works. The shape tool which you are to use as a mask will always be sent to the back before the masking effect is actually applied. So this is it for masking an object here in Figma.
In today's class, we are going to be talking about typography and text design in Figma. So we are going to be looking at typefaces and font families majorly. So without wasting much time, let's get to it. Now, in looking at typography and text design in Figma, if you want to create text in Figma, the first thing you need to do is that you need to select the tool, okay? So the tool for creating text is the text tool. So let's go over to the dynamic toolbar, which is what we have here. Okay, let's say I want to create a text on the canvas. All I need to do is select the text tool. Once you select the text tool, you can see now that it is selected, and that's why there's a highlight. So you come to your Figma canvas, click on the empty canvas, and then automatically you'll now be in typing mode. And then you can type in whatever you want to type in, right? So this is me putting in a word like, let's say, man. Then when you are done, you can see I am still in typing mode, but I am done. So what you can do is that you can click on the empty canvas and then you have exited what? Typing mode. And you have now created a text. So that is the first way to create a text in Figma. You select the text tool, click on the empty canvas, go into typing mode, and then type in your text. And the second way to create a text in Figma is select the text tool. Then once you get to the empty canvas, after selecting the text tool, you can simply hold and drag on the canvas, okay? And then you are going to create what is called a text box. Now, that text box will also give you a typing mode where you can type in whatever you want to type in, okay? So if I just type in some random text, you can see I have now typed in a text in the text box. Now, when you are done, you click on the empty canvas and you've also created what? A text. Okay, so now I have a normal text created by, first of all, clicking the text tool, clicking on the empty canvas, and then typing in. And then I have a text that is created by the what? by the text box, which I have here. So those are the two ways to create what? To create text in Figma. Now, when you create text in Figma, each text is referred to as a text object. Okay, so I can decide to take this as one text object and then take this as what? Another text object, because there are two different texts there. Now, there are times when you create a text, let's say in this particular text box, and then you may have spaces between the text. So now that I've created this, let me come over to the next line by clicking on my enter key. Okay, and then let me type in something random. Now you can see that I have a text here and I have another text here, all within the same text box, right? As long as they are within the same text box, both texts are said to be dependent, because if I want to change the property of this text at the top here, right? Whatever change I make to the properties of this text here will also affect this other text here. The reason is because they are the same They're in the same text box. So once you have two or more text in the same text box, irrespective of the distance, whether it is a paragraph or just a word, provided there are two or more and they are in the same text box, they are referred to as what? Dependent text. Okay, so these texts in here are dependent. This one here is independent of this, okay, because this is in a different text box. So dependent texts are texts that are within the same text box, as you can see, no matter how many they are. Then independent texts are texts that are in different text boxes. Okay, so that's for that. So we've talked about the text tool and text box, typing mode and text objects, and dependent and independent text. Now, the moment you create a text like we have here, and then you select it, every text has what is referred to as a baseline, which some may call an imaginary letter line. Okay, now the baseline is that line on the text or word or on the paragraph, okay, where the characters of the text are resting on. If I should zoom in on this text now, you can see that I have three characters here, M-A-N, okay? Now, all three characters are resting on one line, which is this line here. So that is referred to as what? As the baseline. That's referred to as the baseline. The same thing what I have here now. For this word here that says typography, you can see that all the characters of the word are resting on the line. So that is what we call the baseline or imaginary letter line, okay? So take note of that. Now, for those texts resting on it, you can see that there are some texts that have extended points going downwards, right? Those texts are called, you can call them descenders, okay? So in text, we have ascenders and descenders. But as we are going through the training today, we'll be getting to know little about this. So these ones are like letter Y, letter G, letter P, with parts of them going below the baseline are referred to as what? Descenders, because they are descending below the what? Below the baseline. Now, throughout the bootcamp and in most of the designs that we are going to be making, both in graphic and UI design, now for the purpose of speed, in order for us to be fast, we are majorly going to be using dummy text in Figma. Okay, so the next thing you want to ask is, how do you create dummy text in Figma instead of us just typing and typing and typing and wasting quality time? Now, to create dummy text in Figma, you are going to have to use a plugin, which is referred to as the Lorem Ipsum plugin. So I will come to the empty canvas now. I will right click on the canvas and then this menu comes up. Move it down to where you have plugins, and then I already have it here because I have it saved in my Figma file already. Now for you, what you should do is go to where it says manage plugins. Click on that. Okay. Once you click on that, you are going to see that this other menu comes up. And once you get here, make sure that this button here that says plugins and widgets is selected. Okay, and then click on the search bar and then type in Lorem Ipsum, L-O-R-E-M-I-P-S-U-M. Now, when it loads up, you are going to see the plugin and then you run the plugin. Okay, we did a running of a plugin recently, what we did for Unsplash and Pexels. So by now you already know how to run plugins. So when you run it, automatically it's going to be saved to your Figma plugins. Okay, so now let's say I want to create, let me take this out. Let's say I want to create and use dummy text. And what do? Very simple. I can first of all create a text box. I'll click on the text tool, come to the empty canvas, hold and drag on the canvas, and then I have my text box, and automatically I am in typing mode. Okay. Now what you can then do is come to the empty canvas after creating your text box. Get out of the text box and come to the empty canvas. Right click on the empty canvas and then go to where it says plugins and then bring up Lorem Ipsum. Load it up. Now, the moment I click on that, it's actually going to load up. Okay, you see, it's now loading up. And now I can put in sentences, I can put in paragraphs, I can put in words, I can put in just characters like A, B, C, or D. Okay, so take note of that. So if I want to put in a sentence, it's going to ask me what is the number of sentences I want to put in. Okay, so that's for that. So if I type in generate now, if I click on that button that says generate, it's going to give me 5 sentences because that is what I've actually set here in the Lorem Ipsum type settings. Now, if you look below it, you are going to see another button here that says auto generate. Okay, the label there says generate the perfect amount of text to fit the layers frame. You know that this is a rectangle and it has a particular height, which is from this top here to the bottom here. So if you want text to completely fill this box, you can click on auto generate. Okay, so let's just do that for this case, or you can decide to just put in a few words there in 5 sentences. It might not fill the box in that case. Let's say it might be in, let's say, this region here, right? So we are going to click on the auto generate so that, because I actually want to fill this box up right now. So if I click on that, okay, let's Ctrl Z that. Let's zoom out a little. Let's create that text box again. Then click on the empty canvas. Then bring up Lorem Ipsum. I think let's try both of them. So let's start with the sentence. If I click on generate, it has generated some words for me here, but they are outside the text box. So what I'm going to do is, there's a way we can fix that, but we are getting to that slowly. So let's just generate something little. So this is me bringing up Lorem Ipsum again and generating little dummy text here. So instead of that, I'm going to put in, let's just put in 1 sentence. Click on generate and let's see what we have. Okay, it's still coming out here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold the text box, just hold and drag it. Because the text box always needs to cover the text, right? And then I have something like this. Okay, so you can also extend it from the edge. And then you see the text wrapping in this manner. That is for us actually generating just a few sentences. Now, if you create a text box and you want to fill it up, click on the empty canvas, bring up the plugin, and then click on auto generate. Okay, click on auto generate, and you're going to see that it brings up text that completely fills up the text box. So this is how we are going to be creating dummy text in Figma, both for when we're working with UI design and graphic design. Okay, so this is how it is done. Now that we know how to create text in Figma, the next thing I want us to look at is converting text to vectors. Now we are converting shape tools to vectors. You can also convert a text to a vector. Now to convert a text to a vector, what I'll simply do is I'll bring in a little text here that says something like, let's put in the same thing we put in before. Okay, and then click on the empty canvas to make sure that it's selected. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to create a copy of this. Now there are 2 ways to create or to convert a text to a vector. Now the first way is you select the text. Okay, so let's use this now. We select this, and on your keyboard you can click on Ctrl E, just the way you did for what you did for shape tools, right? If you can notice right now, the bounding box is such that I have some space here at the top here and I have some space at the bottom here. But the moment I click on Ctrl E, what's going to happen is that this box now, this text box, is going to actually hug the content. Okay, so this box I have it outside it. It's referred to as a text box. Just the way we have a bounding box for a rectangle or any shape tool that is drawn. So if I should click on Ctrl E, this text box is actually going to come closer to the text. Okay, so coming closer to it is called hugging. It's going to hug the text. So now that I have it selected, if I click on Ctrl E, you can see now that it's hugging the text. And over here, it says what? Vector part. So by clicking on Ctrl E, it takes everything as one vector, because if you come over here, you can see that only one item is selected here, right? Right now it's in a vector part. So to put it in vector selection and editing mode, you can click on Enter key. And automatically you are now in what? Vector selection and editing mode. And then you can hold any section of the text and edit it the way you want. Okay, so you can do your editing to any section of the text and also apply vector properties to it. You can see that the vector editing toolbar is now up here. So from here I can actually apply all vector properties to text the way I did for shape tools. Okay, now like I said, there are two ways to actually create or convert a text to a vector. So the first way is what we just treated, clicking on Ctrl E and then click on the Enter key to go into vector selection and editing mode. Now what this method does is that it takes the entire word and treats them as one vector. Okay, and that's why you can see that only one object is selected here. But then you can also go into the individual letters or characters and edit them. So that's for that. So I want to leave this vector mode now and explain the second method to actually make a text a vector part. Now, if I want to exit vector mode, of course, you can click on your escape key twice, or you can come over here and click on this move tool here. Know that anytime we have the vector editing toolbar, it also comes with its own move tool. Okay, so this is an extra move tool here. So as long as I'm using these tools, I'll still be in vector mode. So if I want to exit vector mode, I can just go and start using the dynamic toolbar directly. The moment I click on anything here, automatically I have exited what? Vector mode. So I can click on the next text now and then try to make it a vector. Now, how do I make it a vector? Or what is the second method with which I can create vectors with text? And what you want to do is right click on it. Once you right click on it, right, a context menu comes up. And then you go to where it says outline stroke. Okay. Now, if I click on outline stroke, in the same way, you can see now that the text box is now hugging the text, right? Just like we had for the other case just now. So now that we are there, notice that the moment I also clicked on outline stroke, over here on the layers panel, it has automatically converted this into a vector with different selections for each of the text. Okay, you can see that there's a selection for M, a selection for A, and there's a selection for what? For N. Unlike when we did this one, it took everything as what? As one vector. Okay, so this method is majorly used when you are trying to create a logo. This first method will be used where it will combine everything, use everything as just one text or one vector element. Okay, then this other method could be used if you want to actually just really edit individual characters of the text. For example, I can come over here, select M, and then move it a bit this way. Okay, but with this method, I can't do that. Okay, everything here is selected as what? As one box. If you try to select one, you see everything goes into vector selection and editing mode, right? So with this method, you can't actually achieve that effect. But with this, you'll be able to select each of them as a vector and even separate them and edit them separately. Okay, so take note of that. So that's the difference between the two. Now, once you've actually put them in vector mode, now what you can simply do is that you can select each of them and then click on enter, and then you see that that is now in vector selection and editing mode. Okay, the same thing for the next one, the same thing for what's the next one. All right, so these are the two ways to actually put a text in vector selection and editing mode and do your edits on the what? On the text. Now that we are done with all this, I'm going to zoom out a bit and then I'm going to take all these out, okay, so that we can look into other properties of text. So I'm going to take all these out. Now, the next property of text we want to look at is how do we edit text in Figma, editing text in Figma. Now that we know how to create text, the next thing we want to look at is how do we edit created text in Figma. Okay, so now in editing text in Figma, the only way you can edit text in Figma is if you understand the text properties of the text that you actually want to edit. Okay, now for text properties, now we are going to be looking at things like typeface, otherwise known as font family. Okay, and then we are going to be looking at types of typefaces and type, or which is equivalent to types of font families and a lot of other properties. So the first thing I want to do is I'm going to actually bring in a text again. Click on the empty canvas and let's just say, let me write in typography. Let me zoom in a bit. Okay. and then I'm going to make a copy of that and bring it over here. Okay, now you know that automatically the moment you actually type in a text on the canvas, Figma gives it a typeface or a font family by default. Okay, so now if I select this text that I've put in here and I come to the properties panel under typography, because most of the text properties will be seen under what? Under typography. So under typography, you can see that over here I already have a selection by default. In mine says Titanium Web. Alright, so let me leave that for this text. Now, what you have here is referred to as the font family of the of the text, or otherwise known as the typeface of the text. So if I should click on the other text or the next text there, it's actually the same the same font family or the same typeface. So I can decide to change that. So let's say something like okay, let's use something like, I got one just now that I would have loved to use. Let's use this. Okay, so now I have two different types of text here. Now, typeface in terms of text, typeface simply refers to the design or style of letters and characters in the text. Okay, like how the alphabet looks when you read or type it. Now you can see that the way this text looks and the way this other one looks, they are different. Okay, look at the letter T over here. Look at the way it's designed. And then look at the letter T over here. You can see that the design of letter T here, as well as other characters, okay, in this text and in this one, they are not actually the same. So typeface simply refers to the design of this character. How these characters are actually designed. That's what we refer to as typeface. In a typeface is also referred to as font family, like I said. So if you are actually choosing a text and you want to give it a typeface, it's the same thing as when you want to give it a font family. Okay. So we know what typefaces are and what font families are. Now, the font family that you or most of you will actually be conversant with should be Times New Roman if you have ever used Microsoft Word. Yeah, that's it. If you've ever used Microsoft Word, you definitely have come across font families, okay? And over there, it's majorly Times New Roman that most people use in making their text, but there are also other font families that are there, okay? So it's the same thing as what we have here, okay? Now, the list of font families, if you click on this drop down here, you are going to see a lot of font families here, like it says on this label that says all fonts. So these are all the fonts that we have here right now, okay, in Figma for you to use. So you can, these are different font families that you can actually use when you are coming up with text, okay? So take note of that. Now, for UI design and for graphic design, okay, there are different types of font families that are used for these particular design interfaces. So if you are designing a website, for example, and then you are designing a regular flyer or a wedding card, you will not be using the same font family across all of them. Now, if you try to remember, you realize that for most wedding cards, we have text that are usually looking very stylish, okay, sharp edges, okay, the letter Y is longer at the tips, right? So that is a particular typeface. Okay, that's the typeface or font family that is majorly used for wedding cards. Okay, if you remember any website, you get to realize that there's nothing, for most websites, there's nothing really stylish about it. It's just plain for you to just read and get the message. All right, then for graphic design, it's usually a mixture of a normal or plain text and then very stylish text. So the question becomes, if you are trying to make a design, okay, because right now you are in the bootcamp, we are treating both graphic design and we're treating UI UX design. So if you are trying to make a design, how do you decide or how do you choose a typeface or a font that is actually suitable for that particular design? Now the answer to that question would then be, you should have the ability to actually classify font families into categories, okay? So with that being said, now we are going to look at the classification categories that we actually have for typefaces, and that's where we are going to look at divisions of font families. Now, there are other divisions of font families. Generally, I think there are about 5 of them, okay, but we are going to actually focus on those that we are going to be using in our actual design process in the bootcamp. So for font families or typefaces, here in this bootcamp, okay, we'll be talking about 2 major categories, which are the serif font families and the sans-serif font families. So these are serif fonts or serif font families, and these are referred to as sans-serif font families. Okay, they are just opposite. Sans here means without. So you understand that in a couple of minutes. Now, for the serif font families, what differentiates them, okay, from these other families that are referred to as the sans-serif font families? Well, the differentiating factor there is that I think the major difference is serif fonts have small decorative strokes or fits at the end of the letters. Now, what do I mean? Let's take this text. Right, let's make a copy of this. Now, I don't want to put in Times New Roman there. Let's put in the word typography again. Okay, fine. Let's bring it over here. All right. So now we have two different texts, right? Now, what I want to do is these families that are here, they are classified under the serif fonts. These other ones that are here, they are classified under the sans-serif fonts. So what I'll do is I'm going to put this text in a serif font family, and I'll put this text in a sans-serif font family so we can see little differences if there are differences. So while this is selected, I'll simply come over here. Let's try Times New Roman and see if we have that here in the font family in Figma, right? So is that text selected now? Let's select that again. Okay. Let me select the text inside of it. All right. Now, coming here now, you can see right now what is selected is Inter, right? So that is under sans-serif. So we are going to leave this exactly the way it is because Inter here too should be under sans-serif. Okay, Inter should be under sans-serif. So we'll leave that exactly the way it is. Now we're going to change this to a serif font. So I'll come over here, select, let's put in Times New Roman there. Okay, simply means that we don't have that here. Okay, let's try another font. Let's try Georgia. Now, it's very possible for you not to have some font families here in Figma. What you can do is that you can actually download and install those font families from font directories. And we are going to talk about that in a couple of minutes. I still can't find that here. What about if I should try, do I have Merriweather here? All right, I have that here. So I'm just going to select that. Now, so under the serif fonts, I've chosen a font family, which is this. Then under the sans-serif fonts, I've chosen a font family, which is Inter, and I've applied it to these two texts, okay? So this will stay under serif, and this will stay under sans-serif. Now we are going to zoom in a bit and then try to actually see the differences between them. So if you come over here and zoom in, you can realize that for the letter T, look at the edges. You can see that this part here is actually stylish, okay? And it's sharp and stylish, right? Look at letter Y, the end parts. They are sharp and stylish. The vertices, you can see that they're actually sharp and stylish, okay? The same thing with letter G, the same with letter P, the same with letter H. So this is under serif, okay? Now, those sharp points or these extensions that are coming out, they are called fits or serif, all right? So that's what we mean by what we say serif. Those are actually the decorative strokes that we are talking about. They are called fit or serif, and they're usually at the end of the letters. Now, let's take a look at these other texts that I have here. Let me remove these panels. Now, you can see that for this text, letter T is just plain. You can see that there is no stroke at the end of the text, right? I think I should bring the other text close to it so to make for easy comparison. Okay. So you can see over here that the letter T at the end, it has no decorations. So, okay, it has no strokes, which simply means it has no serif, unlike this one that we have here, right? Then look at the letter Y. Look at these ends here. They are just what? They are just there. There's no style. There's no style applied to them, unlike this one that we have here. Okay, the same thing with the letter P. Okay, you can see that the bottom here is just plain. It's just neutral, unlike this one that we have here, right? So these ones here are said to have strokes or serif, and these ones here are actually without strokes, or you can see that they are without what? Without serif. Okay, so that's what I mean by serif and sans-serif. Serif are those with strokes, while sans-serif are those without what? Without strokes. So that's just it. So we have two classifications here. We have serif fonts, okay, which are those strokes, and then we have sans-serif font, with sans meaning without. So this could be interpreted as without serif fonts, okay, which means without what? Without strokes. Okay, now at this point, if you notice, while we're trying to actually look for the font families of some of these text here on the properties panel, we realize that we didn't have Times New Roman here. We realize that we didn't have Georgia here, right? So a task that will be given after the end of today's class is going to be you installing a font on your Figma that is actual that didn't come with it. Okay, so you are going to install one of these fonts here. Okay, you could decide to install Times New Roman or Georgia or anyone that is actually not here right now. Or maybe by the end of the class, we're actually going to choose one and then decide which of them everybody should just install. Okay, so that's for that. Now, like I said, the question we are looking at is if you are working with graphic design and then you are working with UI design, which of these font families should you be using? Okay, you don't have to put these font families in your head. Okay, there's no point putting them in your head. It's actually a systematic way to actually get them when you need them. Okay, now if you are working with graphic design or UI design, okay, since you are dealing with product design, when you are working with each of these, which of them are you going to be using? Well, if you are working with web design, let's say you are designing for mobile devices, you are designing websites, you are designing products, you are designing for screens generally. For screens generally, what we use are sans-serif fonts. Okay, we use these sans-serif categories here. There is no need for you to be using fonts that are too decorative. Okay, just want the purpose of actually putting text on the screen is just for users to come in, get the value of the content and leave. Okay, you don't want to actually distract users with the stylishness or design of the text. Okay, so that's why for mobile devices, or if you are designing for screens generally, we use what? Sans-serif fonts, which are these fonts here. So we use plain text. Okay, we use neutral fonts for what? For mobile devices. Then if you are working with graphic design, okay, in that case you are going to have a mixture. You can use any of them or both of them together. Okay, so for graphic design, we use both serif and sans-serif fonts depending on the style and message or medium of the project. Okay, like I was saying now, if you try to remember wedding cards, for those ones, for that category of graphic design, most of the text used, they are very, very stylish. So most of them are basically just serif fonts over there. Okay, now in some other designs, there's a mixture of both of them. For graphic design, you can use a combination of both of them. So that is for that. Now, with that being said, we are going to look into another section of our class that talks about weight values. Okay, another section of text design that talks about weight values. Now, I'll take this and I'll bring it down here and I'll zoom in a bit. Now, when you actually come up with a text on the canvas, let's say I come over here and I put in a text on the canvas. Let's say Figma. Okay, let me zoom in on that. Now, aside from, because now we are dealing with the properties of text, okay, and now we are looking at weight values. Okay, and weight values also refers to the heaviness or boldness of your text. How heavy should your text be? How bold should your text be? Now, if you come over here, of course, this tab here is for what? Is for changing the font family, and which we now know that among those font families there, we are just grouping them into two. Okay, serif and sans-serif. Now, this is not me saying that font families are just grouped into two, but for what we are going to be using practically, we'll be using just serif and sans-serif. So that's for that. Now, if you come to this other section here, you can see that by default now, there's a text here that says black. Okay, so let's click on this, on that drop down there. And clicking on the drop down, you can see I have the option to choose extra light, the option to choose light, regular, semi-bold, bold, or black. So if I choose extra light, let's see what happens. Okay, you need to have the text selected. So I'll come over here now. I'll choose extra light. Let's see what happens. Now you can see that this text is now looking it's not looking really thinned out. Okay, it's not looking very, very thin. Now if you come back and then you pick light, you see the heaviness or the thickness of the text is actually increasing as you go from top to bottom. Okay, so there's extra light, it's light, there's regular, which is what we use most of the time. There's semi-bold, there's bold, and then there's there's black, right? So that's for that. Now, if you look down, you're going to realize that now for the weight values, these are actually the main weight values that we have for this font family. Take note, the number of weight values you have here depends on the font family that you are working with, right? Now, for this case, let's see the font family of this text. The font family of this text is what? Titanium Web. Now, I'm going to make a copy of this text, and I'll bring it down, and then I'll change the font family to, say, a Sans-Serif font family called Roboto. Okay, and now select that. So now you can see that the typeface here and here, they are not the same, right? So now if I should select this, okay, and come over to this section that talks about the weight values, if I click on the drop down, you can see that we have more options here to choose from. Okay, let's select the previous one. Let's see how many options we have there. So if I click on that drop down, I just have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I'm actually excluding these italic variations. We'll talk about them soon. So these are just 6 here. All right, if I should click on that of Roboto, you can see I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so I have 9 different weight values to choose from. So the number of weight values that you have actually depends on the font family that you are actually working with. Okay, so just take note of that. Now, there's a general rule that if you're actually picking or choosing font families, it's actually better for you to go with font families that have weight values here that are at least up to 5. Okay, so if you pick a font family and then you come to this section and then you are seeing just 2 or 3 weight values, it will be better for you to choose or select another font family that will give you more options. Okay, so that's for that. So going back to the previous one that we had, and then checking the weight values, we have extra light, we have regular, we have semi-bold, we have bold, and then we have black. Okay, now below it, you are going to have italic variations of all what you have here. Okay, it's actually the same effect. The only difference is that the word will now be in italics. Okay, so if I come over here and select this, okay, it's going to now be extra light, but in what? Italic. So if I select it, I need to select the old text. Remember to select the old text before you actually put in the effect. So you can see now, okay, if I select extra light, you can see it's just a regular text. If I select this, it's not extra light, but in italics. The same with every other one here. So what you just have here are just italic variations of the ones you have at the top. Okay, so I believe that's clear for weight values, talking about the thickness, heaviness, and boldness of text. Okay, now there's a reason they are called weight values. They also have these weight values like extra light, regular, semi-bold, bold, black, and other variations. They actually have numerical weight values assigned to them. For numerical weight values, 100 represents thin, 200 is extra light. So this has a value of 200, 300 is light, 400 is regular, just like that. So you don't have to put the values in your head, okay? You can actually just get them from Figma. So where do I get them? If I should select this text, for example, and then I go into, come over to where you have this icon that says type settings, click on it. Once you click on it, you are going to, this menu is going to come up with 3 labels here: basic, details, and variable, right? So let's just go over to this since we're talking about weight values. Talk about this other two in a couple of minutes. If I should click on this, you can see that this slider has come up, okay? Now, for this slider below it, you can see the label assigned to it says weight, and right now it's set to what? 200, and that is for what? Extra light. It simply means that extra light has a value of what? 200. Now, for regular, the weight value should be 400. Okay, so if I come here and put in 400, if I click on enter, this should change to regular. So this is me clicking on enter. You can now see it's what? Regular. So you can use this drop down here to actually change the weight values like we did. Or you can come here and then just change it using the weight slider here. Now, but there's a little more advantage to having this slider than just changing the weight values here. What's the advantage? And it's because of the advantage that we actually have this slider here. There are times when you want to choose a weight value between, let's go to the weight values now. No, we have thin here, then we have extra light next to it, right? And then after extra light there, we have lights and then regular, just like that. Now, what if I want to choose, let's say I'm making a design and I want to choose a weight value between regular and medium. I want something in between these two values. What do I do? Because this is now 400, this is 500. What if I want a weight value of 450 in between 400 and 500? Now you can't get it from here, but you can get it from the sliders. Okay, you can just come over here now. If this is 400 and this is 500, and let's say you want a weight value of 450, just come over here, click on that section and type in 450. Okay, and then you have a weight value in that particular thickness that we have there. Okay, so that's just the advantage of this particular slider that we have here. Now for the slider at the top, this is actually just to make your characters. It controls the width of your characters. Okay, so if you want to make them wider or you want to reduce the width, you can use this slider that we have here. So if I select this slider and then you can see now that the width is reducing. If I go back, the width of each of the characters is actually what? It's actually increasing. Okay, so this is just to control the width. Now you may never use this in the bootcamp or in the design as we are going through it, but then if you're somebody that wants to actually look at creating logos, like text logos, right? You may want to actually use this. Okay, but it's actually good that you have been introduced to it. So that is that for weight values. So I'm going to take this out and then we are going to move into aligning text in Figma. Okay, so let's look at how we can do text alignment in UI or when we are working with graphic design. Now for text alignment, there are 3 ways to align text whenever you create the text. Now in order for us to really look at this, it's better we bring in a design, right? So I'm using this now for text alignment. Let me just take a copy of this and bring it here, somewhere here. Okay, then I'm going to use this design to explain how alignment actually works. So now let's say you create a text, right? Now you can see that over here we have a text here that says UI UX design, and then we have a description text here that talks about the heading we have at the top. Okay, now there are actually 4 ways you can actually align your text. Okay, there's left alignment, center alignment, right alignment, and justified alignment. Now generally alignment has a relationship with language in the sense that for English language and most other languages, we read from left to right. Okay, so since we read from left to right, which is from here to here, from left here to right, so we read in this direction. Okay, left to right, left to right, left to right. For that reason, most of our texts are usually aligned left. Okay, because we actually read from left to right. Now there are some languages that are actually written from right to left. Okay, so in those languages they read from right to left. I can't actually give a specific one right now, but you can check and you realize that there are languages where you actually read from right to left, and because they also write from right to left. So that is why we have center alignment, left, and a lot of other alignments. Okay, now for if you make a text, how do you determine the alignment of that text? How do you determine the alignment of that text? Now in order for us to do that, what I'm going to do is, let's assume we don't have this. Okay, and then let's create dummy text. So to create dummy text now, I need a text box. So let me just click on Letter T, open, create a text box, and then put in some dummy text there using Lorem Ipsum. Alright, so I'm going to make this say 2. Let's have 2 sentences there. And then I'll click on generate. So now I have something like this, right? Now, if you look at this text now, come to this section. Now that this text has been created, come to this section where it says typography. Now under it, we are going to see these symbols here. Okay. Now if you hover on this one, it says left aligned. And right now that's what is selected. It simply means that this text is already left aligned. Now for us to see the variations, I'm going to make a copy of this in 3 places. Okay, 2 and then 3. So where this is selected, it says left aligned, right? Now this next option here says align center. So I'm going to apply that to this. I'll select the text and then I'll click on align center. Okay, and we'll see how it is. This next one says align right. So I'll select the text Now click on align right. Then I'll see how it is. Now let's look at the differences between the text that is left aligned, center aligned, and then aligned to which one aligned to the right. For this text here that's actually left aligned, you can see that it's actually coming from what? From the left edge and then going to the right. Okay. So I have Lorem, Ipsum, and all this written here from left to right, left to right. Cool. Now let's look at this one that is center aligned. You can see that all the lines of text, which are this first line, this second line, and this third line here, you can see that they are arranged in such a way that the text is sitting at the middle of the text box. So in that case, we say it is center aligned. Now for this one over here, now another difference is that the moment you are done one line of text, for left alignment, when you want to begin, you go to the left and then start writing again. The way you want to begin again, you go to the left for the next line and then you start writing till you have a stop, okay, which is what we have here. For center alignment, it starts from the center, okay, and expands to the left and right. For example, what do I mean? Let me take this out. Let me start typing in something here. See, it starts from the center, all right, and expands. So if I click on enter to the next line also starts from the center. If I click on enter, it also starts from the center. Okay, so that's what I mean by center alignment. So for left alignment, it always starts from the left to the right, left to right. Center alignment always starts from the center, and the next line will always be at the center. Okay. Then for right alignment, in this case now, you can see it's starting from the right and it's coming this way. Okay. So this is what we mean by left, center, and right alignments. So these are the three alignments that we usually use though in many designs. There is also a justified alignment, but we are going to look at that pretty soon as we move on in this class today. So let's let that be for alignments first. Let's try to align this text in this particular card into the three types of alignments that we've talked about now. There's another alignment we're going to talk about, but let's start with these three. Now, more often than not, texts are easier for us to read because they are left aligned. I won't just say they are easier because they are left aligned. I will say they are easier because it's something that we are used to. Okay, so we always read from left to right, left to right. Now, if I should center align this, what's going to happen? Let's see. I put that at the center. You see how this is. If I should right align this, let's see what's going to happen. Now I have three different states. Now the alignment of your content or your text determines how easy it is to read, okay? And being easy to read is an example of user friendliness. So it determines how user friendly your content is actually going to be. Now you would agree with me that of all the three alignments we have here, 1, 2, and 3, the one that is looking good, okay, subjectively to you should be this, because this is actually what you are used to, okay? And even in the layout design, this is actually looking better than any of the other two here. So that being said, left alignment actually has no rules, okay? There are no principles where you want to actually left align any text. Okay? What you just simply need to do is left align it, and it will be easy to read because people are already used to reading from left to right, okay, using left alignment. Now, there are times where you want to do a center alignment as well. Okay, there are times when you want to do a center alignment. Now, if you want to do a center alignment, you should know that anytime you want to align text to the center, you should make sure that you don't align more than 3 lines of text. Otherwise, the alignment starts looking awkward. Now, what do I mean by you don't align more than 3 lines of text? And the next question becomes, what is a line of text? Okay. Now, remember we talked about baseline at the beginning of today's session. Okay. So if I should extend this to, let's say, this point, let me bring this down. I have only one baseline, which simply means I have only one line of text. Now, if I should wrap this text, now this is called wrapping. Wrapping simply means creating more lines of text. I created 2, I keep wrapping it, I create 3. Now you can now see that I now have 4 lines of text. I think it should be 5 here now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I have 5 lines of text. Okay, so that's what I mean by a line of text. Okay, so this is a line of text, this is a line of text. Now, if you want to align, if you want to do center alignments, and because right now we're talking about text structure and principles when you are dealing with UI design, okay, because we are going to treat text as it relates to UI design first before we treat it as it relates to graphic design. So generally for UI design, if you want to actually align text to the center, the general rule is do not align more than 3 lines of text to the center. Now the reason is because if you align more than 3 lines of text, it becomes more difficult to read. Now this fight here now is actually difficult to read. Now the reason is because another rule comes in that says if you are aligning text to the center, try to align every text in that particular card or layer to the center, which simply means that this will make more sense if this is aligned to the center, which it is, and then if this is aligned to the center. So let me select this and try to bring it to the center, and let's see if it's going to be looking better. Now before I do that, I'm going to make a copy so we can compare the new and the old. Okay, so let's make a copy of this and bring it here, and then I want to select this and align it to the center. Okay, then I have something like this now. Now, if you look at these two, okay, now the rule says if you are aligning text to the center like this, the heading should also be aligned to the center, okay, and then the same with whatever you have on the card like we have here. The reason is because if you decide to actually align this to the center, then align this to the left, you realize that when you want to read the content of this card, you actually, for this one, fine, you're reading from left to right, okay, and then when you come over here, it's as if you are transitioning from one alignment to the other. Do you understand? So it becomes awkward because in this section you are reading along along a center alignment. So once you read from here to here, when you are done, you are coming back here. You're not going to the very edge. Do you understand? So you are actually reading along the center alignment. So it's actually better if all the contents of the card are center aligned. Okay. So over here, this will be a better design. Okay, as opposed to what we have here. So take note of that. So that's for left and center alignments. Left alignment has no restrictions whatsoever. It looks good in every situation. Center alignment looks good on the condition that the text content that you are aligning like this, for example, does not exceed 3 lines of text. Okay. Now, if I decide to actually put in more lines of text, let me copy this. Ctrl C, and then let me paste it here. Now you can see that this is actually looking worse than when it was like this. Okay, now the reason is because when it's short, there is this aesthetic appealing effect that it has, and it makes it easier to read. Unlike when it's more than 3 lines of text, it's now looking scattered. So in a situation like this, it's actually best to just left align it. Alright, select everything and just come over here, left align it. That will be easier to read as opposed to when we have something like this. Okay, so left alignment is always cool. Okay, no issue with left alignment, but center alignment, you need to actually follow some rules so you can create an interface that is user friendly. So that's for that. Now, what about right alignment? Well, since everyone is actually used to left alignment, or in some cases center alignment, right alignment is not really used for text, okay, for UI design, like generally, okay, because of course lingua franca is English majorly. So if you are designing most websites and you want it to be global, you have to put it in English so that anybody anywhere can read and get the content of your website. So where do we use these right alignments? You can use them if you are creating tables. Let's say you are making a UI design where you have tables with numbers like this. Okay, in that case, you should right align the numbers and not left align them. Now the reason is because check this one that is left aligned here. Okay, if you check the value here, for example, this is 174.72. okay, now if I'm coming down, there's a distortion in the placement of the decimal points. Okay, you can see that this decimal point has shifted this way. Okay, if you are coming down again, this one is shifting this, so it's creating inconsistency. But if you actually right align it, you're going to realize that all the decimal points like this, you can have them in just one consistent position, as you can see here. So I know that every single number behind these points, both from the top to the bottom, is actually just a fraction, as you can see here. Okay, so you have more consistent UI, okay, right aligning numbers than actually left aligning them. So over here now, you can see that everything here is actually is right aligned, and you can see that all the decimal points are just along one consistent line. Okay, unlike here, where we left align them and everything is just scattered. Some are to the left, some are to the right, and just like that. So this is where a situation where you can apply right alignments. Okay, so that's for that. That's for that. All right. So now that we've seen this, we now know where to apply left alignment. We now know where to apply right alignment. And then we now know where to actually apply center alignment. And of course, the rule we should follow when we are looking at center alignments. Okay, now the next thing I want us to look at is auto settings. Auto settings. There is something that we might have noticed while we're creating text, and that thing should be, I say there are two ways to create text. So if you create a text the normal way and then just click on the text to click on the empty canvas and put in a text, let's just say should I put in a word, or let me just say typography. Okay, let me just put in something random, right, so we can be faster. All right, I've created this text now. Then if you click on the empty canvas, you have the text created, right? Now you can see that by default, the text box is already hugging the content. And if I keep typing, you can see that every action I take on my keyboard, the text that is being created is just going to the right. Okay, and this is because when you create a text like this, Figma has already given it a default type setting, okay, of automatic width, which is called auto width for short. So now that I still have this text selected, come over here under layout. You can see that we have three options here. We have auto width, which is automatic width, auto height, and then fixed size. Okay, so right now one of them is selected. Which one is selected? Auto width is selected, which simply means that the more I keep typing inside this text box, the more the width of this particular text box will begin to increase to the right. Now, if I don't want that, what can I do? I can select the next one, auto height. Okay, now if I select auto height, let's try to see what happens when I type. Okay, let me type in something and see. You can see what happens. Okay, once it gets to that edge, it doesn't go beyond the edge again. Now, the reason why it's getting to this edge is because we changed the type setting when it was already this length. Okay, but now if I keep typing, what's going to happen is that all my tests are just going to be going vertically, which has given it the property of an automatic height. So the height will just be increasing and increasing and increasing. That's what auto height does. Now, if I zoom out a bit and then click on auto width, let's see what happens. Everything becomes what? Along a straight line. Okay, so let me control C that. So that's just the difference between auto width and auto height. Now, what about if I click on this one that says fixed size? Now, what's going to happen is that the size of this box now will be fixed. And if I keep typing inside this box, it's not going to increase in terms of width or height. Instead, the text is going to actually just overflow. So anytime you are using text and you have something like this, okay, just know that it is set to what? To fixed size. So take note of that. Now, how do you fix this situation? Because this is actually now an overflow, okay? And when you select a text and you see that some part of the characters of that particular text are outside the text box, what you have is an overflow. So it is not desirable to have an overflow. You don't keep a text like this, okay? This is a wrong way to actually design a text. So what you want is that the text box should always cover the text. It should always be around the perimeter of the content. So you should always cover it. So what you want to do is that you want to hold this and then drag it to the bottom, okay? But now, if I'm dragging it to the bottom now, which looks good, you can see that I don't really know where I should stop it, okay? Because should I stop it here or should I stop it here? Now, this is not looking very fine. What if I should stop it somewhere here? It's looking cool a bit, okay? But what you should do is, instead of dragging this manually, okay, I will Ctrl Z now to go back to what we had before. Instead of dragging that manually, you can see that in moving this downwards, I'm moving along the height, right? So instead of dragging it manually, you can just come over here and click on auto height. Okay, just come over here, click on auto height, and you're going to see that automatically it is now hugging the content, okay, in the exact distance that it's supposed to be, unlike you dragging it manually. And even if you take it out, okay, you can still come back here and click on auto height, and it's going to go back to the exact normal way that it's supposed to be. Now, another reason why this feature is there is if you create a text using a text box, for example, let's put in dummy text there. Lorem Ipsum. All right. I'm going to put in, okay, just 2 sentences. Okay. Now I have this. If you create a text using a text box, now you are done. You can see now that the text box that you've drawn is way bigger than the content that you wanted. Okay. So what you can simply do is that if you are done, in this particular case, just come over here, click on auto height. And then you have that. Okay. The same thing happens when this is wider. Now, in this case, now we're dealing with width, right? So come over here, click on auto width. And you have that. So if you have, what am I trying to say? If you create a text and then you have an empty space along the width direction, you click on auto width to actually get it hugged. If you have the empty space along the height direction, you click on auto height to actually get it hugged. So right now, if I want to collapse this section, I will simply click on auto height, and then collapse this section, I'll click on auto width, and then I have the text in the way I'm supposed to have it. So that is the major thing you should take note of when you're looking at auto settings in terms of auto height and auto width. Okay. Now we are supposed to look into text structure and spacing guidelines, but before we look into that, let's look at more type settings that we have. Let's look at more type settings. If there's any question up to this point, of course, you can drop your questions, right? If you guys have any questions up to this point, you can drop your questions and then we'll be treating them one after the other. Okay. If I create a text like this, like I told you, you can decide to wrap the text. How do you wrap the text? Just go to the edge, okay, over on it, and you have the ability to just select that edge there and then drag it till you have different lines of text. Okay. Now, before we talk about type settings, there is something I feel I omitted, but we are going to talk about it now. Okay. Once you create text like this, because when it is in this form, you have no problem. Okay, you can easily just read it. So in this form, nobody's really bothered about the line heights. Okay, you can just simply read it. Now, what if my text is in this form? Okay, and then I make this bold, for instance. Change the weight to bold. Where can I change that now? Okay, I think this came with something. Change the weight to black. Okay, which is still fine. What if I increase the size to, let's say, 40? You can see what's happening now. The texts are like they are overlapping on each other. Okay, now there is a property that is referred to as line height when you're working with text. Now, line height only comes up when you wrap a text, because for you to have line height, you have to be looking at 2 or more baselines, because line height simply refers to the distance between baselines. Now you can see that I have one line of text here, which is one baseline. I have another line of text here with another baseline. I have another line of text here, just like that. Okay. The distance between this line of text, or better still, the distance between this baseline and this baseline is referred to as a line height. It's the same distance between this baseline as this baseline is referred to as line height. So line height is just distance between successive baselines. So if, for example, I have text that's probably they are too spaced out. Let me assume that the spacing between this line and this line is too much and I want to reduce it. All you need to do is select the text, right? But still, now that the text box is selected, let me just select the text box and come over here to where it says line heights. Okay, so I'll simply come over here and I'll change. You can see there's a value here now, line height. Now you can actually, I think more often than not, Figma gives you the line height, sets it to auto. Okay, so if you are working with your own text for practice, you might see here as auto. Now, anytime Figma sets it to auto, it simply means that it's automatic. It simply means if you are changing the size of this text, Figma will be changing the line height for you. So there's no need for you to bother about it. Okay. Now, even when Figma puts in a label there that says auto, you can actually see auto simply means that Figma has assigned the value to it. So if you want to know the automatic value that Figma has given to it, all you need to do is come in here and just click on that text once. And you can see that you can see a gray looking text there, which is in my case 24 pixels, right? So at this point, the line height is 24. Now, if you don't want to use that of Figma settings, you can also put in your line height. I can decide to put in a line height of, let's say, 10. And let's see what happens to this particular text. The moment I put in 10 and I click on enter, you can now see that the text are now looking compressed and they are more difficult to read. Okay, so line height is important in the display of your text. It enhances readability. It makes it possible for one line of text to actually be differentiated from the next line and to be read very easily. So this is more difficult to read now. So what you can do is you can come over here and then change the line height from, let's say, 10 to, let's say, 25. Okay, and you see that this is easier to read, because sometimes when you have very long lines of text, you know that if you read from left to right and then you want to come to the next line and they are looking like this, okay, it's very possible for you to actually miss the next line and then start reading from the third or fourth line. Okay, that happens mostly when you are reading books and the lines of text are just too much, or they're just too long. Okay, and you realize that you skipped a line, because in that particular case, the line height is not actually optimized, okay, for that particular line of text. So now you know what line height is. Now let's look at another property, which is letter spacing. So we've treated under typography now, we've treated font family, which is this. Treated weight values, which is this. We've not treated this section. We've treated line height, and now we want to look at what is referred to as letter spacing. If you create a text, let's say, all right, I'll click on enter. I'm going to make the text bold. So, all right, let's do something like this. Now, if you create this text, okay, let me make a copy of this and put it here. In this case, I'm going to make only the first one. I'm going to keep the others as lowercase. Now, let's start with this. If you create this text, there's actually a spacing between the characters of the text. There's a space between letter M and letter A, and that of A and N. Okay, so the space between each of the letters is referred to as what? Letter spacing. So if I come over here now, right now it's set to 0.5 pixels for my own type settings here. I can come over here and just change this to, like, let's say 10 pixels. And you can see I have more spacing between the letters. So that's for that. Now, more often than not, the designers of the typeface, okay, have already sorted out the letter spacing for you. So you really won't be changing letter spacings when you're working with text, especially when we are creating our design system, typography system, and the rest. There won't be any need for you to be editing the letter spacing, okay? But there will be times where you need to actually edit the line height, because the line height is something that depends on two major factors, which includes the paragraph width or the line of text, and then the font size of the text, okay? And that's what we are going to look at in a couple of minutes. Now let's look at how line heights affects things like the line of text and then the font size. Okay, now in order for us to look at that, we need to know that the line heights, okay, line height of your text is affected by two things, or sometimes it depends on two things, which are the font size and then the line length or paragraph width. Now, if, for example, you have a text like this, you can see in this case, we have different lines of text, right? And for these different lines of text, you can see that reading from left to right can be stressful, because, of course, this is a very long line of text, okay? Now, since this is a very long line of text with a lot of characters, now sometimes in trying to come over to the next line, you may actually miss it. Do you understand? So for that reason, you need to watch out for the line height of this kind of text, okay? So take note of that. The longer the line, okay, the longer the length of the line of text, the more line height that you should have. Because what that simply means is that if you have more like long lines of text or wide paragraphs like this, they should have spacing in between them, okay, that should make them readable. That's just what it means. So the longer the line of the text, the more line height that you should have. Because if the spacing between them is too small, you are going to have a problem. You understand? Because when you read from left to right, you might just miss the next line and start reading from the third line. So that is situation number one. That's why line length or paragraph width affects what? Line height. Another thing is font size. Font size. Now, for us to explain font size, we're actually going to create a text here using Lorem Ipsum. Okay, I think I missed that just now. All right, I have it. I'll come over here and then just put in some dummy text. In this case, I won't be putting in 2 sentences. I should be putting in, let's say, let me make that 5. okay, or even 10, since we now know that we can actually edit it if we have an overflow. Okay, this is us now having an overflow, right? So we can simply come over to auto height. Okay, in this case, this is a height, so you don't go and click on auto width, nothing is going to happen. But you come over, you click on auto height, and you have the entire content hugged. So now I have this. Now reading this text here is actually feasible even if they are very close to each other. Now we've talked about how paragraph length affects the line height. Okay, the longer the length of the paragraph or the longer the line of the text, okay, the more line height you should give to it, which simply means the more space. Then if you are working with text, for example, if this text I reduce the size from, let's say, 12 pixels to, let's say, 5, right? Now, and then I want to take a copy of this and then bring in another, which is now give 12. Now you will agree that this text here, they are easier to read, okay, as compared to this text here, especially if these lines of text were longer than this. In what sense? Let's extend this. Let's bring it here. Now you can see that this is much harder to read, because if I'm reading from left to right, the text size is so small that if I'm coming to the next line, I may actually miss. Now in this case, we're not considering the length of the line now alone. We're also considering the size of the text. Okay, because if I should have this same line of text, for example, and I have it the same line of text, but with the text having a bigger scale or size. Let me make that 14. Okay, so you can see that these two texts here, this and this, they are the same line of text, right? But this is way easier to read as compared to this, even if the line of text is the same. So the line length now is constant. So we are looking at things like the size. So when you have text, okay, like this in smaller sizes, it's actually better to also increase the line height. So in simple terms, when the texts are smaller, you increase the line height. That should actually give more like an inverse proportion, right? Then for the line of the text, the longer it is, the more you should increase the line height. It's something that you will be seeing practically as you are doing your design. So, and that's what I mean by saying that line height is actually proportional. So it increases together with line length, but it has an inverse relationship with what? Font size. Okay, so that is for line height. So you now know how and why you actually need to know how to edit your line height. Okay, so that is for that. And so you know the relationship between line height, okay, and then line length and paragraph width, as well as font size. Now we would like to go to guidelines for choosing a typeface, because in as much as you know that, okay, you now have serif fonts and sans-serif fonts, and you know that, okay, if you are designing for UI and for the web, on screen design, you are taking sans-serif, right? So let's assume that this doesn't really exist anymore. You now know that, okay, you want to face UI design and you're using sans-serif. The next question becomes, which of the font families should you even use? Because there are so many font families, and then you should know which one to select and why you are even selecting, and what are the criteria for your selection. What are the things that you should be looking at for when you want to actually select this particular line height? So it is some of those criteria that we are going to be looking at in a jiffy. Okay, but before we look at those criteria, let's look at some other properties of text inside those type settings. So I'll bring this here, right, and then I'll select the text, and then I'll come over to type settings. So now we know about the font family, we know about the font width, we know about line height, we know the two factors that can affect line height, okay, which are the length of paragraph width and then size of the text. Okay, we know about letter spacing. Okay, and like I told you, I think in our class yesterday, letter spacing is one of the few measurements here that is measured in percentages. Okay, so it can either be measured in percentages or in px. Okay, so right now letter spacing here is 0%. If you type in a number, let's say 20, just the number, and then you click on enter, automatically it's in percentages. Okay, I want to convert it to px, I will type in the same 20 and I'll put in px. Click on enter. Now you can see we have different effects. Those different effects that we are seeing here already tells me that 20% and 20px, they are not the same. Do you understand? So that's for that. Now, when it is in percentage, let's say you want to convert to px, how do you do it? Very simple. All you need to do first of all is think about the size of the text. If the size of the text is, for example, 200 px, let me actually bring this down to 0 before I explain this. So let's say the size of the text is, say, 200 px, right? I think this is set to auto height, and that's why it's behaving like this. All right. So let's say the size of the text is 200 px, because this is the text size now, 200 px. A letter spacing of 25%, for example, I make it 25, and a letter spacing of, okay, that's 25 px. A letter spacing of 25 px and a letter spacing of 25%. Let me just put in 25. I think I'm making a mistake there. Let me remove the px value. Okay. Let me select that again. Trying to take it back to percentages, right? Let me put in just 5 or 3. It's coming as px. Let me put in 3 and look for the percentage symbol. All right. Now it's in percentages. And when it's in percentages and then you try to edit it, just put in the number. It comes back as the original unit of percentage that you gave it. So if it's in px, the same way you put in the number, it comes out as px. So that's for that. Now, I was trying to explain something here, and I gave this a value of 200 pixels for the size, right? Let me select it again and make here 200 pixels. Can I see what's happening here now? Let me just hold and drag and take it up. Okay. Okay. Let's take those text out. Let's create a fresh one without much characters. So I'll just come over here, plugins, Lorem, Ipsum, and then put in, say, just 2 sentences in this case. Then generate. So it came out like that. Let's change this from black to thin, light. Something's wrong with those texts. Let's change this to 0, 100. All right. Line height wasn't enough, so everything was like they were on one line. So let's take 200. All right. See, I had an issue with the line height just now. Okay, so if you are changing the size of this text, the line height also needs to change. And let me just give you a rule that works more often than not. If you are changing the size of text, okay, because there was a way I was able to easily locate the issue just now. If this text is 200 pixels, now this is not like a law, but it's something that you can use as a guide. If this is 200 pixels, I'll come over here. I can come over here and make my line height 208. Okay, you can be making your line height 8 px ahead of or above your size. So if this is maybe 100, let's say 20 pixels, okay, in that case, because when a text is 200 and when it is 20, it will have different line height values. Do you understand? They won't be the same. So in that case, I can come over here because Figma will change it for you in this case. Okay, the moment you remove it from auto, you have to be changing it yourself. So if I come over here and I want to put in a line height value, how do I know what to put? Just make it 8 px above the size. So this is 20, I'll just make here, let's say 28 pixels. And you are fine. Okay, so take note of that. So now this is me taking this text back to 200 pixels. And then I'll come over here. You can see now that everything is looking like it's over. All the lines are just overlapping. So this is 200. I can just make here 208. Like I said, it's not a law. It's a simple guide. All right. So the guide says make your line height 8 px above your size, your text size or type scale. Okay, that's for that. Now, if I have a size of 200 pixels, for example, okay, and let's say I have my letter spacing as 25%, so 25, and then I put in the percentage symbol. Now, this is what I have, right? Fine. So I'll select this and make a copy and bring it here. What if I have my letter spacing as 25 pixels, 25 px in this case? This is what I have. You can see that I have what different display of the text. This is for 25% letter spacing, and this is for 25 px letter spacing. They are not the same. Which simply means that 25% and 25 px, they are not the same. Okay, so when it's 25%, what does it mean? Or like, what is the if in case you want to know like the conversion rate in px? Well, the percentage here is always expressed as a fraction of the size. Okay, so 25% here means 25% of 200%, and that's 50 px. Okay, it simply means that for this one in px, it will either be 25% or 50 px. So if I should select this now, for example, and bring it here, okay, and I change here from 25 to 50 px, you realize that nothing is going to change. It stays the same because 25 in this particular case now, 50 px and 25% for the letter spacing are actually the same. Okay, so in percentages, it's actually just a fraction of whatever you have here. You understand? If here is 100, for example, 25% will mean 25 px. Just do 25 off whatever value you have here. So that's for that. So I was talking about us looking into some type settings. So if you select this text, for example, and then you come to this section under typography, okay, we've talked about all this, right? I think we omitted these three alignment properties here, but we'll talk about them soon enough. Okay, now this just talks about the size. Of course, we've been using this. Okay, this is just to change the size of your text. See, my text just disappeared. This is just to change the size of your text, right? It didn't disappear, it got smaller. From 200 to any value. You can just zoom in to see the smaller text if you want to. So this is just for changing the size. So we'll not talk much about that. There's nothing much to talk about it, even if we want to talk much about it. Now, coming here, you can see that there's symbol here. Okay, if I click on it, it gives you more editing options. Now, remember that initially, when we clicked on this, we had basic, we had details, and then we had one other option here, right? Now, what am I trying to say? Sometimes when you are looking at the properties of text, the properties you see depends on the font family that you've chosen. You get? We saw that while we're treating something just now with font families, while we're treating weight values. Okay, the same thing applies to type settings. Now, for this case, this text, now I have titanium web selected. But you select this text and then make a copy of this text and bring it down and go to a more general sans-serif font like Roboto again. Right, and then I come over here and I click on type settings. You can see I have three options here, unlike in this case where I just had two. Okay, so just take note of that. There are times when you'll be coming up with these menus, these context menus, and you are going to be seeing that it's changing actually. So it depends on the family. Okay, so if I click on this icon that says type settings, it brings up a context menu like this for more editing options. Now, the more editing options could include, okay, let's talk about alignments. Now, in this case, if I hover on this is text align left. So that's left alignment, center alignment. You can see the preview here. Okay, center. This is right alignment, and this one here it says text align justified. So this is justified alignment. Okay, like I told you that there are 4. Okay, so what does this do? Now, by looking at these symbols already, when it's left aligned, you can see that all the lines here at the left point, you can see that they are all equal. Like there's no line going inside or into it at the left point here. Okay, when it's center aligned, you have that the line at the top is longer, so every other thing is just along the center. When it's right aligned, you can see what's happening. But when it's left aligned, what happens is that what happens for left alignment is, for left alignment, for example, look at this text here. You can see it's as if everything here is along the straight line. Okay, while over here it could break. Some lines will be longer, some will be shorter. Right? The same thing for center alignment. Okay, the same thing for right alignment. But once you justify a text, everything along here seems to be along the straight line, and everything along here seems to be along the straight line. Let's justify this text and let's see what we have. Let me increase this, then click on auto width to actually hug down contents. Select the text first and then click on auto width, right? So that's for that. Then I'll come over to type settings. And then I can move this, okay? And then click on justification. Now see what justification does, right? You can see that all the text here is as if they are along a straight line, right? At the edge. The same thing on the right. They will be along a straight line. Unlike these ones that we have here, when you are actually using left alignment and they are reading from left or writing from left to right, can see that for the next line of text, you can see the text coming out a bit more than this. Can you see that? You see why this one is going in a bit, why this one goes in a lot. So you can see that it's actually just breaking at the edge. But for justification, it's not like that. Everything will start at the same point. Everything will end at the same point. So if I should keep typing in here now, for example, before it goes to the next line, if it's set to auto height, it's going to end at at the same point. Now the problem with justification is that you usually have gaps in between the text, right? Inconsistent gaps, as you can see, in between the text. Now there are cases where these justifications are used, but they are hyphenated. They put in a hyphen, okay, so as to connect text together. Now justification is usually done if for those of you who might have done like a school project and you did look at one or two research papers, you realize that for research papers, more often than not, their texts are usually justified. Okay, they have this look where all the text, it's as if everything is just vertical downwards. You don't have some coming out, some poking out, or some going in. You understand? So that's what justification simply means. If you click on this and then you come back to type settings, you are going to see a lot of properties here that you can just go through, but we'll just go through some of them. Now you can decide to decorate your text, okay? For example, right now it's set to no decoration. I can decide to create a text. I want to underline the text. So you just come over here. I click on this and you see I have all my text underlined. I can decide to create a text and let's say I want to put a stroke. Let's say you are creating a page that talks about the prices of goods, maybe in a particular UI, and then you want to talk about old price, new price. They want to slash the old price. You can use this and you have this effect, okay? So that's for that. You can also decide to put your text completely as uppercase. They are all, okay, let me remove those strokes. They are all now uppercase, okay? Then you can put everything as lowercase, okay? You can do normal, this one is called normal sentence case, or in this case, I call it title case, where every first letter is going to be an uppercase and every other one will be lowercase. You can see it here, right? Every first letter is an uppercase, so just like that. So just like that, you're going to have other settings there. Now, sometimes if you create a text and then, let me create a normal text now. Just create something random, okay? There's something this trim does. I don't know if you are going to see it here now. Let's take this. I don't think that'll work. Okay, let's increase the line height of this to say 220. Okay, nothing happens there, right? What if we increase to 300 and see? All right, we have something like this. I just want to create more space between top and bottom section. I just want to increase the line height. Let's try 500. Right, let's have something like this. Now with this, you can see that the look of a particular text, okay, when you see a text looking, for example, let's change this line height back to, this is 200. Let's make it normal 208. Now if you should select it, you can see that the bounding box here is hugging it, right, in a way that is really comfortable. Then if you look at this, you can see the way it is. So if you have this effect, you just know that this effect is something that comes up based on line height. So if your text is like this, you can easily correct it using the line height. Okay, so that's for that. So your text is supposed to be looking something like this. This is way better than looking like this. These empty spaces here are just void and useless. So if I just select this and I come over to this other property here that talks about trimming, let's just see. If I select it, let's see what it does. Okay. All right. You see what it does? It reduces that space that is there, okay, and makes it all. Do you understand? That's what trimming does. You can actually just see everything that's happening from the preview even without applying it. Okay, so if you select the next one, you see what it does, right? So that's for that. So with that, you can just go into these basic properties, look into a lot of all the editing options that we have there. You can also create list items here. Let's say you are typing and you want to make a list, right? You can come over here and just put, okay, you can create a list item like this when you are typing. So if you want to actually get the next item on the list, go to the edge, just click on enter, and then this symbol comes up again, right? So just like that. You also make list items numbers, maybe 1, then you type in what you want to type in, go to the next one, go to 2, and just like that, okay? So that's for that. Now this one talks about truncating a text. Now what does truncating mean? there are times when, to explain the truncating property, let's just increase this text. What do we do here to actually get this amount of space? Okay, let's take this back to left alignment, right? Okay, let's reduce this a bit. All right, let's bring this here. Let's make a copy. Let me increase it. Sometimes if you want to actually increase your text, if you are dummy text, you can just copy the text that's there and repaste it inside. Okay, no need going to Lorem Ipsum all the time. So let's have this. Now, sometimes there are times when you want to create an effect that has to do with letting your user know that, let's say they are reading something on a site, okay, or in any particular interface, and then you don't want to explain everything on that particular section. Okay, you just want to give the user an insight. Okay, you want to give the user an insight into the fact that, okay, we have this particular product, okay, and this is the description of the product. And then you don't want to give the full description, but just a little, but you want to let them know that the description does not end there. You can actually then truncate your text. Now, what does truncating, what does it do? Let's see. If you select the text, I will come over here. I'll click on this truncate here once. Okay, now the moment you click on it, you can see that every other text under it has disappeared. Okay, they are still there, right? If I should select this, I can see when I select this text now, I can see everything there. But then they disappeared, and then you are going to have like these 3 dots, letting the user know that, okay, let's say you are making a description of something. There's still more to know. Do you understand? So, but you just want to stop at this point. You can simply just truncate it. And these 3 dots here lets anybody who has that heuristic experience understand that, okay, there's still more to know. And maybe there could be a button under it that the person could click in order for the person to know more about the product. So that's what truncating does. Okay, so that's what truncating does. Now, that's explained. Let's Ctrl Z and then look at some other properties using type settings. Okay, so you can go into, there are a lot of properties here, okay? A lot of properties that you can look into here. So just check them one after the other. Now, these other labels here are just for more, see, indentation, letter case, upper, lower case, putting in numbers. Let's say you're working with, maybe you want to create a superscript, or I think one is called a subscript here. I want to create a subscript or a superscript, just like that. Okay. And then we talked about width and width values. We've talked about these width values recently. So these are just panels, or these are just menus, or these are just more editing options for your text properties, okay, as you are working with text in Figma. So that is it for editing text using these type settings that you have here. Now you can go into it and see any other options that we have for text. So I was talking about you choosing a font family. What are the guidelines for choosing a typeface? And in order for us to look at that, we are going to take a lot of these things out. And then we are going to check for guidelines for choosing a typeface. Okay, so let's come over here now. So like I said, you now know that there are serif fonts and there are sans-serif fonts. So let me assume now that since serif fonts are used majorly when I'm working with graphic design, okay, let me assume that I'm not doing graphic design, so let me leave that. Now, sans-serif fonts, which are those without serif, are actually used for UI design. So if I select a text or a typeface and then I come over to the properties panel and I want to select a font family. Now, there are so many. Which font family do I choose? And the thing is, you don't know what font family to choose, right? Now, since you don't know what font families to choose, it therefore means that there has to be something like a guideline for you to choose your typeface. So now we are going to be looking at the general text rules for font selection, and also I've talked about some rules for letter spacing, so we might not talk about that again. So let's just look at the general text rules for font selection. Now, let's say you are designing, or you want to design a website, and you really do not know the type of font family you want to use there, because obviously you are not a magician, right? You are new to design. Although over time, let's say if you start designing for like 2-3 years, you may start getting used to the fonts that are used in design, but then you don't have 2-3 years just to get used to fonts. So what can you do? The first rule says that you can play it safe, in the sense that people have been designing before you, right? Now, since people have been designing before you, you can look at what people have been doing Okay, because one thing about design is that, especially when it comes to websites, users are already used to seeing some particular fonts on some particular sites. Do you understand? The same thing, not just website, the same thing applies to normal graphic design. If you see a wedding card and then you are seeing those decorative fonts, you are not surprised. Why are you not surprised? It's something that you are used to seeing. So you will even be surprised when you see a wedding card or those type of cards and you realize that they don't have decorative fonts. Okay, that may look surprising to you because it's not something that you are used to. Okay, so that is what we are trying to say when we say play it safe, trust the wisdom of the crowd, rely on the existing system. So since we are dealing with UI and we're dealing with on-screen design, okay, we are going to be looking at the guidelines that we are going to use. You want to design a website, you want to design a product, you want to design an application. How do you know the font family that you are going to choose? The first and actually most effective method is to use a method that is called website inspection. So what is website inspection? You go to the website and then you are going to inspect the site and see the font family that is used on that particular site. So now we are going to go to a website. Let's go to this website over here. Fine. And now what I'm going to do is, now if you go to it mustn't be this website. You can go to any website you like, okay? And then once you get to the website, you right click on any area of the website and then this menu comes up. Scroll down to where it says inspect, okay? And then you click on that. And once you click on that, you have an inspection panel over here that comes up. Now once the panel comes up, come over here and click on this arrow icon here just once. Once you click on it, then come to the website and over on any section of the website. If I over on this part, you can see that the context menu that comes up contains color, font, margin, padding, accessibility, and a lot of other things, right? Now we are here for fonts. Now under font, it talks about the size first of all. So this text is 24px, and then it talks about the font family, which is what? Poppins, okay? And to the right of that, it says Sans-Serif. Can you see that there? I don't know if everybody can see that, because website inspection is one of the most effective ways if you actually want to know the font family that is used for a particular website. So let's say you want to design a website, because in the bootcamp we'll be treating website design and a lot of things, right? You want to design a website and you are looking for the font family. Now you already know that it's, for most websites, it's sans-serif, right? So now when you are coming, you are not expecting to see something so strange. Okay, even if you see something strange, it should be far from what you already know, because you already know that for most websites it's sans-serif. So once you do the inspection, right? Of course, click on inspect, this panel comes up. Click on this just once. And then you can over on the headings, and then you can over on the body text. If you over on the headings here, you can see the font is 24 pixels. That we're not looking at the size here now, we're not bothered about that. We'll treat that later. We're only interested in the font family. So over there it says Poppins and what sans-serif. Okay? So it simply means that in this case, Poppins is actually used. Now, where does Poppins belong in our classification over here? I don't know if we have Poppins here. I think we do. I really don't know. Okay, Poppins is under what? Sans-serif, right? You can see that there. And even on the site, you can see that behind Poppins there's something written there that says what? Sans-serif. Okay, so take note of that. So it simply means that, okay, I will explain that briefly, but just know that. Now, if I over on this next text, because in this case now, what I had was body text. So it was the heading. Do you understand? Now this is the body. Okay. Now on the body, the font there is what? Lasso. Okay. Now where does Lasso belong? Let's see. Okay. This is Lasso here. I think there was a typo error there. Okay. Lasso is still under what? Sans-serif, right? So you can see that this is actually a live site. And like I said, you can do this on any site. So now I've seen that there's something they did here. They didn't just use one particular font family to create this entire website. They used two. They used one for the headings and they used one for what? For the body text, which simply means that if you want to create a website, you can actually use more than one font family. Okay? But you should use, the two font families you should use are those that are used in what? In the design of websites, which simply means they should be sans-serif. Do you understand? So take note of that. So we've actually seen that now, and we've learned something that we can use more than what? More than one particular font family to design a website. We can use one for the headings, then we can use one for what? For the body text. Now, in a couple of minutes, we are going to realize that there are some font families that are designed specifically for headings. Do you understand? There are some that are designed just to be for headings, and those ones should not be used for body text. However, most font families that are used for body text can also be used for headings. Do you understand? Like these poppins here can be used for both headings and body text. Here they use it for the heading, can be used for both. Okay, this Lasso, the same thing. We'll talk about font families that are actually just for headings pretty soon. So that's for the first site. Let's look at the next one, which is Cold Wind. Okay, now if I look at this and I come over here, now you can see I still have my special panel here, but in case you don't have it, right? What you can simply do is, as you come to the website, which is something like this, right? Click on any region of the site. This panel comes up. Click on Inspect again. Now you see your special panels here. Click on this symbol just once, and then over on the text. Content menu that comes up. The font is what Titanium Web, and that is also what Sans-Serif, right? So under Sans-Serif, we have it here, Titanium Web. Okay, so this already tells you that for most websites, what they use is what Sans-Serif fonts for creation of their websites. All right, so let's look at this little text here. It's also Titanium Web. So this is one way you can actually know the font family that is used in the site. Now, aside from clicking on this little arrow icon here and hovering on that particular text, be it a heading or a body text, another way you can know is once the inspection panel comes up, right? You can simply come over here and scroll down. Now, once you come over here, you're going to see two labels, styles, and this one that says computed. Sometimes you are going to see the font family under styles. Sometimes you see it under this label that says computed. So since this one is already selected, let me scroll down and see. I can see some properties here. Background color. I want to know if I'll see font family. You can see over here, font family is just one, Titanium Web. So that's just it. It simply means that for this site, the font family that is used is just Titanium Web for everything that you have on the site. Right? So that's for that. Let's go to the previous site that we had. They used two here, right? So let's come over to the font family and see what we have here. Okay, I'm checking this section now to where I'll see font family. Okay, in this case, I have Lasso. All right, but we know that it wasn't only Lasso that was used on this site when we're doing the inspection like manually. Okay, we saw poppins, right, for the headings, right? Yeah, and then we saw Lasso here, but on this section, I can see that for the font family here is just Lasso, which simply means that this is talking about what? This is talking about the body text. Okay. Now, this is one way to actually know your font family. Now, another way to know your font family, because this one now, in this case, just by looking at it here, we couldn't tell if it was using two font families, okay, unless we do the inspection manually. All right. Now, another way to know your font family is by using an extension, which is referred to as CSS Peeper. Now, what you can simply do is that it's a Chrome extension. So, open a new tab on Chrome. Also, open a new tab on Chrome. Click on these three dots there for that icon, and then scroll down to where it says extensions. Okay. Now, under it, once you over on extensions, this other little list comes up. Click on Visit Chrome Web Store. So, click on that. Once you click on it, it takes you to this page where you have Discover Themes and Discover Extensions and Themes. Click on Extensions, right? And when the search bar for extension comes up, click on it and look for CSS Peeper. That's it here. CSS Peeper extension. Click on it. So once you click on it, in your own case now, it's going to tell you add to Chrome. Okay. So in my case, it says remove because I already added. So you click on add to Chrome. So once you click on add to Chrome, the next thing you want to know is that once it has been added to your Chrome browser, right? Come to this icon here because this is you can see if I over on it says extension. Click on the icon. Once you click on the icon, you are going to see it here as CSS Peeper. So what you can do is that you can pin it to your top menu here. Just click on this pin icon and you are going to see it pinned here. Now, what do we use that for? That is another way for you to actually inspect your website. Let's say I remove this. Okay? And then I come to this website and I want to inspect it. I want to know the font family that is used. I can simply come over here and click on CSS Peeper. Okay? And when it comes up, it gives me an even more accurate description. You see, it says typography. Heading is poppins. Okay? The body is Lasso. Simple. Okay, this is very easy. It also tells me about the colors and some other things we are going to look at later. So first of all, it has given me the typography that is used in this particular website. Let's say we know that there are two font families used here, poppins and Lasso. And that's just it. Let's go to another website and then let's remove this. Let's use CSS Peeper. If I click on it, typography, headings, Titanium Web, body, Titanium Web. This simply means that in this case, both the heading and the body is the same is the same font family that is used, which is Titanium Web, right? So take note of that. Okay, that now, but while we're using the inspection tool, after the font family, behind it, we are going to see something that says Sans-Serif, right? And we are going to explain that in a couple of minutes. I hope this inspection method and using this extension has been clear so far. You can decide to use any one you like. Because as time goes on, using one or the other won't really matter. You can just pick any one to use, okay? But you can be using CSS Peeper since that brings out both the heading and the body and just tells you that, okay, this is what's used. So that's for that. So you now know how to actually get the font families that are used for websites. So let's say you are designing a website for a turbine industry. You already know that for turbine industries, I can use Titanium Web, okay? Take note of that. Let's say you are designing this type of website that talks about joint masters in international programs, and you want to design a website like this, and you're wondering what kind of font families you can use. They already tell you that you can use Poppins or Lasso. Now we'll talk about font family categories for websites in specific industries later, but this is how you actually get the font families that are used in various industries for now. Okay. Now that I've talked about this, let's go to GitHub. Now, sometimes once you come to a particular website, there's a website that you go to and then you want to carry out inspection, and then you right click and then you inspect. Once the panel comes up, and then you click on this arrow, don't forget to click on this arrow in case you want to, because if I just come here and hover on this text, nothing is going to happen. I can't see anything. If I click on that arrow and I come over to hover, now it comes up. Now, under fonts, you can see what it says in this case. 48 pixels, which is the size of this text, fine. Then the font family which we want to see. There's Mona Sans, then there's Mona Sans fallback, and then there are other things there. Do you understand? It's as if that text has been truncated. Okay? Remember we just talked about truncating. So that text has been truncated, which simply means that there are a lot of other fonts that are actually placed here now. Now, what does this mean? Now, if you come over here to actually want to see it, under font family, it's the same thing here. So how do you see the other fonts that are written here? All you can simply do is hold this. There's a way you can drag this, okay? Extend the inspection bar here, right? And then come over here to this one that has the font family, extend it as well. And now I can see all the fonts that are written here. So for font family, there's Mona Sans fallback, Apple System, okay, this font, Sogo UI, Vertical, Area, down to Sans-Serif. Anytime you go to a website and you see something like this, now what that simply means, it doesn't mean that it's all the font families here that are used in designing the website, no. Now, this is simply more like a setup, okay? This setup is referred to as a font stack. It's a font stack. Now, what is a font stack? In web design, as you can see now, because this is a website, a font stack is actually a list of fonts that the website tells the browser to use in order of preference when displaying text, okay? So it's something that is called font directories, okay? It depends on devices. So if, for example, this web page wants to open on a device, okay, it's actually going to check the font directory of that device to see if these fonts are available. Now, the way a font stack works is that it's first of all going to check for this one, because this one should be the main font, okay, that will be used for the site, okay? So this will be the main font. We are going to check using CSS Peeper. So this should be the main font, which is Mona Sans, this first one here. Now, what happens is that for this font stack, if the browser cannot get these particular fonts, what's going to happen is that it's going to move on to try to get the next available font, which is this one here. Now, if this is not available on the operating system, it moves on to try to get the next available one. Okay? It continues like that, and if any of the listed ones here in the font stack are not available, it just defaults to a regular sans-serif font, which simply means in that case, you just choose any sans-serif font. It could be Roboto, it could be any, just for it to display the content of the website. Okay, so in essence, it's not every font that is available on all operating devices. Okay, it depends on the font directory. By font directory, I simply mean like a folder, because every device has this section where fonts are already installed and stored. Do you understand? Like when we went to Figma just now, there was a font that wasn't there. It hasn't been installed. Okay, so we need to go and get the font, okay, and then put it inside Figma. Do you understand? So that's just it. So where we are getting the fonts from is what we refer to as a font directory, because it stores the fonts. So what a font stack is just a list of fonts that you can see, okay? that a system has been instructed to use, okay, in preference, just in case one of them is not available based on the operating system. Do you understand? Now, if any of them are not available, automatically the browser will just default to using any sans-serif font. So once you come over here, and in most sites, you are going to see some of them, you may see just one. Maybe you may see Modular Sans, and next thing you see sans-serif. What that simply means is that if the first one is not available, automatically the browser defaults to using any sans-serif fonts. Okay, like for websites they use majorly sans-serif fonts. So picking any sans-serif font is not an issue because all of them will not be decorated. There will be normal plain neutral text. Do you understand? So that's for that. So if the first font here is not available, what's going to happen is that the browser tries the next one in the list and keeps going until they find the one that works. So that's just that. So you've been introduced to two new terms right now. You now know what a font stack is, and you know that the fonts are gotten from directories, okay, which I refer to as font directories. Okay, so that's for that. For the tasks that you are going to have, you are going to actually download and install the fonts. Okay, you are downloading the fonts from an online directory, which could be Google or anywhere. Then the moment you install the font, you are going to install it in a local directory, which is a local folder on your system. Okay, so that's just what the word directory means. All right, so we now know that, okay, there are some sites you go to, you are going to see a list like this. It doesn't mean that they used all of them. This is just like a directive to the browser, okay, to begin to pick fonts one after the other, just in case the one that was supposed to be selected is unavailable. All right. So I think the first font we saw there just now was Modular Sans. So let's see the font that's actually used in this website right now. If I click on CSS Peeper and it comes up, okay. Now, in this case now, it's telling us font family sans-serif, okay? Because you see that in this case, it's not bringing out the full font stack. So, in as much as you can actually use CSS Peeper, okay, you can also use the website inspections so that you can be getting more info, as you can see now. Now, you can also inspect different sections using CSS Peeper. All you simply need to do is make sure that this toggle button here is toggled on. Okay, it says context menu while hovering. It simply means that now that it's toggled on, if I should hover, it should bring out the what? It should bring out the properties for me. So I can see text color, I can see background, font family, you can see there's what Modular Sans. Remember for the font stack we saw just now, the first one there was what Modular Sans. Okay, now CSS Peeper is not giving us the full font stack. It just says sans-serif, which simply means that all the fonts that were listed in that stack, they were all sans-serif. Okay, so that's just it. So I don't know if this section is clear enough. I hope there's no confusion at this point. Okay, so that's how you actually determine type of, that is one of the best ways you determine the type of font that you are using when you are working on a site. Now, even if it's not so clear, although I believe it's clear, but even if it's not so clear, don't worry yourself. When we actually go into website design, we're actually going to look into this again. This is just me practically showing you that sans-serif fonts are used for what? UI design, which is website design. Okay, then if you go to graphic design, you can actually mix serif or sans-serif or sans-serif fonts. So that is one way to actually choose fonts. And another way to choose fonts, okay, is the other property that I told you. Remember that if you select a font and then you come to, because we are looking at the criteria for actually picking fonts right now. I think we should actually over on them. Okay, where did I keep that now? Okay, so we've talked about looking at what website inspection. Now, another principle says ignore typefaces with less than 5 width values. Okay, so let's say if you go over to, if you select a font and then you come to the width values, because you should be having options here that you can use. We are going to use this extensively once we talk about coming up with typography system in maybe after the UX stage of the design. Now, if you select this particular text and then you come to the width value, you can see that we have a good list here. There are some fonts that you select and then you come to the width values and you might just be seeing thin and black. That's all. You might just be seeing maybe semi-bold, light and thin. That's all. Now this rule or this guide, okay, because it's not a law, this guide is telling us that if you want to select fonts, in as much as, okay, let's say you have 3 options to pick from sans-serif fonts. And out of the 3 options, you want to select one. Pick the one that has more width values. Do you understand? So that you can be having a lot more variations. That's just it. So avoid the one that have less than 5 widths. So things like that. So instead of just putting a benchmark of less than 5, just pick the one that has more width values. Simple. But if a font just has like 2 or 3, it's not actually advisable to actually use it, because then you will be limited and you would have a lot of options. But if you don't need those options to in your design, you can always pick them, right? That's why it's a guide. So take note of that. Now, another thing we want to look at is when choosing fonts, right, is legibility optimization. Okay. Now, what do we mean by legibility optimization? That becomes the next question. Now, this is where we are going to look at fonts that are good to be used as headings, and fonts that are good to be used as what, as body text. So we have headline text and also have body text. Okay. Now, some fonts are specifically designed to be used as headlines. An example is, let's put in this word here, typography. We're in the class here soon, almost 8 p.m. right? As 2 hours class completed. So under typography, if I click on typography, for example, okay, let me put this regular. I want to keep that as black. Let's keep this as regular. Now, some fonts are specifically designed for you to use as headings. Okay, they look better when you use them as headings. Now, an example is Oswald, Oswald. I don't know if I should have it here now. Okay, all right. Now, the reason is because, let me control Z that. The reason is because the typeface is designed in such a way that it looks better to be used as headings than what? The body text. Okay, so that's just it. It looks better to be used as headings than body text. So if I come over here and I pick and I change this to, let's say, Oswald. I'm not spelling that correctly, am I? Alright, so a font family like Oswald is better used as what? You can see it's looking really, let's say it's looking really sleek or looking really okay. So font families like this are used for designing headlines, okay, as opposed to body text. So what am I trying to say? There are some fonts that are just designed, okay. When it was designed, the typeface designer just designed them to be used as headlines. Do you understand? So this is an example of one of them. Now, while there are some where these fonts that you have here, where are those fonts again? These fonts that you have here, right? They can be used as both headlines and as body text. Do you understand? So they can be used as headlines, they can be used as body text. It doesn't really matter. You can use any of them as headlines and body text. However, just know that there are some that are specifically designed to be used as headlines. An example is this. Okay, there are other examples, but as we proceed in the bootcamp, we are going to actually talk about this more. I would like to put a pause to the class today since it's already 8 p.m., right? We don't usually exceed 2 hours. So in tomorrow's class, we are going to look into some of these fonts that are used as headings and why they are used as headlines instead of body text and things like that. If there's any question, the question can come in fractions of seconds before we say goodbye to today's class. In yesterday's class, we looked at typography and text design in Figma. We also looked at editing text and we got introduced to typefaces, otherwise known as fonts or font families. Now, in today's class, we are going to be looking at guidelines for choosing a typeface or font family in UI UX design, or guidelines for choosing a font family in product design generally. Okay. Now, we were introduced to 2 categories of font families yesterday, and we're looking at the serif fonts and the sans-serif fonts, those which add decorations or strokes at their ends or feet, and those without decorations or strokes. So if I know that I have a group of fonts which are referred to as sans-serif fonts, and those are the fonts that are used in UI design, it therefore means that if I want to make a design, I have to choose from a sans-serif font. I have to choose a sans-serif category. But if you come over here to where we have the font families, you can see that there are a lot of families that are here that you can choose from, and therefore there are a lot of families under the sans-serif category. So what are some of those criteria that you should look out for when you want to choose a particular font family. That's what we want to look at right now. Now, in choosing a font family, there are 3 guidelines that you can actually follow. Okay. Now, the 3 guidelines are: the first one says, you know that they've actually been designers in the space, okay, for a very long time, and most of these designers are already using font families that are peculiar to some industries in design. Okay, so the first guideline says that you should play it safe by trusting the wisdom of those who have already been in the design industry. So play it safe in the sense that look at the font families that they are actually using for websites in various industries, whether you are looking at websites in industries such as renewable energy or fashion industry or any other industry. We've already have designers who have been in that field for a very long time, and for that reason, there are font families that they'll be using. So the first guideline says that trust in the wisdom of those who have been designing what's in the space. Now, in trusting in the wisdom of those that have been designing the space, what you want to do is that you want to actually do an inspection. Okay, so and that's what we have here for the first guidelines that says play it safe, which means trust the wisdom of the crowd and rely on what is called the system's font stack. When you do an inspection of a particular website, you are going to actually be able to determine the font family that is used in actually designing that website. Okay, the font family or font families that are used in designing the website, because we can actually use more than one font family to design a website, like we saw yesterday. Okay, so in yesterday's class, we also introduced to 2 new terms. We're introduced to what we refer to as a font stack, and we're introduced to what we refer to as a font directory. So let us look at those terms before we go into the website inspection one more time. Now, what is a font stack? A font stack is simply a list of fonts or a list of font families that's used in designing a site. While we were carrying out our inspection yesterday, we got to realize that when we got to some websites, we saw that when we got to some websites and we did our inspection, we saw that the font family which they use was actually listed like this. There was one of the websites that used Poppins, and after it, the generic category of that particular font family will be written on to the right of the font family. Okay, Poppins is more like a Sans-Serif family. Okay, so the way the font stack is arranged is such that the font family that is used to design the website will be written there, which is in this case Poppins, and then the general category that that font family belongs to will also be written, which is in this case Sans-Serif. Okay, so if it's only one font family that is used to design the website, you are just going to see like we have here Poppins and then the general family. If there are 2 font families that are used, you may see something like Poppins and then maybe a vertical or Arial, and then before you see the general name. If we have more than 3 or 4, you are going to see all of them. Now, the fact that you actually inspect a site and then you see 1 font family, 2, and then 3 before the general name doesn't necessarily imply that it was all of them that was used. Okay, the way the system is set up is such a way that the first font family there will actually be the major font family for the website. Okay, so let's say for example you inspect a site and then you see a font stack like this. Now what this simply means is that the font family for the website is Mona Sans. Okay, but then just like when you are using an operating system or a device and you have the ability to choose your language, because we already have languages installed in the operating system, it's the same for font families. Operating systems already have font families that have been pre-installed in them. Okay, so if you inspect a site and then you see a font stack like this, what it means is that the font family for that site is the very first one. Okay, but then if the browser is unable to get this very first font family from the operating system of that particular device, what it does is that it switches to the next font family and tries to see if it can display the contents of the web page with the next font family. Now, if that is also not possible, it then moves to the next. And then if the next one or the next font family is also not available, it just goes to any default Sans-Serif family, and it uses any default one to actually display the content of the site. Okay, so if the first font isn't available on the user's device, the browser tries the next one on the list and keeps going until it finds the one that works. Okay, so that's just it. Now you should know that all the font families are going to belong to one category, which is sans-serif. So automatically all the font families that are listed before it are sans-serif of family. Now this helps to make sure that the text always shows up properly, even if the preferred font isn't available, which simply means even if the first font, which was supposed to be used for the site display, is not available, what's going to happen is that the system is going to choose another font family, which is also a sans-serif family. So therefore, you still have a UI with non-decorative characters or text. Okay, so that's for that. So now you know what a font stack is, right? You know what a font stack is. Now, in order for us to refresh our memory, we're just going to check the site again. Okay, so if I should go to, let's say, I go to this Codewind site, and then of course you can use website inspection, or you can use CSS Peeper, like we actually saw yesterday. Okay, we were actually instructed to install the CSS Peeper extension, right? And how to install it was actually shown in yesterday's class. So once you come to any website, okay, you can click on CSS Peeper, for example, and then go to the text properties, and then you are going to see the font family. In this case, the font family is is Titanium Web, right? So that's for this website. If I go to any other website, let's say I come to this website and then I click on CSS Peeper, you can see that in this case, it's telling me that for this particular site, there are two font families that I use. There's a font family used for headings, so all the headings are poppins, and then there's another font family used for the body text. So all these body text, they have a different font family from the headings. So this is what CSS Peeper is actually telling us now. So if you go to a site and you have more than one font family used, this is the way CSS Peeper is actually going to display it, letting you know those that are used as headings and those that are used for for the body text. Okay, so just like that. So we've inspected this website, we inspected this one. Let's inspect this using CSS Peeper, and let's see. If I click on that, now let's see what comes up. Okay, under text properties, it says font family, and you can see that we have a list of font families here. Okay, the first one is Mona Sans, the other one is Mona Sans fallback. Just like that, till you get to the end of the stack. Now there are two ways to actually do your inspection. Okay, this is one way to actually inspect the sites. And the second way to inspect the site is you go to the sites, and then let's take out CSS Peeper from all the sites. So I'm taking the extension from all the sites. Now, the second way to inspect is that you go to the site, you right click on the site, and then you scroll down and click on the inspect to, and then the inspection panel comes up. Now yours might not be like this. Remember that in yesterday's class I had to actually extend it so that I'll see the complete font stack. Now once it comes up like this, you can either check for any of these labels here. Sometimes you may see the font family under styles, sometimes you may see it under this label that says computed. So since this one is already selected, let's scroll down a bit and let's see. You can see that over here the font family used is Lasso in this particular case. Or alternatively, you can actually compress this. You can compress this, and when you bring up the inspection panel, click on this icon here, and then you have the ability to actually inspect both the headings and the body text individually. So over here, you can see once I hover on the heading text, the tooltip there says the font is 20px. Font family is Poppins, and what category does it belong to? Sans-Serif category. So it's just like that. Okay, we treated this yesterday, so you can do this for any other site. If we are to try the same thing here for GitHub, and then click on inspect and inspect the website, let's see what we are going to have. You can first of all check it over here where it says font family. So I have color, style, font family. Now you can see that we also have a list here. If you want to see the entire stack, you can simply just extend this bar to the left. and then everything comes up. Or you can still click on this icon and begin to inspect the headings and the body text together. Now inspecting this heading now, you can see that what I have there is a font is a font stack. So that is for that. So we now know what a font stack is. Now a font directory, which is another term we introduced yesterday, it's more like a folder where your font families are saved. That is a font directory. Like here in Figma, you can actually say that over here, let me select this text. You can actually call this a font directory, okay? It's like a font folder that contains a lot of fonts, okay? That's just what a font directory is. Okay, now one of the tasks that we are going to be having after today's class is that everyone is going to install a new font, okay? Here in Figma, you are going to install a font that is not currently in the Figma directory. You are going to install it and add it to the Figma directory. So now we've seen that the first method which we actually need to apply while we are trying to determine the font that is used in a website is the inspection method using the inspector tool or CSS Peeper. That is how one way you can actually select fonts that you want to use for your projects, okay, in UI design. Now remember, we're talking about UI design and not graphic design, okay? And that's why we are going to websites, because websites are applications of UI design. Now the second guideline says that you should ignore typefaces with less than 5 weights. I explained this yesterday also, that if you are picking from a group of font families and then you realize that for each or for any of the families, when you come over to this weight variant here, and you realize that you have less than 5 weights, okay, that is not a good font family that you should actually pick from. So if you have other options with more variants here or more variations or more weights here, it's better to pick those with more weights so that you can have different options when you are working with your type scale. Okay, so that's for that. Now the third guideline says you should consider legibility optimization. Now, legibility optimization in the sense that there are some texts that are actually designed to be headline text, and there are some text or font families that are designed to be body text. Now, this is what we are going to talk about: those font families that are okay to be used as headlines, and those that are okay to be used as body text, and those that can serve as both headlines and body text. Okay, I'm going to take a copy of this and then bring it down here. Now, over here, we know that we have serif fonts and sans-serif fonts, right? And for UI design, we are dealing with sans-serif fonts. So I'm going to assume, or we are going to assume that we don't have this here right now. So we are going to focus on this. Okay. Now, even amongst the font families under the sans-serif categories, there are some that are designed specifically for headings, and there are some that are designed to actually fit in as body text. Now, what are those examples? Now, and why is it that they are choosing for headlines, and why is it that others are choosing for body text, even if they belong to the same sans-serif category? Now, the factor to look at there would be something like, one, the typeface design, and secondly, the letter spacing of the text. Now, in order to explain this clearly, I'm going to actually put in a text here now that says, let's just say typography. All right, I'm going to make a copy of that text. And then this is what I want to do. Now, we say that there are font families that are better used as headlines, and there are some that are better used as body text. So let's try this out. The first font family for headlines here that is better used as a headline is Oswald, right? So I'll select this first text there and come over to the font directory here and put in Oswald. Okay, I'm going to select that. Now we can see how it's looking, right? Now for this other section says font families for body text. An example is Open Sans. Okay, so I'm going to actually pick this now because this now is not a body text, right? This is also a headline just like this. So I want to use that of body text and use it for this headline, and let's see what we are going to have. So I'm going to go to the font directory and I'll pick Open Sans. S-A-N-S is pronounced as Sans. It's pronounced as S-O-N-Z. Okay, so that's for that. Now this is me picking Oswald, which is a font family that is used for headlines. Okay, and then I picked a font family that is used for body text and I use it for a headline. Now you can see that between these two texts here, there's actually a difference. Now the difference is that font families that are used for headlines, okay, fit into headlines because they are more often than not, their letter spacing is just perfect the way it is. Okay, for example, for this font family that fits into a headline, if you compare this text and this text, you'll get to realize that over here we have more of like, should I call it irregular or uncomfortable spacing between the letters. Okay, you can see now the spacing between the characters of this word, let's say P and H or H and Y, right, is much compared to that of this particular text. Okay, now the reason why this one is much is because this particular font family is designed for body text. You know, for body text, the sizes will usually be small, about 16 pixels, right? So you want to be able to easily read those texts at small sizes, and for that reason you are going to need a lot of letter spacing. The typeface needs to have good letter spacing for you to actually be able to read it. So that's for that. Now that is why we are saying that some fonts are actually better to be used as body text, because those fonts have more letter spacing in terms of the typeface or the typeface design. If you check here now, you can see that if I select this text and I come over here, you can see that the letter spacing is 0%, right? And if I select this text, the letter spacing is also 0%. So both of them have the same letter spacing, but this one now is looking like the letters are more spaced as compared to this. Okay, so that's actually the difference. So there are texts that are actually meant for headlines, and there are those that are meant for body text. Now the one thing you need to know is that for texts that are made for headlines, they are used for headlines only. Okay, because considering the fact that this particular font family is made for headlines, it therefore means that the text or the letters or the characters will be close to each other. Okay, and then if you are using it for, let's say, body text, which are smaller in size, okay, it may create more difficulty in reading as compared to another font family that has good spacing or good letter spacing between the characters. Okay, so for that reason, headline font families are used only for headlines. Okay, so anytime you are using a family that is actually designed, because this font family is actually designed to just be for headlines. So if you are using a font family that is designed for headline, use them only for headlines. Don't use them for body text. Okay, that is a guide that you can use. However, a font family that can be used as a body text can fit into both categories. In other words, it can fit into a headline category or it can fit into a body category. Why? Because at both particular sizes, it can easily be read, because font families designed for body text usually have more spacing. So even if you use them as a headline or use them as a body text, they can easily be read, and that's why they can fit into both categories. The only difference is that sometimes when you use them as a headline, you may be having an uncomfortable amount of space between the text. Okay, and if you're not comfortable with the amount of space between the text, you can actually then edit it. Okay, so that it looks like a particular font family that was designed for a headline in the first place. So in this case now, if I'm not comfortable with the extra space in which I'm seeing between the text, I can simply come over here and reduce the letter spacing. Okay, right now it's set to 0%. You can reduce it, can have -1. Okay, you can see letter spacing just reduce, or you can even have, let's say, -5. Okay, you can see now that the characters of the text are coming together and it's beginning to look like those particular font families that are actually designed for headlines. Okay, so bottom line of what we are saying, or the summary of the explanation, is some font families are made to be headlines. They are better used as headlines. Use them as headlines. Okay, while some font families are better used as body text. However, those that can be used as body text can serve as both body text and headlines. So that is just it. So in other words, Open Sans, Inter, Titanium Web, and all the categories here can be used as both body text and headlines. Whereas these font families that are here are better used only as headlines. Okay, so that's just what you need to know with regards to that. So these are the three criteria that you actually need to look at when you are choosing a font family. If you come over here, I think there was a particular website that we actually inspected this. Okay, let's check the headline again. If you inspect the headline, you can see that the headline font family here is Poppins. Okay, that Poppins can be used as both a body text and headline. Okay, so that's what I mean when I say that some font families fit into both what categories. Okay, now for the body text over here is Lasso. Now this Lasso that is the body text can equally be used as a body text and a headline. So one question you might want to ask is, how do you know those that are designed just for headlines? Well, you can use ChatGPT from ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will give you some examples of those that are just designed as headlines. So these are actually the guidelines that you need to follow when you want to choose a font family for a particular project in UI design. Now, for letter spacing, more often than not, if you take a particular text and choose a particular font family, right? More often than not, the letter spacing is just okay. Okay, because the typeface designers have designed the text in such a way that, like I say, some are meant for body text, some are meant for headlines. So tweaking the letter spacing is not something that you might really be doing very frequently, unless maybe you are using like a text that is meant for body text. You want to use that as a headline, you may decide to tweak it just the way we did this one, right? So that's just that. Aside from that, if you take a particular font family that is meant for body text and use it as a body text, there's really no need tweaking the letter spacing, unless maybe you are then using it as a headline, since it can serve for both, and then you can tweak it just the way we just did here. Okay, so that's for that. Now, another thing you need to know is that sometimes, let's bring this text here. Okay, or should we take another? Now let's just do this. Let me put in a text, same text. Okay, while in normal sentence case, right? And I want to actually change the letter spacing to a value of 0%. Okay, and then I will make the same text, but this time everything will be in uppercase. All right. Now there are times when you are working with text and you are using normal sentence case. By normal sentence case, I mean the first letter is uppercase, all the other ones are lowercase, right? Now you realize that such letters are they are easier to read as compared to when everything is uppercase. Okay, because when everything is uppercase, hierarchy becomes an issue. Like if I select this text, now I know that the first one is the uppercase letter. Okay, so that one has more hierarchy compared to the other smaller ones, right? Which makes it easier to read. Now, if you have text in such a way that it's all caps, everything is uppercase, there are times where you may be feeling like the text are too cramped together. Okay, so for uppercase letters like this, situations where you have all caps, everything uppercase, it's advisable that if you want to tweak the letter spacing, you can just try to increase it a bit, okay, so that you can have little spacing. Let it not be like all the text are actually jam-packed together. Okay, so this is another situation where tweaking the letter spacing may actually be useful. So that is all for the guidelines for actually choosing a particular font family that you are going to use for a project, okay, in UI design, like I said. So we've looked at the guidelines. We now know what a font stack is, and we now know what a font directory is. Okay, now for the tasks that you are going to do, you are going to come over to the Figma font directory, okay, and we realize that there are some fonts that are not here. Okay, so your task will be to actually download these fonts from Google and then install them on your computer so that Figma can easily pick them, okay, from your computer. So what you can simply do is that let's look at some of the fonts that are not here, and I want it to be a Sans-Serif font. Okay, so Inter is here, Roboto is here, Vertical is here, Open Source is here. Let's check if the Sogo UI font is here. Okay, you can see that's not there. Okay, so you can decide to pick that and then install it on your system, and so you are going to find it here. Now, when you install it on your system, what is the procedure like? Well, that's is actually why we are giving you the task. You will need to go to YouTube, okay, check ChatGPT, and do everything that is needed to ensure that you actually install this particular font and you can get it here. Because there are sometimes when you want to use a font for a project and it's not on the font, on the Figma font directory. So in that case, you need to install it. Okay, so that's why we actually give you the task. So you know how to go about those situations now before you actually meet them in the future. So I don't have that here. Now, in your own Figma directory, you won't also have Titanium Web there. Okay, so you can decide to install that there. I don't know if I have this Nonito Sans there. Let's see. Okay, I have that there, so no problem. I should have Lasso here. Okay, let's see. Let me see if I have Lasso here. I have Lasso there. Okay, so what you can simply do is, I'm not sure if I have this brick lag here. Let me see. Okay, it's also there. All right, so the ones we don't have there are in this kit that you may not have. Okay, includes Titanium Web because I have to install this one myself, and then this Sogo UI. Okay, so you can actually decide to install any of them. So for the task, you have to pick one of them and simply just install them. Okay, and maybe take a screenshot of the because once you install it, it's going to be showing here now. Once you come to the search bar, you are going to see it here. So you can just use the sniping tool, okay? Because every system has a sniping tool, right? Use the sniping tool, take a screenshot of the particular font family here, and then you can just send it to the Discord server so we know that you've actually learned how to install a new fonts. Okay, so that is for that. So now that we have done with typeface, remember typeface represents font family. Okay, so because in text we have typeface and then we have type scale. Okay, we have typeface and then we have type scale. All right, so typeface is same thing as font family, but type scale talks about size. Right, so know the difference. We have looked at the guidelines for actually choosing typeface. Okay, now what are the guidelines for establishing a type scale, which is a system of font sizes? A system of font sizes. What are the guidelines? Now, what we say guidelines for establishing a type scale? If you're working on the project, for example, and then you bring in a text. Let's say you bring in any text here. Let's say you're actually working on a design project now, be it graphic or UI design, and you bring in a text. Now, more often than not, you usually go to your typography properties here, and then you are changing the size manually. Okay, now what if you are working on a very large project? You want a more seamless process, okay, something that is more organized and faster for you, instead of you to be manually doing this all the time. So that's what we mean by coming up with a type scale or establishing a type scale. Now, before we talk about establishing a type scale, you first of all need to understand the different types of text that we have. After understanding the different types of text that we have, you are then going to understand the type scale that you actually want to establish. Okay, so now let's look into the different types of text that we actually have. The texts are divided in such a way that they play certain roles in user interface. Now, what are the roles? The roles actually include the display role, the headline role, title role, body role, and label role. So we have the display text, headline text, title text, body text, and the label text. Now, in order for us to actually look into what these are and the roles that they play and what their functions are, we are now going to go to our second resource material, which is material design. Okay, now remember that in yesterday's class we actually referenced our refactoring UI resource material, and everything is available on the resource channel of Discord server. So now we want to know the different text roles that we have. So now we are going to go to material design. So what you can simply do is go to your browser, just click in material design 3. Okay, then on Google, and then click on the first result that you have there, and then wait for it to actually load up. Comes up with the material design document, which is a guide that we are using throughout this particular bootcamp. Now you can go over to where it says styles. See, once I hover on it, this slider comes up, and we are dealing with typography. Click on typography, and then click on where it says type scale and tokens. Let me scroll down here. Okay, what I want is not here. Click on where it says applying type. Okay, click on where it says applying type. Let's see. All right. And then you are going to see the different types of text and the roles that they actually play. So now let's look at these texts one after the other. The first one we are going to look at is what's referred to as a display text. Now, if you are making a design in a user interface, the largest text that you have on that interface is referred to as the display text. Okay, and it's often the largest screen text. Now, in order for us to do or to have a practical understanding of this, let's go to the website. Okay, let me go to the home page, which is the very first page of the website. I have this. If you go to many websites, you are going to see that there is this first section here that gives you a brief overview of what the website is about. Okay, like this is a turbine website, so for that reason I have an image there, and I have a text here describing I have a text here that is related to the image and describing the services that are rendered on this website. So with just this particular page here, I can actually give a summary of what this website is about. Okay, now this page here is referred to as the hero section. Now the hero section always contains a display text, or it always contains a hero text, which is usually a display text. Now this here is a display text. Like we said, the display text is the largest screen text. The text that tells you or that supports the hero section, as you can see, is the display text. And you can see that on this particular interface, it is the largest text here. Okay, so that is what we mean when we say display what? Displays text. More often than not, is usually in either bold or semi-bold, bold, or black. But we'll talk about the weight in a couple of minutes. Let's go back to material design. So you now know what a display text is, right? So the display text is the largest text on the screen, and usually it is not that it's not that lengthy. Do you understand? You don't use a display text the way you use a body text. Like in this case, in explaining all this, you can see that we have up to 3, 4, 5 lines of text. Okay, you don't use a display text like that. You go back to that particular website or any website at all, you can see what you have. Maximum you should be having, if it's so much, you should be having 3 lines of text. Okay, but more often than not, usually 1 or 2. All right, because it's just to actually give a very brief summary of what the hero section of the site is about. Okay, so this over here is what is the display text, and over here in our canvas, okay, we have. Let me change the color of this to white. Let me change the color of this to white. Okay, let me break that. All right. So this is also an example of the hero section of a website, and you can see that this text here just simply tells us more about the site. Now this is a display text. Okay, so you now know what the display text does and where it can be found. Okay, it is found in the hero section. There are times when you go to a site and it may not always be at the top here. Okay, it could be at the center, or sometimes it may be somewhere around here. But the moment you see it, you'll be able to know that okay, this or what you have is a display text. Okay, now what are the properties of the display text? Usually it is the largest screen text. Okay, it's very short, like we've seen. Okay, and it's used on large screens. Okay, mobile, tablet, and desktop. Okay, so take note of that. And more often than not, it has expressive fonts. In other words, it's not really used with a regular weight. Do you understand? You can see that the weight here is actually bold. Okay, and then if you go over to this side, you can see that it's bold. And even the one we have here, you can see that is bold. So you really don't find display text that are looking like this, for example. You will find display text looking like this. No. You will find display text looking like this. No. And more often than not, regular is not really used for display text. Okay. From semi-bold down to black. Okay, that's what is used for display text. Semi-bold, bold, which is majorly used, or even black. Okay, so take notes of that for display text. So we now know what display text are, right? Now the next we want to look at is the next text we have there, looking at the role it plays. Now the next text we want to look at is the headline text. Now the headline text is actually sometimes used to just support your display text. Okay, and it's also very short. Okay, let's see if we could have examples here. This one here at the top could be taken as display text. Okay, now this next one here could be taken as what? As a headline text. Let's see if we have other examples here. Like in this case now, this is an example of what? Headline text. Okay, so that's a headline text. Okay, let's check another site. Alright, you can see that this is the largest text. This is the display text. Okay, what we have here is a display text. Okay, then these ones here, they are headline texts. Right, these ones are headline text. Now you can see that there's a difference between this text here and this one, which is at the top here. The display text is not just used throughout all the pages of the site. Okay, like I said, it's usually in the hero section. You understand? Which is more like the first section once you go to a particular site. So these are display text, and then these other headings here are headline, what? They are headline text, right? So that's for headline text. So you now know display text, right? And where they are used. You now know that we also have headline text, and we also have title text, which are the next rules that we are going to play. Okay, these are all headline text. Now we also have title text. Just as headline text are smaller than what? Display text, title text are also smaller than what? Than display text. Okay, and note, both display text and headline text, they are usually expressive. Expressive in the sense that you use a very noticeable font width for it. Okay, so you don't use font width like thin. Okay, like I explained for the display text. So we use expressive fonts for display and expressive fonts for what? For headline text. Now let's talk about the next one there, which is the title text. Now title text are smaller than headlines, okay, and they are relatively short. And more often than not, title text are usually very common when you are working with mobile devices, okay, and they are also common in other devices like tablets and desktops as well. But more often than not, you see a lot of title text when you are working with the mobile breakpoints and the rest. So let's go to a site, or let's try what we have here. In this case now, this is my title text. Okay, this is the title text. All these ones here, they are title text. These are all title text. Right? So I believe that seeing it like this will make it easier for you to actually understand, because just explaining properties doesn't really give a practical explanation. So display text, you can see headline text, title text, right? Let's go to sites. Okay, this is a title text, right? Take note of that. These are headline text. These ones here, they are title text. These ones here, they are headlines. So just like that. So for the hierarchy, just know that display text are the biggest, followed by what? Followed by headline text, then followed by title text, as you can now see. All right. So now after title text, what do we have? What do we have? Body text. Everybody here should actually know what body text are, right? So body text are generally used for passages, okay, and the size of a body text is usually 16 pixels. Okay, usually 16 pixels doesn't mean that all websites use 16 pixels. So some might use 15 pixels, some might use 14 pixels, but a good place to be is actually 16 or 16 pixels. Let's see if we can actually do an inspection, because website inspection also gives you the size of the body text. Let's use CSS Peeper and let's see if the size of the text comes with it. Okay, can't find it here now, right? Let's try to inspect. Let's click on any particular link on the site and try to inspect it. Let's assume that I go to this particular page. I'm looking, okay. I have examples of body text here. So let me see if I can use CSS Peeper too. Okay. Now you can see over here, as I hover on this, the font size there is, I think that's 19.5 px, right? Let's look for other body text. Font size here is 11.7 px. But these are not, these ones are not really body text. These ones are more like, they are more like links. Okay. Now for body text, let's go to sites with a lot of write-up, something like this. Okay. These are really examples of body text. The size of this text and the size of the links at the top or the links at the bottom won't actually be the same. Okay, that's why some are called body text, some are called CTAs. Okay, so for this body text, now let's over on them. You can see that the size here is say the font is 14 pixels. Like I told you, some are 16, some use 16, some use 14. Okay, so over here is 14 pixels. Let's go to, more often than not, the body text size is what? Is 16 pixels. So these write-ups that you have in your website size are 60, just use 16 pixels. Okay, and most mobile apps as well use 16 pixels. So for the bootcamp, we'll be using 16 pixels. So that's it for body text. Now, aside from body text, there are times where you want to actually display some text in your UI that are actually, should I say, smaller than the body text. And that's what we are going to look at. We are going to look at labels or text that are playing the roles of a label. Now, these texts are usually smaller than what the body text, and they are used for bottom app bars or maybe inside components, or they are used as captions, or when you are designing chips or things like that. You might have gone to a particular site before, and then you have a list of items to choose from in little boxes like this, right? Maybe more often than not, there are usually a lot of boxes like this. They'll just be around each other. They are called chips. Okay. Now, the text that are used in those chips. Now, you can use body text for the design of the text as well, but more often than not, label text are used in those particular chips. Okay, so label text will be smaller than what the body text, and the body text will be smaller than title text, and just like that, we have the 5 different classes of text that we have for UI design. Okay, so we have display text, we have headline text, we have title text, we have body text, and then we have label text. Now, if you are actually trying to work on a project, if you're working on a project, you need to have what is referred to as a type scale, okay, which is actually a system of font sizes, a consistent system of font sizes with all these texts included. Okay, how do we do that? What you can simply do is, let me take each of them now. I'll just come over here and I'll click on text 2. Okay, I'll put in, first one is display, right? So display text. Okay, then after the display text, let's actually just duplicate this so have all of them here. After display text, what we should be having should be headline text, right? Sorry, headline text. After that, what we have is title text. After that, what we should be having is, it should be body text now. Then after that, what we should be having should be label text, right? All right, that gives me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which are the 5 categories that we actually need to actually come up with a type scale. Okay, so I'm going to take this out and take this out. Now, later on, when we want to work with high fidelity designs, you get to realize that this display text is also divided into 3: display large, display small. Sorry, display large, display medium, display small, depending on whether you're working with a desktop, mobile, or tablet. The same thing with headline text, the same thing with title text. These first 3, 1, 2, 3, that each of them is divided into large, medium, and small. Okay, but at this particular stage, we just want you to know how to actually have a consistent type scale, okay, a consistent and reusable type scale. So that's why we are treating this now. Okay, so what we can do is, if you're working on a project, for example, and then you know that, okay, you might need display text, you might need headline text, you might need title text, you might need body text. Automatically, we know that the size of this should be 16, right? So just come over here and give that 16 pixels. Right, let me select the text. Come over here and give it 16 pixels, right? 16 pixels. So that's fine. You know that all your body text will be 16. Remember that I just changed this to a size of 16. But if I change this, it's possible that there are other properties that I might need to change. Okay, so what will I do? If this is 16, the question you may ask yourself is, what should be the letter spacing? Now, if you don't want to, what should be the line height? If you don't want to bother yourself about line height, right, you can always set this to auto. Just put in A and click enter. Okay, set it to auto, and then you can change your size however you want it. Because if I should come over here and change that text from 16 to, because right now it's set to 16, right? If I click on this, you can see that the automatic value Figma has given to it is 24 pixels. Now, if I select this same text that's size 16 and I change this to maybe 40. If I come over here and I click on this, I will no longer see 24. I'll see something else. You see, Figma has actually given you a line height of 61 pixels. So Figma is changing the line height to conform with the size. That is when this particular line height is set to what? Is set to auto. So if you don't want to bother yourself about it too much, you can set it to auto. But if you don't want to use auto and you want to be changing it manually, what you should know that if, for example, this is 16 pixels, your line height, like I told you guys in the class yesterday, right, it's just a guide. You can decide that, okay, your line height should always be 8 pixels above your what? Above your size. So if this is 16, I'll come over here and put in 24. Okay, and you can see that by default, Figma is already putting 24. So it's actually a guide that works, right? So put in 24. That's just it. If here is 20, I'll add 8 to it. Here should be something like 28. Okay, just like that. So that's for that. Now, what about the letter spacing? Remember what we're talking about letter spacing, and we were like, most typefaces are designed in such a way that you don't have to bother about the letter spacing. Okay, so for body text, we'll leave it there at 0%. So that's it. Now for label text should be what? Should be smaller than body text. So if my body text is 60, label 12 could be, say, let's take a value of 12, right? So I'm going to take a value of 12 pixels. Okay, now me taking a value of 12 doesn't mean that there's a rule. You understand? You can take a value of 10. Like I said, later on, we are going to work with a system that gives you all you need. So for this part, we are just trying to actually make you conversant with saving what I refer to as text styles. Okay, so I'm taking 12. If you are doing your practice, you can take 10. Okay, so that, or you can even take 14 if you want to. So I'm taking 12. What will be my line height if I'm to change it manually? This becomes, let's say, 20 pixels. Okay, leave your letter spacing the way it is, right? So I have this. So it is very easy for us to tweak this too. Why? Because we know that for body text for most sites is 16 pixels, right? And then label text will always be smaller than what? 16 pixels, since it's a label. So for that reason, we have taken 12. Now, where we might be having an issue is for display text, headline text, and title text. In order for us to work with this in a way that makes sense, what style should we give to our display text? We don't know, right? So let's go and inspect, just inspect the site. Let's inspect this site. Let's go back to the home page. This is your display text in this case. Okay, this smart service is your display text in that particular page. Let's come over here. Let's see if I can use website inspection here. Let me inspect. To bring up your inspection panel, remember to always click on this first before you move it around. Okay, so if I hover on this display text here, you can see the size is 36 pixels, right? So the font size is 36 pixels, which is fine. Let me go to another site. Do I have a display text here? Yeah. If I hover on this, what's the font size there? You can see that the font size is 64 pixels. Okay. Now, for most sites, or more often than not, the display text is usually, because like a display text should be expressive, right? So your display text usually has a range. Okay, let's say from 54 pixels to about 72 pixels. So you can take 54, you can take 60, you don't have to put the range in your head. The moment you design one product, you'll be able to know the range yourself. Do you understand? So it's not something that you have to cram. So for now, just listen and just understand. Okay, so the initial one we had just now, I don't know if I remember the display text for that particular site. Now, okay, this is 36 pixels, right? So like I said, there's no particular rule when it comes to design. Sometimes it's subjective. It depends on the designer. Because another designer will come here and put in 44 pixels. Do you understand? But it still makes sense because it's more like it's a tolerance. Now, the only way it will not make sense is if you come here and put in 16 pixels as your display text, because 16 is for body text. So you have gone far away from the tolerance. I don't know if you understand. That's why I say there's no particular fixed rule. There's no law. All you have is a guide. Okay? So I've seen that I can have a display text of 36, which is fine. I can have a display text of 64 pixels, right? Which is fine. And this is actually the case more often than not. Then let's check which other website. Let's check this Meta website here. Let's see for this is our display text now. Okay. Let's see what we have. I'm seeing a size of 24 pixels. Now in this case, this is more like a headline text, right? Because the display text doesn't really fall within this range. So this is more like this is more like a headline a headline text here. So let's go back and try to put in a value. So for my display text, I can take like I told you, generally it could be between let's just say 50 to 70 or 50 to 72 within that range. So I can just come here and pick a value of say 54, right? Let me just pick 54 or 56, pick whatever you want. Click on enter, and then for my, because now that, and this is part of the reason why we're actually doing this manually, as we just change the size to 54, you can see how the text is actually looking. Okay, you can see that the bounding box is not actually covering the text. So this is not a good way to design a text. Okay, this is my bounding box here, must cover it. Just like if I hover on this, you can see that the bounding box is covering the entire text. And the text and its baseline, they are inside the bounding box. Okay, if I select this, that's not the case, right? So what you want to do is that you want to check the line height. If this is 54, I can add 8 to that to give me line height of 62, right? And then I have this, which is actually what I want. Okay, so you see that adding 8px to the size to get the line height is something that works. My letter spacing, you can leave that as 0%. Okay, like I told you, you hardly ever touch this. So that's for that. Now my headline text, if I took 54 here, I can decide to make my headline text smaller. I can take 48, right? So you see, it's just more like the values I'm taking are just more like experience, right? It's not something that you just cram, or like I said, once you work on one project, you get this better. Or once you get to the high fidelity design stage, you get this better. Then for my title text, if I took 40 something here, I can just come and take 36 here, right? 836. Now I'm actually changing the line height because I decided to go manually. Okay, if you set your line height to auto, you don't have to change it. Figma will do it for you. So 36, if I add 8 to that, that should give me 44, right? I'm doing this for those of you that, because there are times when you're working with text and you want to tweak the line height, so at least you should know how to edit it with this particular process. So now I have a system here. I have my display text, right? I have my headline text. I have title text, body text, and I have label text. But you agree with me that there are sometimes when you are making a design, like if you go to a site, you realize that you have different sizes of text. Like this is 16, right? This body text here is 16. Now, sometimes body text also have headings, small headings before them. You can see this heading here now. For example, you can see that this text is a different size, right? This one is a different size. This one might be a different size. So you have different sizes. This text here, that different. You have different sizes in a website. Do you understand? So if you're actually trying to work with that, it therefore means that you need a sizing system. Do you understand? You need a types, and that's what we refer to as a type scale. It's just a system of font sizes that you can actually use that is consistent. Do you get? Instead of coming to your properties panel and you're picking manually all the time. And aside from having different sizes, which we have now created, you also have different font weights. Okay, you can see some are regular, some are heavy. You understand? There are cases where some might be light. So you might have bold, you may have black, you may have regular. So we also need those variants of different font weights. So since we now have different sizes, right, which you understand, we need to create variants of font weights, because we can't just use everything and say that they are bold. Or if I decide to make the body text regular, what if maybe somewhere in my design I need a body text that is bold? What do I do then? Do you understand? That means you have to come over here and change it manually again. Do you understand? Which is acceptable, but it's not the proper way to work if you are dealing with very, very large projects like you are going to be doing later. So the best way to go about this is you are going to create variants. You are going to take this, make a copy, and then take this, make a copy. Now, what are the variants like? Select everything. Everything here should be set to, let's say, because you are going to choose what you want. Okay, definitely I need regular. Whenever you're making a design, you need text that are in the regular way too. Click on regular. So everything that's regular. Fine. I'll come here and I'll select all this. And then come to, now if you notice, while everything is selected, if I go to the size, it says mixed, because my size of my display text and my headline text, they are not the same. So that's why I'm saying mixed. Okay, so the same thing that happens if you go to the later line height, it also says mix because they have different line heights. But if I come over here now, so and I have some for regular, okay? Then you decide what you want to use in your particular project. Now, more often than not, you hardly use black. Do you understand? You hardly use black. You may use black only for situations where you have display text, okay? So for every other category, you hardly use black. So we are going to pick 3 variants here: regular, semi-bold, and bold. So this will be semi-bold. Select all this. This is going to be bold, right? Okay, I think I have bold selected already. So now I have 3 variants that I can use, which are 1, regular. I think I should actually name them. Let me put this here, put this here, and put this here. And then let me give them some breathing space. All right. All right. All right. So this will be regular variants, right? This will be semi-bold variants because semi-bold. This should be bold variants. Fine. Now the next thing you want to do is that you want to actually save this particular variant here, or this type scale, because everything now, what you now have is what is referred to as a type scale. Okay, what you have is now a type scale. Okay, it's a list of text with different sizes and also different weights. So how do you save it? Let's say, for example, I put in something here. I don't know if I brought this down. Okay, let's use this for instance. All right. Let's say, for example, I give the property, because this text now has properties. What are the properties? It's set to regular and the size is 54, right? The same thing with every other text. So let's say I give the properties of this to this text here. Let me set it to regular. This came with some. Okay, set to regular. Let me make, I don't know if that size is going to fit in here, but let me just make the size 54. Okay, you can see it's bigger. This should become, say, 62, right? All right. I have something like this. Now, if I want to change to another text, let's say I want to change to a body text, you realize that I have to now select it again. And I'll come back to the properties panel, right? And I'll then start editing it again. Just change the size, change the letter spacing. And let's say you're working with a very large file, right? Or a large system of files. Then you don't have the time to be doing this. Okay, you don't have it. So what you want to do is that you want to actually create what I refer to as textiles. I want to create what I refer to as textiles. Now, what is a style? A style simply refers to the way something looks. Okay. Now, in this case, now all these regular variants, you can see that they are all regular. Is that also like for this display text is regular for width. Now the size is 54 and it has this value of what, of line height. Now this is the style. Do you understand? As you can see it right now, the way it looks is the style. You can see that this style is different from this style and this style is different from this style, right? So simply put, a style is simply how something looks. So that's a style. So now you can decide to actually save each of these particular texts as styles, so that anytime you want to use them, all you need to do is go back to that same style and use it. So what you want to do is that in order for you to save a text as a style, you select the text. Once you select it, come over to your properties panel, right? And for this section, now you can see under typography, we already have the properties of the style here. So I want to save all these properties. So I'll come to this icon here that says apply style. Do you understand? Click on it. Now, if you want to save something, that means you want to add it. Is that also? So for that reason, the next thing you're going to do is that you're going to click on the add icon here that says create style. Click on it. Once you click on it now, you come over here and you put in display text. Because that's the name of the text now. I can just put in display. Display text. Now, since it's regular, you can put in a bracket if you want to. I'm putting regular. Okay. And then, now, what is a display text used for? You already know what it's used for. There's no need for you to give the description here. This description is just for you to tell what it's used for. Okay. Let's say somebody comes into your file and the person doesn't know what a display text is used for. But more often than not, anybody who will be coming into your file is a technical person. So this can be left empty. So click on create style. And I have it there. Now, once you click on that, if I click on my empty canvas and I come over to styles, right, you can see something here that says display text in bracket regular. Can you see it? It has saved that style and the size is what? 54. It's going to show the size and the line height 54/62. Can you see that now? So that style is saved. So what does that mean? It simply means that if I bring in a random text in Figma and maybe I type MAN, for example, right, and I want to give it a display property. If I want to give it a display property, all I need to do is just click on the text, come over here, apply the style. Okay, now look at what Figma did. Now what Figma did is that since I just saved this style, the new text that I brought in, the text came with the style that I just saved. Do you understand? How do you know that it came with a style? Once you select it, come over here. You can see this little icon here, right? Anytime you make a text in Figma and you come to the properties panel and you see that this icon, right, is actually attached to the property of that text, just know that there's a style attached to it. You see, if I over, it says detach style. So click on it now. It has detached. Now I have this panel to do whatever I want. If I can change it to 40 if I want to, and I have a smaller text, right? And if I should bring in any text now, each of them are going to just have those properties I can edit because the style has been detached. If, however, you want to apply the style to a text that doesn't have it, select the text. Once you select it, come over to the properties panel, right? And then click on this icon here. Okay? Once you click on that icon, you can see the style that you saved is here. Can you see the style? So if I click on it now, automatically it's going to apply the style to this text. So let me click on it. And then once you come over here, you are going to see that this symbol comes up again, letting me know that a style is what? A style is attached. Okay. Now, what do I do in order for me to actually organize the saving of all these things? Because there's a way I will save it here, right? And then I'm going to have display, headline, title, body, label, which is fine. But this is also display, headline, title. It's the same name. Do you understand? So what do I do in order for me to avoid confusion when I'm saving here? Now, in that case, now you're going to put each of them in a folder. Now, those folders are called repositories, okay? So you can call them repositories or you call them folders. That's what I mean by text styles and repositories over here. So you are going to save everything that you have inside a folder. Now, how do you save everything that you have inside a folder? Now, what you simply do is that you have to actually determine the folder from looking at this text here. I have three variants here. I have regular, so there will be a folder for regular. I have semi-bold, there will be a folder for semi-bold. I have bold, there will be a folder for bold. So it's just like saving things inside your folder on your desktop, right? So that once you open the folder, you see everything inside that folder. Once you open the next folder, you see everything in that folder. Once you open the next, you see everything, which gives you a more organized type skill. Do you understand? So now there are times when, remember that if you can have folders like 1, 2, 3 are folders now. So you have 3 folders here. You can have folders inside a general folder. Yeah, so I can have this, and this inside a bigger folder, which is referred to as type skill in this case. So my first folder is going to be this. That folder is going to contain 3 other folders, which are 1, 2, 3. And each of these folders are going to contain the type skill that I've chosen that are under there. So how do we do this? The first thing you want to do is bring back your properties panel, right? Click on the empty canvas. If you create a style, you can actually remove the style. How do you remove it? Over on the style, right click, Once you right click, it says delete style. Okay, so click on delete and what you saved is gone. Now what you can do is, if you want to actually create a folder in Figma, here on the properties panel, what you can simply do is that, let's say I want to create a folder for type scale, right? Let's do it this way. Let's name the general folder type scale. Okay, so I want to save this folder, this folder, this folder under one general folder. What I'll simply do is come over here, select this one that you want to save. Once you select it, you are going to save it as a style, just the way we save this one. You are going to save everything the same way, but just that the naming is going to be different. So I'm going to select this, come over here to this icon, right? Click on that icon and then come over to where it says add. Now, if I want to save that as a folder, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put in something like this: regular variants. By writing in the name, it's just a name right now. If I want to change this text to a folder, I'll just click on slash. Now that slash there simply means that Figma is going to treat everything before that slash symbol as a folder. So Figma is going to treat this as a folder. So let's say, for example, what is inside the folder? Let's say I put in contents. Okay, and I click on create style. Let's see what happens here. Okay, now if I click on my empty canvas and I come over here, you can see that there's a drop down. I can click on the drop down to collapse it. Now, this now is a folder, regular variants. Now, if I want to check what's inside the folder, I'll click on the drop down. I'll see contents. Do you understand? So that's actually how to make something a folder. Once you write in the name, the next thing you want to do is put a slash. Okay. So now that we know that, let me actually delete this folder that I've created now. Now that we know that, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to save each of these texts, right? And I'm going to save them in a folder, just the way I did this one now. So what you can do is, what you actually want to save are these contents here. Is that also? You want to save the contents inside this folder. So you come to the contents, as I saving them one after the other. So I'll click on this. Once I click on it, bring back my properties panel, go over to where it says typography, click on this symbol, click on the plus sign. Once I click on the plus sign, the first name you should write is the name of the general folder. What's the name of the general folder? We are creating a type scale, right? So you can write in type scale. Okay, then see which is this folder here, the biggest folder. Now what you can do next is, in order to make it or to show that it's a folder, after typing it, put in slash. That is one folder. Now after this folder, I have another folder that talks about regular variants, right? So I'm going to put in regular variants. Okay, now this is also a folder, right? Put a slash there. So I have two folders, the main folder and the next one. Now after the regular variants, what I have left is the content, which is display text. So over here, I'll just put in display text. It's not compulsory that the first letter must be uppercase, right? But then you can just decide to do it like that. Okay, I'll just put in display text. Now, is display text a folder? No, it's a content. So for that reason, I won't put on that slash, because if I put a slash in front, I'm saying that this is a folder. So now that I've put in this folder, and I've put in this folder, and I've put in the content, you can click on create style. Automatically, it has created the style here in Figma. How will you see it? Click on the empty canvas. Once you click on the empty canvas, go to where it says styles. You can see text styles, right? You can see that there's now two drop downs, okay, that you can actually collapse. The first one is the major folder, which is type scale. Inside type scale, I have regular variants. Now, inside regular variants, I have I have display text. Do you understand? If I decide to collapse this, it simply means inside type scale, which is the main folder, I have I have another folder, which is regular variants, right? So inside type scale, I have regular variants. So it's only when I open regular variants that I'm going to see the content, which is this. So that's how to save that. Now, what you can simply do, okay, to make this easier for you, because you don't have to be typing and typing and typing. So this is what we are going to do. We're going to click on texts, and we are going to write in how we save the folder. So type scale, slash, which means that's one folder, regular variants. That's the second folder slash. Then display text, right? Display text. Now, sorry. And that's how we save this one. So what you can simply do is copy this. Just highlight it, Ctrl C. You've copied it. We've saved the first one, right? Let's go and try to save the next one. Click on it. Once you click on it, come to this same properties panel. Go to this icon, click on the icon, and then you still want to save the next what? This next text here. So click on the plus icon again. And then under name, just Ctrl V, paste whatever you've copied before, because it's the same folder, right? The same main folder, the same subfolder. So type scale, regular variant will still be there. The only thing now you change is this last part, the contents. Instead of display text now, it's going to be what? Headline text. I wrote text there, sorry. It's supposed to be text. So it's going to be headline text, right? All right. And then you can then click save. Once you click save, I have now saved two. Now let's see how it looks. If I click on my empty canvas, you can now see that under the main folder, which is type scale, because what we are creating is a type scale. Okay, I have a smaller folder, a subfolder, which is regular variant. Now under that regular variant, and I have this and this. Now that's how you are going to save everything. So we are going to actually do everything very fast now. So we've saved number 2, right? Then the next thing, select the third one you want to save. Come over here. Or click on this, click on the plus icon. Just Ctrl V. The reason why we copy this is so that when we come here, we don't start typing again. Just click on Ctrl V. Now, in this case, what I'm going to have is title text, right? So just change the display to title. Okay. Title text. I made a mistake spelling test instead of text. So T-E-X-T. What you can do is, since I made a mistake, I can decide to copy this whole thing again. So that when I paste it, that text won't be coming out for my mistake, right? So click on create, that one is saved. Go to the next one, body text, select it. Come over under typography, this symbol here, click on it. Click on it, click on apply styles. Ctrl V. Okay, instead of title now, just highlight it, change that to body. Right? And then put a little space. Now when you are making your editing here, make sure that you don't remove this slash at the back, because once you remove this slash symbol at the back, you are already seeing that this is no longer a folder. So it's only going to save the main folder and save everything as a content. Do you understand? Everything after it as a content. So be careful when you are doing that. So that's for that. Save that. After which, click on the last one, body, and then Ctrl V. Just change the title to body. That's just it. Then click on your space, because once you change it, the text comes close to it. Once that's done, you create. So automatically you've saved this folder, you saved this subfolder under it, and you saved all these contents. Okay, so if I click on my empty Figma canvas and I have type scale, which is the first one, and then I have a subfolder, that everything is under that subfolder for regular variant. So if I collapse this, you see that everything collapses. Okay, so this is one folder. Now, to actually save the next one, you move to the next one. Now remember that we are not saving we are not clicking on these names, right? What we are clicking on are just the contents. Okay, we are just using these as names of folders, right? So we are just clicking on the content. So when you come here, you are not clicking on this. No, just go click on 1, 2, down to the last. Once you come over here, click on this to the last, just like that. So for this one, look at what I'm going to do now. I'm going to click on this, right? And I want to save it. Come over here, click on that symbol, click on the add icon there. Then paste the same name that I've been pasted since. Now, just that there's a difference. The difference is that while I was here, I was actually saving everything under this folder, right? Now I have moved to texts that are under another folder. So what do? Change the name of the folder in that name that you just pasted. So instead of regular variant, it's now semi-bold variant. So click on the regular. Once it's highlighted, change it to semi-bold. Okay. And then what you can do is copy everything, select everything and Ctrl C. And then you can go to the end and check the name. Over here now is display text. Okay, instead of title, change that to display. Okay. a display, there should be a space between it. You might decide not to put a space if you want to. So this is now fine. So I have changed that first folder which I was using. I've changed the name now, okay, to the new folder. So what you want to do is want to copy everything. Just select it and copy. So I can always be pasting now for this set. Now click on create. And once you click on create, look at what's going to happen. If I check here now, if I click on the empty canvas and I check here, you can see the major folder is the type skill, right? But under it, I have two folders, regular variants and semi-bold variants. Can you see that now? If I collapse this, these are the two folders. So major folder, then first subfolder, second subfolder. Now under regular variants, if I expand this, I'm going to see all this there. If I click on this, you see I've seen that there. Now under semi-bold, if I expand this, I've only saved one, so you're only going to see one there. That's just that. Okay, so this is actually more organized. You're actually documenting your type scale. That's just what we are doing here. So in order for us to move fast, I'll click on the next one. Come over here, click on this, click on the add button, just Ctrl V. Now in this case, there's no need for me to now change the folder name again, because remember that after changing that time, I copied it. So I still have semi-bold variant, everything is still okay. The only thing I'll be changing now is the name of the content, which is headline text. So instead of display, here becomes headline. Then click on create. I don't need to check again, right? Click on the next one. Just like that. Ctrl V. Instead of display, change it to title. Click on create. After that, next one is body text. Select it. Come over here. Click on the plus sign. Paste that. Instead of display now, and I have body, right? Click on create. Next one is label. Select it. Add the style. Paste the name. Then change the display there to label. Now I am done with this particular set. Okay. So remember, if you want to start the process, you can just write in something like this and just copy the name, knowing that the first thing you are saving is a type skill and it's a folder, so you put a slash. Then the next first folder you want to, the first subfolder you want to save is regular variants. So type in regular variants, put a slash, and then the first text you want to save, display text, write in display text here, and then you can click on this first one, paste this there, save it, click on the second one just like that. So that's for that. So I'm done with this part. Now if I come over here, I'll click on this display text now. Click on this icon, add my style, Ctrl V. Now remember that this is now the third folder, so you need to change the folder name from semi-bold variants to bold variants. So you just go to where it says semi-bold and change that to bold. Okay? And then give a little space between it and the variant. You can decide not to give a space, that's fine. But just know that whether you give a space or not, you are going to copy what is there. So if you don't give a space, you copy it. Make sure that you just continue like that without giving a space. Do you understand? But if you give a space and you copy, make sure you continue like that with the space, because if you actually save this name with a space and then you paste and then you try to save another one, you don't give a space, it's going to come out as two different folders entirely. So take note of that. So display text, right? So let's go to the edge and see what we have. Display text, click on create. That's done. Next one we have is headline text. Okay, saving it as a style. Just change the, okay, you see what happened now? I did not save, I changed this part, this semi-bold to bold, but I didn't change it. So now I have to change it. I have to now edit it again, back to bold again. Okay. But this time what was going to happen is I'm going to copy it so that I don't have to be changing all the time. Now this is headline, right? Headline. So before you save it, select everything and copy. Then you create. Then the next one, paste it there. So see, I made a mistake. I put in BOLS. Okay, so we are going to see the effect of that mistake, but we can actually correct it later on. It's actually bold, not that. Okay, let's just put this as bold. So over here, I'm going to put in title. Did I copy that? I don't even remember. Body text. Okay. Let me Ctrl V and see. Just like I didn't copy the last one. Okay. This part is body, right? So let me copy everything now, so I don't have to be editing too much. Create. Then the last one is label. Select it. Come over here. So now I need to change just label, body to label. Now I have that. Now remember that I made a mistake, but the effect of the mistake is going to show you, but you can actually correct the mistake by just correcting the name here on the properties panel. If I click on this now, you can see that I have type scale, right? Regular variants, semi-bold variants, bold variants. Can you see that? So type scale is the major one. Okay, and I have regular variants. That one is now collapsed. This one is collapsed. This is expanded. If I collapse it, I have another one here, which is the mistake that I made. Can you see that now? So by changing that name, instead of bold variant, I put in BOLS, it created another folder. Do you understand? So what you can simply do is that if you want to correct it, just double click on it, right? And change that BOLS to BOLD. And click on enter. And it's going to actually augment the previous one by combining with them. So now you see I have just 3 folders here. 1, 2, 3. So let's say you are actually trying to make a text in the design, right? And let's say the text is just say hero text. Okay, and then you want to edit this text. There's no need for you to be looking for those properties of the line height or letter spacing. All you need to do is select the text. Once you select the text, come over here, check if there is any, if it came with any style. Now there's a style here, right? You can decide to detach the style if you want to. Okay, and once you detach the style, you come back to this setting. Now you want to give it a style, right? Let me make a copy of this text now. Let's say I want to give this text different styles. If I select the first one, what I simply need to do is click on this icon, and I'm going to see all, you can see all the different styles I can give to it. So if I want regular variants, if I want to make this text regular and as a display text, just click on this first one. I have this. Very simple. If I select, let's say, another text in my design and I want to make it bold, just scroll down, you're going to see type scale bold. You know that anything you are choosing here is bold. And you can choose whether it's a display, label, title, body text. If I choose a title text, I have this and it's bold, right? And also, even as you have selected this, while it is attached to a style, you can also change it. For example, if I want to change this style, I don't need to detach it first. I'll simply come to the name of the style here, click on it. You can see that all other styles are coming out. So I can change this now from bold to simply title text, right? You see, makes for what? For easy editing. You understand? So that's just the function of this. So with that, you don't really need this anymore. You've already saved it. Now, remember that you saved all these text and you give them a style. So if you select this text, right? If you come over here, it is the style that I used to save it that you are going to see. It's already saved. You can see that a style is attached to it. If you select this, you can see a style is attached to it. The name of the style will be there. If you hover your mouse on it, you can see that it says headline text, right? The name of the style is boldly written here, regular, right? If I select this one, it's already telling me that this is semi-bold. If you want to detach the style and go to a normal type settings, just click on detach and you go to normal type settings, right? So take note of that. Now, the fact that you detach the style doesn't mean from this text. That doesn't mean that the style is detached from the documentation. The style is still here. Now, which one did we detach now? We detach semi-bold variant, right? So if I should detach that and then I come over here, let's go to semi-bold. You can see for semi-bold, everything is still your display headline. So if you detach a style from a text, you are detaching it from that text. You are not detaching it from the documentation because it's already documented. Do you understand? That's for that. Then there are times when let's say you've created a style like this, okay? And alternatively, okay, let's say you've created a style, okay, and then you want to edit the style. Let's say you've used the style to make a design, right? And you want to edit the style. So let's say for this text now, for example, I don't really like this color. Now, instead of just coming to edit this, I want to edit that style in every part of the design that I used it. Once you select the particular text or any text that has that style attached to it, all you can simply do is come over here and then click on this, and all the styles are going to come up. So if you want to edit a style, let's say I want to edit the display text, you can click on edit style. Once you click on edit style, you can see that all these properties have actually come up. I can decide to give all my text there. I can decide to give them a stroke, right? Let me give them a stroke. If I click on this now, all my text are automatically going to have a stroke. All text that have this style will have a stroke. So let's see. You can see that this text has that style, it has a stroke. Okay. Any text that has that style above, see, it also have a stroke. So you don't manually need to come and if you're making any editing, you don't manually need to go to all the text where you use the style and start editing the one after the other. Just go to the style, edit the style. That's just it, right? How do you edit it? Just come to this property here, click on that, and you can edit this because what you save is actually the settings of that style. So you can actually edit the settings of that particular style, right? So with that now, we now have our type scale documented. So that is all for actually setting up a type scale and a reusable type scale. Okay, so that's for that. So for the task, all you need to do is download a new font and add it to the Figma font directory. You understand? And also try to actually replicate this process because we are going to be using. I want us to be using it. It doesn't matter whether it's perfect or not. Just try to replicate what you can replicate. Like I said, we're not supposed to be doing it now. You understand? But I just want you guys to start getting used to it so that later on it doesn't become a problem. Okay, so that's for that. If there's any question, you can ask. If there's no question, I think this will be the end of typography as it relates to this stage of the bootcamp.